despotism of destruction. It is evident that this doctrine of salvation is merely the mythicizing interpretation of a primary emotion, fear. There remains the question of who is afraid of whom. All that can be found of this fear in Italian nationalism as well as in Mussolini is a few traces, in the same way that we also find in him rudiments of anti-Semitism and a political race doctrine. But on the whole, Mussolini's life philosophy is the faithful expression of a politically youthful, homogeneous, unthreatened nation. Yet even here Mussolini's impressionability cannot escape the stronger will and the more impassioned thinking. The summer of 1938 marked the beginning of the fascist race. 296. Policy. In spite of there being little reason to bestow special praise on Mussolini's humanity, 417 we must say that, although he surpassed Corradini, he never went as far as Hitler, in that he did not isolate and mythicize the Jewish question or strive for anything beyond the political exclusion and separation of the Jews. In this he coincided with Maurras. Yet it is more than merely a case of imitation. As so often happened with Mussolini, under certain circumstances one element came into play which had previously been combined with the others and was thus relatively concealed. As a young man Mussolini had already, and not without sympathy, quoted Nietzschean phrases concerning the antithesis of Jews and Rome, 418, and after the war there were more than a few instances of anti-Semitic phrases flowing from his pen, usually in connection with the polemic against Bolshevism. 419 In 1934 his anti-Germanism took on an anti-Semitic note, and even before his journey to Germany there was a quarrel with an Italian Jewish periodical. 420 However, his utterances against anti-Semitism are more frequent and more pronounced, and not only in his talks with Emil Ludwig. Personally, Mussolini had much cause for gratitude. In his Marxist period as well as during the fascist time, Jewish women had played an important role in his life, Angelika Balabanov and Margarita G. Sarfatti. He had had a very high opinion of Sonnino and Luzzatti. The founder of Roman fascism was a Jew, also the theoretician of corporatism. Moreover, there had been quite a number of Jews among the early fascists. On the other hand, we cannot overlook the fact that the number of Jews among the opponents of fascism was considerable: Treves, Modigliani, Carlo Rosselli, and others. Thus from the autonomous development of Italian fascism two insights can be gleaned regarding the problem of the relationship of national fascism to Jewry. Jewry and national fascism do not necessarily have to be hostile to each other, in spite of the participation of Jews who, considering their small number in Italy, were extraordinarily active in intellectual and political life. No appreciable anti-Semitism developed in Italy. 421 As a matter of fact, the starting point of the fascist race policy was not the hatred of Jews but the fear of a race of half-breeds in the Impero. 422 Immediately after the conclusion of the campaign very strict regulations were put into force, for without a clear, definite, omnipresent race consciousness empires cannot be maintained. 423 It is in this con. 297. Text that Mussolini declared the laws affecting Jews, and so he felt entitled to declare all those who had spoken of foreign influences as poor fools. 424 But this legislation did not deny its model, the Nuremberg legislation, and it can hardly be claimed that it was much milder. The fact that in its economic discriminations it made an exception of the families of war veterans and fascist veteran campaigners, legionaries of Fiume, and so forth, related to a state of affairs which did not exist in Germany in that form, but even the sons of fallen fascists were not allowed to marry Italians or attend any Italian school. In order to emphasize native roots and national dignity still more strongly, a further ban was added prohibiting all civil servants from marrying foreign women of any race. 425 The unpopularity of these measures in Italy can be seen from Ciano's diaries. 4-6 And the same invaluable documents reveal a Mussolini who has become boastful, cynical, undisciplined, making the most far-reaching decisions on impulse. 427 It is not even necessary to resort to these intimate documents, however. Events and speeches become more and more uniform and ritualistic, ideas become more and more shallow and insignificant. The man who in his youth evolved a highly symptomatic and yet unique version of Marxism, who was one of the first to recognize the new needs of the workers' movement, who seemed for a time to be the spiritual leader of all novel and youthful trends in Europe, this man now merely repeats the few formulas which his new friends manipulate with far greater skill: the rights of the young and prolific peoples, the danger of Bolshevism, the harm done by criticism, and the priority of the faithful agrarian masses. Of all the outstanding totalitarian personalities of the era, Mussolini was not the man with the deepest thoughts, but he was probably the one with the most thoughts. He was not the most outstanding, but he was the most human. He was not the most single-minded, but he was the most many-sided. Thus, to a certain extent, he was the most liberal. Of them all, he was the one who lost the most through his own system. Hitler and Lenin remained exactly as they were, since from the outset they represented only their own fixed convictions. Mussolini was the only one to represent both systems in himself. There is no need to waste time examining the effect of fascism on 298. The spiritual life of Italy, since it was so well able to make a dupe of its leader. Nevertheless, it seems risky to allow Mussolini's despotism to begin with his journey to Germany. Although his behavior during the Anschluss of Austria gave rise to widespread anxiety in Italy, even practiced observers were unable to detect any clouding of the relationship between Duce and people during Hitler's return visit in May, 1938. By investing himself as well as the king with the rank of a primo maresciallo del Impero, a step without parallel in constitutional history, he placed the fondateur del Impero on almost the same footing, from the point of view of protocol, with the re-imperator, and made even the figurehead, which was all that the king was anyway, appear a challenge. 428. During the intervention in Spain he seemed to be the guiding spirit, Hitler only an auxiliary. And the days of Munich became the outward climax of Mussolini's entire life. His intervention made the conference possible. He was the sole participant to speak all the negotiating languages. For the first time in the history of Italy, so it was bound to appear, Italy provided the leading personality of a great European Congress. On his return to Italy he was welcomed by millions upon millions, some of them even on their knees, who, deeply and sincerely moved, looked on him as the savior of peace and of Europe. Yet the glory was false and the triumph without foundation. Mussolini, the man who wanted to establish the complete autonomy of his native land and thus break the gentle bonds of the Mediterranean partnership with England and France, was to be conscious all too soon of having surrendered himself and his people to a far more incisive heteronomy. 2 anonymous newspaper articles were perhaps the earliest and clearest indication of the changeover. On September 15, 1938, in a letter to Runciman he defended Hitler's demands on Czechoslovakia, and added, if Hitler laid claim to the annexation of 3.5 million Czechs, Europe would have reason to become agitated and aroused. But Hitler has no such intention. 429. He spoke in the tone of a bosom friend and initiate, and no doubt felt himself transported back to the times when he was fighting for the right of self-determination and displayed a lively sympathy in the establishing of Czech legions in Italy. 430. Only a few months later Hitler established a protectorate over 7 million Czechs as if they were a barbaric colonial. 299. People, without any thought of asking Mussolini for his advice. Yet in the journal d'Italia Mussolini justified this arrogant step of his ally and even specifically declared his solidarity. That it could not but be fatal for the weaker partner to ally himself with the more powerful one above and beyond all principles did not occur to Mussolini. There was no one who had either the courage or the constitutional position to point this out to him, least of all his son-in-law Chano. 431. Indeed, in May he concluded the Steel Pact, which in Article 3 provided with remarkable simplicity for each partner to render all possible military support to the other as soon as that one became involved in a war. In other words, it contains something so unconditional as to make a mockery of all the traditions of diplomacy, and showed more clearly than many other things that only in an unreal sense was it now possible to speak of a relationship between two national states. In reality it was the alliance of two political creeds for the supreme act and content of their feed, for war. But although in this way Mussolini once again made the distinction between Italy and fascism which in 1922 had been his point of departure, 432 on the highest and most momentous level, National fascism nevertheless remained much too closely linked to its starting point, the nation, for it to be able to create the genuinely unconditional solidarity of the true and universal creed. Whereas Mussolini often allowed himself to be guided in his words and deeds by blind jealousy, Hitler had no intention of permitting his ally even the right to be heard when it came to starting the war. National fascism was incapable of bringing forth a judicious coalition of nations or of creating the unconditional solidarity of an encompassing Weltanschauung. This was the wound of its war. Thus not only did it soon destroy the weaker partner, it also gave the stronger one no serious advantage beyond his own strength. The course taken by events is well known: Italy's initial non-belligeranza, which dealt a blow to Mussolini's prestige and self-confidence from which he never recovered, the precipitate intervention against France which brought little honor and barred forever the way back to the Allies, the campaign against Greece, which was a jealous answer to German action in Romania and which turned out to be one of the worst failures of the entire war, 433 the fluctuating struggle for North Africa which brought Italy's panzer divisions either to the bottom of the sea or under German command, the Participa. 300. In the overrunning of the Soviet Union, which finally destroyed the confidence of the Italian people in Mussolini because they understood it even less than the war as a whole, and finally the Allied landing in Sicily on July 10, 1943, which met with almost no resistance and dealt a mortal blow to the regime. Only one event in this connection merits special attention. This is the occupation of Yugoslavia in April, 1941, during which Italian troops, freed at last from the Albanian bridgehead, fulfilled only a subsidiary function. But while Yugo-Slavia was only a secondary theater for Germany, it suddenly became apparent that for Italy it meant something quite different. To the surprise of the uninitiated, it turned out that for 12 years Mussolini had been keeping a number of Croatian separatists, among them anti-Pavlik, in readiness, and now immediately used them against the conquered country so as to split it in two. But Mussolini forced the newly independent Croatia to drink from the poison cup by not only annexing large parts of Dalmatia but even incorporating the Ljubljana area into Italy, and thus from the start weakening Croatia to the position of a mere party state of Ustasha. Thus toward the end of his life Mussolini at last even solved the Adriatic problem. Moreover, he did so in the most radical sense by destroying the troublesome neighbor, that is, by turning its national territory into defense areas and satellite states. Even after World War I Mussolini's thoughts had traveled momentarily in a comparable direction, 434, but D'Annunzio and the nationalists had blown the Adriatic trumpets of war much more frequently and loudly than he. After the march on Rome he had carried on a policy of reconciliation toward Yugoslavia. Nevertheless, the desire to reincorporate into fascism the territories which had once been Venetian had remained alive. By intensifying this trend now Mussolini added to his fascism a basic characteristic of national fascism which had hitherto been lacking. National fascism, as we have shown, is distinguished from nationalism by, among other things, the fact that it demands the destruction of a neighboring state whose very existence appears to threaten its own position of power and the historic remains of its past dominant status in the area. What Germany was for Moraz, Russia was for Hitler, and now Yugoslavia for Mussolini. But he too drank of the fatal poison in this most counter-historical of all his intentions. The new provinces became a steady drain on Italian blood and Italian prestige. 301. Here were laid the cornerstones of that state which alone after the war deprived Italy of some of its most beautiful cities and most desirable areas. The nub of the tragedy lay in the nature of national fascism itself, which allowed Italy to have neither allies nor comrades, at the very utmost, the appearance of both. However, it is not in events that this tragedy finds its sharpest express. Zion and its fulfillment, but in Mussolini's emotions and thoughts. For we cannot dismiss out of hand the hypothesis that a swift German victory would have also meant the triumph of the Axis. In either case though, Mussolini would have been defeated. It does not speak well for Mussolini's resilience and adaptability that in this unprecedented situation he let himself be guided, without closer scrutiny, by old ideas. The reason he gave to himself and others for the entry into the new war is exactly the same as that of 1914, Italy could not stand aside from an event of such magnitude. He ignored the fact that totally different historical situations can necessitate totally different decisions, that the concrete conditions for those former considerations no longer existed. Yet this time, in complete contrast to 1914, he soon undertook a petty calculation, 435, and not even the undignified, satellite-type phrases which he already had to use in 1940. 436 made him realize the difference existing between the early years of the era and the latter ones. First, there was always the handy arsenal of his life philosophy. Second, the carelessly applied formula from his revolutionary past: it has never happened that the conservative spirit triumphed over the revolution, and it will not happen now either. 43t. But not only up to 1914, even up to 1935 his thinking did not in any way lead to the premises that Berlin and Tokyo represented the ideas of the future as against Moscow and Washington. 438. Furthermore, the war so casually begun was also badly conducted. Mussolini's vision was more acute than that of those of his people who attributed every misfortune to betrayal, for after all betrayal itself is to a certain extent a symptom of the betrayed. In December, 1940, he remarked to Ciano that the Italians of 1914 had been superior, and that did not redound to the credit of the regime. 439. Indeed, had it been worth depriving the people with the oldest culture in Europe of the lightness, the special idiom, the dignity and variety, the weakness and colorfulness of their life, if 20 years of totalitarian inquadramento had not even been able to 302. Generate the martial achievements to which the much criticized pre-war regime had given birth? What Mussolini was finding fault with was, of course, precisely this: too little. Hence the more the masses isolated fascism, the more the war years saw desperate efforts to step up ideological indoctrination, to reinforce the influence of the party, and to create an army of defenders of the faith. The man who had once been a relativist and a heretic gave a high party functionary the specific command to be responsible for the orthodoxy of the party. 440. And Euro savior of Europe, the enemy of Bolshevism, set up the communist jet as a model with greater vigor than ever before, thereby proclaiming his lifelong duel with Lenin as lost. In Russia, he admitted, half the soldiers were fighting fascism because of their communist beliefs. Their loyalty to their faith was stronger than their love for their country. There could be no other explanation for Russian achievements and resistance. 441. Was Mussolini conscious of his defeat by Hitler and Lenin, Roosevelt and Turati? Was he trying to withdraw from the game by cautiously shifting the responsibility onto others? At least his behavior, during the final weeks before July 25, 1943, does not exclude such a supposition. He appeared totally unaware of the secret talks which the king was conducting with fascist and pre-fascist politicians. He appeared not to notice the rumblings in even the highest ranks of the hierarchy. No one could force him to summon a session of the Grand Council, he did it of his own accord. He knew the order of the day which Grandy had prepared, and according to the statutes he could have refused its acceptance in the agenda. He would have had no difficulty in having the entire Grand Council arrested after the session. He did none of these things. On the other hand, there is little reason to believe that he acted with the deliberate intention of putting an end to his political game. Instead, he seems to have acted in one of those deeply enervated moods of depression that not infrequently overtook this man of action. In the heated 10-hour discussion, which Mussolini followed with mere surprise and lethargy, those who had created and led the squadrist army for fascism, and who for 20 years had been treated by Mussolini like lackeys, expressed much of their pent-up anger and resentment. Nevertheless, The intention of the order of the day was by no means to depose Mussolini, a step which the Grand Council was constitutionally not empowered to take. 303. All it demanded was the reinstatement of normal constitutional life and the resumption by the king of the supreme military command which Mussolini had usurped. 442. Mussolini displayed little knowledge of human nature when he blindly put his trust in the amicable feelings of a king whom he had so often severely wounded. His arrest brought down the imposing edifice of fascism like a house of cards. Even the elite troops of the militia did not lift a finger. The party, so long isolated, disappeared from the life of the nation as if it had never been. No abyss opened up, life seemed to go on without interruption, and so, of course, by order of Badoglio, did the war. Mussolini apathetically let himself be taken from place to place, his thoughts occupied with death and the dead. For a female admirer he autographed a photo with the words, "Mussolini deaf unto." 443. Return to the origins, Repubblica di Salo. But this defunct man was forced to rise from the dead. Hitler's friendship liberated Mussolini to bear witness scarcely with pleasure but certainly of necessity to himself and against himself. The law pursuant to which the new state was to begin its existence was outlined by Mussolini in his very first speech after his liberation over Radio Munich, on September 18, 1943. The disgraceful betrayal by the monarchy of its faithful servant would now, Mussolini said, without question lead Italy back to those older and purer republican traditions of the Italian unification movement typified by the name of Mazzina. Return to the origins was now to be his motto. Pursuant to the principles of these origins, the new state was to be national and social in the highest sense of the words. It would destroy the parasitical plutocracy and at last make labor the master of the economy. The traitors, in particular the faithless members of the Grand Council, were to be exterminated. A new armed might was to be built up around the formations of the militia. 444. But Mussolini did not cite the preamble to this law, the occupation of Italy by the Germans. Could such a program be implemented by a man and a party who now no longer possessed even the appearance of independence? The new head of state was not even allowed to enter his capital. In the villas on Lake Garda, strictly guarded by the SS, the Republican government took up its quarters, a government to which 304. The most important and best-known men of fascism no longer belonged, since efforts were being made to stage a great treason trial against them, although the legal basis for such a trial was more than scant. The only ones who stood by Mussolini were stubborn fanatics. 445. And they managed, in conjunction with the Germans, to see to it that Mussolini was not permitted to spare even the father of his grandchildren. 446. Thus once again fascism freed itself symbolically from those men who had changed its face in 1921, and this took place just as much against the irresolute will of Mussolini as that first metamorphosis. Thus the character of fascism as it had been in 1921. Its resemblance to a foreign army on native soil re-emerged in yet more horrible distortion. How was the war on the side of the National Socialist Germany, a war which had never been popular, now to form the basis for a union of regime and people? The militia divisions, quickly reformed from mercenaries and convinced fascists, remained civil war formations. The Repubblica Sociale Italiana never possessed a real army. But this time they were not borne up by feelings of enthusiasm and confidence in victory. The steady, although painfully slow, advance of the Allied front was accompanied by growing partisan activity, by strikes, by elusive but unremitting propaganda activity on the part of the internal enemy in the cities. This time it was the fascists who provided targets for punitive expeditions, which were very often of an insidious kind. In the summer of 1944 one of the victims to fall was Giovanni Gentile, who a year before had been the last person publicly to defend Mussolini. If 20 years earlier national feeling had supported and championed the fascists, this feeling now turned with equal vehemence against them and identified them more and more with the German enemy. Hitler encouraged this propaganda to an extraordinary degree by the measures he took. He appeared to make its theses the very foundation for his actions by obviously guarding as null and void his assurances as to the inviolability of the Brenner frontier. Indeed, he quite clearly considered himself Austria's successor and made preparations for the detachment of Trieste, Gorizia, and the Adriatic coast. 447 The gains of World War I were lost. This meant that one of the things dearest to Mussolini's heart was affected, but he did not even dare to make a firm protest. In Italy as in all Europe, National Fascism proved to be the most untrustworthy of all the nation's children. 305. On this precarious basis, amid this universal disintegration, Mussolini threw himself heart and soul into the attaining of a goal that some have unjustifiably made out to be a mere demagogic concession, the goal of socialization. 448 Yet in substantiating this goal he cut the ground from under his own feet as well as from under all his previous achievements. The essential task now, he declared in the First Cabinet Council of the Republic, was to define the place, function, and responsibility of labor in a truly modern national society. 449 Did this mean that for 2 decades fascism had not allocated a suitable place to labor, that, in spite of all fascist chronology, Italy had not been a truly modern state? Mussolini did everything to avoid this inevitable question and to stress the continuity of the fascist revolution, particularly the great significance of the Carta del Lavoro. It was only the encounter with a hypocritical monarch that had caused the fascist revolution to deviate from its course. 450 The king and Badoglio were rejecting the progressive legislation of the Republic today in order to preserve unchanged their own selfish class privileges. 451 Mussolini might have been reminded of the fact that it was that very encounter with the king that had made the fascist revolution possible in the first place, and it could be asked with equal justification what kind of a revolution that was which had permitted the leading classes to preserve their selfish privileges for 20 years and which had allowed itself to be perverted in its intentions by the active resistance of the capitalists. 452 The practical measures of the fascist era had spoken a language it was impossible to misunderstand. The allocation of all direction of business enterprises exclusively to the owners had not been a concession within the Carta del Lavoro but, in many vague and fine-sounding words, its very essence. This determination had solved a much disputed ideological question by wiping out the ground gained during the Bolshevist years of 1919 to 20. Now, however, in 1943, the principle was established that labor must enter into the core of the productive mechanism and actively cooperate in it, and consequently participate in the gestione. The consigli di fabbrica were restored, and the workers were guaranteed the right to choose their representatives by secret ballot. Yet the abolition of these dangerous institutions 453 had signified precisely one of the most crucial totalitarian measures after January 3, 1925. The dualistic structure of the fascist syndical system, which 306 by means of various associations placed employer and employee side by side and then united them by state organs, had not been a minor defect of corporatism but its much admired intrinsic nature. Of course, Mussolini's opponents had always pointed out that the pretended equality was merely an apparent one, and that in actual fact it led to an unlimited hegemony of the self-represented capitalists over the employees. With a stroke of the pen and even some specific words 454 Mussolini now acknowledged those critics to have been right. A joint trade union of labor and technology replaced the former institutions, capital as such was excluded from trade union representation. This was bound to lead ultimately to the nationalization of capital, and Mussolini pursued this trend so tenaciously that at the end of March, 1945, all enterprises with more than 100 workers or a capital of £1 million were withdrawn from private initiative. More significant still is the fact that Mussolini stressed the importance of the most thorough transformation of the positions in which the producers find themselves in the enterprise. 455 The hegemony of bureaucracy must be avoided, for example by the introduction of profit participation. In 1921-22 fascism had crushed the overflowing spontaneous energy of the people and for 20 years had kept it under interdiction in the straitjacket of a system which for this very reason enjoyed such widespread sympathy in the world. It was this spontaneous energy that Mussolini was now trying to call forth and encourage once again, although his way of going about it was certainly very half-hearted. He cited as noteworthy that one of the deputy mayors of Milan was not a party member. A law relating to consulti comunali elettive was aimed at cautiously airing the armor-plating of state authority at one point and at rounding up those who were unaccustomed to any political activity for the purpose of responsible collaboration. Mussolini even considered permitting an opposition party, but he was unable to implement this plan because of the resistance of Farinacci and other extremists. 456 He continued to insist, however, that the single party must be controlled by other loyal groups. He even specifically abandoned the ideological claim to totality, abjurations, ideological renunciations, genuflections, gestures of cowardice are required from no one. 457 It was in this manner that Mussolini now desired at last to create the state of the producers, a state in which no one 307 possessed rights who did not work but in which no worker was excluded from political life. These were very strange demands for the autocratic duce of authoritarian and militaristic fascism who in the footsteps of the nationalists had so thoroughly tamed and disciplined the masses but who had always refused to accept them. On the other hand, these demands were not strange for the one-time Marxist and the whip of social democracy who had not completely renounced his old ideas until January 3, 1925. It is this early Mussolini who gives the following definition of the Repubblica Sociale Italiana: it will be the Republic of the Italian workers, and it has already begun on the determined realization of all those postulates which for 40 years were inscribed on the flags of the socialist movements. 458 In other words, he declares the RSI to be not the continuation of fascism but the realization of a 40-year socialist activity in which he and his father had played such a big part. Mussolini's opponents have spoken of the demagogy of the man to whom no other path remained but the wooing of the workers once the mainstays of his power, monarchy, army, industry, had deserted him. If we look at Mussolini's life as a whole, we cannot share this opinion. The periods which are separated by 18 years of fascism run too smoothly into each other, periods whose fundamental outlooks influenced even this fascism in the form of a moderation of its more radical potential. But does this justify us in saying, as has actually on occasion been said, that in his heart of hearts Mussolini always remained a socialist? Such a statement suffers from the assumption that the term is unequivocal. For Mussolini was never a socialist in the academic sense. His impressionability, his temperament, led him even in his Marxist period to the very brink of what was permissible. Although in an external sense his Marxism prepared the later fascism as its complement and precondition, closer scrutiny reveals that it was inclined toward a sudden swing to fascism, and it is here that the uniquely symptomatic significance of the person of Mussolini lies. The most accurate comment we can make is that certain basic socialist feelings were from his early youth a definite legacy of his spirit, too weak to set him on the fixed course of a coherent life, too strong to avoid becoming powerful again at any time, in appropriate circumstances. But even during this final period they do not by any means crowd out the points of the fascist disposition of his 308 thought. The core of these points of disposition is shown once again to be the experience and glorification of war per se. War is the great testing ground of the peoples, in it is revealed their inner composition. He brutally contrasts the German and Russian heroism at Vitebsk and Stalingrad with the shameful behavior of those Italian soldiers who surrendered Pantelleria without a struggle. 459 What else can he have in mind than the corrupting elements which derive from those 4 million slaves whom Rome to its misfortune carried within its womb? 46 For it was of those that he spoke, threateningly and accusingly, shortly before his fall, thereby at the end of his life also adopting in toto Hitler's political race doctrine. Yet this was simply an elaboration of those pan-German theories he had disputed in his youth. 461 And it signified the rending of the nation, the discovery of which had once been the second great experience of his life. All that was left to do now was to determine the race whose intellectual leadership had unleashed the great revolt of the slaves and which bore the responsibility for all the world's ills. He would then be walking entirely in Hitler's footsteps. It was no mere chance that at least until the beginning of the war Mussolini had kept aloof from this thesis. After all, his whole existence was a single living refutation of this theory. It is true that during the war he did, like Hitler, speak of the world sickness caused by demi-plutocracy and Judaism, a sickness which must be cured by fire and sword. 462 Yet the measures of his final period, only as sporadic utterances, 463 indicate that Mussolini's most recent views could exist side by side with the renascent former ones, just as his fascination with Nietzsche had once existed side by side with Marxist radicalism. Thus in l'Ispettorato Generale del Terrazzo was created and entrusted to Giovanni Preziosi, who might be called the Italian Rosenberg. The only reason Mussolini and Preziosi were spared having to answer the question of whether they would not shrink from the final practical consequences was because they had no autonomy in this field. How powerful fascism had remained as an element in Mussolini is also shown by his final attitudes toward communism. They were frequently filled with a note of triumph at the victory of this anti-liberal and anti-democratic doctrine, but more than anything they revealed sheer, unconcealed envy of the standardized newspaper and standardized radio. However, all this is merely a reflection of ultimate defeat, a deep insight into the mysterious proximity and distance b. 309. Between Mussolini and Lenin is not discernible in Mussolini himself. Finally, the new myth, which Mussolini undertook to create at a very early stage, operated entirely according to traditional fascist ideas. The dire position into which the king had brought the monarchy and the country, first through collaborating with fascism and then through the delayed capitulation, offered an excellent starting point for apologia and attack. It was to this that Mussolini's last book 464 and numerous articles in Corrispondenza Repubblicana were dedicated. Nostalgia for fascism would grip the masses soon enough, and a longing for the days when the flag of the Patria waved from the Alps to the Somalian equator and the Italian people was one of the most respected people on earth. 465 His strange preoccupation with self, which had gone on increasing through the years and which prompted him to make the absurd claim that the anti-fascist parties in southern Italy were imitating the socialization program of the RSI, 466 led him to attempt, in the face of all his mistakes, his failure, his complete collapse, to bind the Italians even for the future to the most foolish of all fascist maxims, Mussolini Aveva Regione 67. We must accord utmost value to the statements which Mussolini made shortly before his death. For a year and a half he had been little more than a prisoner, now at last he spoke quite openly to a few close friends, and what erupts from him with the greatest force is his hostility toward the Germans. At first it is, of course, a hostility toward those who opposed his plans for socialization, who ignored his proposals, who without either political or strategic imagination carried on a war which under his leadership, he felt, would have been won. 468 But from his criticism of the present emerges an earlier aversion, a deeper criticism, directed at the German nature as such, and ultimately at the anti-European and unimaginative will to power which he had stigmatized as long ago as 1914. In the face of fascism, not to mention the first and most powerful champion of the orientation to the north, the reasoning certainly seems strange. How in fact could one speak of a united Europe with an explosive and unsatisfied Germany? 469 But this is not the only memory which seemed to have been forgotten only to rise again in force. More surprising still is the following idea which, in the midst of a testament of apologia, he confided to a journalist on April 30, 1945. If the vicissitudes of this war had been favorable to the 310 Axis, I would at the moment of victory have proposed world socialization to the Führer, that is, frontiers of an exclusively historical nature. Uniform currency, the real and radical abolition of all armaments. 470 It is not our task here to examine what Mussolini had in mind when he made these naive statements and whether he may have made them for some definite purpose. The very fact that he made them shows that the internationalism of his youth was not after all simply a whim which vanished without trace, that the finality of Marxism had evidently lived on in him, although unconsciously. But in glaring contrast with this pacifist trend is the much more passionate, more frequently reiterated conviction that only the warrior was a man, 471 while no mention is ever made of an idea. It was precisely three ideas, however: hostility toward Germany, Marxist socialism, the inevitability of war, which in their incompatibility touched off the first and most momentous conflict in Mussolini, that of 1914. 30 years later they still stand side by side in his spirit, less reconciled than ever, although transformed. These are the ideas which in the hour of death entwine once again and pervert each other. After the collapse of the final negotiations, he said a few despairing and courageous words, in the courtyard of the Milan prefecture, to the handful of black shirts and senior functionaries who were still with him: "We shall reach the Valtellina to take up our positions for the last desperate defense, to die with the sun in our faces, our eyes turned to the mountain peaks, the last smile of our native land." 472 But after that he did not show much determination. In the end he and his men joined a German column going north along Lake Como. They were stopped by partisans near Dongo, the Germans were allowed to continue, the Italians were arrested. 473 without offering any resistance. Finally a suspicious-looking man was pulled down from a German truck. Someone had thrown a German military greatcoat around him and put a steel helmet on his head. It was Mussolini. War laid hands on the enemy of the Germans in German garb, and the warrior neither tried to resist nor sought a defiant death. Someone called out to him from the crowd of partisans, "Why did you betray socialism?" 474 All the elements which had determined his life returned to confront him, and he failed every one of them. The final hours passed in apathy and sleep. The death he died was little else but a murder, and yet it was a subtle. 311. Mercy. He died the death of warriors and revolutionaries, although he had actually been neither. But the fact that his intellectual and nervous sensibility detected and experienced war and revolution as the basic reality of his time long before they emerged in force, renders all the more representative a man who traversed all the political ideas and positions of his age. Of these, Fascism was the most important for the world, but hardly the closest to his own heart. 475. Chapter 2. The Fixed Doctrine. The history of Fascism must be viewed simultaneously with the history of Mussolini's intellectual development. Only in this way does its doctrine emerge in its wealth of variation, its contradictions, its insights derived from living experience, but above all in its constant interplay with concrete political situations. However, it must not be ignored that Mussolini himself attempted a definition, in an article in the Encyclopedia Italiana. This article was later reproduced innumerable times as Dottrina del Fascismo and was always given canonical status. We cannot attempt a thorough description and interpretation here, it is enough to select a few basic characteristics to show to which type of interpretation of fascism this alleged ideological foundation belongs. The section on history offers an important verifiable clue. Here, to describe his early development, Mussolini refers to Sarl, Pigai, Lagardelle, to Olivetti's Pagan Liberi and Paolo Orano's Lupa. The Mussolini we find here is the revolutionary syndicalist, that romantic and fashionable figure whose hazy, nebulous shape was the very thing to delight the middle-class world of Europe. There is no mention of intransigent Marxism, not even of those men who had a marked influence on the young Mussolini, Nietzsche and Bergson. This is the Mussolini who did his best to suppress the only more or less reliable description of his youth, the book written by his former friend Torquato Nanni, because it was not really necessary at that time for everyone to know my past as an iconoclast. 2. If we substitute Marxist for iconoclast, it is easy to understand why for 20 years no one was permitted to borrow the bound volumes of Avanti or Law. 313. 314. Lotta di classe from Italian libraries. Fascism might be described as that movement which lacked the courage to acknowledge its real prehistory. The less courage displayed, we might continue, the nearer the interpretation in question approaches the academic pattern. The nature of this pattern consists in applying traditional concepts of academic philosophical discussion to fascism. The result is that the historical essence and the compromise nature of fascism vanish in the beauties of an a priori construction, while by the same token it is stripped of all that is unfamiliar and threatening and is introduced to the cultural establishment as its own youngest offspring. This is quite clearly the pattern when Sergio Panunzio says, just as there is no material without form, and form without material is empty, so syndicalism cannot be understood without corporatism, and the latter cannot exist without the former. 3. Giovanni Gentile's definition is similar in essence. Fascism does not face liberalism as the system of authority faces the system of liberty, but rather as the system of true and concrete liberty faces the system of abstract and false liberty. For it is enough to cite a single sentence from the Dottrina for its proximity to this pattern to become strikingly apparent. The fascist state is form, inner law and discipline of the whole person. It permeates will and intellect. Its principle, the central inspiration of the human personality dwelling in the civic community, penetrates to the depths and settles in the heart of the man of action as well as of the thinker, of the artist as well as of the scientist, as the spirit of the spirit. 5. Those are certainly fine and impressive words. But they testify as little to the specific form of the fascist state, to its relationship to the peculiar reality of the party, to the concrete situation of the intellectual aspect of man within his reality, as does the steady rain to the manifold activities in the room against whose window it is pattering. In adopting the Hegelian terminology via Gentile infinitely more so in this work than anywhere else in his writings, Mussolini succeeds in producing a remarkable mystification, but he also separates fascism from its real spiritual significance and restricts it to an earlier stage of the history of ideas. But this stage is lopped off too, robbed almost entirely of its relation to the concepts of civilization and freedom, with the result that a.c. the fixed doctrine 315. Twilly all that remains is the founding of the strong state and the rejection of anarchy. Wherever Hegelianism prompts Mussolini to express original tendencies, it appears only as the terminological guise of his life philosophy ideas, thus the spiritualistic antithesis as against the economic materialism of so-called scientific or Marxist socialism, which crudely contrasts the voluntarism of the youthful Mussolini with the merely popular conception of Marxism, thus also his refusal to eliminate the demo-liberal 19th century from history in favor of de Maistre. There is no going back is one of the few phrases to which Mussolini remained faithful in every period of his life, and so he found easy access here to the Hegelian concept of synthesis. One cannot hold fast to this concept if one rejects the concept of progress, nor can one overlook the fact that there is an innate tendency among fascists to reach much further back into the past than only shortly before 1789. Mussolini is not told this by Giovanni Gentile but with all the greater conviction by Adolf Hitler, who wrote to him in 1941, "It often seems to me that in these 1500 years the evolution of mankind has only suffered an interruption and is now once again about to return to former paths." 6. Nevertheless, there are already hints of Mussolini's hostility toward history wherever he speaks his own language without pretension. This occurs mainly in the section in which he attacks pacifism and which takes off from the romantic notion that only war places man on his own before the alternatives of life and death, thus leading him to the supreme test. It is fascist style unadulterated by any philosophical formulas when Mussolini writes, "This anti-pacifist spirit is transported by fascism into the lives of individuals as well." The proud squadrist motto for "I don't give a damn" is an act of a philosophy which is more than stoical, the epitome of a doctrine which is more than political. Inherent in it are the discipline to fight, the acceptance of dangers. It is a new style of Italian life. 7. It is not quite clear, however, how these maxims are to be reconciled with the inevitable everyday security of the life of the citizen, with the opaque rationality of the modern world. But then Mussolini does not take seriously the contradiction between the subject of large-scale war, the state, and a superimposed system which deprives the state of freedom of action and autonomy. That which is called crisis can only be resolved by the state and within the state. 8-316 Many years later the world economic crisis was to show him how wrong he was. But it must be admitted that he knew how to transform the exigencies of this crisis into popular enthusiasm for the conquest of the impero. Other typically fascist phrases, the need for a population policy, the state as will to power and rule, imperialism as a proof of vitality, also occur again and again in the less official writings, essays, and speeches. Content and polemics, however, are only given their precise definition in the doctrina by the commonplaces of conservatism. Before 1920 such expression and terms do not occur at all in Mussolini's writings, or, if they do, then only in isolated instances, whereas they are the very mainstay of this work. Accordingly, fascist man does not lead a life apart from all others, independent, self-indulgently following the whim of the moment. Instead he personifies nation and patria, moral law which links individuals and generations together in tradition and vocation. 9. The stressing of the value of tradition in memories, in language, in customs, in the rules governing social life. 10 Sounds rather strange coming from the lips of the man who wanted to make Italy unrecognizable in 10 years and whose dearest wish was the uprooting of 3 centuries of the Italian tradition of servitude. Equally strange to those familiar with his development and temperament must have been the phrase against all individualistic abstractions with a materialistic base, of the kind typical of the 18th century, and against all utopias and Jacobinic innovations. And it was precisely those familiar with his past, however, who were least able to overlook the fact that his criticism of a quantitative concept of democracy harmonized perfectly with some of his oldest ideas, although in such a way that this criticism is shifted here into a different context and is hence altered in meaning. When he stresses the irremediable, fertile, and beneficent inequality of men, 12 it sounds quite different from when in his youth he praises the elite proletariat, and it is just as surprising when he looks to Germany to substantiate his critique of liberalism, the doctrine which seems foreign to the German spirit. 13 Yet still more characteristic of this work is the fact that there is only one writer from whom he quotes at length, neither Marx nor Nietzsche, neither Searle nor Pareto, but Renan, to whom he ascribes a premonition of fascism. The gist of the quotation concerns that fear vital to the self-criticism of liberalism. Vulgar democracy must, it seems, lead to the extinction of the fixed doctrine. 317. Every refined culture and every higher discipline. 14 But there is in fact virtually no evidence for this fear in all the rest of Mussolini's works up to this time. Here lies one of the main differences in his mentality as compared to Flores and Hitler, and presumably the chief reason for his lack of anti-Semitism. Nevertheless, his adoption of conservative commonplaces should not be underestimated. It is a sign of the altered political and intellectual climate, and, in conjunction with Mussolini's impressionability, it is an indication of that evolution which will bring him closer to Moraes and even to Hitler. The Dottrina del Fascismo is not nearly as basic to the understanding of fascism as the Inquit sur la monarchie or Mein Kampf. Its core is that vague life philosophy of which Italian fascism may under certain aspects be taken to be the political expression, insofar as this philosophy is fixed and actuated by the far older conservatism. This explosive duality is swathed in the ceremonial garb of Hegelian terminology. However, this terminology is more than a mere superficial decoration, since it is highly appropriate to the circumstance that both life philosophy and conservatism appear without their most radical implications, the concept of the revolt of the slaves, the basic emotion of fear, and the motivation of anti-Semitism. The Dottrina del Fascismo is a typical example of the compromise nature of Italian fascism and especially of its conservative academic interpretation. The beginnings of a more radical development are to be sought not in the fixed product but in the sum of its history. Chapter 3. The Irksome Precursors. If it were permissible to make the relationship to precursors the sole criterion in comparing political trends, it would be impossible to imagine a greater contrast than that between the Action franchise and Italian fascism. On the one hand a continual quoting and invoking, on the other a brusque dismissal of old philosophers and nascent young philosophers in search of precursors and pioneers. One here, eyes turned proudly toward a long series of famous names, there, unremittingly, only the verbal praise of a single author of merely local importance. Here, profound knowledge, there, at best a few superficial backward glances. However, it is no use trying to explain this situation by saying simply that we are comparing a forward-looking dynamism with a static way of thinking addicted to the past. The young Mussolini was also dynamic and yet was possessed of a very alert and extensive historical awareness. The reasons why Italian fascism is in an even more difficult position in relation to its precursors than to its own early history are to be found in the nature of the Italian national tradition. In Italy there did not exist two mortally opposed currents of thought, the only politically fertile tradition was the Risorgimento which, although complex in itself, was felt to be primarily a unity. Only an absurdly reactionary, that is, temporal, Catholic party would have been able to adopt a position of open hostility to the Risorgimento. Every other party, even nationalist and fascist, had to find accommodation in its ship. But, like Scylla and Charybdis, a truth and a necessity threatened the ship and its passenger, and both were formulated by Mussolini with great clarity. On July 14, 1918, in Genoa, Mussolini celebrated the 320 storming of the Bastille and said of the heroes of the Risorgimento, they were all the heirs to the immortal ideas of the French Revolution. Too shortly after January 3, 1925, he addressed the following directives to the management of a fascist periodical: we must fight democracy above all in its social and philosophical principles which derive from the overexploited French Revolution. 3. A lesser dilemma follows the first and basic one. Were not Mazzini and Garibaldi republicans? What attitude were the now monarchic fascists to adopt toward this republicanism? Perhaps the ever-increasing glorification of ancient Rome was simply an attempt by the fascists to forget the stranglehold which drove them to an impossible denial, thereby forcing them to maintain a position of compromise without greatness. There are three ways of dealing with such a dilemma. The conflict can be reinterpreted as a dialectic relationship of evolution, by saying, perhaps, that only in fascism had the immature democratism of the Risorgimento grown into true democracy. The validity of the first of Mussolini's two sentences can be questioned, and it can be claimed that actually the Risorgimento had nothing to do with democracy and liberalism. And finally, the conflict can be accepted and the irksome but valuable connection dissolved. All three possibilities are to be found in Mussolini's thinking, at least in rudimentary form. The simplest one, at any rate the most suitable for major speeches, appears to be the first. No antithesis exists between Garibaldi and the Black Shirts, but rather a historical and ideal continuity, he declared in December, 1923, and soon afterward he persuaded the militia that it was making the dream of the Risorgimento come true. 5. Before all the world Mussolini maintained this claim in the Great Chamber speech on the Lateran Treaties: not only do we not deny the Italian Risorgimento, but we complete it. 6. On this occasion the attempt of certain Catholic circles to put the Risorgimento on trial encountered sharp disapproval. Mussolini implied that the weakness of the Risorgimento was that it represented the work of tiny minorities. Fascism is thus made to appear a kind of repetition of the Risorgimento on a higher and more extensive level. 7. The unveiling of a monument to Anita Garibaldi in 1932 offered an opportunity for a solemn reaffirmation of this thesis. Before the masked Garibaldians in their red shirts Musso. The irksome precursors 321. Lenin declared, the black shirts who knew how to fight and die during the years of humiliation, are politically also on the ideal line of the red shirts and their leader. 8. That there must be many aspects contradicting this interpretation is clearly shown by the fact that Mussolini had to call upon no less a person than the Wadroom Verdivecca to head the authoritative periodical Rassegna Storica del Risorgimento, with specific instructions to look at things through fascist eyes. 9. The periodical, he declared soon after, was a professorial meeting place of the old days. From many points of view, fascism was the continuation of the movement which in the 19th century had unified the patria, and was destined to endow it with power in the 20th. 10. It becomes evident here that Mussolini does not really consider continuation to be evolution, but that he is closer to the second possibility and is inclined to separate the aspects of the Risorgimento. This is quite according to Mora's method, and since it is applied again to representatives of critical liberalism, it promises equal success. For instance, Mazzini's passing criticism of France and of the individualism of the revolution is emphasized out of context in order to erase the memory of his far more fundamental affinity to the world of the French Revolution. It is in this sense that Mussolini maintains that Mazzini and Garibaldi were not liberals, that the Risorgimento had nothing to do with liberalism and democracy. 11. But the potentially hostile implications for the Risorgimento must not be overlooked when he calls liberalism and democracy two imports that we have digested badly. 12. For after all, it was hardly the Pope and the Bourbons who financed these imports. To a movement that aspires to be the complete, categorical, definitive antithesis to the whole world of the French Revolution. 13. The proximity of the Risorgimento must be irksome and compromising. Hence there were good reasons for Salvatorelli's term anti-Risorgimento becoming a key word in anti-fascist polemics. 14. And there was a fascist faction which made no attempt to disarm this accusation by subtle differentiations, but instead radicalized it and made of it a virtue. Curzio Malaparte's concept of fascism as counter-reformation follows this trend. 15. The title of Svero Graveli's 16 periodical Anti-Europa speaks for itself, and Giulio Evola 17 goes back furthest of all. For him anti-Semitism and anti-Christianism are essential to the liberating return to pagan imperialism. This is a form of common European radical conservatism. 322 which is an ingredient of all forms of fascism and which is somewhat in evidence also in Mussolini. 18 However, in Italy, it existed mainly on a literary level. In the majority of his official utterances, the Duce was closer to that other pole of fascist ideology, to Giovanni Gentile's academic interpretation that fascism, in harmony with the teachings of Mazzini, is the most perfect form of liberalism and democracy. 19. Both these poles should be borne in mind when trying to plumb fascist ideology. But there is nothing specifically Italian about them, and if Mussolini's punctual thinking remained dependent on them as ideological guides, it is also true that their expression in the reality of fascist Italy was completely dependent on the will of the Duce and his trend of thought of the moment. It was not in its theory that the fascist party exerted its strongest impact on Mussolini, but in the basic structure of its practice. Chapter 4. Practice as premise. Up to the March on Rome. The fact that fascist thinkers so frequently proclaimed the priority of action over doctrine is merely the reflection of the strange circumstance that, apart from Mussolini's opinions and intentions, Italian fascism always remained tied to certain primary actions. These were not commanded by nor did they derive from a firm organization, but they nevertheless revealed a certain outward appearance which evolved far more autonomously and convincingly than any doctrinal position. To some extent, therefore, in fascism, practice actually preceded the organization, not to mention the motivation of a central direction. But it goes without saying that this practice was not an actus purus but rather the reaction to certain situations on the part of a group of people thinking and feeling along the same lines. The situation which generated Italian fascist practice was the revolutionary unrest of the post-war days in Italy, or Bolshevism. This ferment threatened economic, moral, and intellectual positions which cannot be adequately described as bourgeois. For it presented a multiplicity of aspects and could still be regarded as a phase of the anti-feudal revolution. Consequently, the parties of the middle classes sought to differentiate, to exploit, to direct. The least bourgeois fringe areas of the middle classes, on the other hand, former officers or elite soldiers and students, were by nature most inclined to identify everything revolutionary as Bolshevik and to eliminate it by frontal attack, although in such a way that they laid claim to the actual and true revolution for their activities. Thus by the practice of its beginnings fascism is far more. 323. 324. In line with an undifferentiated anti-Bolshevism than Mussolini's convictions warrant, and certain characteristics of its practice constitute an element which is the least dependent on its history but in turn determines this history more than any other. More typical of fascist practice, of greater consequence for the fascist future than the carefully prepared programmatic founding assembly on March 23, 1919, were the spontaneous events which occurred 3 weeks later in Milan. On April 15, following upon a general strike of protest, 2 large rallies took place, that of the striking workers in the arena, and a counter-demonstration of patriots in the Cathedral Square. In agreement with the unions and the Socialist Party, the workers resolved to resume work the following day. The anarchists withdrew from the meeting as a sign of protest, some young fellows and the usual rabble joined them, and they marched on the square. A few hundred patriotic demonstrators, most of them war veterans, met them head-on. These determined and experienced fighters quickly gained the upper hand over the confused and helpless mob, and 4 dead and 30 wounded were left lying in the street. Trained not to leave a victory unexploited, the demonstrators now marched on the Avanti building, attacked it, destroyed furniture and machinery, and set fire to the rest. Victory was achieved, the enemy destroyed, but the victory celebrations were still lacking. So the column officers and soldiers of all arms, students, workers * marched behind the black flag of the Arditi and a few Italian tricolors to the headquarters of the Popolo d'Italia. There were shouts for Mussolini. When he appeared on the balcony the crowd gave him a delirious ovation and was not satisfied until he spoke a few words. These events were clearly not organized, since at first they merely represented the reaction to an unpredictable action on the part of the adversary. But the immense advantage for the patriots consisted in the fact that the military sense of order and subordination was still as alive in them as the habit of counter-attacking. In other words, it was something different from the disorganized spontaneity of most of the socialist and communist demonstrations. There were undoubtedly a few men who immediately took the lead, the chief among them being the former Arditi captain, Ferruccio Vecchia, who later boasted that his first work had not been a book but a deed, the destruction of the Avanti. Yet within this limitation it is permissible to speak of a spontaneous AC. 325. Shin of the crowd. There is no proof that Mussolini organized the demonstration or was even involved in it. But his newspaper had made itself the mouthpiece of the Arditi, and so his name became indissolubly linked with the first radical counter-revolutionary deed in Italy. Reaction which goes far beyond its immediate cause and feels the need of singing its own praises and elevating itself, that is the basic manifestation of fascist practice, punitive expeditions with songs and banners. 3. It can dispense almost entirely with organization, and entirely with a central guiding impulse, but it requires accurately circumscribed prerequisites for it to function properly. Not that organization was entirely absent from early fascism. The founding assembly had been content with appointing a Giunta Esecutiva. Within a short time reports were assembled from propagandists who endeavored to cover all Italy with a network of fasci. 2 commissions were appointed to promote this work, a Commission Propaganda e Stampa and a Commission Amministrativa. The Giunta was soon replaced by a central committee, having an executive commission and a secretary general. Ties between headquarters in Milan and the individual fasci throughout the country were loose. For the time being the lack of organization was made into a virtue, and the diversity in fasci and lack of statutes were proudly contrasted with rigidly constructed and interwoven organizations. 4. At the First National Congress in Florence, the number of fascists was given as 40,000, that of the constituted fasci as 100, that of those in process of organization also as 100. A whole year later the number of fasci was no higher, although since the summer of 1920 Mussolini had spoken of a proud development of fascism, these figures should therefore be regarded with caution. In any case, the progress of fascism in the year and a half after its founding, in spite of some initial successes, was limited. The organization rudimentary, a central direction hardly existed, and there were no statutes whatever. Fascism's only significant and striking position of power was the Popolo d'Italia. As late as mid-1920, Italian fascism, like the Action Frangus, was a movement centering entirely around a newspaper and one in which the managing editor of the paper held a dominating position which was not anchored. 326. Institutionally within the framework of the party. The second factor to enhance Mussolini's position was that the Milan Fascio was far and away the most important. The Fascio of Ferrara, for example, had only 40 members in the summer of 1920, and to the ordinary citizen it was no different from other clubs and small groups. Generally speaking, fascism vegetated along almost to the end of 1920, with no strong organization, no noticeable leadership, no impressive style. The style was the first to show a remarkable evolution, but the impetus did not come from the ranks of the fascists. It was from D'Annunzio's Fiume enterprise that they derived their élan, their fire, and their formulas. In the Città Olocausta the shared experiences of the Commandanti and the many thousands of legionaries generated a new style of living and speech. During the war the poet had already coined the battle cry EIA, 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 Alalal. To this he now added the suggestive question addressed to the crowd, a Ci Fiume, which was always followed by a unanimous Ain oil gagliardetti were carried in front of the legionary units, skulls and crossbones threatened from the black shirts of their uniforms. They all saluted with raised arms, wore daggers, and in their songs announced to the enemy government in Rome that they would storm the Quirinal with daggers and hand grenades, or else they sang. Our Bersaglieri with Siccarini as our leader will go to Cagoya and give him a bad time. 5. Their armed units had disquieting and evocative names, Disperata, Mi ne Frigo, and other similar ones. Chanting in unison they assured the Commandanti of their loyalty and devotion. Whenever the Commandanti desires. Wherever the Commandanti desires. One for all for one. 6. During great rallies, almost the entire population crowded into the square in front of the Commandante's palace, and the poet's intoxicating words drove citizens and soldiers into a state of almost Dionysian ecstasy, so that the cry Italia o mortal echoed. 327. From 1,000 voices over the gulf to the besieging troops on the opposite shore. The fascists were not long in appropriating these elements, and within the larger scope of the state as a whole and the social struggle they rendered them effective as never before. At the same time the revolutionary movement gave fascism its great chance. But the signal victories over the retreating enemy were not achieved along the lines of the spontaneous events in Milan. This was the hour of the local organizers. Early May, 1920, saw the establishment of the first action squads in Trieste, and with them fascism made an all-important discovery. The most suitable members of a fascio were combined into small units, equipped more or less primitively with weapons, and according to a pre-arranged plan put systematically into action against the internal enemy. The directorate of the Trieste Fascio, at that time the strongest in all Italy, was in charge of the whole operation. But when the actions spread rapidly throughout the whole area of Venezia Giulia, the individual fasci were quick to support each other without waiting for specific orders. It was here in this border zone with its nationality conflicts that the fascist squads were definitely regarded as citizens' militia and auxiliary police. This meant that their aggressive character was especially emphasized and, of course, it facilitated obtaining arms for them. Each squadra had its name, chosen with much care and devotion, Disperata, Disperatissima, Lupi Neri, and so on. Each did its best to have its own gagliardetto, which it very soon began to regard as an object of worship. The favorite symbols on the gagliardetti included the lictor's bundle and the death's head. Many photographs exist of such squads. They usually show a group of 10 to 25 stern-faced men. More often than not they hold cudgels and attempt in some way to indicate uniform clothing. War veterans are plainly in the majority, but quite young faces constantly show up too. Professional men and officers are represented with conspicuous frequency, and often the total impression is that of a German student's corps. In the face of these pictures, Mussolini's aspiration to declare fascism a movement of the left remains a mystery. In a very similar manner the militant fascist movement in Bologna, and later in the other regions of Italy, arose and became a reality. In every case it could not get along without 328 organization, but this organization was undertaken by the local chiefs without consulting Milan. Here the groundwork was laid for the powerful position of the RAS, some of whom retained their local power intact until the end of fascism. Bologna made the black shirt popular. Originally it had simply been the work shirt of the braccianti in Emilia, of those day laborers whose leagues had been destroyed by punitive expeditions and whose leaders had been killed or crushed. Bologna was also the first city-state to celebrate the fascist victory with a demonstration in massive style, and it felt that the only perfect way to crown this demonstration was by the presence of the man who alone of all fascists already possessed a reputation, Mussolini. This demonstration of April 3, 1921, already exhibits all the characteristics of the fascist style and is hence worth looking at more closely. In celebration of one political party, the flags of Italy flutter from every window in Bologna's main streets. According to reports which, though undoubtedly biased, are not untrustworthy, great masses of people with happy faces parade through the streets from early in the morning. War veterans proudly wear their decorations. The sound of marching columns echoes unceasingly. From all sides songs are to be heard, and the cry of Evviva l'Italia. One train after another, filled with out-of-town fascists, enters the station, while bands play a welcome. In the afternoon a great column is formed to fetch Mussolini. 20 decorated automobiles form the head, followed by a battalion of 300 cyclists flanked by motorcycles with sidecars. Next come 4 battalions on foot, each company bearing the name of a national hero and hailed enthusiastically by the crowd. When Mussolini's train enters the station, the sounds of giovinezza ring out, all the gagliardetti and flags are waved in his honor. From 10,000 throats an alala soars to the sky. With a maneuver of lightning swiftness the Compagnia Mussolini surrounds the car in which the condottiere and those accompanying him take their seats. Rank upon rank of units of fascists join the procession. From every house, from every sidewalk, bursts forth the wild enthusiasm of the people. Mussolini is hailed as Duce and Salvatore d'Italia. The great bell resounds from the Palazzo Diocurgio, and in the wide square, standing in the car, Mussolini reviews his marching troops. 9. It would be ridiculous, of course, to assume that all Bologna welcomed Mussolini in this manner, not many months. 329. Before the majority had voted socialist. But it would be even more ridiculous to believe that the terrorist actions of a few hundred men could have created a complete climate of enthusiastic approval. Deep feelings must have been wounded and not only powerful interests threatened for a party to encounter so much applause which 6 months earlier had been known to only a few people. Bologna had been Italy's Moscow, here in the presence of the mayor the Soviet had been proclaimed, here the national flag was not permitted to wave. Now on the heels of the impossible revolution of the proletariat came the possible counter-revolution of the threatened. In it the fascist style was formed, and it was never more genuine. Here in elemental force the wave surged up on which fascism was to ride and which it was later constantly forced to evoke artificially. For this style has its own laws. The party which desires to make use of it must never again lag behind it. And that is why an acute observer might have told Mussolini in advance that he was bound to lose his fight with Grandi and the other RAS, because a party of this kind can never be satisfied with being one of many and merely making its opponent see reason. However, Grandi might also have seen that this style positively demanded one man on whom all honors must be heaped and in whom all faith must be placed. If Grandi was right with his trend toward totality, so was Mussolini with his emphasis on the party, that is, to central direction and discipline. The first noteworthy results of Mussolini's influence as a leader were the program and statutes of December, 1921, which were ratified by the Congress of Rome. They are also the still incomplete but basic essentials for the development of the Duce's party. For this reason they too merit attention. This Statuto Regolamento Generale del Partito Nazionale Fascista named as the actual organ of leadership the Central Committee, which was composed of party leaders and a representative from each region in Italy. It was regarded quite democratically as the direct expression of the will of the organized, by whom it had been elected at the National Congress. It culminated upward in the head of the Directorate and in particular in the Secretary General, while downward each regional representative watched over those provincial units which were contained in each region. The Directorate was composed of 11 members including the Secretary General. 10. The statute says nothing of rank within the Direct. 330. Torret, nor does it mention a Duce. In practice, of course, Mussolini's name was always mentioned first, and the fact that the faithful Michel Bianchi was Secretary General confirmed his position of power. The building stones of the organization were the individual fasci, which could be formed as sections of the party wherever membership numbered 20 or more. They also had a directorate and a political secretary. They were under orders of strict discipline, but the regulation, frequently emphasized, that the formation of fasci had to be reported is an indication of the degree of independence they had hitherto enjoyed. Within one province, all fasci had to unite in provincial federations. These also had a directorate and a political secretary. The most typical feature of fasci structure is the fact that they were identical with the squadre di combattimento, at least nominally. Each fascio formed one squadra from among its members. The dividing of squadrists into principi and triad took place according to differences in age and physical ability, although in principle there was no difference between the party and its fighting units. Thus the Italian fascist party was from the very beginning far more thoroughly militarized than the German Enstab. The squads were at first also organized from below, according to democratic principles. The members elected their commanders. Each squad had its own Gagliardetto. Squads were ultimately subordinate to an Ispettorato Generale within the office of the Secretary General. Another very strange phenomenon within the framework of the single fasci was the so-called gruppi di competenza. These included those who were engaged professionally in the principal public institutions, as well as other specialists. The ulterior motive was, of course, the breaking of strikes. For this institution there is likewise no parallel in the National Socialist Party. The women gruppi femminili, the students gruppi universitari, and the youth avanguardi giovanili fascist, belonged directly to the party, which was not the case in Germany. Taken as a whole, the Statuto Regolamento Generale is undeniably that of a party which intends to govern Italy. If in the original manifestation of fascist practice the trend 331 toward expansion and evolution was unmistakable, it also suggested an organization which assumed tasks that would normally be the concern of the state alone. No great perception is required to foresee that the democratic components of this statute were relics of its chaotic beginnings and would soon have to make room for the expanded rights of the leadership. 11. The area in which this development first became obvious was the military sector. The Direttive per Organizzazione delle Squadre Fasciste of early 1922 still corresponded to the statute and merely augmented it in many details. 1. However, the emphasis was already wholly on the hierarchic structure, which with the use of Roman terms corresponded largely to that of the army. Each squadra was divided into squadrili of 4 men under a caporal. 4 squads formed a centuria under the command of a centurion. 4 centuries were a cohort under a senior, and finally from 3 to 9 cohorts formed a legion commanded by a consul. Of critical importance is the fact that all ranks were elective, except that senior officers could only be elected by other officers. Within a few months the Regolamento di Disciplina per la Milizia Fascista 13 laid much greater stress on rank and eliminated elective status entirely. The members of the militia were obligated to a blind, respectful, absolute obedience toward their superiors. They were required to carry out their duties with profound mysticism and were instructed specifically to strive for absolute justice, also outside of, and always within, the written and formal law. What absolute justice meant could be seen in the fact that all were condemned who, out of false humanity, did not proceed against Italy's internal enemies on the basis of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, and that traitors were threatened with the most severe sanctions. Thus this group of armed men created their own moral and penal laws and set them up with barely veiled emphasis against the laws of the state. It is not surprising that they had their own decorations and salutes, that the High Command had its own fogli d'ordine, and that it finally divided Italy up publicly into military zones. In such a climate the democratic election of leaders could no longer flourish, hence the specific statement, the chiefs are chosen and assigned to the units of the fascist militia by the higher ranks. 14. 332 Such was the state of affairs shortly before the march on Rome. Nothing seems more obvious than that a state which sees a parastate organism growing within itself must either cut it out or be conquered by it, like someone with cancer. But the strange thing was that a general stood at the head of this organization, and the state itself had donated its lifeblood to the organization by encouraging its officers to take a leading part in it, or at least not preventing them from doing so. 15. The difficulties encountered by Italian fascism in expanding in the trade union field were naturally infinitely greater. It is true that Mussolini had proclaimed a syndicalismo natio nale at a very early stage, and that he had many friends among the leaders of the smallest of the three trade union organizations, the Unione Italiana del Lavoro, in particular Edmondo Rossini, but as late as the latter part of 1921, fascism had almost no success to show in this field, until Rossini left his old organization and devoted himself wholly to constructing a fascist syndicalism. Far more revealing than the speeches at the congresses was the creation of the first fascist syndicate. The scene of this story, as told by Caierco, 16, was the village of S. Bartolomeo in Bosco in the province of Ferrara, which at the beginning of 1921 was still red. Here, after his return from the front, Alfredo Giovanni Volta, a war veteran and the son of a landowner, had been boycotted by the local league. However, he had entered into battle with the league and sent it a formal declaration of war. He began by forming a combat group with some other veterans. Pressure by the boycott forced this group to dissolve. Somewhat later Volta replaced it by a monarchist group called Patria e Libertà. This also fell victim to the League's animosity. The young man's third attempt was the founding of a fascio. Meanwhile the general situation had changed, word of the deeds of the fascists had spread throughout the country, dissatisfaction with the League came to light. Now the law itself proceeded vigorously against the Capolega. Volta and his followers triumphed, the League was turned into a Sindacato Fascista, retaining its headquarters, its hierarchy, its personnel, only the flag and the leadership were changed. Similar events occurred in 1921 in countless places. The fascist offensive removed the executives of the local trade union organizations, and the leaderless masses put themselves, so to speak, under the protection of the fascists, whose only remaining task now was that of enquadramento. History makes the conditions necessary for fascist syndical. 333. Ism abundantly clear. Fascist syndicalism was the result of a battle waged by non-trade union forces. It presupposed the passivity of the organized from the very start, a passivity which was achieved in the militia only after bitter fighting. 17. Fascism showed a great deal more imagination in the development of its style. Mussolini had long ago stressed the importance of the choreographic and picturesque side. 18. That which in April, 1921, in Bologna had still to a great extent been a spontaneous upward surge following upon extraordinary events, was a year and a half later in Cremona a well-staged theatrical performance, capable of being repeated at any time, with uniforms, solemn consecration of flags, 19 parading of columns with raised arms before the saluting Duce, roll call of the fallen, and finally the glorification of Mussolini. 20. The degree of calculating knowledge and cool manipulation of emotional material already in existence in the top leadership is evident from a remark made by Mussolini at about that time: democracy has deprived the life of the people of style, that is, a line of conduct, the color, the strength, the picturesque, the unexpected, the mystical, in sum, all that counts in the soul of the masses. We play the lyre on all its strings, from violence to religion, from art to politics. 21. Of course Mussolini was by no means the inventor of this side of the picture. He did not even, as did Hitler, design badges and flags. What was at the bottom of this position of leadership which, after the Great Crisis, he managed to recreate for himself in such a short time, and which permitted him in the summer of 1922 to issue orders of a very far-reaching kind to the RAS, although he was only nominally the creator of the movement and delivered major speeches to the people on relatively rare occasions only. Apart from an unaccountable personal superiority and his ability to fascinate, there are three main reasons: his capacity of managing editor of the oldest and most important party newspaper, his leading role in the party's parliamentary faction, and the purely local ambitions of most of the RAS. It would be quite wrong to imagine the leadership motivation which flowed from Mussolini to the party as total or even merely dictatorial. Centralization was inherent in the force of circumstance itself, and in its practical implementation it was largely the work of Balba and Bianchi. Every outstanding event of the year 1922 was planned and directed by others, including even the March on Rome. 334. If we consider the scope already achieved by the organization in the meantime, we are justified in maintaining that, at the time of the seizure of power, Mussolini could certainly be regarded as the supreme commander of his party, but that the party was nevertheless more powerful than he, since owing to its structure it was moving in a more clearly recognizable and totalitarian direction. After the seizure of power, although it might be claimed that October 28, 1922, was not a crucial date for Mussolini's political concepts, it is nevertheless true that for the party the March on Rome meant the beginning of a new period. The processes which determined the party over the next few years can be most readily described as detachment, expansion, and hierarchization. The party detached itself from groups with which it had hitherto lived in a certain symbiosis, for instance the Freemasons. It is a proof of the national character of Italian Freemasonry as well as of Fascism's initial proximity to liberal thinking that, according to trustworthy reports, Fascism was supported by the Freemasons with large sums of money, and that, at least until 1923, no less than 5 Freemasons were members of the Fascist Grand Council. 22. But friendship with the Church was more important, and thus Mussolini could demonstrate political coherence to himself in the required manner by decreeing early in 1923 the incompatibility of membership in the PNF and Freemasonry. The Grand Council members in question yielded. For the once powerful Italian Freemasons, this decision amounted, practically speaking, to a sentence of death. The liberals, who had supported fascism so staunchly, were very soon forced to make a choice. Giovanni Gentile, who had entered Mussolini's government while still a liberal, soon went over to fascism. The great majority of those liberals who in the 1921 elections had been elected on the roster of the Blocco Nazionale, were not renominated in 1924, the few remaining candidates could only be looked upon as figureheads and fellow travelers. The three influential ex-presidents, Joe Litti, Orlando, and Salandra, did not, it is true, go over to the opposition until after November, 1924. 23. But to all intents and purposes Italian fascism's separation from its liberal foster parents was complete by 1924. 335. Relations with the nationalists were clarified still earlier and even more radically. Although we are justified in speaking of nationalism's ideological victory over the still undefined and groping fascism, the nationalists' organization was nevertheless taken over lock, stock, and barrel in a fusion which was nothing less than an annexation. Not even Uldea Nazionale continued to exist, A short time later it was merged with the Tribuna. 1923 also saw the elimination of a partnership which in this case consisted only of government collaboration, that with the Popolari. Even before the murder of Mattardi, the Fascist Party had extricated itself from most of those vague relationships which were typical of its youth. It had acquired unmistakable contours. Naturally, this process of detachment was not a total one, nor, on account of the preconditions, was this possible. Hand in hand with it went a marked orientation toward the stronger and older social forces, the monarchy, the church, major industry. This orientation does not signify a loss of independence, rather it manifests a willingness to compromise. The willingness to compromise was quite plain at all stages in the chief areas of fascist expansion. The establishment of the militia sprang from one of the most inexorable needs of the fascist regime. 24 At the same time it represented a truly alarming advance into an area which seemed to be the preserve of the army. Beside the few 100,000 soldiers there was now a greater number of armed and organized men, with their own supreme command and their own uniforms, men who, moreover, swore allegiance only to the party leader and the head of government. However, the army was reassured by the fact that almost all the militia officers were Army Reserve officers, and more importantly the regulations provided for the absorption of the militia into the army in the event of mobilization. Hence the militia was an invaluable means of taking care of supernumerary officers, particularly as it displayed only minor efforts toward having its own officer training courses and, most important of all, it was not housed in barracks. The rudiments of an independent and potentially dangerous development seemed insignificant. There were, for instance, the Moschettieri de Mussolini, a unit which saw to guarding the Duce, but there were also in growing numbers the Battaglioni CCNN, which in the early days were at the disposal of the military command as a kind 336 of light infantry unit. 2 legions of professional black shirts fought in Libya as a Milizia Coloniale. In addition, a whole series of special militia were set up. The reason why the beginnings of a trend which might threaten the army did not emerge more strongly until the early 30s is to be found, on the one hand, in the basic conditions of the peace period, and on the other, in the effects of the Mattardi crisis, which forced Mussolini to require the militia to swear allegiance to the king and to put a commanding general of the army at its head. Hence, although the form of the militia was the outcome of a dual compromise, it soon became clear that it was far more than an auxiliary political police for the suppression of revolutionaries. Fascist syndicalism was also ambivalent. Rossini had appropriated the old plans for creating Sindicati Misti and as a result wished to combine employers and employees in one single great confederation. For obvious reasons the industrialists, who had organized themselves in the Confederazione dell'Industria with great skill and power, were against this proposal. Mussolini decided in their favor. Practically speaking, fascist corporatism meant forcing the employees to accept fascist functionaries as their representatives, and welding this representation with the virtually unaltered representation of the industrialists by means of government intervention. That this placed all the advantages on the side of the employers is not hard to see. And indeed nothing was heard of any resistance from their side, whereas the fascist employee syndicates had to be promoted with the most extraordinary devices, for example by distinguishing between legally recognized and de facto existing organizations, while only the legally recognized trade unions were given the right to conclude collective agreements binding on all. Thus compulsion and inducement 25 were forged into a weapon which not even the once powerful CGL was able to withstand. In this way Mussolini freed Italy from all labor disputes. Why would the industrialists not have supported him? And yet the system which seemed so convenient, which dried up not only the source of social unrest but also the wellspring of progress and control within capitalist methods of production, also contained immediate grave dangers. 337. Asterisk. For the captains of industry. For in actual fact it was not the state but the party and ultimately Mussolini, to whose power of arbitration they were subjected. Hence the struggle among the various influences did not cease, although it was withdrawn from the public eye. There was always a left wing in the party, and Mussolini seldom refrained from anti-bourgeois utterances. Only the war deprived the more observant industrialists of an answer to their apprehensive question, whether they had not driven out the devil with Beelzebub. 26. It is not impossible that Mussolini's yielding to the Church had to do with a change in his beliefs, although his basic lack of religious faith can scarcely be doubted. 27. Already a necessary condition to the seizure of power, this yielding was accentuated by Gentile school reform, which handed over the elementary schools largely to the Church, and it was completed by Lateran treaties. But Mussolini did not yield in the matter of training outside the schools. This was claimed in toto by the Fascist Party. He tolerated no Catholic Boy Scouts outside of the Balilla. Nor did he give way in the question of church participation in the fringe areas of political life, although he left it to the party secretary Ghiardi to issue dire threats and to revive squadrism for a short time. 28. Under these circumstances it is hard to say who benefited the most from the Lateran treaties. If on the one hand the situation was such that even extremists did not equate fascistization with de-ecclesiasticization, on the other the Church presented no obstacle to the party's claim to embrace and educate the entire population along fascist lines. Not even during the stormy periods of the Matadi crisis did the party desist from taking measures to develop its most recent organizations such as the Balilla and the Pallavoro. 29. By early 1927 the party had got rid of all competitors on the political scene, and its organization was more or less stabilized. Around the hardcore of the fascisti and, in party eyes, of equal status, were the women's and youth organizations. These were followed. Likewise directly dependent on party leadership by the Associazione Nazionale Fascisti, the outermost circle consisted of various trade unions, Opera Nazionale de Pallavoro, Istituto Nazionale Fascista di Cultura, and other similar bodies. These circles embraced virtually the entire population. The number of male party members at that 338 time was slightly over 800,000. The significance of this figure is best seen from the fact that before the war even in the largest cities of Italy political associations seldom had more than 100 members, and that even the Socialist Party in its heyday after the war numbered hardly more than 100,000 members. It remained for Fascism to create the first mass party organized from top to bottom. The development of the internal structure of the party in the years after the March on Rome followed exactly the same course taken by the militia when it underwent its earlier transformation. On October 13, 1923, the Grand Council laid down new regulations 30 amounting to a complete hierarchization and centralization. Provincial secretaries did continue to be elected by local congresses, but now they required the Duce's ratification. In the same way the National Council retained a certain right of proposal in regard to the party directorate propora una rosa de nomi, 31 although the choice of the 5 members and hence of the Secretary General remained the prerogative of the Duce. Of even greater importance was the regulation that the directorate was not permitted to make any political decisions of importance without the Duce's prior authorization. The leadership constitution was finally laid down in the statute published on October 12, 1926, which, to judge by its content, belongs among the Leggi Fascistissime. 32. The preamble is typical and curious. It still calls Fascism una milizia al servizio della nazione and defines the state of war as the norm of fascism, primarily in order to crush those who stifle the nation's will, today and forever, to defend and develop the power of the Italian people. 33. The original manifestation of fascist practice is clearly to be retained, and even at that time the question must have leaped to the mind of the observer as to where the fascists were to find that opposition which, in overwhelming reaction and to their own glory, they were supposed to crush. This statute stabilizes a powerful and mindless instrument which in the hand of its master can seek out stronger opponents than a few social communist dens or a weak liberal state. The provincial secretaries and their assembly, the National Council, lost all independent status. They were now appointed by the Secretary General of the party and became henceforth mere intermediate authorities. The entire stress now shifted to the Grand Council and thus to the Duce as its president. The Duce summoned the Grand Council and was free to choose a 339 portion of the members as he pleased. Since those who were ex officio members of the Grand Council were also appointed by Mussolini by way of other channels, he actually directed the supreme organ like a puppet show, and it was not surprising that the party secretary soon started off the sessions with a kind of roll call and the members sprang to their feet shouting Viva il Duce. 34 Hence, the fact that the Grand Council appointed the Secretary General, the Vice Secretaries, and the rest of the members of the party directorate, was an empty formula which, incidentally, was not to be accorded a very long life. The chain of command was now quite unequivocal. The Duce appointed the party secretary, who summoned the provincial secretaries, who in turn appointed the secretaries of the individual fasci. The secretaries for their part had absolute authority over each directorate. Only the name secretary recalled the early days, as did the regulation that the fascists must be granted ampia facultà di discussione at major assemblies. But these assemblies took place once a year, and apart from discussion participants had neither functions nor rights. Not right but duty was to be the fascists' magic word, hence the new fascists swore an oath of unqualified devotion: I swear to follow without argument the orders of the Duce and to serve with all my strength and, if need be, with my blood the cause of the fascist revolution. 35 The extent to which the party identified itself with the state and even with the patria is shown by the most interesting and most ominous regulation in the statute, namely that anyone expelled from the party was a traitor to his country and must be removed from political life. But in the next draft of the statute, 36, this regulation was changed in that the expression vita politica was replaced by vita publica. That could only mean what the boycott of the leagues had meant, the boycott against which fascism had gone to war on behalf of freedom of work and freedom of the human being, although on a far more universal scale. Never had there been anything comparable in civilized countries. But since the world had been accustomed to equate terror with mass murder, the Europe of that time failed to realize either the terroristic nature or the unprecedented quality of the formula. 37 For the rest, this statute and the ensuing organizational phase were concerned merely with changes in the details of a given outline. The most notable was the reinforcement of the position of the party secretary, who henceforth became an ex. 340 officio member of some of the principal national committees and could also be summoned to sessions of the cabinet. 38 It is a strange fact that the establishment of a hierarchy of the party structure, the depriving of power and disciplining of lower organs, are not attributable to a central will to power. On the contrary, the most emphatic demands on the part of the opposition during the Matadi crisis had contributed so greatly to this process, namely, the demand for a normalization of conditions in the country, for an end to chaotic conditions in many provinces and to the arbitrary rule of the aide commissary and fiduciary politici of the party. In this content belongs Mussolini's famous circular to the prefects, 39, which has constantly been cited to attest to the priority of the state over the party in Italy. But although the establishment of Gauleiter rule was in the main prevented, it must not be forgotten that a considerable and steadily growing number of the prefects were party men themselves and thus did not represent the state at all in the traditional sense. It was not state authority which was being reinforced, but, in the final analysis, the position of the supreme state and party leader. On him alone depended which side of his dual nature would gain the upper hand in the future. Chances were on the side of the party. The inherited rational nature of the state prohibited it from carrying on a boundless leadership cult. The party recognized no such handicap. And although during the Matadi crisis Mussolini still made statements evincing an aloof and ironic attitude toward flattery, after January 3 he offered no further resistance to the currents of unashamed panegyrics which transformed him into a latter-day Midas at whose touch everything turned in retrospect to gold. Here too Ft. Marinati had anticipated the future with clairvoyant instinct, and as early as the summer of 1925 had addressed Mussolini as Grande, Invincible Duce. 40 It was not long before praise of the incomparable Savior who is always right rang out from the ministries to the factories, from university rostrum to elementary school books, 41 Covering with a stifling layer of pinchbeck what had once been the alert and critical awareness of the Italian people. Wherever Mussolini went, he was engulfed in the ritmo cadenzato of well-rehearsed choruses, Duce, Duce, Duce. And it soon became impossible to imagine that this Caesar-like hero had once in prehistoric moderation been called, even while he was prime minister, simply Jan Mussolini. The party stage managed the people at all ceremonial dem. 341. Onstrations, and the great memorial days of the movement. March 23 and October 28 had long since put the National Victory Celebration Day of November 4 in the shade. By solemnly handing membership cards and rifles to its young members at the Leva Fascista *2, the party made a reality of that ceremonial and public swearing of allegiance by young recruits in which during the World War Mussolini had in a flash of insight glimpsed the design of a great future. 43 Of official functions the party provided its symbols, the Gagliardetti, with an escort of its own armed force, the militia, indeed. It even managed to ensure military salutes on the part of the National Army for some of the most important among them. Mussolini was well aware of the value of the party to him. He openly ridiculed the suggestions of the most moderate group among the fascists that the party had fulfilled its tasks and hence could now be dissolved in the unified nation, and he praised the party as the organizzazione capillare del regime which penetrated everywhere and whose significance was fundamental. 44 In actual fact, a state apparatus can be a willing and respectful servant to an outstanding leader only a party such as the Fascist Party and its leader can reciprocally confirm and spur each other on in irrational oscillation. And since the party had no will of its own vis-a-vis Mussolini, one might say that it was the stimulant with which Mussolini helped certain sides of his nature to overcome the others. The Star Ace era. This situation became quite obvious in the Starist era. Whereas the previous party secretaries had managed to maintain themselves up to a certain point as separate personalities as distinct from Mussolini, Achille Starist 45 was merely the servant of his master. As a reward he was permitted to be the undisputed master of the party, from which he succeeded in driving out the last vestiges of independent activity and initiative. It was probably for this very reason that matters progressed so smoothly along preconceived lines. The Starist era signified the peak of the party's expansion and influence, the consummation of the fascist style, the greatest efficiency of the impulse given by Mussolini. Soon after Starist took office the party barrier was lifted, and many hundreds of thousands of new members streamed into the organization. From then on it almost ceased to be a 342 distinction to belong to the party, while not to belong was a very palpable disadvantage. Party membership was made a requirement for the civil service, practically speaking even for all types of public and lucrative activity. Also, in line with the law of expansion, in 1937 all youth organizations were merged into a single state youth group, the Giovenci Italiana del Littorio, and within a short time membership was made obligatory by the Carta Delta Scuola. 46 However, expansion did not take place solely in a quantitative sense, it showed itself just as much in an intensification of the demands made on the individual. As early as September 1934, a law was enacted concerning pre-military training. This applied even to 8-year-old children 47 and later found expression in the Supreme Commands and Chiefs of Staff of the GIL. Increasing importance was also attached to the military and political training of adults. To this end the Sabato Fascista was created and a record of performance kept in a libretto personale di valutazione dello stato fisico e della preparazione del cittadino. In the militia, too, expansion was closely linked with intensification. Through the growth of battaglioni di assalto into divisions, it was impossible to maintain either their former character of part-time activity or the old idea of the absorption of the militia by the army in case of mobilization. The large militia units thus became regular troops which fought in the army as separate groups. But during the Abyssinian War the ties already began to loosen, and it was possible to foresee that this unit would become an independent party instrument potentially aimed at the army. The famous Colonna Celera under the personal command of Party Secretary Sturris carried out a remarkable action entirely under its own name and command. The Spanish War greatly enhanced this trend, the black shirts having to bear the brunt of this intervention. But although the militia had certain noteworthy privileges from the outset, such as the Roman salute, it still did not succeed in becoming a body of elite troops as important as the Waffen SS. The reasons for this are complex and cannot be gone into here. Nevertheless, it can be said that as late as 1938 Italy was ahead of Germany in the development of a party army. 343. This is not true of the secret police. The former Polizia Segreta Fascista, probably on account of its local limitations, had not really flourished. The name of the OVRA 48 was much more party-oriented than that of the Gestapo, yet it was headed by a government official, and it never became the personal instrument of a top party leader. Basically, however, an ideological distinction was expressed in the differences in police organization. Since Italy was not a despotism of destruction, the principal instrument of such a despotism could not develop. To deduce from this that totalitarian pressure on the population was a lesser one, would be premature. What was important was the regimentation of intellectual life. The Ufficio propaganda was one of the oldest departments in the party secretariat, yet before it became, by way of a series of stages, the notorious Minculpop, Mussolini's initial hesitation to apply the same yardstick to art and philosophy as to political life had to give way to a will, untrammeled by scruples, to total inquadramento. The Istituto Fascista di Cultura, the overall organization of intellectuals in the broadest sense, had close to 100,000 members, and the characteristic fact that as late as March, 1943, Mussolini found it scandalous for a university newspaper to express itself favorably concerning Benedetto Croce, speaks for the thoroughness of the work of the Istituto as effectively as 1,000 details. 49. What was lacking was certain institutions for the elite, such as party universities or political training schools, unless we wish to include Vito Mussolini's Scuola di Mistica Fascista. Their place was taken by gymnastics and endurance tests for the hierarchs, the value of which, if any, more often than not consisted of presenting a picturesque spectacle. Expansion and intensification of party influence were just as evident at top government levels as among the people. The fact that the party secretary was given the status and rank of minister may be regarded as incidental. It was of much greater consequence that the Fascist Grand Council became more and more the supreme state organ, and had no inhibitions about issuing directives to the cabinet that were tantamount to orders. Although this shift in power was devoid of practical significance because of Mussolini's overriding position in both councils, it was nevertheless more than a mere fiction inasmuch as it was evidence of the steadily growing importance of the party element in Mussolini's own person. Exactly the same applies to the transformation of Parliament. 344. Into the Camera dei Fascii delle Corporazioni, whereby the provincial secretaries of the party combined with the ministers and under-secretaries to form a new kind of party assembly. In foreign policy, this priority of the party found an expression of world historical importance when Fascist Italy allied itself with National Socialist Germany in the Steel Pact, in other words, the regime with the regime. 50. The consummation of party priority corresponded to the consummation of the fascist style. 3 examples should suffice to demonstrate this. The start of the Abyssinian War was not announced by chief head of state via a note, but by the leader of people and party via a speech addressed to the Gigantica d'Unità delle Forze del Regime. This rally had been prepared by weeks of ceaseless propaganda, and no Italian could be in doubt as to its purpose. On the evening of October 2 the ringing of church bells at last proclaimed the great event. The wailing of sirens mingled stirringly with the venerable sounds, and in every town in Italy Giovinezza and the Marciariali resounded from countless public loudspeakers. The overall command was in the hands of Sturris operating from the Palazzo Vidoni. Fiumane di Popolo surged along the streets to the pre-arranged assembly points. In Rome the masses formed as if by magic into columns singing old wartime songs, wave upon wave of tumultuous cheering roared from the untold multitudes toward the Palazzo Venezia. When the Duce appeared it was like the scatenarsi di una tempesta. In clipped, ringing words, Mussolini announced his decision. 20 million people heard him, gathered in the squares of their towns, all over Italy. 20 million people thrilled to a sense of their spiritual oneness with this unique man. In the Guerrieri Popolari especially there were, according to reliable reports, overwhelming demonstrations. This was Europe's last romantic outbreak of war and truly a masterpiece of fascism, whose fundamental faith was that of the infinitely unifying power of war. 51 Nothing shows more clearly or more horribly the fascist skill in exploiting the uniting force of tradition, while simultaneously destroying it from within, than a report on the inaugural Mass at Campo Dux in 1938, a camp consisting of youth battalions organized regularly each year before the gates of Rome and devoted to military and athletic pursuits. The Mass started off with the singing of Giovinezza, followed by a prayer for Mussolini as the Fondatore dell'V. 345. Impero. The party secretary himself assisted the priest at the altar. Fascist Italy is Catholic. At the raising of the host, 15,000 bayonets were pointed as one sharply toward the sky. Catholic Italy is soprattutto fascist and honors its God with the point of sword. 52 But not only tradition, nature, too, was not exempt from the wiles of its friends and saviors. On June 20, 1937, Mussolini addressed 60,000 fascist women as follows: "You must be the custodians of the hearth, with your vigilant attention, with your tireless love, you must give the first imprint to the offspring whom we wish to be numerous and brave." 53 Can one imagine a more repellent and unnatural scene than these 60,000 marching women consenting in unison to the numerous children expected of them by state and party? Surely no clearer proof can ever have been given of the truth of the philosophical remark that certain virtues and things must not be striven for as such, since otherwise they sink into unreality, or even turn into their opposite. No doubt the Italians at that time, with a few exceptions, did not think that far ahead. Everyone was aware of certain measures with which Mussolini intended to change his people's way of life and which Sturris managed to accentuate and aggravate. And yet actually these measures were extremely consistent. They made the old dreams of fascist extremists come true and aspired to de-Europeanize the Italians, to wean them away from Paris and London. The fact that the orientation remained and that all that occurred was a change in direction, may not have been clear to Mussolini at first, but his people knew better than he did that the newly introduced Passo Romano was nothing but an imitation of the Prussian Goose Esteppe. Cries of devotion and love at times still punctuated Mussolini's speeches at every sentence, but even before the outbreak of war he was obliged to deal publicly with a criticism which he attempted to dismiss and denounce as bourgeois but which ultimately expressed that elemental mood of the people which did not desire war alongside the old enemy and against former allies. 54 Hence this mood was directed only superficially against Sturris, of whom even top party leaders said that he was forcing the country under the leaden weight of his personal sectarian tyranny. 55 The fact is that it was not the party secretary who was the chief cause. And Mussolini did not solve the problem when he dismissed Sturris at the end of 1939. He did, however, end an era and 346 Italian fascism. Thereby, as it turned out, the last epoch to bear the stamp of the party. Epilogue. Not that all of a sudden the influence of the party collapsed altogether. That is no more true than the assumption that Mussolini's leadership now encountered the unanimous opposition of the entire population. If at times the wish not to be left behind was a fairly widespread feeling in Italy, 56 if failures were later repeatedly offset by successes and Mussolini carried popularity showed itself more often than not equal to the acid test, at least the evolution of the fascist organization 57 seemed to continue on a straight course for some time to come. Never did the party have so many members as during the war. In June 1943, there were almost 5 million. No further appointments of public interest could be made without prior consultation with the party, no draft legislation even remotely affecting its interests could be introduced otherwise than jointly with the party secretary. Never had it been entrusted with tasks of such magnitude. Its job was to carry out civil mobilization, and by this time there was not one single Italian who did not, even in day-to-day reality, come up against the party in its promotional and guiding capacity. Never had Mussolini emphasized and acclaimed its role more strongly. You know me for a eulogist of the party. The party is in truth the soul, the motor of the nation. 58 And was it possible for the party to be elevated more unequivocally above the state than by the astonishing definition which concluded the 2 decades of evolution? The party will make politics on a big scale, the state will represent the police on a big scale. 59 And yet all this may be compared to the uncanny and paradoxical growth of the hair and nails of a corpse. For essential to it was that fatal undermining of belief in Mussolini's greatness at the outbreak of war, the war which he had not managed to prevent or to exploit for his own purposes or to deny in Italy's behalf. The profound insecurity of Mussolini's leadership was already apparent in his choice of the new party secretary and in his attempts which, after the first mistake, became increasingly frantic and unsuccessful to find the right man for this important post. Muti, Serena, Vigizoni, scores vied with each other only in failures, and this was not to be wondered at. 2 of them were heroes of the black shirts, gold medalists, with plenty of determination. 347. And not much brain. The third was a veteran squad leader, and the most outstanding deed in his books was the assault upon Giovanni Amendola which resulted in Amendola's death. The fourth one lacked even this distinction. Mussolini reaped the fruits of fascist training, whose praises he had so often sung and of which from the very first it was possible to say with certainty that it would not be capable of begetting a Giolitti, let alone a Mussolini. But who could suppose these young men would be equal to their task, seeing that their master himself stood the test of war so badly? The diaries of his son-in-law give a comprehensive and dismaying idea of the impulsiveness and lack of discipline of Mussolini's emotions and way of thinking. One of his hasty decisions, and one of the most disastrous for the party, was that of January, 1941, to dispatch to the front all hierarchs, including the ministers, who were in any way fit for service. Once again he allowed personal ethics to supersede statesmanship. Due to the interweaving of party, state, and the life of the citizenry, this precipitate measure could not fail to lead to a disorganization of major proportions and, what was more, it created a large number of malumori directly affecting the ethos of the nation and ultimately contributing in no small measure to the events of July 25, 1943. It is, of course, a paradox that a wartime measure should be the very thing to contribute so largely to the dissolution of martial fascism, but in its context this can be as readily understood as the fact that what had once been a surge of renewal had petered out into an involved system of cliques, favoritism, and corruption. 60 The great test of the war, but also the law of its own evolution, led the fascist party back again to its basic components, to the small group of runaway revolutionaries or radical ideologists and the great mass of that citizens' militia which had clothed in revolutionary speeches its will not to abdicate. They were Antaeus and Earth to each other, only together did they have the strength which the world had so long admired. But when the war placed one group in a position to jeopardize the interests of the other by exploiting a universally detested situation, 61 the whole gigantic organizational edifice was bound to topple because it no longer wished to support itself. From then on the style became insipid and feeble because it was no longer founded on even the appearance of the whole. From then on a few clumsy turns of speech on the part of the man who had once been such an object of 348 worship sufficed to make him a target of ridicule and mockery in South and North, among fascists and anti-fascists. 62 Mussolini had lost sight of the basic form of fascist practice and hence the practical essence of fascism, an excessive, self-glorifying reaction to the action of the weaker adversary. At first, therefore, fascism really was that which has so frequently been offered as a definition, a citizen's militia, given to deeds of violence, in a West European country of ancient middle-class tradition but of only moderate industrial development, against the proletariat's attempt at the impossible revolution. But the point is that it was an excessive reaction and hence not limited to this situation. It could fix on another opponent and even produce the provocative action of that opponent artificially. 63 It could release its violence from its brachial limitation, widen its radius, elaborate its style. This formal nature renders impossible that definition of content which appears natural in the case of Moraz and Hitler. But there was one thing which fascism by nature could not and must not do: fight at the side of the stronger ally against the stronger opponent. It was inevitable that at this point fascism should begin to tire internally, and that fascists should go different ways. The national fascist bourgeois became national bourgeois again and were no longer fascists. The national fascist revolutionaries went over to the stronger power and became merely more revolutionary and no longer national. 64 In speaking of the betrayal by members of the Grand Council, Mussolini based his political evaluation, as he so often did, on a maxim of purely private ethics. At this moment in time, the Duce of Fascism could no longer be betrayed because he had himself destroyed Italian National Fascism. Part 4. National Socialism. Chapter 1. National Socialism and Fascism. If the relationship between Italian fascism and the Action Française was hard to define, no comparable problem exists with regard to National Socialism and Fascism. The similarity is at once apparent, nor is it merely a matter of parallel phenomena. In the early days, when Hitler was being tried by the Munich People's Court, he was already citing Mussolini as a precedent. Ideological conceptions as to the nature of fascism were contributing factors to the most arbitrary and unpopular political decision of his time of struggle: the renunciation of South Tyrol. In his study in the Brown House stood a large bust of Mussolini. In 1935 Hitler wrote a preface to the German translation of an Italian book on fascism too, in which he stated that the intimate relationship between the new Italian and German concepts of state was indisputable. That same year Joseph Goebbels published a pamphlet entitled Der Faschismus und seine praktischen Ergebnisse. In it he openly acknowledged that fascism was the first movement to force Marxism to its knees from social rather than reactionary motives, and he was clearly impressed by the totalitarian will of fascism, which placed youth training and mass leisure, the film industry and architecture, so firmly at the service of its new unity of party and state that it was 10 years ahead of Germany. 3. The speed with which Germany caught up with this head start, the extent to which, between 1937 and 1943, National Socialism and Italian Fascism became each other's nemesis, is well known. As late as 1941 Hitler indicated that, without the victory of fascism, young National Socialism would probably not have been able to. 351. 352. Survive, for and even when, in his final conversations early in 1945, he condemned Italy and thus his own Italian policy. He specifically excluded the Duce from his condemnation and acknowledged him to be his only peer among all living men. 5. Nevertheless, there can be no question of imitation. The origins of the two movements were simultaneous and entirely independent. The separate elements show almost as many differences as similarities. Both parties, for example, stressed the extreme principle of leadership, but the leader derived in one case from the ex-socialist source of the movement, in the other from the radical conservative. However, all individual differences do not cancel out the similarity of both phenomena in their totality, hence there need be no hesitation in beginning this study by emphasizing these differences. This will show that in more subtle matters National Socialism was closer to the Action Française than to Italian Fascism, and that in certain respects it may be regarded as a synthesis of the two older trends. Chapter 2. The background, the race doctrine. An initial analogy of this kind may already be seen in the fact that certain fixed and clearly defined ideological assumptions form the basis for National Socialism and hence primarily for Hitler to a much greater extent than for Italian Fascism. It is, of course, truer to speak of background than of forerunners in the sense which was valid for Moraz and the Action franchise. There is no certainty that Hitler ever read even Gobineau and H.S. Chamberlain thoroughly. Presumably he developed the basic outlines of his Weltanschauung in Vienna more under the influence of pamphlets, newspapers, and conversation than by plowing through bulky volumes. Even when he was the world-renowned leader of a large party, he did not read only a small portion of the book of the party theoretician, although it was obviously of prime importance for the official intellectual position. The reason he gave was that it was written in a much too abstract style. It is certain that his only thorough knowledge was of anti-Semitic literature. Since about 1890 this literature had been defined and controlled entirely by that branch of European thought which has become known as race doctrine, or the anthropological view of history. Hitler did not creatively expand Gobineau's and Chamberlain's doctrines as Morris expanded the doctrines of his predecessors. It is even possible that he was only superficially acquainted with them. Nevertheless, Gobineau and Chamberlain were his masters, and never at any time did he retreat from the foundations they laid or the atmosphere they created. Yet it is not necessary, in order to give a clear picture of this atmosphere, to go back to that long line of thinkers who founded German nationalism: Fichte, Arndt, Lagarde, Treitz 353. 354. CHKE, and many others. True, they make the climate in which Hitler could operate more readily understandable, but the totality of the objective preconditions cannot be given for any historical phenomenon, and without this totality the phenomenon cannot be properly understood. Nowhere, however, is there more justification for considering only the subjective preconditions than in the case of the various types of fascism, for which the only things that can be relevant are those which the spirit of the leader has acknowledged and endorsed. There is little likelihood that Fichte or Treitz were anything more than names to Hitler. 3. This is not the place to write a history of race doctrine. It can be exemplified by a brief study of three men: Gobineau, Vacher de Lapouge, Four, and Chamberlain. It may be assumed that the doctrine of Count Gobineau is generally known, the doctrine of the inequality of the human races, which, in fact, means incommensurability, since the monopoly of creative strength is originally attributable to the blood of the white race, and all existing inequalities derive merely from the varying extent to which the white race, the basis of all history, unites with lesser races to produce culture. Even if one knew nothing of the Count's early conservative political activities, of the deep sympathy for the newly secured feudal conditions in Germany which he displayed during his diplomatic participation in the Frankfurt Diet soon after the 1848 revolution, it would hardly be possible to overlook the fact that, in spite of the size of the book and its claims to a scientific basis, what it actually amounts to is a depiction of a grandiose class struggle on two fronts. The dedication to George V, King of Hanover, quite clearly states that the development of a kind of historical chemistry is intended to make it impossible for the theoreticians of revolution to continue to pile up their storm clouds and turn their fabricated illusions of unreal human beings into political reality. 5. Later he says that a theory is to be presented against which the viper's tooth of demagogic doctrines is powerless. 6. In fact, if class equals race, if nobility, middle class, and lower class are chiefly distinguished by their proportion of Aryan blood, then the priority of birth is unshakably fixed, then the historical development of recent centuries, although it cannot be denied, can be branded as disintegration and decay and regarded across an unbridgeable gulf in contrast to the truly creative heroic eras. The background. The race doctrine 355. But demagogues are not the only enemy, there is also absolutism, which deprived the feudal aristocracy of power and independence and led to war against the remains of Teutonism in France. For Gobineau, Teutonism is characterized by its proud individualism and its aversion to the Romans and Slavs' communal sense. Since the tendency toward despotism is attributable to Semitic blood, that is, to race chaos, this enemy also does not escape moral devastation. There can seldom have been a doctrine so frank in the exposure of its reactionary motivation. All Gobineau did was to revert to that self-image already unmistakably oriented toward class warfare of the French aristocracy which Boulainvilliers had formulated 100 years earlier and which was the chief target of the revolutionary concept of the nation. And yet for some decades after Gobineau's death, this theory was regarded as one of the most modern and was incorporated in the strongest and most effective nationalist movement of the 20th century as a powerful, albeit ambivalent, element. It is one of the most striking examples of the way the course of history in the most general sense follows a straight line but in the multiplicity of reality constantly resembles a vortex. Some of the reasons are not hard to understand. There were larger and more vital groups than the French aristocracy which could adopt this theory as their sword and buckler. To base a view of history on an analogy with the natural sciences was a premise resulting from autonomously defined tendencies of science. To approach history with radical evaluations has been one of the constant tendencies of the human heart since the telling of the story of Cain and Abel. When these three elements fused in a new form, it was possible to predict the explosive and far-reaching impact of Gobineau's doctrine, so totally feudal reactionary and so totally French in origin. This explosive force would, of course, also be directed against the doctrine itself, for some of its elements and implications were not capable of development, while others were merely waiting to be brought into prominence. Scarcely capable of development and yet hardly entirely irreducible, is the gloomy, grandiose pessimism which envelopes the whole doctrine and which is the most unmistakable indication of its provenance. The problem of the death origin of human societies is the starting point, inexorable, irremovable. The primordial factor of history itself is for Gobineau the mixing of races and to that extent the creation of equality, and this problem causes him to feel with a deep 356 shudder that the rapacious hand of fate is already upon us, of that fate which will allow the human herds of future humanity to vegetate insensibly in their nothingness. 7. But even if this paralyzing pessimism can be eliminated, there is still that underlying fear which sees the individuality of our culture hovering in constant peril at the brink of an abyss, the abyss of the race confusion of large cities, of the tendency of degenerate slaves toward revolt and revolution, of the stagnant swamp of the racially inferior masses of one's own people. Also hard to eliminate is the potential hostility toward history on the part of this eulogist of heroic events, for whom the pristine intactness of Aryan blood lies in inaccessible darkness prior to all history, just like the liberi originelle of his principal enemy, Rousseau. Thus real history consists mainly in degeneration. Of lasting duration must be the contradiction which causes the spokesman of culture to look askance at the highest reality of culture, Athens in its anarchy as well as the Roman writers who were a product of the Semiticized masses. The ascribing to modern Germanic civilization of the need to eradicate completely and on all sides everything which was not in accordance with its way of thinking takes on a positive note when expressed by Gobineau. Our civilization, he says, is the only one to have possessed this power of murdering. 8. It does not occur to Gobineau to ascribe this particular quality exclusively to the Jews. His book shows only rudimentary traces of anti-Semitism. But in this area a number of developments appear likely. Developments concerning his relationship to Christianity can be predicted with certainty. For Gobineau himself sounds neither convincing nor convinced when he excludes the Church Fathers and their supernal flame from his condemnation of the race chaos of late antiquity. 9. Or when he extols Christianity because, unlike the heathen religions, it does not presuppose outright surrender to the race instinct. His German imitators were bound to reject Gobineau's statement that the bulk of the German people was un-Germanic, however desirable they found his contempt for the Slavs as an unwarlike people. Gobineau preferred the Anglo-Saxons and the Scandinavians. Actually he was of no more use to German nationalism than to French. But Hitler was at the same time both less and more of a nationalist than Maurras. Gobineau's work on race is not a book in which his pen. The background, the race doctrine 357. Was guided by unprejudiced reasoning and cool logic. It has its place among those brilliant outlines which by means of scientific insights, insofar as they uncritically adopt the new categories, can only be narrowed and limited, but which dilettantes, taking them as indispensable starting points for the uninhibited urge toward constructs, are even less able to expand and adjust to reality. Vacher de la Poche's work on the Aryan 10 was written 25 years later than the essay Sur l'inégalité des races humaines, and it bears the unmistakable stamp of the late 19th century, which was so much more naturalistic than liberal, although the connection had not yet been quite dissolved. Here the faith in immortality is no longer, as with Gobineau, a permanent characteristic of the Aryan. The author notes with approval that monism and social hygiene are on the way toward eradicating the idea of religion and morals. Here the results of skull measurements are tabulated and comparisons made on the basis of these figures. Gone is all mention of the divine spark, which for Gobineau existed in every cannibal. Man is firmly thrust back into the great kingdom of the animal world and made subject to its sole law, the law of violence. Every man is related to all men and all living creatures. Therefore there are no human rights, any more than there are rights of the armadillo. As soon as man loses his right to be a separate entity in the image of God, he no longer has any more right than any other mammal. The idea of justice is in itself an illusion. Nothing exists but violence. Similarly, there can be no question of any kind of autonomy of the individual vis-a-vis his group, of that controlling of the race instinct which Gobineau had at least declared to be possible. One enters neither a family nor a nation through a decision. The blood which one has in one's veins at birth one keeps all one's life. The individual is stifled by his race and is nothing. The race, the nation, is all. 12. What immediately strikes one as strange is that Lapouge himself is nowhere near identifying himself with his nation. For he does not refrain from either praise and blame or from an absolute criterion. The rocher de bronze, on which he firmly plants himself, is the blood of the long skull, of Aryan, blood which, apart from being more potent, is also more noble. The superiority of the Aryan is everywhere apparent. He is the motive force of modern civilization. In art, industry, trade, and science he represents the element of N. 358. Ergi, he pours into the towns, and the higher the level of a social stratum the more often he appears in it. Once upon a time he even founded the greatness of France, but through the revolution the short skulls came into power and thus damaged France's position of power, with the result that France was overtaken not only by England and America but also Russia and Germany. For Lapouge no hostile separation existed between martial aristocracy and industrial middle class. He admired both equally. But his version of the race doctrine was already just as destructive for the nation then, as at any time later. How, he asks, is one to admire this French nation of his if it is itself to blame? 13. For possessing the lowest number of racially pure specimens of Homo europaeus among all the great powers, fewer even than Austria. What is one to think of Germany's national coherence when the proportion of long skulls in the North German population corresponds to the English proportion but is 7 times as high as that of South Germany? Even in its bourgeois scientific form, this race doctrine cannot deny its origin in the anti-national sense of the superiority of the pre-evolutionary aristocracy. However, the liberal character displayed by Germanophiles in Latin countries does not entirely disappear in Lapouge. That the Aryans are a master race is shown in the trend toward civic liberties, toward personal freedom, freedom of speech and the press, freedom of assembly and association. 14. Only Protestant peoples, he says, have these qualities today, for the Reformation is to be regarded as an attempt to adapt Christianity to the hereditary characteristics of the Aryan race. 15. His optimism regarding civilization, the result of his partiality for Protestantism and the Anglo-Saxons, speaks louder than his despair over his own country. But it is seriously jeopardized by a law of natural science, the law of the growth of skull coefficients, that is, the steady increase in the number of roundheads since prehistoric times. Lapouge attributes this to their being more tractable and better suited to a civilization based more and more on the subordination of the individual. Thus out of statistics and conclusions the pessimism so typical of Gobineau once again appears. Optimism and pessimism are strangely mingled in Lapouge's thoughts on the future domination of the earth and the significance of living space in the battle for supremacy. France and Germany have no chance at all in his eyes, their living space being completely settled with no possibility of an. The background, the race doctrine 359. Increased population being able to feed itself. America and Russia are another matter. There can be no question as to the future unity of the world, the only question is which of these two powers is to be its originator and master. In any event it will be the victory of a state with an excellent race constitution, since leaving aside America at least the population of Siberia is purer and nobler as to race than any European people. But because the law of the growth of skull coefficients remains valid under all circumstances, Lepoge cannot regard the inexorable fate of unity without secret apprehension. For him as for Gobineau, this trend is the outcome of a world law and in no way attributable to the conduct of a small group of people. In other words, he does not hold the Jews responsible for it, although anti-Semitism is more pronounced with him than with Gobineau. Anti-Semitism is in Lepoge's case still a kind of personal whim, similar to that which allows him to find Roundheads to be especially prevalent among students of the classical disciplines. In this he resembles all those natural scientists, headed by Taine, who plunge like Achilles in impenetrable armor into the fray of political and historical issues, but who, instead of having their vulnerable spots concealed, like Achilles, on their heels, carry them exposed in the middle of their foreheads, visible to all but themselves. Nevertheless, Lepoge's importance can scarcely be overestimated. He transformed Gobineau's work and rescued it for science, long before Ratzel, let alone the geopoliticians. He established a theory of living space and combined it with a notion of race struggle. 16 He worked out a method which matched the favorite ideas of his age by creating a place in the interpretation of history for compasses and ruler. And he points far beyond himself when he attacks Christian mercy, which inhibits the natural process of extermination of the unfit, and makes proposals as to how systematic selection can be effected by means of certain injections. 17. Houston Stewart Chamberlain is not a direct descendant of his lineage. With his Grundlagende 19. Jahrhunderts, published in 1898, he placed the race doctrine in Germany for the first time on an effective footing. He was the first writer anywhere who attempted to open all the doors of history with the new key, that is, who undertook an interpretation of history, down to the last detail, on the basis of the race doctrine. In his political convictions, however, he was solid middle class and a liberal, who bitterly attacked the absolute 360 ism of monarchs and the despotism of the Church. He raised the banner of individual liberty and national individuality against the Dark Middle Ages and the race-destroying universalism of the Roman Church. He defended empirical science against dogmatism and superstition. All this on the threshold of the 20th century would not be particularly interesting or even symptomatic were it not for the fact that it acquired new aspects in the context of the race doctrine. For it turned out that it was considerably more difficult to defend liberalism against its new ally than against Church and Jesuits. Asterisk. Chamberlain's aversion to absolutism was indeed so great that he did not subscribe to the usual interpretation of the French Revolution as an uprising of racially inferior Celtic groups. On the contrary, he claimed that in this revolution the population rose up with the proverbial rage of the long-suffering Germanic people. 18 It signified not a milestone in history but a much delayed catching up with the Reformation. He was close enough to German idealism to formulate the idea of the completely humanized Jew. 19 And to find something sensible to say concerning the positively ridiculous tendency to make the Jew the general scapegoat for all the vices of our time. 20 Finally, it often looks as if he wanted to detach the idea of race from its natural and mysterious source in such a way as to make the nation the precondition of race rather than its consequence. Taken to its logical conclusion, this should lead to a doctrine of cultures and nations for which the idea of race would possess at most the significance of a hypothetical marginal value. But there is reason to believe that Chamberlain's polemic against Gobineau's unmistakable thing in itself of primordial races merely represents an attempt to introduce the optimism of his time into the race doctrine which, due to its origin, is so deeply pessimistic. The fact that the concepts of breeding and race cultivation can thus be easily substantiated links him with Lepoge. The extent to which objective needs forced him to transcend even his own favorite opinions is clearly shown by his attitude toward the question of the origin of Jesus. In the face of a phenomenon of this kind, racial characteristics seemed to him to shrink to nothing, and yet a few pages further on he declared the question of racial origin to be unavoidable, since only during the night of the Middle Ages could anyone believe that the soul had its seat outside the body. 21. Continuing on this assumption, he then tried to prove that Jesus was not a Jew. The same vacillation is evident when on the one hand he tried to cling to the Can 361. Tien doctrine of two worlds indeed, made it the basis for the whole contrast between the Germanic type and the raceless universal church, while on the other hand he tried to categorize man unreservedly as part of nature too. That the second tendency is the stronger seems likely when Chamberlain writes such sentences as, "The population contains a large number of half-dash, quarter-dash, or eighth Germanic ideas." Arithmetic becomes as powerful here as with Lapoge, and there is no longer any question of a liberal doctrine of culture. For Chamberlain everything depends on the proportion of Germanic blood. It is clear that the peoples of Europe have made this principle their lodestar from the very beginning, for only men of Germanic race occupy the thrones of Europe. That a nation never fails to nationalize its king, as Morris continually stressed, is something with which Chamberlain obviously does not credit the unique individualities of his nations. It must be assumed that his completely humanized Jew is merely a display Jew, for the anti-Semitic note evident in his writings is much more pronounced than with Gobineau and Lapoge. When Chamberlain calls the Jewish Revolution a direct criminal attack on all the peoples of the earth /24, when he declares that the Jews' accursed fixed ideas made every Jew the enemy of mankind, it is not hard to decide whether the spiritual nature of the subject or the uncouthness of the predicate is more important. There can really be no doubt that it is not the remains of liberalism but the beginnings of anti-liberalism which gain the upper hand even with Chamberlain, and that for his successors they are of cardinal importance. Chamberlain probably exerted even greater influence through his method of attaching a race label to every historical manifestation. Since it is possible to define the capital ist but not the Germanic type, since all idea of a guiding principle of progressive human development has been abandoned, the racial view of history consists in enumerating positive and negative qualities according to the social standing and personal preference of the observer, and in claiming objectivity for this procedure by always reverting to the primary fact of race. Chamberlain's position is that of the bourgeois semi-liberal of the end of the century, who loves the national state of the Hohenzollerns with a love intensified by 362 special circumstances, but whose mental outlook is still that of the period of German idealism. That is why he rejects German princes, almost all of whom he regarded as criminals. He denounces intolerance as being a Jewish racial trait, grants a Germanic trait only to the mechanical world concept of Democritus, despises the Emperor of Austria as the roulet of a formless mass of human beings, 25, yet displays a striking preference for St. Paul and that free metaphysical speculation with which the dogmatic narrow-mindedness and gloom of all Christian churches can be countered. His arbitrariness often assumes absurd forms. Louis XIV was simultaneously Germanic, he opposed Rome, and anti-Germanic, he instituted absolutism. 26, and finally Chamberlain's dilettantism highlighted these antics in strange ways. For instance, Louis XIV's contempt for Fides as a mere artisan was due to his own mixed racial background. Although Chamberlain is discussed here solely because of the influences he exerted and not for his personal significance, 27, it would be doing him an injustice to omit mention of that anxiety, that suspicion, which set and kept this whole business of historical interpretation in motion like the steam in a steam engine. His anxiety was for the nation, that familiar phenomenon, which was being imperiled by a universal trend and a political party. A war to the knife against personality, the element of the national liberal state * was being waged equally by socialism and by the economic trend toward anonymity and mass production. 28, however, Chamberlain never actually attacked capitalism. He still took the Germanic nature of modern civilization too much for granted. His pride in that civilization was still too strong. His only real target was the socialist enemy. This is the root of Chamberlain's anti-Semitism, for at the heart of the revolutionary threat he finds the Jews and their gift for planning impossible socialist and economic messianic kingdoms, with no thought as to whether in doing so they would destroy or whole laboriously one civilization and culture. 29 And although, in the midst of Wilhelminian hopes for a new harmonious Germanic culture, this anxiety did not assume panic proportions, it was obviously the principle guiding the pen of the cultured and humane author when he regretted that the Germanic race had not exterminated more thoroughly at the time of the migration of peoples, and when he maintained that the Germanic peoples had laid the firmest foundations for the loftiest and most moral principles wherever they slough 363. Tiered whole peoples and tribes or, by means of general demoralization, slowly killed them off in order to make room for themselves. 30. This look at the three authors, brief as it is sufficient to underline some of the chief characteristics of the race doctrine. First and foremost, it is the instrument of defense of a threatened leading class which, although possibly no longer powerful, is still influential and confident. Its primary intention is to deny not the factualness but the value of historical development and to provide its self-confidence with an unassailable basis. Its weakness consists in the necessity of interpreting history as inescapable degeneration, so that inactivity becomes the price of an assured self-confidence. Yet to call it a mere defense ideology is not enough, for it satisfies one of the liveliest desires of the age of natural science, to stress the natural elements in historical life in order to glimpse reality. 31 This means that it can benefit science in many different ways. But science can benefit it even more. For if its well-nigh ineradicable lust for evaluation unites with science's desire for activity, it can overcome the burdensome legacy of pessimism and expand into an activist race cultivation. But it also has the ability to combine with another emotion of the time, one with quite a different source, the nostalgia for vanishing individuality, the most general form of which is the individuality of the nation or the cultural group. Race would seem to provide man with one last individuality indestructible and impregnable. Race consciousness thus becomes the manifestation of a national feeling that is no longer certain of itself. Whether the rock to which this feeling clings is reliable is, of course, debatable. Finally, then, race doctrine, hostile to history though it clearly is, can from another aspect approach the historicism which criticizes universal concepts and works out the relativity of human reality. However, in order to understand the functions and significance of the race doctrine it is also necessary to bear in mind the existence of historical materialism. In Marx's doctrine the productive forces and classes appear as the moving elements of the historical process. But are they not merely things? Is not man himself, in Marx's own words, the basis of his material production, as of any other which he carries out? 32 Marx had said himself that racial characteristics could modify the historical process. 33 Did not Das copy? 364. Tal describe processes which were limited exclusively to a narrow geographical and ethnic area. If the race doctrine was for some decades the best-known adversary of historical materialism, one reason for this was that it seemed to fill a place which, because of lack of clarification of the term productive force, had remained vacant in Marxism, the place of subjectivity, of man himself in his differences and his unity. Had it expanded in this direction the race doctrine would have been bound to come up against Marxism and philosophical anthropology, not as a successful thesis but as an ever-deepening problem. But this was not the direction the political race doctrine took, at most it profited by the inkling of this relationship. What it developed more than anything else was the element of arbitrariness, an integral part of itself. Fear replaced anxiety as a dominant emotion, a narrow conception of nature, was countered with that of anti-nature which most fateful step of all was identified with a particular human group. Gobineau, Lapoge, and Chamberlain were a long way from such conclusions. Yet even in the form they gave to it, the race doctrine was already an extreme manifestation which, despite some points of contact, stood outside the highly differentiated main strand of European thinking. And this extreme doctrine was waiting for the extremist who would be able to pursue it to its most acute and radical form and, armed with this weapon, to intervene in reality. Chapter 3. History. Adolf Hitler. No one is likely to query the statement that Hitler was even more essential to National Socialism than Maurras was to the Action Française or Mussolini to Italian fascism. He also did not create his movement from nothing, of course, and objective factors of great significance combined with 1,000 favorable circumstances to work to his advantage. Nevertheless, it is very much easier to imagine fascism without Mussolini than National Socialism without Hitler. The fact that right from the start Hitler was a more extreme figure than Mussolini or Maurras is accounted for only in small part by the circumstances and events of his youth. Indeed, there are as many analogies here as deviations. In common with Maurras and Mussolini, Hitler came from the provincial lower middle class of a Catholic country, although he alone lived under the shadow of the dreaded unknown factor in his family history. He too had a non-believing father and a pious and beloved mother. At 14 he also was a freethinker, but, unlike Mussolini, he was not offered a coherent system of political faith as a substitute. As a young man he went to the distant capital to devote himself to an artistic profession. In helpless rage he looked upon the strangeness around him, typified for him as for Maurras by the Jew. He became acquainted with poverty and even, like Mussolini, tried begging. But his ideas did not develop, as Maurras did, under the critical eye of a literary public. He lectured on his Weltanschauung to the inmates of men's hostels and shelters for the destitute. He did not, as did Mussolini, receive any vocational training. He left school. 365. 366. Early and lived for 2 years in his mother's house without a job. Then, until he was 25, he wandered around Vienna and Munich, eking out a meager living by painting postcards. The Dreyfus affair made a politician out of Maurras, a not entirely unknown writer who enjoyed the esteem of friends who were celebrities. World War I confronted Mussolini, a party leader of considerable standing, with the most important decision of his career. The war was a cataclysmic experience for Hitler too, but even though it brought him for the first time face to face with an overwhelming reality to which he enthusiastically responded, it merely cast him from the nothingness of bourgeois existence into the nothingness of the obscure common soldier, and when in 1918 he decided to enter politics, the material foundation of his life was still nothingness. The differences in the circumstances surrounding their lives were therefore not so much objective facts as the products of differing reactions. Maurras and Mussolini came to terms with the intellectual premises and random happenings of their lives with a similar prompt and clear-cut decisiveness. There were some things to which Hitler did not react at all, hence his inertia, his aimless drifting, his inconsistency, as against others which provoked an extremely sharp reaction. A psychological description of Maurras and Mussolini was superfluous. References to the outstanding intelligence and literary bent of the one, and the impressionability of the other, merely served to indicate normal characteristics intensified to a supernormal degree. Hitler was different. In his case certain dominant traits came to the fore which, although they cannot immediately be dubbed abnormal, did approach the abnormal and are best described in psychopathological terms. In view of the unchanging nature of character and convictions which Hitler shared with Maurras, it is permissible to cite examples side by side from all periods of his life. The fact that, according to August Kubizek, the friend of his youth, Hitler's favorite stories were legends of German heroes, that he steeped himself in the world of those ancient times and identified himself with their heroes, was no doubt something he had in common with innumerable boys of his age. To the fact that he designed a magnificent house in the Renaissance style for the woman he silently adored from afar merely put him on a level with a smaller group of young men. 3. But that he should plan, down to the last detail, a luxurious apartment for himself and his friend in the firm hope of 367. Winning a lottery, that he should mentally engage an except refined elderly lady as receptionist and tutor for the RT students, after the disillusionment of the lottery. Ring he should passionately and in all seriousness inveigh. Is the lottery in particular and the world in general. Inst have removed him some considerable distance from the majority. Hitler speaks of the poverty of that p/r his life. Hut in MV imagination I dwelled in palaces. One it was during that time, he said, that he drew up the first plans for the remodeling of Berlin. There are many witnesses to the fact that during his time of struggle he was already living in the Third Reich, untouched /daubed. Kind. Impervious to counsels of moderate oideven, desire tour sober assessment and calculation. Hermann Rocham, Prach mit Hitler provide what is probably the most vivid picture the utter lack of restraint of this inordinate imagination. 9 When he WB and in the throes of remodeling Berlin and ins, his pyre far from exhausted. 1 He knew Reich Chancellery had to be so vast that all would recognize it immediately as the seat of the master of the world, and by comparison St. Peter's would seem a mere toy. 1 No turn of events in the old shake the power of this desire, this vision, nor was RCE of conviction affected by the fact that this dream was just as divorced from reality as it had been during his youth. In January, 1945, the Gauleiter of Danzig came to Hitler, disheartened and full of defiant resolve to confront Hitler with the whole truth about the desperate situation of his city. He left the room, according to the secretary, a changed man. Miraculously cheered and encouraged, the Führer had promised him relief. There was no relief anywhere in sight, but Hitler saw it in his mind's eye and was able to convince a man with perfect vision that he was blind. As late as March, 1945. His secretary saw him standing interminably in front of the wooden model of the future city of Linz. He was still dreaming the dreams of his youth. 368. The dominant trait in Hitler's personality was infantilism. It explains the most prominent as well as the strangest of his characteristics and actions. The frequently awesome consistency of his thoughts and behavior must be seen in conjunction with the stupendous force of his rage, 11, which reduced field marshals to trembling nonentities. If at the age of 50 he built the Danube Bridge in Linz down to the last detail exactly as he had designed it at the age of 15 before the eyes of his astonished boyhood friend, 12 This was not a mark of consistency in a mature man, one who has learned and pondered, criticized and been criticized, but the stubbornness of the child who is aware of nothing except himself and his mental image and to whom time means nothing because childishness has not been broken and forced into the sober give and take of the adult world. Hitler's rage was the uncontrollable fury of the child who bangs the chair because the chair refuses to do as it is told, his dreaded harshness, which nonchalantly sent millions of people to their death, was much closer to the rambling imaginings of a boy than to the iron grasp of a man, and is therefore intimately and typically related to his profound aversion to the cruelty of hunting, vivisection, and the consumption of meat generally. And how close to the sinister is the grotesque. The first thing Hitler did after being released from the Landsberg prison was to buy a Mercedes for 26,000 marks, the car he had been dreaming of while serving his sentence. 13 Until 1933 he insisted on passing every car on the road. 14 In Vienna alone he had heard Tristan and Isolde between 30 and 40 times, 15 and had time as Chancellor to see 6 performances of The Merry Widow in as many months. 16 Nor was this all. According to Otto Dietrich he reread all Karl May's boys' adventure books during 1933 and 1934, 17, and this is perfectly credible since in Hitler*'s table talk he bestowed high praise on this author and credited him with no less than opening his eyes to the world. 18 It is in the conversations related in Hitler's table talk that he treated his listeners to such frequent and vindictive schoolboy reminiscences that it seems as if this man never emerged from his boyhood and completely lacked the experience of time and its broadening, reconciling powers. The monomaniacal element in Hitler's nature is obviously closely related to his infantilism. It is based largely on his elemental urge toward tangibility, intelligibility, simplicity. In Mein Kampf he expressed the maxim that the masses should never be shown more than one enemy. He was himself the 369 most loyal exponent of this precept, and not from motives of tactical calculation alone. He never allowed himself to face more than one enemy at a time. On this enemy he concentrated all the hatred of which he was so inordinately capable, and it was this that enabled him during this period to show the other enemies a reassuring and subjectively sincere face. During the crisis in Czechoslovakia he even forgot the Jews over Beneš. His enemy was always concrete and personal, never merely the expression but also the cause of an obscure or complex event. The Weimar system was caused by the November criminals, the predicament of the Germans in Austria by the Habsburgs, capitalism and Bolshevism equally by the a good example of the emergence and function of the ETANCDHFL. Hitch took the place of the causal connection he really had in mind, is to be found in Mein Kampf. Here Hitler draws a vivid picture of the miseries of proletarian, i.e. came to know it in Vienna devoid of hope. 10. This description seems to jay inevitably to an obvious conclusion, that these people, if they were not wholly insensible, were bound to be led with compelling logic to the socialist doctrine, to their lack of patriotism, their hatred of religion, their merciless indictment of the nil-lulled, however, have also led to a critical, that the only reason he remained so aloof from the colic notions of these and because he had enjoyed a different upbringing, middle class and provincial, etc. his poverty. He never really worked, and not married. Nothing of the kind. When he pellbound one day as the long column of demonstrating workers wound its way through the streets, his first query was about the wire pullers. His voracity for reading, his allegedly thorough study of Marxist theories, did not spur him on to cast his gaze beyond the frontier and realize that such demonstrations were taking place in every city in Europe, or to take note of the rabble-rousing articles of a certain Mussolini, which he would doubtless have regarded as spiritual vitriol like those in the Arbeiterzeitung. What Hitler discovered was the many Jewish names among the leaders of Austrian Marxism, and now the scales fell from his eyes. At last he saw who it was who, beside the Habsburgs, wanted to wipe out the German element in Austria. Now he began to preach his conclusions to his first audiences. Now he was no longer speaking, as until recently he had spoken to Kubizek, to hear the sound of his own voice. 370. He wanted to convince. But he did not have much success. The management of the men's hostel looked on him as an insufferable politicize, and for most of his fellow inmates he was a reactionary swine. 21. He got beaten up by workers, and in conversations with Jews and Social Democrats he was evidently often the loser, being no match for their diabolical glibness and dialectic. This made the image of the archenemy appear all the more vivid to him, all the more firmly entrenched. 30 years later the most experienced statesman took him for a confidence-inspiring statesman. After meeting him personally, hard-bitten soldiers found he was a man they could talk to, educated supporters saw in him the people's social leader. Hitler himself, however, made the following observations in the presence of the generals and party leaders around his table: though Dietrich Eckart had considered that from many aspects Streicher was a fool, it was impossible to conquer the masses without such people. Though Streicher was criticized for his paper, Der Stürmer, in actual fact Streicher idealized the Jew. The Jew was far more ignoble, unruly, and diabolical than Streicher had depicted him. 22. Hitler rose from the gutter to be the master of Europe. There is no doubt that he learned an enormous amount. In the flexible outer layer of his personality he could be all things to all men, a statesman to the statesmen, a commander to the generals, a charmer to women, a father to the people. But in the hard monomaniacal core of his being he did not change one iota from Vienna to Rassenburg. Yet if his people had found that he intended after the war to prohibit smoking 23 and make the world of the future vegetarian 24, it is probable that even the SS would have rebelled. There are thousands of monomaniacal and infantile types in every large community, but they seldom play a role other than among their own kind. These two traits do not explain how Hitler was able to rise to power. August Kubizek tells a strange story which there is little reason to doubt 25 and which sheds as much light on the moment when Hitler decided to enter politics as on the basis and prospects of that decision. After a performance of Rienzi in Linz, Kubizek relates, Hitler had taken him up to a nearby hill and talked to him with shining eyes and trembling voice of the mandate he would one day receive from his people to lead them out of servitude to the heights of liberty. It seemed as if another self were speaking from Hitler's lips, as if he himself were looking on at what was happening in numb astonishment. Here the infantile basis is once again unmistook. 371. Abler, the identification with the hero of the dramatic opera bore him aloft, erupted from him like a separate being. There were many subsequent occasions testifying to this very process. When Hitler chatted, his manner of talking was often unbearably flat. When he described something, it was dull. When he theorized, it was stilted. When he started up a hymn of hate, repulsive. But time and again his speeches contained passages of irresistible force and compelling conviction, such as no other speaker of his time was capable of producing. These are always the places where his faith finds expression, and it was obviously this faith which induced that emotion among the masses to which even the most hostile observer testified. But at no time do these passages reveal anything new, never do they make the listener reflect or exert his critical faculty. All they ever do is conjure up magically before his eyes that which already existed in him as vague feeling, inarticulate longing. What else did he express but the secret desires of his judges when he declared before the people's court, "The army we have trained is growing day by day, faster by the hour. It is in these very days that I have the proud hope that the hour will come when these unruly bands become battalions, the battalions regiments, the regiments divisions, when the old cockade is raised from the dust, when the old flags flutter again on high, when at last reconciliation takes place before the eternal last judgment, which we are prepared to face." 26. His behavior at a rally has often been described, how, uncertain at first, he would rely on the trivial, then get the feel of the atmosphere for several minutes, slowly establish contact, score a bullseye with the right phrase, gather momentum with the applause, finally burst out with words which seemed positively to erupt through him, and at the end, in the midst of thunderous cheering, shout a vow to heaven or, amid breathless silence, bring forth a solemn amen. And after the speech he was as wet as if he had taken a steam bath and had lost as much weight as if he had been through a week's strict training. He told every rally what it wanted to hear, yet what he voiced was not the trivial interests and desires of the day but the great universal, obvious hopes, that Germany should once again become what it had been, that the economy should function, that the farmer should get his rights, likewise the townsman, the worker and the employer, that they should forget their differences and become one in the most important thing of all, their love for Germany. He never 372. Embarked on discussion, he permitted no heckling, he never dealt with any of the day-to-day problems of politics. When he knew that a rally was in a critical mood and wanted information instead of Weltanschauung, he was capable of calling off his speech at the last moment. There should be no doubt as to the mediumistic trait in Hitler. 27. He was the medium who communicated to the masses their own, deeply buried spirit. It was because of this, not because of his monomaniacal obsession, that a third of his people loved him long before he became chancellor, long before he was their victorious supreme commander. But mediumistic popular idols are usually simpletons fit for ecstasy rather than fulfillment. In the turmoil of post-war Germany it would have been impossible to love Hitler had not monomaniacal obsession driven the man on, and infantile wishful thinking carried him beyond the workaday world with its problems and conflicts. Singly, any one of these three characteristics would have made Hitler a freak and a fool. Combined, they raised him for a brief time to be lord and master of his troubled era. A psychological portrait of Hitler such as this must, however, give rise to doubts in more ways than one. Does the portrait not approach that over-polemical and oversimplified talk of the madman or the criminal? There is no intention of claiming that this represents a clinical diagnosis. It is not even the purpose of this analysis to define and categorize Hitler as an infantile mediumistic monomaniac. What has been discussed is merely the existence of infantile, mediumistic, and monomaniacal traits. They are not intended to house the nature of the man Hitler, nor do they of themselves belong to the field of the medically abnormal. Rather do they represent individually an indispensable ingredient of the exceptional. There can be few artists without a streak of infantilism, few ideological politicians without a monomaniacal element in their makeup. It is not so much the potency of each element singly as the combination of all three which gives Hitler his unique face. Whether this combination is pathological in the clinical sense is very doubtful, but there can be no doubt that it excludes historical greatness in the traditional sense. A second objection is that the psychological description prevents the sociological typification, which from the point of view of history is so much more productive. Many attempts have been made to understand Hitler as typical of the angry petit bourgeois. The snag in this interpretation is that it can 373 not stand without a psychologizing adjective and almost always suggests a goal which is obviously psychological as well as polemical. What this theory tries to express is that Hitler was actually only a petit bourgeois, in other words, something puny and contemptible. But it is precisely from the psychological standpoint that the petit bourgeois can best be defined as the normal image of the adult. Hitler was exactly the reverse. What is correct, however, is that, from the sociological standpoint, bourgeois elements may be present in an entirely non-bourgeois psychological form. It remains to be shown how very petit bourgeois was Hitler's immediate reaction to Marxism. However, it was only by means of that form which cannot be deduced by sociological methods that his first reaction underwent its momentous transformation. The third objection is the most serious. The historical phenomenon of National Socialism might be considered over-particularized if it is based solely on the unusual, not to say abnormal, personality of one man. Does not this interpretation in the final analysis even approach that all too transparent apologia which tries to see in Hitler, and only in him, the causa efficiens of the whole sequence of events? 28 But this is not necessarily logical. It is only from one aspect that the infantile person is more remote from the world than other people, from another aspect he is much closer to it. For he does not dredge up the stuff of his dreams and longings out of nothing, on the contrary, he compresses the world of his more normal fellow men, sometimes by intensifying, sometimes by contrasting. From the complexity of life, monomaniacal natures often wrest an abstruse characteristic, quite frequently a comical aspect, but at times a really essential element. However, the mediumistic trait guarantees that nothing peripheral is compressed, nothing trivial monomaniacally grasped. It is not that a nature of this kind particularizes the historical, but that this nature is itself brought into focus by the historical. Although far from being a true mirror of the times indeed, it is more of a monstrous distortion. Nothing goes into it that is pure invention, and what does go into it arises from certain traits of its own. Hitler sometimes compared himself to a magnet which attracted all that was brave and heroic. It would probably be more accurate to say that certain extreme characteristics of the era attracted this nature like magnets, to become in that personality even more extreme and visible. Hence from now on there will be little mention of Hitler's psyche, but all the more of the Kindi. 374. Forces and trends of his environment to which he stood in some relationship. For whether he merely interpreted these conditions or intervened in them, whether he placed himself on the side of these forces or opposed them, whether he let himself be borne along by these trends or fought them, something of this force or this trend never failed to emerge in extreme form. In this sense Hitler's nature may be called a historical substance. The first situation with which he had to cope differed considerably from that in which Maurras and Mussolini were placed. He was aware of belonging to two great European states speaking the same language but having entirely different structures. Austria, the progressive feudal state. In calling Austria 29 a progressive feudal state, a closer definition is required. Feudal state does not, in this case, imply the true feudal state of the Middle Ages, based on purely personal loyalty and obedience. This state, like all those in Europe, had passed through its period of absolutism, which meant that it possessed its own bureaucracy and a highly developed state-oriented outlook. Nevertheless, in a wider sense it could be called feudal. The lead was taken by the aristocracy, socially as well as politically, factually as well as jurisdically, and, as in medieval times, Its way of life was based on rank and splendor, far removed from the ascetic, production-minded bourgeois world of the present day. To a large extent it even set its stamp on the middle classes, a fact which inevitably placed the rising proletariat in an even more alien and hostile position. The conditions contributing to such an atmosphere are just as important from the standpoint of a state as, say, the question of suffrage, for around 1900 universal suffrage, equal and secret, was non-existent not only in Austria but in Italy, Prussia, and England as well. Above all, Austria had preserved a fundamental characteristic of the feudal state, the priority of the dynasty over nationality. It was a state of nationalities, with the result that all European liberals and socialists regarded it as a relic that must disappear as soon as possible. The fact was overlooked, however, that for the most part it had been fortuitous circumstance that had allowed the formation of large national homogeneous states in England, France, Italy, and Germany, and that it had never occurred to Prussia, for instance, to renounce its Polish possessions, which had come down to it from feudal times, for the sake 37i of faith homogeneous national state. The crucial question for Austria was whether fortuitous dynastic circumstances had been the only reason for the political unity of the Danube area, and whether if necessary this unity could be divested of its dynastic feudal basis and provided with a new one. HAC Francis Ferdinand ascended the throne, with Karl Lueger as prime minister. This is probably the direction that would have been taken. It is impossible to say now whether or not I1 would have been successful. But it is just as impossible to prove that the likelihood did not exist. One thing is certain, if it had been successful Austria would have represented one of the most modern and promising state principles. It is in this sense that it was a progressive feudal state. But this state was progressive, full of the seeds of the future, in yet another and more tangible respect. Under its unique conditions, parties developed which, because of their programs and methods, numbered among the most momentous phenomena of the Europe of that time, some of them marching at the very head of developments. This applies to the Social Democratic Party of Austria. Although it was not founded until 1888–89, at the Heinfeld Party Congress, long after the German Party, and although it did not possess anything like the autochthonous tradition of the French socialist parties, it was the only party to preserve on an everyday basis that most remarkable of all the movement's characteristics, its internationalism. It was the only one whose flanks were exposed at a very early stage to the highly tangible competition of a nationalist party, the Czech National Socialists, who were joined soon afterward by the German Workers' Party. The proposals of Karl Renner and Otto Bauer for the solution of the nationality problem are among the most important theoretical works of socialist literature. Of greater originality, however, was Karl Lueger's Christian Social People's Party. While Italy's Catholics were still silent, while France's clerical movement made hesitating and sporadic attempts to achieve a breakthrough to the masses, while Germany's Centre Party remained a religious minorities defense party composed of dignitaries, the son of the humblest Viennese lower class succeeded in creating a mass political expression for the anti-capitalist feelings of the petite bourgeoisie, which neither could nor wanted to unite with social democracy. Vienna's liberal press called him an Austrian Boulanger, but he was infinitely more successful than the French general. He was the only man in pre-war Europe who 376 managed to create a durable synthesis of old and new, that synthesis which Sturcker and Drumont, Romolo Murray and Marc Sangnier, in their rivalry with the socialists' radical revolutionary program, tried in vain to achieve. Those elements of social doctrine which de La Tour du Pin attempted to introduce into France's nationalist movement he had learned from Baron Vogelsang, and Vogelsang became the friend and mentor of Lueger. Lueger was the first to create the classless popular party, which leaves the classes as such intact, although it renders changes in their emphasis unavoidable. This explains why, although the press had just denounced him as the leader of the rabble and the emperor had refused 3 times to ratify his appointment as mayor of Vienna, he was able to appear immediately as the pillar of order. Convinced that the principle of Austria was as right as it was viable, he had no reason to fear either universal suffrage or the emancipation of nationalities which it would entail. Furthermore, there were no signs of any serious conflict with the Allied conservative power. For the principles were common to both, 30 and the necessary concessions of the senior partner were assured by the existence of the Social Democratic Party. Luiger's premature death was hardly less fatal for Austria's future than Francis Ferdinand's assassination 4 years later. More radical than any other European party of that time, at least from certain aspects, were George von Schönerer's Pan-Germans. 31 For they attacked not only certain institutions but the state as such. All over Europe the socialists' theoretical hostility to the state was combining more and more with the acceptance in practice of whatever state was in power. The Action Franchise's hostility to the state was aimed at a certain form of state. The young Czechs in their strivings for independence inscribed the struggle for an oppressed people on their banners. But the Germans in Austria were without any doubt the leading people in the monarchy. To claim that they were in danger of being slaughtered, as Schönerer was fond of maintaining, was obviously a mania born of fear. It was true, of course, that, within the framework of the Austrian state, the past form of sovereign rule had to be steered toward a new form of cooperation, and the fact that Czech nationalists did not on the whole behave very sensibly did not make this any easier. But in Austria there was nothing new about a compromise of this kind, and as far as could be seen they had to allow German hegemony to continue to exist in proportion to the actual extent of German preeminence in cultural and technical matters. 377. It is remarkable how much more calmly the aristocracy was able to accept inevitable losses in power than the middle classes, which had only just achieved political awareness. For Schönerer had started out as a liberal, and no other than Victor Adler, subsequently leader of the Social Democrats, had. I collaborated in the Linz program of 1882, this was how close the early days still were, when bourgeois and socialist democracy were not yet divided. The Pan-Germans never quite lost the character of a bourgeois democratic movement. Nevertheless, it was they who made fear the cornerstone of politics, and rage, denunciation, and universal hostility its elements. In conciliatory Austria they developed a racial antisemitism entailing the most radical ideological consequences. They initiated the Away from Rome movement, which was bound to isolate them hopelessly. Schönerer's own disagreeable personality and the alliance with the German Reich also played their part. By and large the Pan-Germans remained without influence, but they demonstrated a new discovery for the future, that the threat to a national supremacy arouses no less emotion than the undermining of a social preeminence and the jeopardizing of a cultural position, and that it tends equally to the creation of bogies. Hitherto every struggle for nationality had gone hand in hand with anti-feudal strivings and been supported by strongly optimistic feelings of class progress. Only in France, the oldest national state of continental Europe, was there a similar sense of threat to nationality and fear of exclusion. But in that case it was transmitted much more strongly by historical memory. The most interesting of the Austrian parties from the standpoint of the fascist problem was the DAP 32, founded in 1904 in Trottenau, the very party Hitler did not mention in Mein Kampf, and the only one which could later boast of a direct and even organizational connection with the NSDAP. 33 It was the first National Socialist German Workers' Party. 34 And it had far more right to call itself by that name than its gigantic offspring. The species of socialism which it represented had been derided by Marx 50 years earlier as petit bourgeois socialism, but there is no doubt that the DAP is genuinely entitled to be included in the variegated cosmos of socialist trends. The young party criticized the injustice of capitalist production methods, demanded full yield of their labor for the workers, encouraged a return to the Germanic cooperative idea of guilds and to the Germanic agrarian rights of the Middle Ages. 35 It owed its existence to the experience of that great 378 fundamental fact which Marxists, at least in their ceremonial robes, had overlooked, and which was soon to force them to undertake such a profound alteration in their theory, the fact that the proletariat was neither homogeneous nor on an equal level everywhere. The party was born of a new class struggle within the proletariat, the resistance of the Sudeten German workers to the infiltration of cheap Czech labor. This class struggle made reconciliation possible with the larger organic unity of the nation in which it hoped to find protection, thereby spontaneously leading the way to fulfilling one of the principal bourgeois desiderata, the incorporation of the workers in the common national destiny. But did not this kind of class reconciliation, in order to be durable, presuppose the perpetuation of a state of emergency against another people? In Mein Kampf Hitler dealt at length with all these parties. He had already become a young German nationalist and supporter of Schönerer in Linz, not least because of the influence of his history teacher. But the impetus which gave consistency and determination to his political inclinations was obviously his encounter with social democratic views, with the Marxism which from then on was the object of his everlasting hatred. In this encounter Hitler displayed such a marked, indeed penetrating bourgeois reaction that the frank depiction of it in Mein Kampf cannot fail to astonish. 36 In reply he proposed a synthesis of Schönerer and Luiger, of German nationalist truth and the mass desire of the threatened petite bourgeoisie. To judge by appearances, 37 Hitler was already dreaming in his Vienna days of putting the sword arm of a mass social movement at the disposal of the unpopular nationalistic efforts. Thus he criticized Schönerer for his inability to appeal to the masses and his unwise challenge to the Church, Luiger for his desire to rescue the Habsburg state. It is clear that, while his conviction drew him to the Pan-Germans, his admiration was for the greatest German mayor of all time. However, in the case of the former, he seized upon the core while with the latter he grasped only the shell. A description of Hitler's experiences in Austria would be incomplete without mention of a man of whom he spoke as little as of the DAP but to whom in all likelihood he was somewhat indebted. This man was Adolf Lanz, who was probably the author of the pamphlets which Hitler described as the first anti-Semitic reading of his life. 38 He was also, though in a very dubious sense, one of Austria's progressive. 379. Figures, Forov pursued the race doctrine to a well-nigh unparalleled pitch of absurdity. It is true that his expressions were far newer than his ideas, but the work of this renegade monk with an assumed title of nobility is nevertheless one of the most striking examples not only of the fascination the aristocratic conception of the significance of blood had at one time for certain sections of the middle classes, but also of the social background of the anthropological view of history. 39 Hitler's ideas can be rendered completely intelligible without Lanz, but in his Austrian background this Austrian is entitled to a place. The German Reich, the feudal industrial state, all parties and movements in Austria were basically agreed upon the necessity of drastic change. Even Francis Ferdinand and Luiger were at heart revolutionaries, for the transformation they envisaged went far beyond the mere introduction of new institutions, even that of universal suffrage. In the German Reich the only revolutionary movement was the social democratic movement, but for increasingly large sections of the party it was now simply a matter of completing the bourgeois revolution, that is, of a process which might even take place legally. Conditions in Germany had long ceased to be the pre-1848 conditions which had caused the whole middle class and the rudiments of the proletariat to form a united opposition. The old demand that Germany finally become united and modern had in any case been fulfilled. At the turn of the century Germany was Europe's leading industrial state not only on the basis of production figures but also in its way of thinking and general outlook. One was inclined to forget that it still bore a number of feudal traits and differed considerably from Western Europe in its actual constitution. In the same way that universal Reichstag suffrage was drawn like a mask over the census system of the ruling federal state, so the enthusiasm for the R.Ich on the part of the national liberal middle class scarcely hid the fact that in essence the state was neither a Reich nor even a true national state which is created by its citizens, its capital, and its dominant intellectual and spiritual traditions 40 but rather one particular feudal state expanded out of all proportion, Greater Prussia. The reason the difference was less obvious than might have been thought was that the Prussian aristocracy represented, not a seigneurial class with an outlook diametrically opposed to that of the middle class, but a group of hard-working civil servants and officers of the 380 king who had turned the Prussian army into an instrument of the highest rational perfection, so that in many ways it could be regarded as the very paragon of an industrial organization. The problem facing Germany was whether the contradiction in its existence should be decided in favor of one or the other of the two extremes, whether the feudal characteristics would be slowly dissolved along the lines of the Western states in favor of parliament and parties, or whether middle-class life would be organized on the pattern of the army. In the long run, however, the state of conflict was untenable. 41 Each of the two possibilities was backed by a party which was far greater and stronger than any mere political organization. The Social Democrats were not alone in criticizing German militarism. Criticism of the feudal and Prussian nature of the state penetrated far into the liberal middle classes. Even before World War I, the critics included a man of the stature of Max Weber, by background a national liberal. But the monarchistic forces were composed not only of officers and landowners from east of the Elbe. They were joined by the majority of German intellectuals, although from diverse motives, in most cases because they wanted to outdo the West in imperialism, but not infrequently because they wanted to defend German profundity against the increasing shallowness threatened by the spirit of modern Europe. But above all, it was possible to exploit fear of the revolutionary Social Democrats and thereby to deal incessant debilitating blows to the enemy. And finally, they had at their disposal the only national organization, apart from that of the Social Democrats, rich in tradition and conviction, the army. The German people was not sufficiently illiterate to have a cudgeled and apathetic peasants' army like the Russian, but it was not sufficiently accustomed to criticism and independence to desire and control a citizen's army. Thus, despite all social democratic anti-militarism, the German people was the last people in Europe to pay homage to Mars, and the hour could come when critics of the army might be reviled not merely as enemies of the Reich but as blasphemers. But this people of Mars was nevertheless a peaceful people. Although from time to time the Kaiser overdid his role of supreme commander and alarmed the neighbors by his saber rattling, German policy during the age of imperialism was on the whole more moderate than that of most of the great powers. Parliamentary England waged war on the Boers, the France of the victorious Dreyfusards attacked. 381. Morocco. Italy, regarded by all as harmless, declared war on the Sultan, but the people of Mars pursued a peaceful policy, although it was not without its empty gestures and ill-considered provocations. Peace favored the parliamentary party, but it also delayed its progress. It can be taken as symptomatic that the vanguard of its opponents, the Pan-Germans, was only a small, albeit very influential group, while its own avant-garde, the Social Democratic Party, ambiguous though it was and in its utterances ever more radical and revolutionary, represented the first mass party on German soil. In the long run, however, conflict became intolerable. Conservatives, who only wished to preserve the status quo, put forward the most impossible of all proposals. Parliamentary monarchy was perhaps the most obvious solution, the one which was closest to a synthesis and which did not entirely deprive the vanquished party of its right to exist. But 1/3 of the voters appeared to want a republic and the social revolution. And on the other side, the leader of the Pan-Germans had worked out a program in 1912 aimed at a new form of monarchistic absolutism and hence an industrial feudalism, involving the wholesale elimination of the internal enemy and the solution of the social problem by the conquest of new living space. 42 However, these domestic political problems were only one aspect of the situation in Germany before the outbreak of the war, and are to be explained by a wider context which warrants at least a brief glance. The specific situation of the German people in Europe and the world is best understood when the basic fact of European expansion is taken as the point of departure, for it was only through this expansion that world history came into being. In simplest terms, three main forms of this expansion are distinguishable. First, the expansion at various points overseas of the Venetians, Spaniards, Dutch, and English. Second, the extensive settlement of the Americans and Russians. Third, the German colonization in Eastern Europe. 43 The first one plunged the peoples of four continents into the vortex of European civilization and led to the planting of new states, which yielded no tangible or lasting political profit to the parent state. Americans and Russians penetrated into vast areas which were either sparsely inhabited or populated by tribes of a low cultural level, thus creating for themselves the foundations of a unique position of power. But at considerable cost, what has been called American or Russian lack of culture is 382. The outcome of this undertaking, which devoured and still devours the energies of whole generations. In its first stage, German colonization in Eastern Europe could also be said to have involved conquest and the opening up of whole territories, but, as soon as it encountered Christian peoples, this colonization took place in scattered areas, upon request or invitation, often for the sake of providing aid and progress, but always as the prototype of a higher form of life. Although in the West, Germany lost some ground to the encroaching French national state, this was offset by the far greater influence exerted by Germans all over Eastern Europe. If EU*European expansion is regarded not as a national effort but as a universal process in the course of which the obvious forms of early domination were being replaced more and more by complicated adjustments and even partnerships, then the German colonization in Eastern Europe represented the utmost paradigm of that expansion. 44. The process might have been declared complete for Germany, so that it could have become a normal national state. True, there might then have been despair at the vagaries of German history, but perhaps it would have been possible to make a fresh start on a new basis. That was what Schoenerer might have envisaged. But he came either too early or too late. In that case, Germany would have become the first power voluntarily to relinquish its political spheres of influence, its colonies, in order to look to its domestic power of production as its sole basis from then on. The time was obviously not yet ripe for this. But from another aspect it was already too late. The revolution of 1848 had been strong enough to cause the Germans to demand the right of self-determination, it was too weak to fulfill it. It could have created a state which included all Austria and thus formed the basis for a federated Central Europe determined by Germans but not controlled by them. It could have carved Austria up into its ethnic sections and created the pan-German state which would thus have become a normal Western European bourgeois national state. Finally, it could have let Prussia be absorbed by a northern, liberal Kleindeutschland. It foundered on powerful resistances, the feudal bastions within the individual states, fear of the radical democratic and proletarian revolution from below, lack of willingness on the part of Austria to separate from its non-German territories. But it did not fail because of intervention from outside, like the Italian uprising of 1848. It seemed to be history's revenge that in 1871 German liberalism could not, like Italian liberal 383. Ism, appear carried beside the victorious monarch as the second and vital apex of the national revolution of unification. All it could do was march as a stirrup holder in the arms-bristling triumphal procession of the three victorious wars. Bismarck's empire was bought at a high price, by the power of arms. Austria was banished from the Reich, a state whose very core had always developed in conflict with the Reich, and some of the strongest German traditions could not rely on anyone except the Junkers and Protestant national liberals. Nevertheless, this state made extraordinary progress, and Moritz based his whole doctrine on the conviction that the Prussian monarchy was the cause of just this industrial expansion. How Hitler felt at the time about the problems of German politics is described in Mein Kampf in the chapter on Munich. This attitude was very much less concrete and thorough than his opinion on the Austrian situation. It is impossible to tell with certainty to what extent it reflected his actual thoughts. However, the fact that he started with the rejection of the German policy of alliances would seem to indicate that it did, and in its basic outlines it would seem to correspond to the Hitler of 1913 and 1914. According to Hitler's view, Germany's alliance with the Habsburg monarchy not only delivered up the Germans in Austria to extermination. 45 It united against Germany all those states which wanted to profit from the legacy of the declining Danubian monarchy, and above all it prevented a policy of armed conquest. 46 For conquest, bluntly and without reservation, was the focal idea in Hitler's policy, and it was Hitler himself who traced its origin to his own shrouded distant past. Conquest was essential in order to acquire territory, so as to adjust the geographical area of the state to the increasing population. Birth control, domestic colonization, economic expansion, were all unsuitable means of doing justice to the prime needs of the struggle for life. Only through newly acquired land and soil could the overflowing population be accommodated and the peasant class continue to be maintained as the foundation of the nation, so that industry and trade would retreat from their unhealthy position of leadership and take their place in the general framework of a national economy based on needs and fulfillment. 47 Moreover, this was the only way to prevent the deterioration of the nation's military and political situation. It was, of course, essential not to succumb to the idea of acquiring colonial possessions, that is, acquisitions which could not be militarily secured. In Europe, land and soil could be obtained by 384. Enlarged only at the expense of Russia. 48 Germany should have followed in the footsteps of the German knights of old and allied itself with England, instead of chaining itself to the corpse of the Danube monarchy and nursing cowardly dreams of a peaceful economic conquest of the world. The primary condition for this would have been the utter destruction of Marxism, which, as poison and world plague, was the chief stumbling block in the way of a policy guided by the humanity of nature. To today's observer, of course, these views of Hitler's German policy seem like the ravings of a madman, especially when seen in conjunction with the 14th chapter of Part 2 of Mein Kampf on Eastern Orientation or Eastern Policy. Here Hitler formulates the program of a predatory war of extermination by Germany against its eastern neighbors so decisively, and places it in a position of such central importance, that any kind of denial, attenuation, or alteration is absurd. If it is permissible to regard the German people of the pre-1933 period as politically mature and fully responsible, these would represent a much more convincing proof of the theory of collective guilt than the many isolated or obscured events which were later cited to substantiate it. However, the historian must not be content with the perspective of the years after 1945. Ravings are of no interest to him as such, and he will therefore have the following observations to make in regard to Hitler's theses. 1. They are in direct contradiction to the possible main lines of German policy deduced above from German tradition and the realities of Western European history. They do not stand in isolation in Germany but are a continuation of pan-German thinking. 49. 2. They are to be found during this period in many places. Not long before, Cecil Rhodes had designed a program of conquest of even greater dimensions. Corradini had extolled war and its ability to solve social problems even more enthusiastically. Maurras dreamed of Germany being plunged back into the chaos of the time following on the Peace of Westphalia. If we could imagine these programs being crystallized by as vital a latecomer as Germany, the result would no doubt approach Hitler's theories. 3. They replace the outline of a specifically German expansion with that of the American and Russian expansion over sparsely populated continents, thereby revealing a contempt. 385. For history arid historical facts which make one wonder how a love for Germany, that is, for something possessed of concrete historical existence, can be substantiated in this nationalism. Nevertheless, Hitler's conception was undoubtedly supported by the earliest aspects of German Eastern colonization. And it was to be assumed that, in the post-World War I period, an appeal of this primitive warlike type to the defeated yet unconquered people of Mars was bound to exert a fatal fascination. 4. Hitler's hatred of Marxism, which was reconfirmed in Munich, originally had nothing to do with the Bolshevik Revolution and not much with social revolutionary elements. Hitler's antagonism was directed at social democracy as Schoener's chief adversary and the enemy of German influence in Austria, as the stronghold of the trends blocking German Lebensraum policy. Presumably he would have hated it no less if even before the war it had been a revisionist and out parliamentary party. It may be said on the whole that Hitler's ideas, if indeed they do go back basically to his first Munich period, at that time already possessed the innate force of a radical alternative solution, a solution toward which tended many wiser and more moderate Germans who in peaceful times would have strenuously denied having anything in common with the extremism of the street corner politician. War, Revolution, and Peace Treaty. War, revolution, and the peace treaty inevitably provided him with a unique opportunity, although he was submerged in the nameless millions as a completely unknown personality. It is true, of course, that one reason this war was welcomed in Germany with a sense of relief was because it put an end to the daily political squabbles and with one magic stroke created that exhilarating unity which had been so sadly missing in time of peace. The most popular remark the Kaiser ever made was that he no longer recognized the existence of parties, only of Germans, and even firmly entrenched Marxist convictions could not resist the rapture of those August days. But all too soon new trends emerged, often cutting clear across these reconciled groups, and that old, deep-rooted dissension reared its head again. 386. It is a remarkable fact that the group which first made this dissension visible was the very one that had most rejoiced over the previous harmony. Long before the leftist radicals began to make themselves noticeable, an influential group demanded war goals which were completely incompatible with that other, equally famous remark of the Kaiser's: "We are not motivated by a lust for conquest." 50 From Belgium to the Baltic, from the ores of Lorraine to the wheat of the Ukraine, stretched the span of pan-German desires, and the expropriation of industry or the expulsion of the local population in favor of German settlers frequently became items in a new kind of program of total conquest. The German people may have been subjectively and sincerely convinced that they were not to blame for the war, but they did not sufficiently take into account that the other side also had a clear conscience and had waxed just as indignant over the German invasion of Belgium as the Germans had once been over England's attack on the Boers. Was it any wonder that in the eyes of the world a state whose spokesman tried to turn an alleged act of defense into a profitable business or even an act of historical necessity was a cold-blooded and well-prepared aggressor? This agitation, which became increasingly widespread and had already gained a foothold in the Supreme Command, did not receive an unequivocal and official reply until the Reichstag adopted its peace resolution in July, 1917. But what had been accepted in August, 1914, as the imperial expression of a people secure in their sense of unity and right, was now made to look like the beginning of the end and the voicing of defeatist feelings. Mussolini did not regard this resolution at all as the Pan-Germans did. He passionately denounced it as the insidious attempt of the Germans to stabilize a momentarily favorable war situation and thus at the last minute make a victory out of what in the long run was an inevitable defeat, by making it look like a draw. 51 Presumably he saw things more clearly than those Germans who favored a victorious peace, a Siegfrieden. However, they resisted the peace resolution not only for reasons of foreign policy but also and mainly because it was an action of the Reichstag, that is, of its leftist majority. For in matters of internal policy they had taken just as firm a stand as in foreign policy, and here they were even more frank in making conservative party interests their guiding principle. The phrase that parties no longer existed was interpreted by them to mean that from an institutional standpoint nothing 387 must be clefanged and that above all the Prussian three-class suffrage must not disappear. Yet it was obvious, and a man like Max Weber repeatedly emphasized this 52, that the war was a democratizing force of unique effectiveness, and that the returning soldiers could not possibly be refused the right to full participation in the shaping of political conditions. Had not the war even destroyed the exclusiveness of the officers' corps and raised the lower middle class to what had once been jealously guarded positions? But perhaps it was precisely at this point that the internal political situation merged with the foreign political viewpoint, to give the arguments of the supporters of the Siegfrieden fresh and unexpected strength. Is it not the language of absolute determination that has the greatest appeal to the masses in wartime? Was it a foregone conclusion that the warriors should lay the weight of their newly won political influence on the scales of those parties which wanted to turn them into bourgeois citizens again? Was it perhaps merely the defeatist influence of social democrats which was responsible for the fact that the masses obviously did not think as the bulk of those new democratic officers appeared to do? Did not the mistake lie ultimately in the fact that the excessive and illegal power of the Supreme Command, about which even the Reich Chancellor complained, was still not extensive enough? It is impossible to determine which arguments were the stronger. But it is easy to see on which horizon they moved. Ludendorff FS horizon was that of total war on an unprecedented scale and with incalculable possibilities. The Reichstag was thinking along the lines of a post-war order which by and large would leave the status quo intact. This conception was certainly not one which could match Ludendorff FS in sweep. The exigencies of logic alone compelled the creation of a second position, forcing the Reichstag conception into the middle and in turn attacking it with its own artillery. For this second position the war was not a deplorable calamity and still less a heroically welcomed human destiny, it was a crime, one which could be precisely localized and fought, and which had emerged from the swamp of the status quo and must of necessity move toward the potential military totalitarianism of Ludendorff T. This was the position of the radicals of Zimmerwald and Kientel, of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. But before the war was over this position, too, had lost its limpid clear-cut simplicity. A Pan-German might wonder in a dark hour whether his agitation might not bring ruin on his country more than on anything else, a parliamentarian might. 388. Be tortured by misgivings as to whether it was his activity that deprived Parliament of its popular basis. Lenin had to admit to himself that his own actions had supplied German imperialism with the greatest of all triumphs and had forced even him onto a path which soon bore more resemblance to the banal conditions existing in other states than to the ideas set out in his work State and Revolution. None of the basic answers had been refuted when the war came to an end, but they had all been placed in a position of profound ambiguity. The first answer, in order to maintain itself, had been forced into a lie. For the German army had been conquered in battle, albeit after heroic resistance, and with crushing defeats. In Mussolini's articles the developments of the final summer can be followed with convincing clarity, the fear, barely concealed, as the great German offensives were launched, but from August on the feeling of confidence, a definite premonition, of victory at hand. That decisive German defeats were soon to be expected was as apparent to Ludendorff as to Mussolini. To avoid them, he pressed at the end of September with such sudden and determined vigor for an immediate armistice that even his Pan-German friends lost confidence in him. But never at any time did the general contradict the lie which was then propagated and destined to become a potent reality in German post-war developments, namely, that the revolution of November 9 had brought about the collapse of the unconquered German army by a Dulcis tus. In actual fact, not even the milder version holds water. That the revolution weakened the German bargaining position and rendered a possible resumption of a final resistance impossible. For an essential preliminary to the revolution were conditions and measures which bore all too clearly the imprint of hopelessness or of actions born of despair. The German Revolution was simply the manifestation of collapse. The reason it was not crowned with the wreath of a national uprising, like the French Revolution of 1870, was because it came at a relatively different point in time. The Pan-Germans were the very ones least entitled to blame the German people for their respect for authority. It could, of course, be maintained that the German people should have been much more obedient and followed their Kaiser if necessary to the death. In thought and word the downfall of the German people had been used so thoroughly and unmercifully as an argument 53 that this was not illogical. And in this way the lie could ultimately be turned into a truth. Everything which 389 was looked on as weakness, every remnant of civil liberty, every plaintive cry in the letters of half-starved women to their husbands at the front, and certainly every wage dispute and every agitation on the part of leftist social democrats, could be interpreted as signs of a deep-seated breakdown, indeed a stab in the back insofar as the home front in any way lagged behind the self-sacrifice and fighting spirit of the battle front. And what army has ever been inclined to do otherwise than blame its defeat on obscure processes? Moreover, the German army was convinced that it was the best army in the world, and the war had confirmed its reputation. It was precisely in its most primitive form that the legend of the stab in the back was the one with the greatest appeal to the masses. It was thus possible to predict a great future for pan-German agitation when in February 1919, before the Treaty of Versailles, before the Munich Soviet Republic, the pan-Germans declared war on the November Republic and in a sweeping gesture made the bankruptcy receivers responsible for the bankruptcy. 54 Those occupying the middle position had no need to lie, but they were the victims of a terrible self-delusion and thus, contrary to their intentions, played into the hands of their enemies. For they believed that the German Republic would be granted a good peace. And indeed enemy propaganda had constantly asserted that the war was being fought not against the German people but against the outworn feudal and autocratic system. But had not the German people identified themselves with this system for more than 4 years of war? Had the Republicans ever displayed the energy and courage which would have made them worthy of confidence? Was it they who had forced the acceptance of Wilson's 14 points, or had it not rather been the Supreme Command which very tardily discovered Wilson's program to be a providential gift of the gods with the aid of which it could remove the armistice petition from the authority of the enemy military leaders? But no revolution has ever been made without hope. The hopes this revolution aroused dug the grave of the Republic as surely as did the lie of the Dolch's toss. The most intact and hitherto justified faith was that of Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. The victims of the Russian Revolution still hardly counted when compared with the hecatombs of the war. The conviction still held good that the capitalist system as such was the cause of wars, and that only its elimination could secure peace forever. But Liebknecht and Luxemburg were defeated before they were as 390. Sass in Act. Even at the elections on the occasion of the First Congress of Arbeiter und Soldatenrat they remained hopelessly in the minority. The revisionist inclinations of the workers became apparent just as early as the bourgeois nature of the state and society. It is not wholly impossible that the confusion in December and January might have led to a seizure of power in Berlin by the Spartacus League. But in any case the revolutionary forces would have had no permanent prospects, Allied intervention would have destroyed them and, what is more, probably met with the support of 9/10 of the German population. Even Rosa Luxemburg could not hide her misgivings over the Bolshevik methods. If the socialist revolution along Soviet lines had proved impossible in Italy, in Germany it would have had even less of a chance, and only the turmoil of the first post-war months, part and parcel of the defeat as it was, could make it appear otherwise. That Germany was thereby either saved from ruin or salvaged for Western culture is something it would be hard to maintain in the light of subsequent events. But one thing is certain, that Germany was assured of a specific place in one particular development of European history. This development, far from being continuous, was marked by deep and violent cleavages. One of its elements was revolution. And this revolution did not, as it did almost everywhere in Asia, mean merely the drastic substitution of one ruling class by another, with the bulk of the population remaining more or less untouched in the stability of their daily lives. It was a social process which was profound in its roots and profound in its consequences. The French Revolution really was a bourgeois revolution in that it brought a new class of the population to power and made of it a reservoir of directional energy. But the French Revolution was not simply a matter of replacing one class with another. Aristocrats had taken part in preparing this revolution. Aristocrats played a leading role in it. The rule of the radicals under Robespierre and Saint-Just collapsed after a short time. If Napoleon may be regarded as having continued and completed the revolution, he simultaneously combined it to a surprising degree with the forms and categories of the old Europe. Under the Restoration, legitimist and Napoleonic nobility stood side by side, and the peasants had their ownership of ecclesiastical land confirmed. The revolution was therefore a cleft in the development and yet not actually a barrier. The new triumphed by learning from the old and uniting with it. The 391. Old Passeklon its forms of life and thought to the profoundly altered future in a process which admittedly bore no resemblance to plant growth, since it took place with bloody battles, mutual misunderstanding, and bitter hatred. If the Spartacist revolution had succeeded, it would have resulted in the wholesale elimination of what was until then the ruling class. Whether such an elimination would have been merited is not relevant here. Whether it would have been possible must remain a matter for historical theorizing. but there is no doubt that in Germany it would have meant a hitherto unknown method of discharging and replacing the wielders of power. To regret that the revolution did not completely unseat the monarchistically minded civil servants and officers, is to stand on Spartacist ground. It was in accordance with the genre of European revolution for two heterogeneous elements to combine, form a new class, and develop a new entity which was their joint product. For if the deciding factor in the German Revolution was that the majority of the workers denied their allegiance to the Spartacist variety of radicalism, its most striking characteristic was that the indispensable order was created by the future Reichswehr. And when one considers the possibility of this amalgamation, one should perhaps think less about the sometimes questionable behavior of Siecht or the anti-republican utterances of high-ranking civil servants, than about the fierce hatred displayed in the ranks of the irregular Freikorps and nationalist radical associations toward the Reichswehr generals and their policy. In France the Republic needed 7 years after 1870 to become more or less consolidated. If the German Republic was supposed to have to go through a critical period lasting 3 times as long, there was still no need to despair of its fate. It is very much open to doubt whether the men of the Republic such as Ebert, Scheidemann, and Ertberger, Reinhardt, Siecht, and Lasso, were the more impressive and admirable figures. Ludendorff and Heilrotherich were more at one with themselves, and they had colossal achievements to their credit. Liebknecht and Luxemburg were richer in ideas and had close associations with a universal movement of world historical significance. But the men of the Weimar Republic had their place in the line of European history. What Mussolini was in those days only postulating for Italy the creation of a new ruling class by incorporating the representatives of hitherto absent sections of the population seemed almost to fall into their laps. Yet they were not particularly conscious of this. Perhaps the soul 392 Diers among them could have foreseen that what was being offered was not a return to the past but merely the choice between this ally and another one who if they were obstinate would treat them in a manner very different from that of Ebert, the former harness maker from Bremen. It may be objected that it was not lack of insight that led the leaders of the Republic onto the path of destruction but the immense factor of the peace treaty, which burdened the young state with a mortgage of such dimensions that it was bound to collapse under it. This is not the place to embark on a thorough analysis of that copious treaty, to examine whether a remorseless will to destruction wished to deprive a conquered people of the basis of life and every possibility for the future. A world which in 1939 listened to Hitler boasting of spending 90 billion Reichsmarks on armaments, and which has since become aware of the peace terms of World War II, has in any case become skeptical towards such ideas and is inclined to accuse the Versailles Peace if of anything, of its half-heartedness. In this context the only considerations which are of interest are those which derive either from generally known facts or from specific questions arising out of analysis. Such considerations must lead to the following. 1. If the Frankfurt Peace of 1871 and the more important peace terms of World War II are taken as points of comparison, it is found that the Treaty of Versailles, as far as Germany was concerned, was in every sense a peace of the 19th century. France's war contribution of 5 billion francs was, for the standards of the times and in relation to the damage and costs, not much less vast than the sum of 132 billion Reichsmarks demanded from Germany. By comparison, the amount actually paid in the end was even smaller. Bismarck's demand for the surrender of 2 rich provinces which, although not French-speaking, were undeniably French in outlook, was no less terrible than the territorial surrender demanded of Germany by the Treaty of Versailles. And finally the social struggles triggered by the war and the peace were much bloodier and grimmer in France. A comparison with the peace treaties of Bucharest and Brest-Litovsk, as well as with the pan-German conceptions of a victorious peace, also puts the Treaty of Versailles in a favorable light. 2. Germany's implacable opponents in the enemy countries were far from satisfied. Moras especially waged a furious battle against the Mauvais trait and blamed the ideological 393 prejudices of the socialists and Democrats for the fact that German unity was respected. And certainly the treaty was based to a large extent on negotiation and compromise, on negotiation not, it is true, with the enemy, but nevertheless among the Allies, on compromise between the demands of power and the postulates of principles. It was this indecisive character that was responsible for the treaty's weakness and that gave rise to some of its most wounding severities. That the Germans in Austria were not granted self-determination seemed illogical and outrageous in the face of the majesty of the principles which had been formulated as timeless truths. The issue would have looked entirely different had it been borne in mind that the right to self-determination also has its day and its hour, and that Austria had twice been excluded from Germany, and excluded itself from Germany, in free self-determination. And it ought really to have been obvious that France's severity, the object of so much recrimination, sprang from the justifiable anxiety of being left alone, without Anglo-American guarantees, with an enemy which had been neither critically weakened nor essentially altered. 3. The fatal effect of the peace treaty in Germany arose just as much from Germany's preoccupation with its own problems as from objective circumstances. Who in Germany gave a thought to the lunar landscapes of Belgium and northern France? Who even noticed that similar confusion and distress were afflicting victorious Italy? Who realized that the hatred of the enemies was not grounded in mystical and mysterious ulterior motives, but was an entirely natural phenomenon? Obviously the opportunities and advantages offered by the treaty and circumstances in general were not as easy to grasp and convert into indignation as the surrender of the fleet or the continuation of the blockade. But that did not make them any the less real. That the gap as against Western constitutional reality had been eliminated was looked on as an injury, that national unity had been preserved was taken for granted. That the loss of colonies could mean an enormous advantage was something even the most perspicacious minds could not grasp. But the reparations clearly implied that by the consent of all concerned Germany was to become once again the greatest industrial power on the continent, while the Bolshevization of Russia signified even more clearly that Germany would derive no less advantage from the fate of its neighbor in peace than it had just done in war. In the long run, Lenin's 394 revolution could not fail to bring the small European states, under certain conditions, onto the side of Germany, and above all it was bound to make Germany the object of Anglo-American friendship. It immensely enhanced Germany's value as an ally, since Germany's freedom of choice was never for a moment seriously affected from the outside. Although the dream of some nationalist revolutionaries to disrupt the capitalist world in alliance with the Soviet Union can hardly be considered as having progressed beyond the blueprint stage, there is little doubt that Germany had the choice of participating in the great world conflict to come either in mindless panic or with constructive concepts answering the needs of the unique hour. In either case its role was bound to be, although not unique, a significant one. For uniqueness meant universal hostility, and the war should have taught the German people at least one lesson of cardinal importance, that universal hostility was henceforward out of the question because it must destroy national existence in the event of defeat, or the historical individuality of the people in the unlikely event of a victory over the whole world. Seen objectively, the price paid for this insight, the price of a few years of crisis, unrest, and disappointing negotiations, was not too high. If the objective judgment of the German 55 reaction to the Treaty of Versailles is bound to be somewhat harsh, it can only constitute the first half of the study, that is, within the framework of the examination of fascism. 4. 1. The Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71 was a profound shock to French feeling and thought. If it was capable of changing the outlook and attitude of men like Renan and Taine, namely, in a direction which may justifiably be called fascistoid, is it any wonder that after 1918 the one anxiety of the German intelligentsia was how to restore the old Germany or transform it to match the times, and thus nullify the consequences of the war? 2. If Italy's relatively minor and artificial disillusionment over the Treaty of Versailles resulted in many thousands of former officers and soldiers flocking to D'Annunzio in Fiume, if for a whole year the Commandante was allowed with impunity to oppose his own government and make a mockery of the Supreme Allied Council in Paris, is it surprising that Germany was full of free corps, of agitated students and disillusioned former officers? 395. Germany's political dilemma had not after all been really solved by war, revolution, and the peace treaty, it had merely been shifted onto another level. The parliamentary party had, it is true, been successful more than its desire and will had called for. It had been immensely reinforced by the Social Democrats going firmly over onto its side. But it had triumphed not of its own strength but as an outcome of the defeat. The path it proposed to tread was hard and unglamorous. Its goal was the incorporation of Germany into a larger system, a system in which Germany would play a significant but not a dominant role. This path had little in common with some of the most powerful Prussian and German traditions. Instead of the great mass of pre-war Social Democrats, the parliamentary party had to its left the small Communist Party, which was shaken by internal crises and had been crippled as much as reinforced by the existence of the Soviet Union, whose policy depended on Germany. However, this Communist Party undoubtedly exerted considerable influence on some supporters of the Social Democrats, and the more the position of the working class appeared threatened by reaction, the stronger this influence became. Its strength was thus in direct proportion to the strength of the rightists. But the strength and character of the right also depended primarily on the real or imagined strength of the communists. Hence the two poles were bound always to gain in strength with and through each other, at the cost of the parliamentary center, which lost its leftist and rightist peripheral groups. Each could only hope to win if its own breakthrough went much deeper than that of its adversary. The communists had a certain advantage in that they knew how to handle the masses. But they had to contend with the growing handicap of being an offshoot of the Soviet development. The old feudal right, insofar as it did not join the parliamentary camp to complete that threatened and crucial alliance, had essentially maintained its social position of power, but it had lost enormously in political influence. On the other hand, the war, the revolution, and Versailles represented as many potential expansions. The immense advantage of the right consisted in the fact that the peripheral groups it could reach were larger and more easily frightened. For the right everything depended on establishing contact with the masses and creating that fear which alone could bring the people onto its side. But this contingency was foreign to it and its consequences were unpredictable. 396. The main requirement for the self-preservation of the parliamentary center was that it recognize its own homogeneity and render its own path, if not attractive, at least intelligible to the thinking segment of the population. In 1919 its point of departure had not been unfavorable, but until a few years earlier its strongest component had been a social revolutionary party and it had thus remained exposed to self-seeking and fatal identification with the communists. Thus the configuration of German politics after the first consolidation resembled that of all the large European states with the exception of the Soviet Union, although it was fled by the specific conditions existing in Germany after its defeat. The man who was fated to become the central figure in German politics, the helmsman of Germany's destiny, was the one who was capable of shattering the fragile equilibrium of the hostile elements on the most sustained basis and thus of finally blocking that much jeopardized trend toward republicanism. Hitler's political beginnings. The future revealed this man to be no other than Adolf Hitler. However, this was due much less to the man himself than to the profound change in conditions which followed in the wake of the war. His convictions had been established in outline before the war, but no one listened to the fears and idiosyncrasies of the self-exiled vagabond. 56 The war converted them into widespread phenomena, but to Hitler it also gave something personally decisive, a firmly appointed place among his fellow men, the army, and the determination to oppose the threat, now manifest to all, with the same single-mindedness that the war taught him. Thousands of others must have had similar aspirations, but Hitler's earliest experiences showed he had a unique gift of appealing to the people, because what he now exemplified was the most radical expression of the longings, hopes, and fears of that people. What kind of a people was it to whom he appealed? It was not the Marxist-infested masses whom Hitler the orator had the power to nationalize, to infuse with patriotism. Until his seizure of power the percentage of Marxist votes remained more or less constant. Nor was it the Catholic bourgeoisie of Munich and later of Germany who became his followers, although for a time they followed his career with a certain amount of sympathy. Even the nationalistic right. 397. Went OVIMP. Him only in its peripheral sections. It had its own organizational forms and preserved them until 1933. The cadres of the liberal parties remained for the most part intact. Two remarks of Hitler's made during the war provide an important indication, especially when they are supplemented by a local event of far-reaching importance which took place in Munich in 1918. In 1915, in one of the very few of his letters from the front still extant, Hitler expressed the desire that our internal internationalism also collapse. That would be worth more than any territorial gain. 57. Looking back in 1924, he reproduced his thoughts on the parliamentary issue of the summer of 1918 as follows. What concern of ours was universal suffrage? Was it for that we fought for 4 years? It was not with the cry of long live universal secret suffrage that the young regiments went to their death in Flanders, but with the shout of Germany above all else in the world. 58. On March 7, 1918, the Free Workers' Committee for a Good Peace was founded by Anton Drexler, a toolmaker employed by the State Railway in Munich. The committee had some 40 members, chiefly colleagues of Drexler's. This group was a kind of popular edition of the Independent Committee for a German Peace, headed by Dietrich Schaefer, to which the Pan-German League was godparent. To begin with, Hitler's comment on suffrage, that it was a matter of lack of equality within the Prussian electoral system, apparently never entered Hitler's mind, still less did he seem to be conscious of the profound and intolerable humiliation the soldier must have felt at the fact that equality in the face of death was not matched by equality in political rights. This violent disparity between external and internal political viewpoints is the hallmark of either an aristocratic ruling class or of that non-political, perhaps more appropriately called semi-political class, which under moderate rule does not protest because it derives its self-awareness either from sources other than political ones or from a proud sense of the power of the state as a whole, of which it is after all a part and by no means a negligible part. This class was first stirred up by the war, and the violence with which it was roused to action was all the greater because of its previous quiescence. The war had threatened the powerful whole, perhaps even through the impalpable influences of an internal internationalism, but the effect of the revolution on this class was just as 398 drastic, for the revolution jeopardized its modest but acknowledged place within society, and long before the appearance of Hitler these often touching and personally highly respectable people sought each other out and sometimes, as in Drexler's group, found each other. 59. It was not to the petite bourgeoisie as such that Hitler appealed, but to those sections of it which politically speaking were still virgin, which had not participated in the fight for the emancipation of the middle classes or were not familiar with their traditions. In close proximity to them were the younger officers and soldiers whose world had been the war, and that most German of all group among the intellectuals for whom Thomas Mann had recently emerged as spokesman. In some aspects Hitler belonged to all three groups. Judged by the standards of the pre-war years, he belonged to the proletarian dregs of the semi-political petite bourgeoisie. The war made him place the army ahead of all else as an institution. That he would have much preferred to wander through Italy as an unknown painter and only embarked on a political course, a course that was actually foreign to him because of the threat to the German race, was something he continued to assert, and with a good deal of conviction, right up to the latter part of his life. 60. All three groups bore the mark of their dual relationship to bourgeois society. Although from one standpoint they had nothing in common with it and so were forever dreaming of conquering it, still where the proletarian attempt at revolution was concerned, they proved to be its last reserve. Therefore they did not lack support from influential circles, while the crisis in Marxism enabled them to make some inroads into socialist ranks. Thus it was possible for an apparently classless popular party to arise, a party of a new, that is, fascist, type, which before the war would generally speaking have been impossible, a mass party. 61. Characterized by the juxtaposition of formerly non-political petty bourgeois and soldiers, radical conservative intellectuals, and former socialists. 62. Dominated by a leader, supported by conservative forces, hostile to the Marxist revolution and capitalist society, although not to both in the same degree. Despite fundamental similarities in structure, it is possible to imagine a number of differences between various parties and a wealth of possibilities for development within one party. The relative importance of the three main groups can vary or shift. The principle of leadership may express itself with less or more emphasis, at an earlier or a later date. The 399 relationship to established powers can be, or become, less or more tense, and so on. Here one of the chief differences between Italian fascism and National Socialism already becomes very apparent. Italian fascism was first and foremost a militant bourgeois resistance to the acute and incalculable threat of socialist revolution, a resistance which gained substance in the paradoxical confluence with the group of former Marxist and syndicalist revolutionaries surrounding Mussolini. National Socialism was primarily a reaction to the lost war. The preponderance of soldiers in it was thus stronger from the very beginning, while the socialist elements were all petit bourgeois and reformist in origin. But the vital difference lies in the fact that National Socialism had by artificial means to maintain, and as much as possible intensify, the social agitation which in Italian fascism was the result of circumstances and was taken for granted. As has been shown, Mussolini fought for years to win over the Social Democrats because he knew from experience that, from the standpoint of the organic expansion of capitalist production, the autonomous re-entry of the socialist working class into the state was a prime requirement. Hitler was incapable of such insight. It would have been the very thing to impede the growth of his party. For Germany was ahead of Italy inasmuch as by far the greater part of the socialist movement had of its own accord taken the step which Turati never dared to take, the step toward a modifying collaboration with the bourgeois state. It was precisely this essential requirement that Hitler had to forget and to render forgotten, in order to have Marxism as such for his opponent. To this end he could make use of anti-Semitism which, except in a rudimentary fashion, Italian fascism had been able to dispense with. What Hitler hated in Marxism was not so much its proletarian as its bourgeois nature, which in his view was crippling Germany's driving force and military preparedness. This alone enabled him to describe Marxism in Mein Kampf as the essence of the present-day Weltanschauung. 63 To give up all idea of collaborating with the forces of a socialist movement which was spontaneously moving toward revisionism was something that had been forced on Mussolini by the Matadi crisis. For Hitler it had always been a matter of course, basic to his very existence, in fact. Consideration of the Italian example makes it plain that, although National Socialism was based on an amalgamation, it was not the amalgamation of nationalism and socialism, and that, although it bridged a gulf, it was not National Socialism that 400 caused the gulf between bourgeoisie and proletariat to disappear. For every synthesis must disclose the nature and tradition of both elements. Hitler was presumably just as little aware of these things as of the fact that he personified the classic amalgamation of the chief components of his movement. But it is reasonably safe to say that neither a soldier like Röhm nor a bourgeois like Frick nor an intellectual like Rosenberg, let alone a socialist like Otto Strasser, could have succeeded in combining the multifarious groups into the one great party, and that it was no accident that, in intensity and totality, Hitler's anti-Semitism went far beyond the hatred of the Jews as felt by even such a man as Streicher. 64 The processes and events of this early period have recently been so extensively clarified by a number of publications, including that of Documents. 65 That Hitler's statements in Mein Kampf have become well nigh superfluous as source material, and they will only be sketched here in outline. Hitler did not, like Röhm, Eckhart, or Feder, emerge at once from the obscurity of the immediate post-war period in the time of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils. It has never been quite established whether or to what extent he participated in the crushing of this isolated Soviet-German interlude. It certainly made a deep impression on him, as did the days of the November Revolution, and as a soldier in the reserve forces he took an active, although at first subordinate, part in an Enlightenment project aimed at raising and reinforcing the morale of the troops which had become somewhat shaky. he was subordinate to a man who might be called the first minister of propaganda of Germany's counter-revolutionary and anti-republican right, Captain Mayer of the General Staff, head of the press and propaganda division of the Reichswehr Group Command No. 4 in Munich. Hitler made his first appearance as a political figure on July 22, 1919, when, together with some 20 others from the ranks, he was ordered to take part in an Enlightenment project at Camp Lechfeld. 66 This was plainly a case of the people enlightening fellow Germans who had gone astray, bombardiers, riflemen, lance corporals, perhaps a corporal. According to unanimous opinion, Hitler's temperamental and readily understandable talks were so outstanding that he outshone the leader of the detachment and soon won the high esteem of his superiors. Captain Mayer, for example, entrusted him with the task of replying to a letter which is a typical example of the first inept emergence of political questions in 401. What was patently a hitherto non-political person. The letter dealt with what else could it have been, the Jewish problem. Hitler replied to Adolf Himmler on September 16, 1919, in a long and detailed letter, the first original document from his political career. 67 And in this letter the Hitler of later years was strikingly recognizable even down to the style itself. Hitler sought to replace anti-Semitism of the emotions with an anti-Semitism of reason. According to him, this went beyond haphazard antipathies, which found their extreme expression in pogrom and pogroms. Rather was it based on the clear acknowledgement of the consciously or unconsciously systematic corruptive influence of the Jews as a whole on our nation. For him there could be no question but that Jewry meant race and not a religious community. This anti-Semitism of reason defined the essential nature of the Jews as their materialist outlook, the dance around the golden calf, the concentration on and striving for money, for power to protect this money. The Jew effortlessly and ceaselessly increased his power in the form of interest and forced the most dangerous of all yokes upon the people. Everything which makes men strive for higher things, whether it be religion, socialism, or democracy, is for him merely a means to an end, to satisfy his lust for money and power. His influence will result in national race tuberculosis. Anti-Semitism of reason must begin by treating Jews legally as aliens. But its final goal must unshakably be the total elimination of the Jews. As a government of national impotence, the Republic 68 could not and would not face this danger. On the contrary, it depended on the Jews and saw its main task in preventing the struggle of the betrayed people against its betrayers. 69 In the suppression of the anti-Semitic movement. In this earliest political document from Hitler's pen, the infantile trait in his character, the attribution of well-known and generally deplored characteristics of modern civilization to a visible agent, becomes clearly apparent, as does the monomaniacal trait calling for elimination. The strange immutability of his nature and convictions is revealed by nothing so clearly as the fact that at the end of his life there stands a document of which one section links up as smoothly with this letter as a peg fits into a joint. 74 days before this letter, on September 12, 1919, Hitler was instructed to attend a meeting of the newly formed party, the Deutsche Arbeitspartei, into 402. Which Anton Drexler had expanded his committee in January, 1919. This was one of the countless little nationalistic groups, closely allied in origin to the Thule Society but, since it claimed to be a workers' party, with its own format. On the nationalistic right wing it was an undisputed postulate that the worker must be made to become national again, hence the little group soon attracted the attention of Dietrich Eckart and Gottfried Feder, while Ernst Röhm became one of its earliest members, since he considered the German nationalists too exclusive. 71 It was a sound instinct, therefore, that led Hitler to read Drexler's booklet Mein politisches Erwachen with great interest and not to resist the pressure exerted on him to join the party and its executive. 72 Here those workers and soldiers could meet and unite to form a new force, the very men for whom the workers' and soldiers' councils of the revolution had been the object of intense hatred. The little group's success in attracting public attention was due solely to Hitler's tireless energy, and at a mass meeting on February 24, 1920, the party program of 25 points was announced. Although Hitler had collaborated in its formulation, Drexler must be considered the real originator, he in turn being influenced by Feder. This program certainly contained more of the general ideas of the racial nationalist movement than typical ideas of Hitler, nevertheless. It is entitled to some attention as being the first public document of Hitler's political existence. Points 1 and 2 demanded the right of self-determination for all Germans, and equal rights for the German nation by the abrogation of the peace treaty. Point 3 demanded land and soil for the support of our people and the settlement of our excess population. Point 4 tied civil rights to German blood and specifically excluded Jews from these rights. This demand was elaborated in points 5 to 8, 18, and 23. Point 11 set forth in bold type the breaking of the capital interest yoke as a central postulate and demanded the abolition of unearned and effortless income. This category also includes points 12, 13, 14, 16, 17, and 19. The remaining demands are more general in nature and do not merit much interest, apart from the moral principles and 403. Moral sense of the Germanic race with which the recognition of positive Christianity is associated. Today it is no longer necessary to demonstrate that the socialist demands were purely demagogic. While it is not permissible to doubt the subjective sincerity of Drexler and Feder, there is every reason to doubt Hitler's. It is obvious that for him the first 4 points were all important, what they actually meant is equally obvious. Germany's task during the 19th century was the achievement of the right to self-determination, and no external power had thwarted it. Whoever made it the cardinal point on a political program at a moment when Russia had linked its national destiny to revolutionary universal perspectives had to be prepared to plunge Germany and Europe into an anachronistic war and, without meaning to do so, put the leading continental industrial power on a level with an underdeveloped colonial people. If the first demand belonged to the mid-19th century, the second belonged to the beginning of the 20th. But it obviously lacked conviction, for after the experiences of the war, there could be no desire in Germany to establish settlement colonies in Africa or Asia. Hitler simply manifested the innermost meaning of this program point when he soon substituted the acquisition of territory in Eastern Europe for that of colonies. Finally, the third postulate could not fail to set Germany apart from the social evolution of all civilized peoples. It could, of course, acquire a universal meaning, in direct opposition to the Bolshevik program, if it promised to cure the world of its ills by the elimination of the Jews. In this sense, then, it was the only program point which was truly timely. Hitler's letter to Himmler contained this interpretation even ante festum. This early program is neither as innocent nor as ridiculous as is often believed. It contains with sufficient clarity the 3 basic trends of subsequent National Socialist rule: national restitution, conquest of living space, and world salvation. In it the essential homogeneity, which had been present from the very beginning, is manifest. It is highly instructive to compare this program with the early Italian fascist one, in which, in addition to socialist demands, which occupy the most space, there is only the demand for the protection of national unity that had finally been achieved in World War I. However, it was not this program as such which opened up the way for the Ernst, it was the unique manner in which 404. Hitler propagated it. By the spring of 1920 he was no longer an entirely unknown personality. At out-of-town rallies of the League for German National Defense he was announced as a brilliant speaker. The Ernst now advertised its meetings in Munich's nationalist organ, the Volkisker Beobachter, and the first references to it appeared in the opposition press. The Ernst was slowly beginning to emerge as a clearly defined entity from its nationalistic soil. The Deutsche Sozialistische Partei was destroyed in bitter family feuds, only. Its Nuremberg Ortsgruppe under Julius Streicher placed itself in corps under Hitler. Pogrom songs and pounding propaganda, shock troops and raiding parties, introduced a new style into Munich's political life. In December 1920, 73. With the aid of Reichswehr funds obtained by Dietrich Eckart, it became possible to buy the Volkskrieger Beobachter. Although for the time being it did not appear as a daily newspaper, a decisive step had been taken. Hitler's party became a power in the capital city of Bavaria. By January 1921, the party felt so strong that Hitler could utter the threat that the National Socialist movement would prevent by force if necessary all events and lectures capable of having a demoralizing effect on our already sick fellow Germans. 74. In February 1921, the first giant rally took place in the Krone Circus building, and in July Hitler acquired dictatorial power in the party by means of a determined maneuver. During the summer of 1922 National Socialists could risk breaking up a meeting at which Prime Minister Count Lerchenfeld was speaking. In October, on the occasion of German Day in Coburg, they managed, with resounding music and fluttering flags, 75 to sweep aside the agreement reached with the unions by the Celebration Committee, and they were no less successful against the Red Terror which broke out after the rupture of the agreement. Shortly afterward, the National Socialists received great impetus from the March on Rome, and rousing applause greeted Hermann Esser's announcement that what was possible in Italy was not impossible in Bavaria. The name of the German Mussolini, he said, was Adolf Hitler. 70. The designation Der Führer was already in widespread use, and popularly he was known as the King of Munich. In conflicts with the government, the Reichswehr came to the aid of its now independent offspring, and the Bavarian People's Party disliked the Social Democrats far. 405. Too much for it entirely to drop its somewhat unruly ally. In 1920 Hitler had to extricate himself from the embraces of the nationalist strolling scholars from Thule, the Reichsschimmerbund, the Germanic Orders, and other associations. By 1923, however, he found himself in even more confined and confining contact with the Fatherland Leagues born of fear of revolution and of the socialist councils and reinforced by the disbanding of the Home Guards which was officially decreed in 1921. Pittingers Bavaria and Reich, Captain Heiss Reichsflagge, the Oberland League, and so on. When Rome succeeded in forming the Arbeitsgemeinschafter Vaterlandischen Kampfverbände from the most reliable of these groups, an organization which was much more concerned with paramilitary preparation for the threatening and hoped-for war with France than with the political struggle against Marxism, Hitler again found himself trapped and being used for ends only partially his own. The surge of national enthusiasm on German Day in Nuremberg benefited Ludendorff far more than Hitler, and the founding of the Deutscher Kampfbund with its wholly military orientation seemed to thrust him still more into the background. However, in an irresistible speech made at the end of September before its assembled leaders, Hitler managed to push his way to the top and gain political control of the Kampfbund, 2L power with which it was possible to risk making the great bid for Germany, something he could not have done with only the Enstab which, by itself, was still too weak an instrument. He was now at the head of the German Fascio di Combattimento, Lieutenant Colonel Kriebel was his Balba, Munich his Milan, and his version of the March on Rome should have taken him, with the support of Bavarian conservatives surrounding Kahr and Lossow, to Berlin. But at the head of the state there was no Victor Emmanuel, and Hitler had prepared his march far less thoroughly than Mussolini. It was not he who decided the timing, but the impatience of his troops on the one hand 77 and the preparations of the conservatives in power and their friends for their treason on the other. And if even Luigi Federzoni had felt a vague impulse to resistance when he found himself outstripped by the relentless energy of his ally, it is scarcely to be wondered at that Kahr and Lossow in the end resisted their satellite roles since, although subject to brutal pressure, they were at the same time so much more powerful than the Italian monarchist friends of the fascist putsch, and so the depressing sense of having been forsaken by authority, coupled. 406. With 2 salvos from the police, sufficed to bring this march on Berlin to an inglorious end before it ever left the Feldherrnhalle on November 9, 1923. Ludendorff alone marched upright and undaunted through the shooting. Hitler and his men fled, although the population was on their side and an efficiently led popular uprising could perhaps have turned the tide. 7. It is idle to ask who prevented whose putsch. The participants were too close to one another to regard themselves all along as opponents, but they were not close enough to strike jointly. Each was sufficiently strong to allot a subordinate role to his ally, but too weak to manage without him. In consequence they were doomed to wreck one another. However, the lesson of Hitler's putsch is not to be found in the unraveling of these two allies' mutual relations, it lies rather in the clarification of the relationship between fascism and state authority in general. In Munich essentially the same thing happened as 2 years previously in Sarzana, 79. The illustrious, ever victorious party composed of brave soldiers fled in panic when the rifles of hitherto cooperative authority were turned on them instead of on the common enemy. Presumably the same thing would have happened if a single battalion of Carabinieri had fired on the advancing columns of black shirts on October 28, 1922. Fascist movements are easily quelled if the state is seriously determined on such a course. But to summon up, this determination is one of the most difficult things for the state to do, for if it feels strong and not in danger it will contain no fascist movement worth considering. To recognize potential hostility to the state on the part of a helpful ally, when the overt hostility of the declared adversary is attracting all eyes, is considerably less simple than to apportion blame ex eventu. Once again the example of Italy shows that this task, too, has varying degrees of difficulty, and that the government of Bavaria, that prime example of order, had a good deal less reason to tremble for its position and to fear the socialist revolution than had the ruler of a kingdom which was shaken to its foundations. The years 1919 to 1923 in the evolution of National Socialism can be most readily compared with its corresponding period in Italian fascism. For the period 1924 to 1932 there is no counterpart in the history of fascism. After 1933 there was a considerable amount of reciprocal influence and a marked advance of first one and then the other. From 1919 to 1922, however, developments ran largely parallel. 407. Lay both in 4IME and actual events, the same modest beginnings, the same sensational upsurge, the same early and violent reach for power. Even the circumstances display startling analogies. 80. Yet at the same time the limits of similarity become apparent. The attempt has often been made to explain the initial successes of National Socialism by the extraordinary idealism and spirit of self-sacrifice of its supporters. 81. However, there is no evidence that the supporters of the other nationalist trends were any less idealistic. Only Hitler could form the nucleus around which the imperative and uncoordinated spirit of sacrifice could crystallize, but which the spirit could not of itself produce. At the outset Hitler's monomaniacal obsession, irreducible and wholly individual, stood at the very center of National Socialism in a far more active and comprehensive sense than that in which Mussolini's personality constituted one of the requirements of fascism. But even extreme fanaticism cannot have any lasting effect unless it stands at a crossroads of history. Hitler had a legitimate claim to feel that he was accomplishing something unprecedented and historic. His relationship to the soil of nationalism was very similar to that of Marx and Engels to the many different socialistic currents of their time. While adopting its ideas in principle, by means of constricting and hardening he created something new for the practice of politics and imbued it with the will to power and ruthlessness. But he did this with his eyes turned toward the socialist enemy, whom he both imitated and surpassed. Thus he accomplished pragmatically the same thing that the young Mussolini had begun to anticipate mentally, the liberation of the realistic and militant elements of Marxism. The Marxists had often disturbed or scattered bourgeois meetings by noise or the massing of their supporters. The National Socialists protected their own assemblies and broke up those of their opponents by an organized terror aimed at the physical elimination of every single adversary. The Marxists went out onto the streets, the National Socialists marched in the streets and turned to their advantage anything that had a mental or physical appeal in the way of military discipline and martial sound effects. The Marxists had introduced emotion and the language of violence into politics. The National Socialists let politics be engulfed by an ocean of passion and a tidal wave of abuse. The Nationalists dreamed of the elimination of parties. In the paramilitary organization soldierly virtues were being practiced as a 408. Preparation for war. Only the soldiers of the Enstab deliberately carried wartime lessons into ordinary life and made politics a continuation of war by using the same methods. That was exactly what Balbas and Grandi's fascists had done in Ferrara and Bologna. If it was true that World War I was the gateway to an age of war, then these methods were bound to succeed, for they were completely up to date, and tailored precisely to the age. However, in spite of their modernity, they could never even have existed had they not been welcomed by widespread sections of the population. In Bavaria as in Italy, the middle classes had been shocked and frightened by the Bolshevik attempt at revolution in 1919. This is the prosaic fundamental fact without which fascism and National Socialism are inconceivable, the indispensable preparation of the soil for the new seed. One may ridicule the middle class fear of revolution, but to do so shows little understanding of the fact that by its own declared intention the communist revolution aimed at being a total one, and that therefore if it miscarried, it was bound to rouse the most deeply rooted emotions against itself. Yet anyone who regards the Red Terror as sufficient justification for all that followed forgets that of the 10 murdered hostages 7 were members of a very active counter-revolutionary organization B, who had been arrested in the normal way and, according to all the laws pertaining to civil war, were liable to execution, and that the Free Corps in turn not only were responsible for a bloodbath among their enemies but also inadvertently shot 21 members of a Catholic trade guild. 83 But the communist leaders Levine and Louis-Anne, Toller, and L. Hofer, must have known that Karl Marx had spoken of the ripeness of capitalist conditions as the prerequisite for the proletarian revolution, if they regarded this ripeness as present in Munich, or believed that after all the atrocious events of the war a new atrocious attempt was necessary and justified. Success was the only thing that could prove the correctness of their view or the reasonableness of their will. Into what layers of the lower middle class and upper working class an agitated reaction penetrated, how powerful it was and how filled with provincial indignation over the foreign revolutionaries, all of this cannot be judged on moral grounds, but constitutes an integral part of the very nature of the phenomenon. This was the case in Munich as much as Bologna. It is, of course, quite another question whether this bourgeoisie correctly understood the historical perspectives, or whether it even acted in its own interests when influential sections of it displayed such marked sympathies for the most extreme form of posthumous reaction. Moods are indeed part of history's most important material, but they do not make history. Neither Hitler's obsession nor the sympathy of the middle classes would have made such a swift and sharp rise possible, for the National Socialist movement had not powerful friends in principal government offices carefully shielded it and consistently befriended it. The Reichswehr's aid, Dietrich Eckart's connections, and the backing of Poner, chief of police, scarcely less than Hitler's passion and oratorical gifts, made the Enstab what it was in 1923. All these men were impelled by the desire to renationalize the international masses, because only thus could Germany become strong and sovereign again, that is, capable of waging war. If, as was said by the historian Veit Valentin, the story of Hitler is the story of his underestimation, this shrewd remark must be supplemented by the realization that there might have been no story of Hitler at all had not outstanding men and forces estimated him highly for their own purposes. The collaboration of the state and leading circles of society became just as important for the development of National Socialism as for that of Italian fascism. Indeed, in Bavaria the parasitical nature of fascist movements, their upward growth after the elimination of the threat to society, was even more apparent than in Italy. There are plenty of examples of this. According to Frick's testimony, 84 the Enstab could easily have been suppressed in 1919-20, but how could the necessary desire be expected of a chief of police who, according to Ernst Röhm, replied to an apprehensive informant who told him there were political murder organizations? Yes, but not enough. 8 To all appearances, the number of powerful financial backers extended far into the ranks of foreign capitalists. 86 When in January, 1923, von Nilling's government banned Hitler from holding any demonstrations out of doors at the First Reich Party Congress and finally decreed a state of emergency, Rome, Epp, and Lasso intervened, 87 with the result that Hitler was saved from a serious defeat and the government lost face. Hitler held his party congress exactly as he had intended to do. Social democratic mass rallies were banned, however, because of the state of emergency, which thus underwent a transformation of purpose as strange as it was symptomatic. 88 for National Socialism as for Fascism, War, and the Offer. 410. Machine of war was the essential background, an attempted socialist revolution its immediate genesis, protection by the state and established conservative forces the atmosphere necessary to its growth, the towering personality of the leader an irreducible element. Historical observation confirms and supplements the sociological analysis, although it emphasizes even more strongly the elements they had in common. 89 and the analogies in events are particularly useful where it is a case not of comparing facts but of considering possibilities. Thus November 9, 1923, for example, makes it appear possible that Italian fascism could also have been defeated. However, the interim period up to 1933 admits of the possibility that Italian fascism might also have overcome such a defeat. Teachers and forces surrounding the early Hitler. The most thorough analysis of background and events would severely limit the study of the 5 years 1918 to 1923, would be less than conclusive, if no attempt were made to deal with the character and ideas of those men who were vitally important to Hitler during his early political activity. It is true that Hitler's Weltanschauung was already firmly fixed in its contours. But its genesis and formation can only be followed on the strength of his own reports from a later period. It is only after 1919 that we have tangible evidence of the influence of his contacts. He himself testified 90 to the fact that, within the framework of the given pattern, he was capable of being molded. A number of events of crucial importance had indeed expanded the horizon of his Vienna years, the defeat, the Bolshevik Revolution, the Bavarian Soviet Republic. He no longer experienced these things as an isolated Austrian pan-German, these were experiences occupying the minds of the whole German nation. Although unaffected by contradiction and doubt, he gained many new insights which confirmed his own views. And for the first time he came together with men of stature. It was also the last time that he respected and even revered men from his own environment as his equals. After 1923 he was the Führer who was surrounded only by followers and for whom the distant star of Mussolini was the sole object of admiration. Some of these men also represented powerful social or intellectual forces. He did not merely exploit them, and they in turn saw in him the man who proclaimed or fulfilled their intentions and ideas. These are the men who may be called his teachers and masters. In rising order of importance for him they are, God. 411. Friedfeder, Erich Ludendorff Loh, Ernst Röhm, and Dietrich Eckart. Gottfried Feder was the most immediate cause of Hitler's concrete decision to enter politics. He was the principal speaker that evening of September 12, 1919, but Hitler had heard Feder lecture before, and on the very first occasion the idea darted through his mind that he had now found one of the chief essentials for the founding of a new party. And for Feder opened his eyes to the speculative as well as the political economic nature of the stock market and loan capital and its eternal precondition of interest. 92 Evidently he now felt for the first time intellectually capable of meeting Marxism on the theoretical level. Gottfried Feder's name is closely linked with the catchword, the breaking of the interest yoke. Immediately after the war Feder began writing about his proposals for financial and credit reform in pamphlets and journals, in 1923 as an acknowledged programmatician of the National Socialist Party he published a semi-official book which Hitler describes as the Catechism of the Movement, Der Deutsche Staat auf nationaler und sozialer Grundlage. Neue Wege in Staat, Finanz, and Wirtschaft. Asterisk for his basic ideas were briefly as follows: to supply needs, not to make profits, is the function of national economy. The profit principle, introduced by the Jews, means a fatal separation of capital from labor, hence ultimately the making anonymous of the economy and the emancipation of money, which, instead of being a servant of the economy, becomes its master. Through the interest system it exploits all manifestations of life for the benefit of supranational financial powers, and exacts a vast tribute from productive labor. Release can only come through the refusal to pay interest, especially to foreign countries, and at the same time by abandoning the foolish policy of obtaining credit by way of loans. The obtaining of credit must be a function of the state through the issuing of interest-free treasury notes or building certificates which are fully covered by the newly created values. This means that the individual as well as the state will be released from the bonds of interest obligations, the nation will become truly sovereign, and Jewish world domination will be broken, because the financial power of world Jewry will be destroyed. However, this method does not presuppose the nationalization of property. On the contrary, it means the safeguarding of as many independent existences as possible, including large personal fortunes. In this way, creative industrial capital 412 will be liberated from greedy loan capital, the body politic will recover from its grave illness, patriarchal benevolence will determine relations between employer and employee, and the state will guarantee every family its own home and garden. One is tempted to ask whether Feder really represented a social, that is, intellectual force, or whether he should not be regarded as a sectarian who ceased, not merely fortuitously, to play any role at all after 1933, and who died in 1941 in total obscurity. However, it is not the details of his proposals but the contours of his trend of thought which are important. It is not hard to define them. Feder was the embodiment of that narrow-gauge socialism which wanted to wrap society over the knuckles without injuring it, which had all the antagonism of Marxism and yet left industrial conditions on the whole untouched, which had no conception whatever of the realistic necessities of modern economy, and hoped to achieve drastic changes by applying half measures. In all individual matters Hitler was wise enough to move away from him very soon, but did not the subsequent control of international payments through a central government foreign exchange body correspond to one of Feder's early proposals? Degree 5 was rearmament with its totally irresponsible expansion of credit volume, anything but the state's commitment to cover its obligations by war booty. This, anyway, is the interpretation given it by Hitler in Table Talk 26. It could hardly have been what Feder had in mind, but it was in keeping with his proposals. 97. General Erich Ludendorff was the first man of world renown to honor Hitler with his esteem. They met in 1920, in Berlin, together with Dietrich Eckart. Shortly afterward Ludendorff went to live in Munich and rapidly became the revered mentor of all rightist groups. Although at the end of the war he had fled to Sweden in disguise, he soon returned and participated in various ways in the struggle over the questions of responsibility. In 1923 he published his book on Kriegführung und Politik, to which presented in a comprehensive approach, with none of his later sectarian obsession, 100 his interpretation of events and his recommendations for the future. In Ludendorff's eyes the ultimate cause of the loss of the war lay in the discrepancy between the conduct of war and politics, indeed, in the final analysis in their differentness. Before the war, politicians had neglected to make full use of 413. The Gerntaffei military potential and to turn the schools into incubators of strong patriotic and German feeling. 101. During the war politicians had been incapable of bringing together all levels of the population to produce the necessary united front. 10L. Above all, politicians proved incapable of realizing and adjusting to the principle of destruction underlying all conduct of war. Ludendorff saw this feebleness on the part of German politicians as being mainly attributable to the existence of democratic parties. Even Bismarck had overcome these parties by violating the constitution, to the great benefit of the country. Thus during the war the democratic and social democratic press, with their polemics against militarism, Junkers, and dynasties, aided and abetted the enemy propaganda. The idea of a peace by consent was the most disastrous abortion to issue from the minds of the Reichstag majority, for it was the direct antithesis to the essence of national war, of true war, which was a total one and whose objective must be the destruction of the enemy. Social Democrats and their accomplices were therefore responsible for the loss of the war, because in the end the Supreme Command had no longer been able to withstand the international pacifist defeatist thinking sector of the people. 103 This political feebleness led to the sector becoming the outright ally of powers whose aim was the destruction of Germany and which included, in addition to England and France, the leaders of the Jewish people. 104 None of the final and promising measures of the Supreme Command was given a chance to take effect, neither the intention of drawing on the powerful economic reserves of the Ukraine, nor the attempt to raise troops in Finland, the Ukraine, and Georgia. Equally lacking in acceptance were its war aims, whose objective was the securing of Germany's continuing existence as an independent major power after the war by the acquisition of land and raw materials, since a mere status quo was bound to prove harmful. Thus for strategic reasons the annexation of a broad strip of Polish territory was absolutely essential, and any disadvantages that might arise could be easily overcome by an energetic policy of settlement and population exchange. 105 On one occasion only did the military command and the politicians collaborate, the sending of Lenin to Russia fulfilled the hopes that had been placed in it. 10G Generally speaking, the enemy nations displayed a much better unanimity between military command and politics, the population was better educated politically, the working class proved to be as nationalist as the ruling classes. 414. But war remains a link in the divine world order, and the age of war, which began with the World War, will generate new wars. 10T To survive, the state will in future not be able to bypass the truths which German politicians so wantonly violated during the war, that there is no justification for the distinction between either war and politics or general and statesman. It is not necessary to show the extent to which Ludendorff's book is a classic document of introversion. It is obvious why he could not help admiring Hitler, the man of the people. The only thing that is hard to see is in what points Hitler did not implement Ludendorff's often merely diagrammatic program step by step. But no doubt the general could not imagine what social soil, what methods, and what men, would be necessary for his postulates to be realized. All he should have needed was a glance at Ernst Röhm, at that specimen of the young generation of officers, who was so like him and yet in many respects so different. The younger man was also from a middle-class background and the enthusiastic heir to feudal and monarchist traditions. For him, too, the war had been a divine destiny, a fountain of youth, hope and fulfillment, all at once. 108 But how much more bitter was his disillusionment after the war, when on his arrival at the railway station in Munich he had actually been obliged to remove the venerable cockade and then even swear an oath of allegiance to the Republic. He realized that a soldier has to be political if ultimately others are not to determine not only the professional but also the private and personal fate of the regular soldier. 109 He doubtless suffered no pangs of conscience when he established the Munich Home Guard, which was aimed at overthrowing the new constitution, and backed the rightist political groups, very soon showing his preference for the Enstab. But what an obscure and furtive occupation for a young officer, the clandestine disposal of concealed war material, the hiding of demobilized soldiers, the association with political assassins. And what a frank aversion to the old generals and excellencies, what a strange sympathy for the communists at times, what a highly suspect but actually very obvious polemic in his book against bourgeois prudery toward giving free rein to deeply personal urges. 110 Rome exemplified a younger generation of soldiers which rid itself of every prejudice to cling all the more passionately to the ultimate deity. Europe, the whole world, may go down in flames, what do we care? Germany must live and be free. Leah. And so in the end he shared Ludendorff's 415. Basic conception, the idea of the armed state, a state which solves its social problems like a battalion at the front and directs all its energies outward. 112 From 1919 to 1923 he was in no sense a subordinate of Hitler but, according to well-informed opinion, the maker of the National Socialist movement, or at least its quartermaster. 113 Early in 1934 Reich Chancellor Hitler distinguished his chief of staff of the SA and Reich Minister Röhm by addressing him, and only him of all the veteran fighters of the movement, by using the intimate du. When 6 months later he had him shot without trial or sentence, Goebbels, unmindful of the proverb about glass houses, reviled the memory of the dead man by referring to the sons of chaos, but it is very doubtful whether Hitler ever had any other positive conception than that of Ludendorff and Rome's armed state. Hitler was, of course, subject to other motivations. Neither Ludendorff nor Rome experienced the fear which drove him or the perspective which drew him on. Neither their soldierly uprightness nor Feder's didactic dogmatism would ever have produced that unmistakable tone of voice in which anxiety and faith, single-mindedness of purpose and clairvoyant confidence, delusion and logic, harmonized so perfectly that it could cast a spell over a vast population. Next to his psychological makeup and his experiences in Austria, it is his association with Dietrich Eckart which provides a clue to this mystery. Dietrich Eckart had made a name for himself in Berlin as a metaphysical poet who wrote of the soul's involvement with and detachment from the world. He, too, was drawn toward politics first by the war and then, even more so, by the revolution. During the period of the Bavarian Soviet Republic, he concocted, not without some personal danger, an appeal to all workers which he scattered among the crowds from his car. This appeal, in keeping with Feder's principles, contrasted productive industrial capital with greedy loan capital. The roots of World War, he said, were to be found in the power of the Gold International. The real culprits were the Rothschilds and the Mendelssohns, the Bleek-Roders and the Kahns, not the agrarians and the industrialists. The necessary revolution was the one against the interest yoke, and this revolution was the only genuine one. 114 Within a short time he founded the Deutsche Bürgergesellschaft, which may be regarded as a forerunner of Hitler's party just as much as Drexler's and Harrer's association, especially since Eckart's Organ auf gut Deutsch was later officially called the first publication of the 416. Movement 115 and in its pages Alfred Rosenberg 116 was introduced to the public for the first time, on February 21, 1919. The appeal issued by the Society on its founding demanded true socialism and denounced the use of the catchwords bourgeoisie and proletariat. We have been goaded long enough. Let only those of pure German blood have influence. 11t The sharp anti-Semitism of this journal is quite consistent with this line. Recurrent delight in strong words and tangible threats stands side by side with the curiously evolved metaphysic according to which the Jew had now become the embodiment of this worldly thinking and a secular outlook, while the Aryan peoples had been destined to preserve otherworldly thinking and to negate the secular outlook. When the TV/O converge, the generally dominating subtleties disappear, and a sentence such as the following can occur: no people in the world, not even Attila's race of murderers, would allow him to remain alive if it could suddenly see through to what he is, what he desires. Shrieking with horror it would strangle him the very next instant. 118 Opinions on events in world politics are all couched in metaphysical eschatological terms. The Bolshevik Revolution is the ritual slaughtering of Christians by the dictatorship of the Jewish world salvation of Lenin and his Elijah, Trotsky Bronstein, 119 and in the successful series Aus Ungarns Schreckensteigen, Satanic Gargoyle Faces, drawn by Otto von Kurzel, grin at the reader, each accompanied by a venomous verse by Dietrich Eckart. 120 Dietrich Eckart met Hitler very early on. In 1920 during the Kapp Putsch they both flew to Berlin, and at the end of the year Eckart made the major contribution toward the purchase of the Volkisker Beobachter and himself took over the editorship for 2 years. He spoke with Hitler at rallies and stood at his side during party parades. He put his innumerable connections at Hitler's disposal and took him to the region of the future Burghof. There they spent several weeks together during the summer of 1923 when Eckart was in hiding from the police, and it was there that Eckart died in the last days of December of the same year. He had already been seriously ill before the putsch. He was arrested after it and only released shortly before his death. Hitler did not forget him. Volume 2 of Mein Kampf ends with his name in bold type. In 1933 the Reich Chancellor Pub. 417. Lickli acknowledged himself to be the pupil of his fatherly friend. 121 According to a reliable witness, whenever he spoke of Dietrich Eckart his eyes misted over. 122 In Hitler's table talk there is no figure of comparable stature whom he mentions so often and with such a sincere note of esteem. Dietrich Eckart and he began the struggle in Bavaria. 123 His deep aversion to lawyers stemmed from Eckart. 124 He looked up to Eckart as to the North Star. 125 The services rendered by Eckart were unsurpassable. 120 Is it necessary to submit lengthy proof that every utterance of such a man has a claim on our closest attention, more than the books of men like Feder, Ludendorff, or Rosenberg, who were so much more remote from Hitler? And what tremendous interest must be aroused by a publication purporting not only to set out the author's own thoughts, but also to recount conversations with Hitler. Such a publication exists, but strangely enough it has received scarcely any attention. 127 Friends of the movement declared it to be free invention, but from motives which were all too transparent. Enemies of the movement were evidently not convinced of the authenticity of a pamphlet which in level and style is several degrees below Mein Kampf. However, there is good reason to assume that this pamphlet contains the most authentic and revealing of all conversations with Hitler. 128 The publication in question is Dietrich Eckart's last, uncompleted writing. It appeared as a pamphlet a few months after his death, in 1924, published by the Hohenischen Verlag in Munich. It is called, Der Bolschewismus von Moses bis Lenin. Zwei Sprach zwischen Adolf Hitler und mir. The partners in the dialogue are he and I. Hitler's name does not occur in the text, but he is easily recognizable from the temperamental manner of talking. He cries out, emits a bitter laugh, waves aside, thunders, stretches up with a laugh, ridicules, is angry at, clenches his teeth, scorns, and is disgusted. Eckart on the other hand interjects, emphasizes, confirms, amplifies, quotes, affirms. In outlining the basic ideas of the dialogue, all utterances can be taken from Hitler's part. First of all, there is an etiology of history of extreme simplification. The point of departure is the parallel between history and nature, something which the science of history has failed to grasp. Astronomy explains irregularities of the stellar system by an as yet undiscovered force, while history tries to deduce them from the visible and the known. But in his 418 Tory there exists a hidden force which causes its irregularities. This force is the Jew. At first, therefore, Hitler simply starts off in the great asterisk stream of counter-revolutionary thought which tried to wrest from the Enlightenment its invocation of nature and to anchor its own social position in the inviolability of a natural order. But even de Bonald's Physique sociale could not get along without the idea of anti-physics. Even for him the enemy was not so much anti-divine as anti-natural. The irregularity of which Hitler is thinking appears to be the phenomenon of the death of a race in the sense of internal dissolution and disintegration, for him the very essence of the anti-natural, since races are actually what is and what remains. 120 This mysterious element of death was what Gobineau believed he discovered in racial interbreeding. The two main currents of French counter-revolutionary thought, the Christian and spiritual trend of de Maistre and de Bonald, and the anti-Christian and naturalistic trend of Gobineau and Lepoge, had always remained apart in their native country. The one was battling, with some optimism, a temporary disturbance of the divine order, the other recognized, in a mood of resignation, a trend in the historical process itself which could not but lead to a diminution in the original value of the race. In spite of the primitive level of thinking, Hitler takes a firm hold of both trends right at the outset and renders them incomparably more effective by replacing the enigmatic impalpability of anti-physics with the intelligible picture of a tangible branch of the human race, thus transforming the fatalistic pessimism of Gobineau into an aggressive optimism. This means that he can blend the substantialism of the race doctrine with an extreme decisionism, and can offset the innate immutability of the eternal machinator by a new will to salvation. The first step, however, is the unveiling of history, the unmasking of the originator of decadence within it, a rudimentary historical philosophy which is nevertheless more detailed and coherent than anything to be found elsewhere on this topic in Hitler's writings. Hitler presents an emphatic interpretation of the exodus from Egypt which he claims is entirely original. By quoting from Isaiah 19:2 and 3, and Exodus 12:38, he explains this mass migration as the result of a revolutionary and murderous assault of the Jews on the ruling class of Egypt. Just as 419. Among us, the Jews were able to win over the lower classes by dint of humanitarian phrases and the slogan "Proletarians of the world, unite." The slaying of the firstborn was supposed to be the signal for the beginning of the revolution, but at the last moment the revolution was prevented by those Egyptians who had remained nationalist, and it had then been finally thwarted by the expulsion of the Jews and the rabble. Consequently, Moses was the first leader of Bolshevism. The explosive political effect of this identification of Jewry with Bolshevism is obvious. That capitalism was Jewish was an old and worn-out theme, but the experience of the Bolshevik Revolution among the middle classes in Germany was so immediate, so close to home, and so disquieting, and statistics seemed to prove the overwhelming participation of Jewish ringleaders so irrefutably, that this thesis of identification found credulous listeners even in liberal circles. Not, of course, that it was Hitler's invention, it was the common property of a whole literature from Henry Ford to Otto Hauser. One might be tempted to say that Hitler was its invention. In any event, this interpretation product of Eckhart's brain, though it may have been, emphasizes the peculiar relationship between a world historical thesis and its man, and the second principal thesis of this work, the claim that Lenin was also a Jew, proceeds from it out of sheer organic necessity. 130. The claim that Christianity was a form of Bolshevism was something not even Hitler at the height of his power ever dared to express in so many words. Nevertheless, it is the central thesis of Hitler's table talk. And it is something that even in those early days he took for granted. Christ himself, as was usually the case, was relegated to a totally different world. The responsibility fell, in contrast to Houston Stewart Chamberlain's subtle distinctions, entirely on St. Paul. He goes to the Greeks, to the Romans. And he takes them his Christianity. Something which can unhinge the Roman Empire. All men are equal. Fraternity. Pacifism. No more dignity. And the Jew triumphed. His opinion of the Catholic form of Christianity was remarkably positive and unreligious. The reason for the praise he extended to a number of popes was always the same: they fought the pernicious principle of equality for the Jews. Here as elsewhere in this pamphlet, the sole standard by which he judged historical personages was their attitude toward Jewry. The Reformation, on the other hand, like the humanism of 420. Reuchlin and Hutton, was rejected as being a Judeophile enterprise. But since the anti-Semitism of Luther's later years must, of course, be accorded highest praise, the Reformation as such had to be termed, grotesquely enough, Lutherer-Satstern. By their fruits ye shall know them, Puritans, Anabaptists, Jehovah's Witnesses, those are the juiciest ones. In each of them sits the Jewish maggot. Sharp attacks on the German monarchs and Zionism led to the final significant phenomenon, Bolshevism. This, then, was no longer an isolated and unprecedented phenomenon. It had revealed itself as the most recent form of the ancient conspiracy. To those in the know, the 30 million victims of its carnage did not represent a new and undreamed of horror, as they were aware of the true Asia, the hidden instigator, and its long history, and could thus prepare all the more vigorously for the great conflict which gave the present age greatness and crucial importance for thousands of years to come. For only an overwhelming victory could finally safeguard the will of nature, the existence of races, from the assault of pernicious, ambivalent form, whose body consisted of inferior masses and whose head was the Jewish mind. After this victory, the properly led elite races of the world would respect and protect each other. Now that the cause of all anti-natural dissolution had been eliminated, the Jew, to whom each and every social injustice of significance, as well as every upheaval, could be traced, and whose nature could be described not in ordinary terms but at best by an image, a parasitic growth over the whole earth, sometimes creeping, sometimes leaping. Everywhere it sucks and sucks. At first the bursting abundance, finally the withered sap. After this diagnosis there can be no doubt as to the therapy. When Eckhart mentioned Luther's demand that the synagogues and Jewish schools be burned down, Hitler waved this aside with a hopeless, "Burning them down would do us precious little good." That's the trouble. Even if there had never been a synagogue, or a Jewish school, or the Old Testament, the Jewish spirit would still exist and exert its influence. It has been there from the beginning, and there is no Jew, not a single one, who does not personify it. What is the meaning of these somewhat obscure words, from which the conversation then quickly moves away again? Is it perhaps that the struggle was not to be carried on by brutal methods, that it could only be settled on a spiritual level? 421. That each person must first fight the Jewish spirit within himself? A continuation along these lines would have corresponded to Eckhart's spiritualism. For the extreme consequence of the race doctrine in its Manichaean and activist form, such as is represented by Hitler's thoughts and deeds, these words mean exactly the opposite. If spirit is racial character, and if a harmful spirit exists at all times, it can only be eliminated by the destruction of its substance of flesh and blood. 131, which for Hitler is the primary reality. If there is such a thing as a secret of Adolf Hitler, perhaps it is here that it stands first and most clearly disclosed. But, far from being the personal, hidden whim of a dreamer, it marks with the utmost precision the precise spot at which a powerful trend in modern intellectual development was pointed. To call this pamphlet anti-Semitic is not only insufficient, from an intellectual standpoint it is also quite inadequate. 132 For it must not be forgotten that every significant ideology of the 19th century had its own brand of anti-Semitism. Liberal anti-Semitism accused the Jews of anti-historical rigidity, intolerance, and national separateness. In socialist thought, the Jews often stood for the chief exemplifiers of the capitalist spirit and its Mammonism. What conservatives disliked most about the Jews was their spirit of unrest, their tendency toward revolution. The existence of these accusations, mutually exclusive and yet not entirely baseless as they were, is of itself sufficient proof of what in any event is probably the case, that the historical movement of the 19th century had a peculiarly destructive and challenging effect on the Jewish group. Racial anti-Semitism gathered up all these accusations at once and led them back to the inalterable fact of race. But racial anti-Semitism could also assume the guise of liberal, socialist, or conservative criticism, however much it denied their basis. Chamberlain's anti-Semitism had liberal features. For him the Jews were essentially the fathers of Roman narrow-mindedness and intolerance. Here, in an entirely conventional way, early Christianity was contrasted positively with Catholicism. Chamberlain did not subscribe to the central theme of fascist ideology that Catholicism with its hierarchy and discipline represented the overcoming of Christian revolutionary anarchy. And Rosenberg's attitude toward Catholic compulsion of conscience and dogmatism was also motivated just as much by liberal hatred as by the pan-German arrogance of 422. The Aryan Herrenmensch. The attitude of both these men clearly reveals the difficulty of developing a fascism in Germanic Protestant countries with their Bible tradition and their religious individualism. For Hitler this difficulty did not exist. His anti-Semitism belonged outright to the radical conservative wing which regarded Jewry primarily as a revolutionary force and early Christianity and the Reformation as its pernicious heirs, as against Rome, the bulwark of the will to rule. As an ideological thinker Hitler is closer to Morris than to Rosenberg. This is a conclusion of the utmost importance, which Eckhart's pamphlet confirms but does not originate. Trademark There is another, equally important deduction to be drawn from a study of Hitler's teachers as a group. In the case of Feder, the connection between the battle against the interest yoke and the ideas of a petit bourgeois narrow-gauge socialism is obvious. Ludendorff FS and Rome's will to a new, more skillfully conducted war proceeds organically and naturally from their position as officers. Eckhardt's anti-Semitism is closely associated with a certain German intellectual tradition to which by background and career he belongs. But Hitler stood apart from each of these worlds and traditions. He was, in Barr's words, a detach. And perhaps this is why he was able to avail himself of their most extreme formulations and their consequences, just because he did not share their roots and hence their indwelling limitations. The fresh start. The putsch of November 9, 1923, marks the end of the first period of Hitler's political activity. This period is by far the most important for his development and until recently by far the least familiar. During this time foundations were laid and his course was set. After that he learned from superficial levels of experience only. For tactical reasons he would temporarily emphasize or underplay this or that idea, this or that trait, but even Mein Kampf was no more than a comprehensive selection from the bulk of ideas and experiences of those years. Holderlin's words that the strongest factor is birth and the beam of light that plays on the newborn apply to National Socialism more than to the Action Française, and much more than to Italian fascism. According to all the laws of probability, the putsch should have meant the end of Hitler's political career. In any normal state, an act of armed treason forever excludes the chief pour. 423. Betrayed from ordinary life and even more so from political life, even under the weak Germanic Confederation, the leaders of the Baden-Palatinate uprising all died abroad or in prison. Moreover, Hitler was a foreigner, and his behavior at the Feldherrnhalle had been far from courageous or even honorable. But Bavaria was not a normal state, it was a self-confident regional state, whose leaders were deeply involved in the treasonable enterprise and whose highest ecclesiastical prince had recently called the revolution of 1918 perjury and treason. 134 Thus Hitler could speak from the heart as a revolutionary against the revolution as much to his judges as to the public. For the first time he was given a platform from which the whole world could hear his denunciation. The short and honorable detention in the fortress of Landsberg provided him with the leisure to dictate the first volume of his principal work and thus to take the second big step away from the provincial limitations of Bavaria. His absence from politics demonstrated to the nationalists how very necessary he was to them. At the same time it led to his separation from Ludendorff and temporarily from Rome. Thus in a certain sense it was a new party which he founded in January, 1925. Circumstances were altered hardly less profoundly, the post-war confusion had been overcome, the Weimar Republic was consolidated. Hitler pursued the change in the party to its extreme, an extreme which after all was merely the reality of an existing trend. His position as Führer was finally determined by statute, from then on he had only followers. He disregarded the change in conditions. If he had been only a monomaniac he would have continued merely to talk and write against the November criminals and the Jewish Republic. But he was aware that one essential thing had to be done, while the other indispensable thing must not be left undone. He reassured the Bavarian Prime Minister and the Church. Some nationalist groups began to suspect his opportunism. But he also had the courage to proceed specifically against the favorite ideas of the nationalists. He obstinately defended the thesis that South Tyrol must not be allowed to stand in the way of the alliance between Germany and Italy. It would be wrong to feed the inhabitants of South Tyrol with false hopes. Instead, the country should be regarded as a bridge between the two states. 135 This policy of renunciation on his part did him a lot of harm, although actually only among the protest patriots and nationalist leagues whom 424 he so heartily despised. For, in terms of his assumptions, his thought processes were of compelling logic. It would be mistaken to launch a frontal attack on emotional grounds against all the victorious powers. Rather, it was necessary to break off a few individual states from what had formerly been the enemy coalition and to form a new group with common interests and new goals. 136 Only in this way could one hope to set oneself the war aim which would be worth the effort and the sacrifice of bloodland to secure the threatened existence of the nation. What Stresemann carried on for the sake of peace, a policy aimed at liquidating war, 137 Hitler wanted to embark on for the sake of better war. It was easy enough to realize that the reconciliation with the Bavarian People's Party and the Catholic Church served no other purpose than this, and that the system was to be ruthlessly destroyed after being skillfully deprived of potential support. But this path did not lead him upward as rapidly as the first. Hindenburg's election as Reich president was in no way comparable with the taking over of the Bavarian government by von Kahr in 1919, although it might attest to the power of monarchistic traditions among the German people. It was from other aspects a virtual victory for the Republic, and during the ensuing years the rightist national element more than once bade a despairing farewell to its former hero. Hitler respected only on certain conditions, while he always hated without reservation. He respected von Kahr because they both hated Berlin, that sink of iniquity, but Hindenburg had now become a part of the system. And this system meant progress. Communist uprisings were something that could only occur in the nightmares of alarmists, and Germany had once again become a factor in European politics. This was no longer Hitler's hour. For a time he seemed as more as always, and Mussolini intermittently had seemed to have no position of power other than his newspaper, and the resurrected SA, which served mainly to distribute the party newspaper 138 exactly like the Camelots do ROI. There was yet a third and more important analogy. Just as Grandi and Balba had worked for and against Mussolini in Emilia, so others now worked simultaneously for and against Hitler all over North Germany. These others represented a second form of socialism within the National Socialist Party, and they were not all, like Gottfried Feder, to be fobbed off with words of praise. This time Hitler had to fight for the effectiveness of the party in German society and thus for its fascist character. This struggle is linked with the name of Gregor Strasser. 425. And even mere with that of his brother Otto, but the two brothers from Landshut were probably not so much the cause as the agents of this struggle. They carried the Endstab into North Germany and particularly into the Ruhr, but much of what had been loudly applauded in Munich sounded alien. When in 1925 the North and West German Gauleiter founded their own Arbeitsgemeinschaft in Hanover under the aegis of Strasser, this front group included a good portion of North German Protestant individualists who were unwilling to take orders from the Pope in Munich. And in the Ruhr it was impossible to denounce Marxism as being simply an invention of the Jews. In this area anti-capitalist feeling sprang directly from living conditions. It permeated the atmosphere so thoroughly that a revolutionary party was forced to be socialist far more sincerely than in Munich. This new socialism first found an outlet in the National Sozialistische Brief which Strasser began publishing at the end of 1925 and which were edited by the young Paul Joseph Goebbels. Here class warfare was acclaimed, profit participation was discussed, the alliance with the Soviet Union and all oppressed peoples was proclaimed, along the same lines that some radical nationalist revolutionaries had followed. 181 Rosenberg tried in the Volkisker Beobachter, without much success, to set the confused minds straight and reinstate the formula Soviet Russia equals Soviet Judea. Hitler never for a moment deviated from his Western orientation, nor did he swerve in his high regard for the individual and his rights to personal property, and in the matter of the indemnification of deposed ruling houses, he inflicted a severe defeat on Strasser's socialism, which took the side of the leftist parties. At the Bamberg Leaders' Congress of February, 1926, which Hitler had prepared with great skill, Strasser found himself isolated. His young man Goebbels went over into Hitler's camp and very soon became the protagonist of a Führer cult, which many of the North Germans, among whom Rosenberg must also be numbered, for a long time found highly distasteful. 140 But this did not decide the battle. The Strasser brothers founded the Camp publishing house in Berlin and for a while controlled the capital's National Socialist press. Even the language which Goebbels, as Hitler's newly appointed Gauleiter of Berlin, spoke in those early years is proof of the strength of the socialist trends. He contrasted the decadent spirit of liberalism with the socialist formative power of that. 426. Fourth Estate, the workers. The proletariat, he claimed, was international because of the tragic realization that until now, it had not been shown a national way to solve its problems. His instructions were to show brown shirts, German proletarians, enveloped by the fluttering red storm flag 141 on posters. It was only with the passing of time that all this became a completely unbelievable cliché. Otto Strasser's socialism was much more durable and much more carefully thought out. No doubt Marx would have called him a petit bourgeois socialist. In his best-known publication on his program 142 he spoke of a Reich corporative carrot chamber and the guilds, of hereditary fiefs and the re-agrarianization of Germany. Strasser called for autarky and domestic currency, the war of revolution against Versailles, and a military aristocracy. But there was more than mere demagogy in his demands for splitting up of large estates, for profit participation, for a people's state of Germanic democracy. On the whole it was a genuinely socialist program, at least to the extent to which it was imbued with the emotional appeal of the expansion and attainment of freedom. With a program of this kind, however, there was little likelihood of gaining allies, and certainly not the ones who were now the most desirable. For with the Young Plan and the first signs of economic crisis, German industry's sympathies for the Republic began to wane. Hugenberg became the leader of the German nationals, and that meant that the integration of the political right with the Republic, which had already begun, now came to a halt or was even revoked. His Reich Committee for the German plebiscite against the Young Plan and the War Guild Lie was the first form of that coalition to which 3 years later the Republic was to succumb. By joining this coalition Hitler's party again became what it had once been in Bavaria, the acknowledged vociferous partner of powerful groups which were too weak to govern the whole country by themselves. How could Hitler continue to tolerate an Otto Strasser at that stage? In a final discussion lasting many hours, the quarrel the outcome of which was already decided was brought out into the open. 143 If one is to believe the report of one participant, Hitler opposed Strasser's National Socialism with his own doctrine of the supremacy of the Greco-Nordic race in the sharpest possible way, and one which was as little national as it was socialist. Not long afterward, Otto Strasser left the party and his paper appeared with the headline, "The Socialists Leave the Party." In actual fact it was not an important event, but in the realm of 427 ideas it was of considerable significance. From then on there were anti-fascists on the right too. 141 From then on even the most suspicious capitalist no longer needed to regard the Ernst as a party of the left. Appeal to the masses and rise to power. However, there could be no greater error than to regard the support of Hugenberg and some industrialists 145 as the cause of the meteoric rise of the Ernst. It was only one contributing factor, and not the only one. The German nationals received much greater financial support and yet remained weak. The economic crisis, now being felt in Germany as well, was no longer merely one factor but the very foundation. Throughout Germany it gave rise to a deeply disturbed population, just as the Soviet Republic had done earlier in Bavaria. But the crisis was equally favorable to the communists, and even they never became powerful. The real cause lies in the specific logic of the situation which, in a deeply disturbed bourgeois society, appeared to strengthen rightist radicalism in proportion to leftist radicalism's loss of its mass base, provided the rightist radicals could give the impression of existing above the warring parties. There is no doubt that the awareness of this position accounted in large part for that extraordinary activity which had no parallel even among the communists. But this still does not indicate the kind of fighting method and simplification to be chosen by this, so to speak, malleable activist radicalism of the right. It would have existed even without Hitler and presumably would also have become powerful under Gregor Strasser, but Hitler alone shaped its face. Because of all the simplificateurs terribles of the era he was the most simple and the most natural. This is how he begins his appeal to the people on the occasion of the Reichstag election of September 14, 1930. What did the old parties promise? Which promises did they keep? Now the end has come. A period of the greatest political promises and equally great hopes ends in general political, moral, and economic bankruptcy. The sovereign people can thank its leaders today, for they are responsible for its fate. 146. 428. The infantile trait of the masses which always places responsibility on people as causes and agents had found its great interpreter. The most anonymous, stratified, and obscure process carried to the top that man who offered the simplest and most intelligible explanation for this process. At this Reichstag election, parliamentary representation of the Enstab rose from 12 to 107 deputies. The Weimar Republic's struggle for existence now entered upon its final phase. This struggle had some new distinguishing features, although it could be compared to events in Italy before the March on Rome. Here, as in Italy, there was an ill-timed dissolution of parliament 2 years before the expiration of the legislative term, the immediate cause of Hitler's, and Mussolini's, new positions of power. In Italy, however, the fascists remained limited to 36 deputies, those who had won the election for them in May, 1921. It is true that a year later they were the best organized party in the country with the largest membership, but the suspicion persisted that the methods of the squadrist minority had obtained many not entirely voluntary supporters for fascism. In Germany no one was compelled to join the National Socialists. And yet the wave continued to swell, irresistibly, so. It seemed, with propaganda being expended on a giant scale. Like war materiel in battle. On its second poll, the presidential election in April, 1932, brought Hitler over 13 million votes, and the Reichstag election in the summer swept 230 National Socialist deputies into parliament. This meant that the Enstab was by far the largest party. Although it was still a long way from having an absolute majority, and the election of November 6 represented a serious rebuff, the fact remained that an anti-government party sought to seize the power by legal means, a totally new phenomenon, with little relation to the fascist example and even less to the Bolshevik one. That it was an anti-constitutional party was beyond doubt. There were innumerable utterances of unmistakable meaning, and the famous legality oath which Hitler swore during the trial of the Ulm Reichswehr officers was merely the specific confirmation of a new tactical method and in no sense an acceptance of the meaning of the Constitution. It must be remembered that the emergence of the anti-government mass party was well calculated to produce confusion, alarm, and perplexity. Everything depended on whether 429 and how those concerned could remain aware of the institutional nature of the party. As long as they managed to do this, the struggle was by no means hopeless, for the comparison with Italy shows that not all conditions in Germany were less favorable. In Germany there was never an actual time of struggle. This was confirmed by Hitler himself, when he placed the civil war achievements of the fascists far above those of his own party. 147. At no time could anyone in the German Reich dare to attack even the local headquarters of the enemy and set them on fire. At no time could the chief of staff of the SA dream of conquering even a single town in the Italian fascist style. In January, 1932, Reichswehr Minister Groener said in unmistakably Prussian tones at a private conference, "There will be no civil war. Anyone who rears his head will be crushed with the utmost brutality, no matter who he is." 148. Within a few months he decreed a ban on uniforms for the SA and the SS, which was obeyed without demur. In a similar situation, a threat of Mussolini's had forced the Italian government to back down hastily. Even such events as the Bloody Sunday of Altena had been merely clashes, albeit very bloody ones, and not civil war-type actions, and during that famous war maneuver, apparently the cause of Schleicher's resignation, the flattering but paradoxical conclusion was arrived at that Reichswehr and police could not guarantee order and safety in the event of a simultaneous attack by National Socialists, Communists, and Poles. 14. In other words, the Prussian-German state was and continued to be a strong state. This is enough to show that a communist danger did not exist. 150 The Communists knew this better than anyone else. Why, otherwise, would they have looked forward hopefully to Hitler's seizure of power, since they regarded this as their only chance of restoring the united proletarian front? 151 Their illusion would have been understandable if the Italian communists had not expressed exactly the same hopes 10 years earlier. 152 However, the greatest difference as against Italy could have been the securest pledge for a potential successful resistance. In Germany there were no maximalists, on the contrary, the Social Democrats were a pillar of the bourgeois state. This may have been regretted or welcomed, although it betokened a diminution of faith and heroism. It was also a sign that Germany was one of the most highly developed industrial NA. 430. The 3.5 million members of the Republican Reichsbanner did not regard bourgeois democracy simply as a lie which was as bad as fascism, and the Iron Republican Front for Defense against Fascism was not composed mainly as was the Alleanza del Lavoro of people who wanted to weave the shroud of bourgeois society. The common danger could have strengthened the alliance on which the Republic depended. But the end of the Great Coalition in March, 1930, was already a fatal indication. Admittedly, the coalition partners were justified in arguing about the distribution of the social burdens, which had been aggravated by crisis, but the fact that there were more vital interests than the size of unemployment insurance contributions was something that neither side could grasp. 153 Was Brüning's presidentially appointed cabinet the beginning of the end? Not necessarily, and Hindenburg's election through a kind of extended Weimar coalition offered a last and by no means negligible chance. But the conservatives, with typically German self-preoccupation, which precluded an understanding of the specific nature of the German situation, were so deluded that they felt closer to Hitler than to the Prussian socialist leader Otto Braun. They were right insofar as Hitler was closer than Braun to their principles. But they were mistaken when they believed that they would benefit more by encouraging the extremes of their own position than by uniting former opposites. When within a few years they had been trampled in the dust of humiliation, 154 shot or hanged, it was too late. On February 25, 1932, Hindenburg sent a letter to the former chairman of the German League of Aristocrats, Friedrich von Berg, in which he justified his acceptance of the presidential candidacy. 155 He assured him he was not a candidate of the left or of the Black and Red coalition and was not campaigning against national Germany. He would resist a purely National Socialist Party dictatorship, but not a rightist government. He served Germany without self-interest on the strength of his former views and his past, in order that the country might be spared civil war and ineffectualness in foreign policy. The Stahlhelm had only his protection to thank for not having been dissolved long ago, and this made him all the more bitter toward that body's present attitude. At the end of the same year Hitler wrote to Colonel von Reichenau, Chief of Staff of the Army Command in Königsberg. 156 In this letter he said among other things that the German people now consisted of two ideological groups. 43. 1. Of which one was more or less pacifist or even anti-self-defense, the threat by the communist Weltanschauung, which had already seized Russia as a bastion, could only be met by Germany through an internal, spiritual rearming, which in turn could only be accomplished by a Weltanschauung whose steadfast purpose was the eradication of Marxism. These two letters are enough to explain why Hindenburg did not fulfill the hopes which may have accompanied his re-election, and how inevitable it was that the officers' corps had no desire to resist Hitler. The primary aim of the conservatives was not to defend the constitution but to obtain Germany's freedom to defend itself, that is, rearmament. Internally this presupposed and assured a stable rule, while externally the goal was the restitution of the nation. Hitler wanted this too, only on a wider and more purposeful basis. In times of unrest, however, it is generally the more extreme version of the same idea which achieves priority. It can certainly be assumed that Papen and Schleicher had no sympathy for Hitler and preferred to see their own preeminence rather than his. But it did not occur to them to obtain Hindenburg's consent to use the power of their dictatorship against Hitler as vigorously as against the communist leader Thälmann. Was opposition to the strongest party anti-constitutional and impossible? As if they would not have fought to the last drop of blood for their possessions and traditions, even if 2/3 of all votes had gone to the communists. And it was much more likely that the inflated National Socialist Party would not stand up to a new election fight and the overt hostility of the government than that it would obtain 50% of the votes. The plain truth was that, to them, peace outside and freedom inside the country were not worth a struggle. They wanted to channel the National Socialist movement and tame it, to fence Hitler in and tame him. That is exactly what Luigi Facta had had in mind 10 years earlier. But the Italian could take as an excuse the fact that he was the first to come up against fascism and that Mussolini had never said anything about a new war of conquest or the unconditional rule of a new ideology directly at variance with the constitution. Perhaps it is useless to reproach a section of the German people which was willing to entrust its fate unconditionally to a man whose book or program it had obviously either 432. Not read or not taken seriously. A knowledge of recent history and familiarity with Hitler's writings were to be expected from the political leaders, but these men displayed neither. However, it is not true that the intriguing of a small clique opened up Hitler's way to power. All that this intriguing accomplished was to destroy the lukewarm idea of resistance, which had taken shape too hesitatingly among too small a group. In November Hindenburg had seen to it that Hitler's dictatorship was rejected unequivocally, 157, and to the very end it was resisted by the greater part of the German people. In the hour of decision there was no one to honor the president's word or protect the majority of the people. Farce followed hard on the heels of tragedy. Shortly before Hitler was sworn in, the contained Chancellor of the Cabinet of National Concentration demanded no less from his conservative colleagues than the dissolution of the Reichstag and a new election. It was a revolutionary demand, the avoidance of a fresh appeal to the people, and hence of disturbances with unpredictable consequences, had after all been the whole purpose of conservative efforts. Hugenberg put up a spirited resistance, but, since State Secretary Meissner was urging that the Reich president could not be kept waiting, the leader of the German nationals yielded in return for certain assurances of patent insincerity, and with his own hands dug a grave for himself and his party. The Field Marshal President's time was more important than the responsibility of the politician and the fate of the state. As late as 1932 Germany could still, like England, have achieved the European synthesis, free of the burdens of the colonial age, and above all of the Soviet Union's agonizing efforts to catch up. Germany was destined to become Europe's strongest point of attraction. Instead, on January 30 the wantonness of its leaders brought about the uniting of the traditionalist and revolutionary aspects of the old Germany, a union which, unless it achieved its goal by opposing the whole world, was bound to drag state and people down into the abyss. Single-minded seizure of power. At first this union seemed to act like a magic spell dissolving all distress, doubts, and fears, and leading the people back to the unity of one great family. Had Germany ever known such an outburst of thrilling excitement, happiness, and triumph as the mammoth torchlight procession which wound for hours through nighttime Berlin to glorify the aged general? History 433. Of World War I and the young people's chancellor? Did not similar processions form all over Germany, usually quite spontaneously? Did not strangers embrace, sobbing with emotion and beside themselves with joy? The appeal of the Reich government, broadcast to every home on February 1, expressed the feelings of millions, and it combined a historic picture of compelling simplicity with the invocation of all valuable traditions and irresistible optimism. More than 14 years have gone by since the unhappy day when, blinded by promises from within and without, the German people forgot the greatest possessions of our past, of the Reich, of its honor and its freedom, and thereby lost everything. Since those days of betrayal, the Almighty has withdrawn his blessing from our people. Beginning with the family, transcending all conceptions of honor and loyalty, people and fatherland, culture and economics, to the very foundations of our morality and faith, nothing was spared by this all-negating, all-destroying idea. 14 years of Marxism have ruined Germany. will preserve and defend the foundations on which rests the strength of our nation. It will steadfastly protect Christianity as the basis of our whole morality, and the family as the germ cell of our people and our body politic. Loyal to the command of our Field Marshal, we will begin. May our work find favor in the eyes of Almighty God, may He shape our will, bless our understanding, and make us happy with the trust of our people. For we will fight not for ourselves, but for Germany. 158 In every hamlet the swastika flags waved side by side with the black, white and red of the old Reich. No administration, no region, no class remained unaffected. Forces which hitherto had been only barely held in check broke out overnight. The SA marched through the streets, and every official position was taken over or controlled by a National Socialist. The most famous philosopher, the most brilliant professor of law, the best-known poet, stood up in front of their students, their colleagues, the nation, and interpreted the national revolution to their audiences. Many a pastor saw his dreams come true and fervently implored God's blessing. In a mood of deep emotion, countless teachers told their pupils of the new course upon which Germany's destiny had embarked. And when in the venerable old garrison church in Potsdam, before a background of brilliant uniforms, the simple corporal bowed to the wartime field marshal, it seemed as if an act of unique symbolic strength had put the crowning touch to a unique revolution, and Goebbels wrote in his diary, his 434. Historic moment. The shield of German honor has been washed clean again. The standards with our eagles rise on high. On the streetcars and buses, men, women, and children stand cheering and singing. A fantastic sight, unique in history. 1M It was a unique revolution. In St. Petersburg in 1917, starving crowds had stormed the government palace. A group of grey-faced men, barely returned from exile and imprisonment, had embarked in silence on an apparently hopeless task. In Rome in 1922 the black shirts entering the city and a few bands of citizens had cheered the king and Mussolini, but generally speaking the population had adopted a wait-and-see attitude. In Germany a revolution took place without any revolutionary breach of legality, yet without any regard for it either. 3G Above all, it was a revolution against the revolution. From now on there would be no more revolutions in Germany. This promise and this trust were presumably what caused this order-loving people to burst the bonds of all order. To arrive at a correct assessment of the political processes of those months, this popular agitation must be neither denied nor overlooked. It exerted pressure on the Centre Party during the negotiations over the Enabling Act, it forced Hugenberg to fall into line. Its unprecedented nature broke the resistance of the Social Democratic Reichstag faction. 101 But by the same token the validity of this rejoicing is open to question. A people may rejoice when it wins a war, perhaps even when it embarks on a war. But here one half of the people were rejoicing over the defeat of the other half. For innumerable eyes had looked on those torchlight processions in horror, and millions were wondering in bewilderment, how are those people going to make use of power who are so frantically celebrating their victory and yet obtained fewer votes than the opposing party group had obtained nearly 15 years earlier. Such sentiments of pastors and poets, thinkers and teachers, met with the ridicule or contempt of a scarcely less important group which included a considerable number of the most honored names in the German intellectual world. Flags waved above wholesale arrests and wholesale flight. It was in truth a very much reduced German soul which, according to Rosenberg's later interpretation, was never so at one with itself as in those days. 162 Nor was there any clear definition of the basis for this oneness. Did the government have anything new or concrete to say politically? Did it not protest its love of peace? 435. And its loyalty to traditional commitments just as preceding governments had done? Had not the annulment of reparations, the recognition in essence of German equality, already been achieved? One might speak of a collective compensation for all the accumulated dissatisfactions of the past 15 years among broad sections of the population, but it is more likely that, in the face of the raised banners, the marching columns, the blaring of trumpets, the god who had been pushed aside gripped the hearts of his errant people again and offered them an enticing vision of that unity which had once lifted battalions above and beyond all the tribulations and discord of civilian existence. No matter how many waves of illusion and false awareness might ruffle the ocean of the primitive, no matter how many millions might suppress the urge to ask about the purpose of this unity, the sole relevant question was whether a determined will could form and stabilize the elemental impetus, and how far this will could lead it. When in the spring of 1933 one half of the German people triumphed over the other half which, powerless and crippled, was almost incapable of resistance, one basic potential of German politics, in a new guise to match the new age, gained ascendancy over the other. Even in 1933 it was absurd to maintain that this new form was merely an improved imitation of the previous one, however often Hitler might stress this. In those days he was the last to accord himself the honor to which he was entitled, that of being a radical pioneer of a powerful principle. Thus, it was in a complete absence of awareness that the cheering crowds joined in what they took to be a new beginning but which was actually the beginning of something new. Domestic political developments, on the other hand, presented quite a different picture, and it was no accident that Hitler had often declared internal politics to be the basis for external politics. 103 Again, the Italian parallel offers an outstanding example of the hitherto unknown phenomenon, the single-minded total seizure of power. 164 Single-mindedness precludes neither detailed planning nor hesitation and uncertainty at some moments. Hitler may have been agitated and alarmed by the Reichstag fire, 165, but it would be quite wrong to suppose that, like Mussolini, he was led mainly by circumstances and the actions of the opponent to achieve totalitarian fulfillment. Instead, he was skillful enough to utilize every opportunity to urge matters on in the same direction, and very often he created the opportunity himself. 436. Thus on February 1, 1933, Hindenburg dissolved the Reichstag on the grounds that the formation of a working majority had proved impossible. But Hitler had only pretended to negotiate with the center, and he never approached the Bavarian People's Party at all. 166 On February 4, the Reich President's decree for the protection of the German people gave the National Socialist Party most of the advantages which the Fascist Party in Italy had gained from the 1924 elections. This makes it all the more remarkable that, unlike Mussolini, Hitler still failed to gain an absolute major-ity in the election. The Reichstag fire, blamed on the Communist Party in defiance of all reason and probability, 17 provided, with the ensuing emergency regulations of the decree for the protection of people and state, the legal basis for 12 years of National Socialist rule. A comparable law, but far more limited in terms of capital punishment, was not passed in Italy until after the fourth attempt on Mussolini's life, at the end of October, 1926. From many points of view, the Enabling Act was among the more harmless measures of the seizure of power. It contained certain safeguards and had precedence in the Weimar Republic. Mussolini was provided with a similar act very early, and when it expired he waived its renewal. However, in the meantime he had a fascist majority in the parliament. The law for the restoration of the civil service postulated, after 2 months, that submissiveness on the part of civil servants which in Italy had not been enjoined on bureaucracy until the coming of Alfredo Rocco's Leggi Fascistissime. The laws integrating the Länder in Germany into the Reich were perhaps matched in centralized Italy by the replacement of the elected mayor with the government-appointed podesta. A far more direct comparison can be made between laws covering the organization of cultural affairs and the press. The initial stages of state control of labor relations also bear some similarity. The abolition of parties and its legal ratification was achieved in Germany barely 6 months after takeover. In Italy it required the Mattardi crisis and several attempts on Mussolini's life. Mussolini had also deprived his nationalist allies of their independence shortly after his seizure of power, but the terms and conditions were much more honorable than those which Hugenberg, the powerful and confident Hitler tamer of a short while before, was obliged to accept. 168 In Both cases the initial coalition government lasted only a few months. On October 14 the cautious jockeying for position within a complex external political situation culminated in a first strident note. Germany resigned from the League of Nations. The reason given was the snail's pace of disarmament negotiations. In a similar way, shortly after assuming the reins of government, Mussolini had loudly asserted Italy's self-confidence by bombarding Corfu. But that was a local event, soon settled. In Germany the people were called to the polls, and for the first time the Chancellor's policy was confirmed with a totalitarian majority. The developments which are comparable with those that took place in Italy are rounded off with the law for the safeguarding of the unity of party and state, passed on December 1, 1933. In this law the Ernst was called the embodiment of the German idea of state and was formally brought into indissoluble union with the state. A separate party and SA jurisdiction was recognized by the state. The Führer's deputy and the SA chief of staff became ex officio members of the Reich government. In Italy it was 1929 before the party secretary was admitted to sessions of the Council of Ministers. This is not the place to examine the possible degree and extent of direct or indirect influences. The vital point is that the process of unrestricted political seizure of power, which took 7 years in Italy, was accomplished in Germany in 10 months. Goebbels underestimated when he noted in his diary on April 17, 1933, "Within a year all Germany will be in our hands." 1G9 At the end of 1933 one could have believed that all these measures served that instruction of the people which in the early years in Italy had been essential to the drama of rehabilitation and the surmounting of the economic crisis. But in the first place this thesis is a doubtful one even in its relation to Italy, and in the second place conditions in Germany were quite different. It is true that with the creation of employment and the building of the new superhighways there was a let's get down to work upsurge similar to that in Italy, but Germany was not an undeveloped country. Here it was not a question of creating new possibilities of life and employment, but of getting an already existing, gigantic production apparatus underway again. Yet if Germany did not want to wait 438 for the end of the world depression, where was its surplus production to go? This problem did not exist in Italy. How Hitler proposed to solve it did not remain concealed, at least not from the Reichswehr generals. On February 3, 1933, when he had been Reich Chancellor for less than a week, he addressed the highest-ranking officers of the Army and Navy somewhat as follows: "The aim of policy as a whole is the reconquest of political power and hence the total destruction of every attitude and activity opposed to rearmament. How political power is to be used after it has been obtained is not yet told. Perhaps to win new export outlets, perhaps and probably better to conquer new Lebensraum in the East and to Germanize that Lebensraum ruthlessly." 17 Hitler was much more perceptive than all those who believed one must divest a modern people of every manifestation of inner antagonism, one must put them in uniform and play a march in order for them to learn to work. However, it might be assumed that this radicalism would learn moderation, and that the steam it generated would turn the wheels of national restitution. That must have been what the generals thought. But within a few weeks a large-scale boycott against Jewish businesses was staged under the direction of Julius Streicher, as a reaction to the Jewish atrocity stones in the world. There was obviously no change whatever in the trend to make a group of people racially, that is, without the slightest individual, sociological, or ideological distinction, responsible for a highly complicated state of affairs. Although at no time did Hitler seem further removed from Mein Kampf than during 1933, even that year demonstrates sufficient essential continuity, at least to retrospective eyes. War in peacetime. If the period of the seizure of power shows a striking number of analogies with the course of Italian fascism, in the years that followed the differences emerge more strongly. Yet it is precisely in these structural distinctions that we find the first interlocking of the regimes in the sphere of the causal. For 10 years, and in spite of many an imperialistic speech and trend on the part of Mussolini, Italy had been a factor in European stability. In the second and third years of his rule Hitler already plainly showed a different face, relatively much sooner than Mussolini, in point of time simultaneously, for it was in 1935 that the Duce decided to conquer an empire on African soil. 439. In Germany, however, again internal politics constitutes the beginning. Here for the first time Hitler solved the problem in such a way that it is permissible to speak of warlike action in peacetime. The issue as such was the same in Italy and Germany, the fate of the armed party army. During the first years of fascist rule in Italy, no demand was made more often or more emphatically in the most diverse quarters than that Mussolini should dissolve his MVSN and thus restore conditions of constitutional order. It was the Mattardi crisis which cut the knot. It forced Mussolini to a compromise, to have the militia swear allegiance to the king, and at the same time released him from a potentially dangerous rival, because Balba had to resign as generalissimus due to accusations raised against him. In Germany a different situation existed. 171. In the first place the position of the SA as against the party was much more independent than that of the MVSN, and in the second place Rome, its leader, was the last of the friends and teachers from Hitler's early days who was still in a position of authority. Finally, the SA was numerically much stronger than the Reichswehr, and it had been cheated of its revolution. It is not surprising that there was a good deal of dissatisfaction in its ranks and talk of the coming Second Revolution. It was the third wave of socialism, which became visible within the National Socialist movement, a kind of plebeian soldiers' socialism which sought no theoretical definition. For Rome it was closely linked with his dream of replacing the Reichswehr and its reactionary officers' corps by the National Socialist People's Army under his leadership, of course. That such ideas were equally alarming to Wehrmacht and industry alike goes without saying. Tensions increased visibly during the summer of 1934, Göring and Himmler went over to the side of Rome's enemies. It is hardly likely that Hitler was seriously undecided, but he probably did hesitate for quite a while. He may have believed in the danger of a putsch, but it is highly improbable that he believed the revolt to be imminent. For the SA was on furlough, and its high command was meeting for a congress in Bad Wiessee in which he had apparently consented to participate. All the more shocking was the brutality 172 with which he struck. He had the SA leaders dragged from their beds and shot without trial or sentence. 173 in Berlin. Göring and Himmler chose the victims for the firing squads. Here the SS-1 top honors the prize was its independence in a 440 shooting match in which their former comrades and commanding officers were the targets, but at the same time it settled a number of political accounts from days long past. Generals Schleicher and Bredow paid the penalty for their former obstinacy. Gregor Strasser died for his treason. Papen's colleagues paid with their lives for the vice-chancellor's speech in Marburg. 174 Gustav von Kahr met the revenge for his behavior at the Munich Putsch. The fate of Father Bernhard Stemperl was perhaps sealed by his corrections to the original draft of Mein Kampf. It was a mass murder for which there is absolutely no parallel in a civilized country. But the government summarily declared all the events of June 30, July 1, and July 2 to have been self-defense of the state and hence justifiable. Germany's best-known professor of law sang their praises under the title Der Führer schützt das Recht. Unquestionably a feeling of relief rather than indignation ran through the German people. The unsurpassed shamelessness with which details of the murdered men's sexual lives were exposed, details familiar for years to the informed and especially to the Führer, may have contributed to this. Press and radio were sufficiently coordinated to prevent the whole truth coming to light. Nevertheless, a comparison with events after the murder of Mattardi is not entirely out of the question, and it is scarcely favorable to Germany and the Germans. The only way to endow events with coherence and intelligibility is to regard them as an application of martial law. In time of peace, men who have been arrested and thus rendered harmless may not under any circumstances be executed without trial. In time of war, mutineers are shot on the spot, especially when they imperil the attainment of important objectives. The strategic objective which Rome and his men imperiled was the fastest possible build-up of the Wehrmacht from the cotters of the Reichswehr. If Hitler wished to be ready for action soon, he had to be on good terms with the Reichswehr. And it is known that he was firmly convinced he had very little time. Whoever stood in the way of this understanding must fall, just as the man who refuses to obey a command must die. In the past, Hitler had achieved his first successes in Munich by carrying the methods of war onto the street and into civilian life. Now his great strategy as Chancellor of the Reich only becomes lucid and compelling if it is defined as war in peacetime. It is only as a wartime oath of allegiance to the Supreme Condottiere that we can understand that formula which, after 441 Hindenburg's death, the Wehrmacht was obliged to accept as a price of its victory, and in which unconditional obedience was sworn to the person of the Supreme Commander with no other safeguards whatever. The National Socialist uprising in Vienna, which cost Federal Chancellor Dollfuss his life, was an act of war. No matter how Berlin denied the connection and singled out its minister as the scapegoat, the memorial tablet which was affixed years later to the Vienna Federal Chancellery building spoke a different and truer language. 175 The march into the demilitarized Rhineland, which constituted a breach of the Locarno Pact, was an extremely bold commando enterprise jeopardizing all the gains of 2 years with a daring which by external political standards could be neither justified nor comprehended. The context and objective of all political and economic measures were disclosed in the memorandum on the purpose of the 4-year plan, which in the summer of 1936 Hitler made available as a top-secret document 17, to the country's key government leaders only. As the final solution of the German struggle for existence, it named the expansion of living space, that is, of the raw material and food basis of our people, demanded that war be prepared in peacetime, and closed with the words, I hereby set the following task, the German army must be ready for action in 4 years. 2. The German economy must be ready for war in 4 years. In the autumn of 1936 the German-Italian rapprochement began. It has been shown via which stages and with what inherent logic it led to the Pact of Steel, that is, to the unconditional military alliance of the two regimes. A vitally important date which became known more or less by chance is November 5, 1937. On that day Hitler informed the Ministers of War and Foreign Affairs, together with the 3 supreme commanders of the Wehrmacht branches, in the presence of the Wehrmacht adjutant Colonel Hossbach, of his ideas on strategy and his military plans. 177 The heart of the matter was once again Germany's lack of living space. Hitler declared it his unalterable determination to solve the Lebensraum problem at latest between 1943 and 1945. As for the immediate future, he was considering attacks on Czechoslovakia and Austria. This undertaking was also regarded solely from the standpoint of acquiring foodstuffs, and a forced emigration of 2 million people from Czechoslovakia and 1 million from Austria formed part of his calculation. 442. As far as the Wehrmacht was concerned, this discussion doubtless meant that, after the conclusion of the initial armament phase, the army was to bow to Hitler's will. This 178 was after 3 years to close the strange gap consisting of the fact that as head of state and supreme commander Hitler was far ahead of the Duce, while in actual influence on the country's armed forces he lagged behind him. None of his audience could be in any doubt as to the objective of this revision of the basic pact with the principal conservative force. To those listeners at least, he revealed the author of Mein Kampf to be the quintessence of the Führer and Reich Chancellor. Nevertheless, it is doubtful whether the generals were aware of the full implications of these statements. It is certainly a fact that General von Fritsch in particular was very non-committal in his reaction to the immediate war plans. Once again, with consummate histrionic art and a lordly contempt for all moral precepts, Hitler utilized an opportunity which chance offered to get rid of this inconvenient man. 179 With the taking over of the supreme command and the reorganizing of the top leadership in the Wehrmacht, the statesman became a general quite consistent with Ludendorff's conception, although not in its direction. If for 4 years Hitler had hardly ever seen the Chief of General Staff of the Army, General Beck, the new men, Keitel and Jodl, became his daily colleagues. The first foreign statesman to realize that the lava of an unbridled emotionalism could erupt from the summit figure of the general statesman on occasions other than in speeches aimed at the masses, was the Austrian Federal Chancellor von Schuschnigg. Foreign policy is as full of threats and compulsion as domestic policy, but the difference had always been that these objective conditions were not apparent in the relations between its representatives. Hitler, however, stormed and raved against Schuschnigg personally, and called for Keitel in that threatening tone of voice with which a tribal chieftain might have summoned the leader of his bodyguard so as to frighten the visitor with his war paint. 1s0. The Anschluss with Austria occurred in much the same way. The telephone conversations during the night of March 11, 1938, 181 were more reminiscent of cheap melodrama than of the traditional image of even the most severe diplomatic pressure. Not even where Seyss-Inquart was concerned did they lose their aspect of an out-and-out act of violence. After 443. A few hours, of course, a mass rejoicing, on a scale which apparently surprised even Hitler, reduced all this to insignificance. 6 months later, together with the Duce of Fascist Italy, the Führer of Greater Germany forced on the Western European powers, by threatening war, an agreement which would normally have been attainable only through a large-scale war. Less than 6 months later, by breaking solemn promises and by a blackmailing double-dealing of extreme brutality, he deprived Czechoslovakia of its scant independence and gave it a status compared with which its situation in the Habsburg monarchy had been a paradise of liberty and self-determination. Now for the first time he ran into the determined opposition of England. The most reasonable of all his demands invalidated, it is true, by the preceding events fell on deaf ears in Warsaw. He then isolated the enemy by his most staggering volte-face, the treaty with the Soviet Union. This ensured victory before military operations had even begun. Hitler despised the English and the French since Munich, anyway so thoroughly L82 that he was convinced the conflict could be localized. On August 22, 1939, before high-ranking officers on the Obersalzberg he made a speech which now revealed more openly the Adolf Hitler of the early Munich years as the true personality hiding behind the People's Chancellor of the peace speeches of 1933 and the victor of the self-determination rights of 1938. 183 He announced his war aim and summarized his convictions with the words, "We must close and harden our hearts." He who has pondered on the order of this world realizes that its meaning lies in the warlike survival of the fittest. But the German people are among the fittest people on earth. Providence has made us the leaders of this PEO.PLE, thus it is our task to provide the German people, crowded together with 140 inhabitants to the square kilometer, with necessary living space. In carrying out this task, the greatest severity can be the greatest kindness. This could have been written word for word in Mein Kampf, and it only confirmed what was in fact obvious to all, it removed the accidental nature from the incipient war and stamped it with the mark of timely decision. Not long afterward he made the connection clear when he said, looking back, "Basically I did not set up the Wehrmacht in order not to strike. The decision to strike was always in me." 184 It was the most compelling and at the same time the most 444. Crucial decision Hitler ever made. In a broader sense he had already struck many times, but always under such circumstances that his enemies did not strike back with the same means. War presupposes an equality of means. Now they met on an equal level and the only issue was how far the superiority carried over from the war in peace period would suffice and how long Hitler would be able to keep apart those whom he had always declared to be his enemies. But let us pause here for a moment. The question as to how Hitler could rise with such dazzling speed to the position of absolute master of the most powerful military state on earth has been answered. Alone among his contemporaries he systematically and single-mindedly carried on war in peacetime. It remains to be asked why so few obstacles were put in the way of this rise, and what the implications of this rise actually were. It must be borne in mind that in the beginning he rode along, as it were, on the back of a necessary and legitimate process. Germany's return to the community of European powers as a member of equal standing had been prepared by the Weimar Republic with dogged persistence, and in its essentials was already a fait accompli. Hitler's determination completed the final stages of national restitution more swiftly and spectacularly than had been expected, but he did not create them out nothing. His enemies were paralyzed by the feeling that they were up against an elemental, long predictable process. It was thus that the uniting of Austria with the German Reich came about, a completion and summit of a national policy of restitution whose aims had scarcely an opponent in Germany. However, this does not sufficiently explain why a policy of war in the midst of peace, a policy which, after all, was also clearly visible in the field of internal affairs, did not lead to a collective resistance on the part of those who were threatened. A contributing fact was, no doubt, the natural conflicts of interest, especially between France and England, which after 1918 had often been of such assistance to Germany, and which explain, for example, why England double-crossed its French ally with the separate naval agreement of June 18, 1935, and rendered the Versailles system untenable. But what was much more crucial was the existence of the Soviet Union. In the same way that Hitler had the Bavarian Soviet Republic and Thalmann to thank for his rise inside Germany, so his successes in the area of foreign politics are inconceivable. 445. Able without Stalin. England's appeasement policy must be regarded essentially as a countermove to that trend of France which, in keeping with Litvinov's intentions, was bringing the Soviet Union into Europe. From the standpoint of national states, the Munich Agreement is a matchless example of the betrayal of two great powers for their commitments of alliance and friendship. From the standpoint of world politics, it represents rather the successful pact of conservative powers with the younger and more dynamic partners in the alliance. In a similar way also in Munich, Gustav von Kahr had, 15 years earlier, placed his hand in that of Adolf Hitler, under compulsion, true, but not reluctantly, since the object was to march against the common enemy. But not even Daladier, Prime Minister of the most profoundly humbled great power, came to a decision as von Kahr had done. On the eve of the conference he publicly vented his anger on the warmongers of the left in his own country. His words corresponded exactly to the ruthless campaign of Mora's. One far more than a victory of a national state fighting for self-determination, Munich was the historic triumph of the fascist powers which received the tacit recognition of Western Europe's conservative governments as the champions of anti-Bolshevism, while the United States persisted in its self-chosen isolation and was apparently not involved. There was a good deal to indicate that Munich was another united nationalist front, aimed this time at crushing communism once and for all in its power position as a state. There are few things more enlightening than the realization that the achievement of self-determination by the German people in the midst of the 20th century was only possible in conjunction with another and broader aim. Presumably the only reason Hitler achieved the first objective was that deep down he was impelled by quite different motives. Whether these motives could ever have been consistent with the Western powers' interests and traditions, prepared as these were to make concessions, was something that Chamberlain could have found out for himself before, and still more after, Munich by examining the course of political events inside Germany. Had not the Nuremberg laws put into effect that fourth point in the party program which was completely incompatible with Western liberal tradition, since in principle it placed blood above decision? Did not the increasingly overt hostility toward the churches make it plain that Germany was no longer willing to recognize that basis? 446. Of common European existence which the appeal of the government of February 1, 1933, had so strongly emphasized. Did not the burnings and murders of the organized giant pogrom of November, 1938, serve to show with agonizing clarity that in the heart of Europe something had become reality which had been regarded as a far-off nightmare from the Tsarist Russia of the terrorist Black Hundred? Did not the grim prophecy of the destruction of Jewry, as given in Hitler's Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, one's not one jot less legitimate than the creation of the French or Italian national states? Is it not reasonable to assume that the spectacular success of Germany's national restoration would have proved the essential element, while the remainder the dreams of living space policy, the totalitarianism, the policy toward the Jews would have been regarded simply as passing whims or temporary expedients which the more moderate successors would have skillfully brushed aside after the attainment of the real objective. A clear-cut answer to this question is no more possible than to any other historical hypothesis. However, an affirmative answer would assume that Hitler was not outstanding enough to imbue his movement and his successor with something of his own spirit. It would also ignore the force of Ob. 447. Objective circumstances. In the deliberations of the Weimar period, the problem of East Prussia, that is, relations with Poland, had often seemed to suggest a military solution, and the Polish corridor must indeed have seemed a thorn in the flesh to a Germany that possessed Vienna and Carlsbad. The only question was whether Poland should perhaps be offered sufficiently large and convincing compensation. Whichever way the problem was regarded, after Munich everything pointed toward war. Even Göring would have found it virtually impossible to bring the thundering express to a halt at the last moment. Another question, and one which can be answered with greater certainty although less universal validity, is whether, under the most favorable circumstances possible, the gains would have been worth the sacrifices. In 1939, even a Germany without Hitler would have remained under the control of narrow minds and fanatical temperaments. What had once been the richest intellectual soil in the world would have continued to resemble a mown field, only that the glorification of the living Führer would have been replaced by the cult of the dead one. That concept of Germany's task and policy, which acquired its most powerful and radical fascist form through Hitler, could not, even in its more harmless manifestations, escape its innate law. Whatever happened, it had to make Austria a province and all Germany a barracks. It could rule Greater Germany, but only as a spiritual desert. Those who were not aware of the desert could regard German history as having reached its summit, but these sentiments were not even shared by all those who had bestowed their confidence and aid on Hitler as the champion of national restoration. Before war had broken out, that battle of the gods 188 had begun among the once rightist bourgeoisie, a battle which was to bring about so many realignments, levels of war and degrees of resistance. There can be no doubt that Hitler wanted war, but hardly that war at that time. 181 Ample evidence exists of his deep dismay, and that of his colleagues at England's and France's declarations of war. Obviously he believed and hoped he would be able to force the Western powers once again to yield, 10 degrees, but not for a moment was he prepared to abandon his attack on Poland. All his efforts at peace were based on the contemptuous belief that the little worms whom he had met at Munich knew only calculation and no honor. 448. Thus began World War II, and to the surprise of its originator the local clash immediately spread to a European conflict. It did not acquire its continental and ideological character until almost 2 years later with the attack on the Soviet Union. The final world configuration resulted in December 1941, with the Japanese attack 191 on Pearl Harbor and the German-Italian declaration of war on the United States. It seems more enlightening, however, to replace the sequence in time with a sequence in implication. The war against Poland started out as a typical war of national restitution, just like the war on which Mussolini had embarked in 1915. The war against France and England appeared to be its complement, a normal European war designed to safeguard and confirm the shift in the balance of power. It was on a similar basis that Italy had been obliged to take on Germany in 1916. It followed that to millions of people this struggle appeared at first to be merely a resumption of World War I in a smaller and more skillfully chosen framework, whereas in actual fact it displayed from the very beginning a totally different character. From an objective standpoint, the campaign in Poland proved that an agrarian people is virtually helpless when confronted by an attack from a highly armed industrial nation. Subjectively, the treatment Hitler meted out to the conquered people could not be judged by any standard of European history. It is true that again objectively this was the fourth time Poland was partitioned between Russia and Germany, but this time even the social vestiges of national independence disappeared. For the first time in history the world saw a nation thrust back into a state of slavery, without rights and even without educational facilities. 192 In a memorandum of May, 1940, Himmler postulated the following: for the non-German population of the East there is to be no higher school than the 4th-grade elementary school. The sole aim of this elementary school shall be, simple arithmetic up to 500 and no further, writing of one's name, and instruction that it is a divine law to obey the Germans and be honest, hard-working, and well-behaved. I do not regard reading as necessary. 193 Similarly, the annexation of vast areas going far beyond what had formerly been Prussian territory, and the open intention quickly put into effect of expelling the Polish and Jewish population in favor of new German settlers, made the nature of the policy being pursued here quite plain, the policy of ruthless Germanization together with the 449 enslavement and biological debilitation of the rest of the indigenous population. But the second and next step of the new policy is also to be found in this laboratory of horror, the policy of annihilation. In this, its first appearance, it was directed not against Jews and not against Bolsheviks, but against the Polish intelligentsia. On May 30, 1940, at a session of the police, Governor-General Frank announced the following maxim as being the Führer's personal instructions: whatever leading class in Poland we have discovered to exist is to be liquidated, whatever grows up to take its place is to be isolated by us and eliminated as soon as practicable. 194 It is not surprising that from then on Mussolini could be neither model nor even partner. Munich was a triumph for both fascist powers and leaders. Mussolini's attempt at conciliation on September 2, 1939, was merely the feeble beginning of non-belligeranza in contravention of the treaty, and the so-called joint victory over France only served to stress that Mussolini had become a satellite. Hitler was now the sole master of Europe, and every fascist movement on the continent looked to him for direction from Selassie to Doriot, from Quisling to Anti-Pavlik. However, it was not simply Italy's much smaller war potential that caused Mussolini to sink so rapidly. Although he had conducted a large-scale colonial war of conquest against Ethiopia, pursued a policy of the strictest race segregation, and crushed rebellions with extreme brutality, and although he was still to have the opportunity of carrying on a policy of partition against a neighboring country, the creation of a regime of enslavement and physical annihilation in the heart of Europe was beyond the powers of Mussolini and his fascism. In the field of concrete social evolution and internal political style, he was still the teacher and model, when the national element and the mythicizing of social processes, both so much more marked in Germany, really came into their own with the outbreak of war. The hour of radical fascism was at hand, and the star of normal fascism was on the wane. Mussolini even attempted to interpose a word on Poland's behalf, 195, but he could hardly have been surprised that it was completely ignored. However, while in Eastern Europe the SS was pursuing a Germanization policy and rehearsing radical fascist annihilation methods, in the West the German Wehrmacht was conducting a triumphant war of national restitution. Within 6 weeks a technically perfect coordination of all arms brought to its knees the great power whose army had only a few years 450 earlier been considered the strongest in the world. When German troops entered Paris on June 14, when a few days later the German conditions were handed to the French intermediary in the forest of Compiègne, the site of the 1918 armistice, the hearts of the entire German nation beat faster at the restitution of rights which had finally been achieved, and hundreds of thousands must have suppressed any doubts they may have had and welcomed the destiny which made them contemporaries of Adolf Hitler. This war, too, was a living demonstration. It demonstrated that France was much too weak for the position of hegemony to which it laid claim in Europe. It revealed that the principal power of continental European democracy had lost faith in itself, that mores and Dietz defeatism had also prepared the soil internally for the regime of Marshal Pétain with which, whatever else might be thought of it, France finally lost its avant-garde position in world politics. But the war also proved that Hitler really was a military strategist, 196 that his most original creation, the application of war methods to political life, could be reapplied to war, and that here too the uncompromising nature of the will to annihilation 197 and the bold concentration of forces resulted in the most extraordinary successes. Nevertheless, the war against France, both in the way it was fought and in the temporary peace settlement, was a normal European war, and even the occupation of Denmark and Norway, Belgium and Holland, still remained within the framework of the familiar and the traditional in spite of the infringement of neutrality. Admittedly, the pan-German desires and dreams found a belated and excessive satisfaction, but no one thought of evacuating French provinces for purposes of German settlement, let alone of wiping out the French intelligentsia. Indeed, the war in the air over Britain and the battles of the Afrika Korps were fought on a highly chivalrous level. Apparently Hitler never ceased to be aware of the fact that he had not really wanted the war in the West, not at that particular time, at least. His peace overtures to England were no doubt sincere, although in the utmost degree naive. He would clearly have been happy to return to his former position and, with English backing, be the pioneer in the fight against Bolshevism. But in the meantime it had become only too evident that this seemingly idealistic position was identical with his materialist policy of living space conquest, so that for England to yield would have meant moral capitulation. 451. Thus Hitler had to learn that the first mistake which he made from his standpoint could not be undone. He had broken with his conservative allies before defeating the revolutionary enemy. To compensate for this he made his second and much more serious mistake. 198 It is not quite clear at what moment Hitler decided to attack the Soviet Union, but there is good reason to suppose that the idea already matured in his mind during the Western campaign. 199 When early on the morning of June 22, 1941, in spite of Stalin's desperate protestations of friendship, the German armies crossed the frontier with no declaration of war and with vastly superior forces, there began a war which quickly made the Polish example pale by comparison. From the first moment on, it was proclaimed as the struggle between two Weltanschauungen and systems, and a ruthlessness was postulated which then proceeded to create its own preconditions. One of Hitler's first preparatory orders was that all Bolshevik commissars were to be shot. In the well-known edicts of Marshals von Reichenau and von Manstein there is indeed something reminiscent of the officers' dread of the unfamiliar phenomenon of the 1918 revolution. Nevertheless, the talk about the struggle between the ideologies was never anything but a lie, for it tried without justification to imply the usual meaning of the term Weltanschauung. On the basis of National Socialism's own race doctrine assumptions, however, the aim could never be anything but the annihilation of the Jewish Bolshevik head 20 degrees and hence the return of the Slavic masses to their natural state of slavery, so that the superior race could find space to ensure its existence, and subjects over which to exert its claim to hegemony. Even Alfred Rosenberg, who later on as a weak and uninfluential minister of the East sometimes displayed the liberal and scholarly side of his nature, expressed himself before the start of the campaign in no uncertain terms as follows: "The crusade we are carrying on today against Bolshevism is not solely for the purpose of saving the poor Russians from Bolshevism for all times, it is in pursuance of Germany's world policy to safeguard the existence of the German Reich." 201 Before long, Hitler himself with matchless cynicism exposed the innate untruthfulness of all the talk of liberation of the Eastern European peoples, and of Europe's war against Bolshevism when he said, basically it is a matter of cutting up the giant cake in manageable pieces so that we can first control it, second administer it, and third exploit it. 202 In 452. Hitler's eyes, apparently, the Jewish Bolshevik head was the only thing endangering the attainment of such a predestined goal. Under these auspices began the most atrocious war of conquest, enslavement, and annihilation known to modern history. While at the front technical perfection, patriotic sense of duty, and at times no doubt anti-Bolshevik indignation as well, inflicted one canny after another, behind the front the commandos of the occupation forces were exterminating the Jewish population by the tens of thousands, sparing neither children nor old people. While the troops were usually able to sabotage the implementing of the Commissar order, Gestapo officials were combing the prisoner of war camps in the Reich and having all dangerous elements executed, not only Jews, but officers, intellectuals, fanatical communists, and the incurably ill. 203 And from 1942 the annihilation was planned on a grand scale but at the same time also departmentalized and industrialized. 204 The allegedly Jewish commissars in Moscow and the allegedly Jewish bankers in New York, who were carrying on the war, were out of reach, so their alleged biological origin must be attacked, and in train after train the wretched Jewish proletariat of the East and what was left of the Jews in Europe were trundled off to the gigantic factories of swift and hygienic extermination. What this cold-blooded madness of rational destruction of a race ultimately meant, this is not yet the place to ask such a question, but of one thing we can be certain, that it will be counted for all time among mankind's most extreme experiences of horror. Compared with the implementing of the program of annihilation, the policy of conquest and enslavement in the Soviet Union scarcely went beyond the planning stage. 205 Hitler's table talk, however, makes it plain what the population of Eastern Europe had in store for them in the event of his victory. 206 Moreover, it shows that in the case of the Soviet Union the relatively accidental cause also lay well within the scope of lifelong plans. To talk as he did, one must have dreamed for decades of ruling over vast areas and subject peoples. And a document such as General Plan Ost, which foresaw many millions of people being resettled, transplanted, or eliminated, was not some unreal private work of fantasy but a logical and far from isolated emanation of the new thinking and race biological planning. 207 It is not necessary to prove that this thinking is much more remote than the Marxist theory from the traditions of European thought. Even the most conservative-minded must have felt that this cure was v. History 453. Worse than the disease. In the end inimical worlds joined forces to oppose it, and that was anything but accidental. The three levels of the war were at all times linked but never identical. For Colonel Helmut Steve, his first stay in newly occupied Poland was enough to deprive him in one swift blow of all professional army sympathy for Hitler. 208 On the other hand, even during the final phase of the war the favorite country of German Irredentism, South Tyrol, returned to the Reich, and Hitler trod ever more vigorously in the footsteps of the Habsburgs, with the result that he finally wanted to annex even Trieste and Venice. At the focal point of all the combined energies stood the solitary figure of Hitler, and in him alone they encouraged each other to display that strength and single-mindedness which none would ever have been able to produce individually. Even his closest collaborators may have only been entirely at home on one of these levels. Only one of the three planes was exposed to the full light of day and propaganda at any one time. The Nuremberg trials have shown that the principle of secrecy and strict division of labor 209 probably deprived even the highest functionaries of the Reich Security Department of the possibility of an overall view and precise knowledge. On the other hand, one cannot accept the theory that only personal criminal tendencies of Hitler and some of the archvillains around him were responsible for those more hidden levels. It would be more accurate to say that Hitler was the only one bold enough to take the full consequences, that there were more men in Germany who were only partially prepared to do so than later appeared to be the case. Auschwitz was as firmly embedded in the principles of the National Socialist race doctrine as the fruit in the seed, and many a man who found the fruit too bitter was fertilizing the soil. For even the most withdrawn person a chance event, and these were not so rare, could have lifted the veil for an instant from the work of destruction. In other words, no one had to know the three levels, but there was scarcely anyone who was unable to know them, at least vaguely or by implication. The complex nature of the Hitler war meant that resistance to it also took place on various levels and should not be indiscriminately lumped together. 210 The most obvious distinction is that between a patriotic resistance in the occupied countries and a resistance inside Germany which fed on other. 454. Sources. However, this distinction oversimplifies and fails to recognize the nature of a fascist war which manages to find convinced collaborators and diffused sympathy in every country. Of greater importance is the difference in ideology and parties, which is subject to variation according to the situation of the country in question. It was only in Germany and Italy, of course, that there was that violent protest resulting from exhaustion and weakness which always starts to show itself at a certain point in time, even in purely national wars, and which as a lowest stage can hardly be called resistance. Religious objection to war as such is something else again, but its lack of association with specific situations links it with the first stage. Communist resistance, while not something existing apart from specific situations, was virtually changeless. It was the communists whom Hitler had opposed the most bitterly, it was they who had first denounced him. They remained what they were aside from that short interlude of the Hitler-Stalin Pact, the details and general implications of which they later viewed with reluctance. The position of convinced Christians and Social Democrats was comparable. For the most part they had merely to work out their attitude afresh, and they all desired a mutual alliance more sincerely than before they were confronted with fascism. There was an underlying change, although of a tactical nature, in the resistance of all those conservatives who were becoming more and more disillusioned with Hitler and who were trying at the last moment to snatch at the wheels of the runaway coach in order to save the fatherland, that is, mainly to prevent the threatened Bolshevization of Germany. Resistance transcending any political calculation was the outcome of the change undergone by those who as young men had once stood behind Hitler and who had arrived at that no through the experience of those unlit levels, who were undaunted by the prospect of uniting with the communists and possibly that of the heavy burden of treason. 211 For a man to seek to save his country from the threat of ruin is honorable, for him to remain loyal to the traditional esprit de corps and code of honor, in defiance of all assaults upon them, is understandable, but for civilians and officers to come to deny Hitler's aspirations and nature so drastically that they would rather join forces with the communist adversary than with their mortal enemy who had emerged from their own 455 ranks, this was a process of the utmost historical significance, for it meant the end of an era. New struggles were bound to arise from this union, but on a new level, one on which the bourgeois extreme of traditional social opposition was capable after bitter experience of overcoming the effects of fascist seduction and thus of giving the enemy the opportunity to change also. 212 It is hard to determine the extent to which resistance in all its forms contributed to Hitler's defeat. It is certainly foolish to ascribe this defeat to betrayal. It might be said that, if Hitler wanted to carry on a war without resistance determined by situation, all he had to do was wage a genuine war of national restitution. But this statement is superficial. For Germany, a mere war of national restitution was at that time and in that situation already an anachronism. That is why it had to assume the form of a fascist war, one which was waged from more than purely national aspects. The only war Germany could wage without resistance was a national war of defense. Hitler gave Stalin the unique opportunity for such a war. The resistance evoked by his own war was a precise indication on the one hand of the remoteness of that war from a national war of defense, and on the other of the degree to which the German people were not mere obedience machines and cold-blooded race fanatics. Universal hostility and end. By December 11, 1941, the day Hitler declared war on the United States, the war had taken on its essential aspect, but was still a particularized war. The entry of the United States turned it into a world war. To the very end, the center of gravity continued to be in the war in Eastern Europe, and it was here alone that the multiple significance of this war unfolded to its final logical conclusion, whereas the conflict with the United States remained consistently within the terms of a normal European war. 213 But events showed what the simplest calculation could have demonstrated earlier, that the weight of the participating elements had undergone a decisive change. For obvious reasons Hitler had not wanted this extension of the war and had done much to prevent it. The non-belligerence which Mussolini had invented and which represented a hitherto unknown condition on the far side of neutrality, now worked to England's advantage as a result of President Roosevelt's attitude, and for the first time in his life, because of such things as Roosevelt's order to shoot. 456. Hitler could regard himself as the object of unwarranted attack. Nevertheless, It was his third and last great mistake when, in keeping with the sense but not the letter of the three-power pact, he let himself be drawn into the conflict between America and Japan. For the random way it began was no indication that it was random by nature, and this war, which to Germany may have seemed incidental at first, had to be fought with all the ruthlessness of a critical ideological battle. And so, not long after this war was declared, Hitler spoke in a message to the veteran party members of the final confrontation and settlement with that conspiracy which the same goal from the banking houses of the plutocratic world to the vaults of the Kremlin, the extermination of Aryan races and people. 214 Now at last he could ignore diplomatic discretion and give vent on a worldwide scale to that deep-seated universal hostility which had governed him and his men from the very beginning and which he, unlike Ludendorff, had known how to disguise at times for the sake of skillfully chosen alliances. Now he could try and derive comfort and confidence from the analogy which appeared complete. What took place during his period of struggle as a struggle among the parties within Germany, was now taking place, so he said at his headquarters on July 22, 1942, as a struggle among the nations in the outside world. Now, he went on, the USSR was the battering ram as the German Communist Party had been during the time of struggle, while the capitalist states, like the bourgeois parties of old, were merely making their debut on the outer edge. 215 However, the comparison had more than one flaw, and the discrepancy was a vital one. This time Hitler no longer had a powerful section of the bourgeois world on his side. Now he had no further resources to which his enemies could not reply. Now the whole world was talking to him in the language of which he had believed himself to be the sole master, the language of war. It followed that his defeat was only a matter of time. For more than 2 years he had been the one with far superior strength who had wiped the floor with the weaker and less prepared opponent virtually as he pleased. For a year the balance was even, and in a triumphant and desperate race with destiny the German armies reached the furthest limits of their advance in the Caucasus and Egypt. Then the pendulum swung back, and the siege of Stalingrad and the Anglo-American landing in North Africa initiated 2 years of unbroken 457. Defeat, representing a symmetry which implied not adjustment and reconciliation, but total ruin. The Soviet armies adopted the tactics of pincer movement and breakthrough, and for the first time in its history the Prussian-German army knew the meaning of headlong flight and the capitulation of entire armies. The Anglo-Americans were able to make Hitler's allies defect and to inaugurate aerial warfare of extraordinary brutality. In the ranks of Germany's own army, resistance became increasingly palpable. In 3 major new efforts 216 Hitler tried to win back his lost initiative. To an ever-increasing extent he placed his greatest hopes on new secret weapons. He appeared to regard them as the new creation which was to give him superiority in his desperate plight, as the novel style of rally and fighting had once done in Munich. But he could not invent these weapons himself. The technical inventiveness of German research was certainly equal to the task, and with its V-missiles and fighter jets it contributed no less to the expansion of military technology than the British with their invention of radar. But it is characteristic and hardly accidental that what was truly new and revolutionary, the development of the atom bomb, took place in America, although here too the basis had once been laid in Germany. 217 The second attempt meant entering on a course which in some ways 218 could be regarded as a vindication of Rome. Since the war began, the Waffen-SS had grown from small beginnings to gigantic size and strength. This was to produce an army of fanatical ideological fighters, the highly personal weapon of the National Socialist state, in contrast to the Wehrmacht, which had always remained essentially unpolitical and was stamped with pernicious traditions. But while Hitler could raise one SS division after another, while after Stauffenberg's attempted coup he could decimate the general staff and have field marshals hanged or removed, while he could force the Wehrmacht to give the Hitler salute and to accept National Socialist indoctrination officers, the creation of an absolutely dependable armed force was not within his power. Generally speaking, up to the very end his war was waged chiefly by men who wanted nothing beyond national restitution, and who therefore in the inferno of this complex war had nothing to fall back on but a sense of duty which was often deeply undermined and at best purely formal. It was to create and safeguard Germany that this army had once crossed into foreign lands, when 5 years later it, 458, was thrown back into its own country. It could no longer believe wholeheartedly in Germany. The third and apparently most obvious course was taken by Hitler with reluctance, and typically enough he left the execution of it largely to others. This was the turning of the concept of Europe and idealistic anti-Bolshevism into reality. 219. The curve of this course was in direct proportion to that of the German defeats. Although the race doctrine certainly contained a European element, the nationalist components always gained the upper hand. Even in the SS, which pursued such a zealous policy of greater Germanism 220 that it finally even organized Muslim divisions, no non-German ever attained an important position of leadership. Indeed, Hitler's anti-Bolshevism was nothing but the will to annihilate the Jews and to weaken the Slavs biologically so as to eliminate forever all danger to the Germanic Reich. In his eyes, a national Russian military power under Vlasov was no less a threat because of its biological potential than Stalin's Bolshevik Russia. And Rosenberg's aversion to the general was virtually as great. His affection for the Ukrainians pursued a similar goal to Hitler's but with milder methods. So, although a great deal of idealism flowed from East and West into the units of the foreign volunteers, if ever there was a deluded and probably also self-deluding idealism, this was it. But the greatest obstacle to Hitler proved to be Hitler himself. He had been an outstanding general for as long as he had been able to attack. Now that he was attacked himself, all he could think of was to persist in clinging to the same position like an obstinate child. 221. His monomaniacal concentration on one thing and one enemy no longer produced success, for there were too many enemies, and what he promised everyone was lacking everywhere. The only sense in which he continued to be a medium was that he still knew how to persuade himself and others of what was sweet to hear but a fatal self-deception to believe. When in its final phase the war took on the form of a national war of defense, there no longer existed a nation which could have risen up against the enemy with a clear conscience and the sense of a just cause. Radical fascism had consumed the energies of the people in that which was peculiar to itself, attack. For the defense of native soil there was little energy and courage left. Within a few weeks Germany collapsed, as Poland had done at the beginning of the war, but it had less hope of resurrection than its neighbor had been justified in nursing at that time. Hitler, 459, was right in one thing: there was no revolution like the one in 1918. But in many places it was felt clearly or obscurely that a people cannot be worse off than if it is unable to rise in revolution at any time. Hitler had driven one potential of German politics to its uttermost limits, once to the heights, now to the depths. It was gone forever. But he had also inflicted terrible injury on the other potential, and that presumably had been his intention. While the Soviet-Russian armies were gathering in the bridgehead of Baranov, still far inside Poland, for the most pulverizing of their thrusts, Hitler ordered the last and best German forces to launch the offensive in the Ardennes. This, together with the local party authorities' blind lust for prestige, sealed the dreadful fate of the population of East Germany. When in March all possibility of halting the enemy advances in East and West was past, Hitler decided on a scorched earth policy for Germany too. In reply to Speer's remonstrances, he stated that it was not necessary to consider the German people's livelihood. The good ones were dead, the future now belonged exclusively to the stronger people of Eastern Europe. 21. Thus apocalyptic reality appeared to have smashed at least one of Hitler's basic concepts. But this was an illusion. On April 28 in the bunker of the Reich Chancellery, Hitler received the news of Mussolini's death. Once again the Duce seemed to have become his model, if only in a negative sense. He even avoided that contact with reality which Mussolini had evinced in his last days on earth and in his death. 13 years earlier Hitler had threatened during the hours of the Strasser crisis that, if the party should crumble, he would end his life with a pistol within 3 minutes. 223. Now the Reich lay in ruins and all hope had vanished. now his own pistol really pointed to the lonely way out. The lie that he fell fighting Bolshevism with his last breath was a legend with feet of clay, a legend which pretended one last time that he was something which he was not. What he was is to be seen from the political testament he dictated shortly before he committed suicide. It closed with the words, "Above all, I demand of the nation's leaders and followers scrupulous adherence to the race laws and to ruthless resistance against the world poisoners of all peoples, international jury." 224. The implication of that sentence could have been con. 460. Contained in that first document of his political activity, the letter to Chmlik. A quarter of a century had gone by, filled with appalling happenings, of which one of the most recent bore the name of Auschwitz. Adolf Hitler never changed. Evidently he only spoke of the stronger people of Eastern Europe so as not to have to admit that he was the cause of the lost war and that the Jew was the victor of this colossal struggle. Hitler was not a socialist, no proof of this is necessary. But he was also not a nationalist. This is shown, if by nothing else, by those final words apropos the German people. He was a man on the border line of sickness, driven by pathological fears, originated, it seemed to him in his infantile identifying capacity, by the Jew. But his fear as such was the fear of a people, a culture, an era. This moves him away from Mussolini and toward Maurras. Chapter 4. Practice as Fulfillment 1919 to 1923. In calling the National Socialist practice fulfillment, what is meant, of course, is the fulfillment of Hitler's doctrine, for without this practice the doctrine would indeed never have been anything but the distortion of a diagram which had long since been implemented by superior thinkers and not least by Maurras. At the same time it is not advisable, any more than it was with the action franchise, to describe the practice. After analyzing the doctrine, for here too it is intimately linked with its history. And again, this history could not be told without outlining the doctrine. At this point, therefore, the meaning of fulfillment has been established in a preliminary sense, yet sufficiently. Unlike Italian fascism but like the action franchise, National Socialism seeks from the very beginning to preach a doctrine. But its practice, as against that of the action franchise, is not a mode or action proceeding logically from a carefully developed conviction. In its specific nature it is rather an integral part of the proclamation of the Weltanschauung, of ideology, itself, and it is the practice which gives this ideology its real effectiveness. In Mein Kampf Hitler with good reason placed the power of the spoken word far above that of the written word. It is unlikely that his book won him many supporters for National Socialism, whereas his speeches fascinated the masses over and over again. But on every occasion a Hitler speech was staged and protected. The staging and protecting of these speeches was the very heart of early National Socialist practice. That is why Hitler could say of propaganda that it attempted to force a doctrine on the entire population. Once since indoctrination is achieved by force, it is permissible to call the practice fulfill. 461. 462. Meant even in the early days, after the seizure of power it amounted primarily to implementation, without ever quite losing the first meaning. But this definition requires the study of two essential conditions without which National Socialism could never have been born and which distinguish it considerably from Italian fascism. Anyone trying in the Red Bologna of 1920 to preach the National Socialist ideology, or force it onto his audience, would hardly have escaped from the city alive. National Punctualism and fascism developed on two totally different types of soil. Even when Mussolini was already the most powerful party leader in Italy, in the summer of 1922, the city administration of Milan was still in socialist hands. In Ferrara, in Bologna, in Mantua, everywhere the fascists had risen up in bitter fighting in the midst of revolutionary-minded masses. In Munich, on the other hand, the Reichswehr and the Home Guard were in control after the downfall of the Soviet Republic. The other voices in the political concert were provided by the Bavarian People's Party and the German National People's Party. After the terrible bloodletting and vengeance of May, 1919, there were virtually no more communists, 2. And the Social Democrats of the majority were more bourgeois than anywhere else in Germany. In this city Röhm and his friends nationalized the masses by having the café orchestras play patriotic songs and beating up anyone who did not immediately rise to his feet. 3. Here many organizations of the radical right had continued to operate even under the Soviet Republic. And the popular mood was just as much against the Jews in Bavaria as against the Bolsheviks in Berlin, even if not always from the same motives. In other words, in the Munich of 1919 onward there could be absolutely no question of that threat of Bolshevism which in Italy was a reality. And it was this that enabled the proponents of a most intense anti-Marxist Weltanschauung to set about forcing their outlook on the predisposed masses. However, young National Socialism would presumably never have emerged from the many other similar groups had it not, unlike Fascism, been motivated by a Führungsimpuls, a leadership urge, which nothing could withstand. It is true that for nearly 2 years Hitler was only the director of propaganda for the party and took orders from the party executive, of which Anton Drexler was chairman. But there is no reason to doubt his assertion that he never brooked interfere. 463. Ernst in his own field, and what was the youthful Enstab without its propaganda? In July, 1921, Hitler managed to terminate the first party crisis by becoming first chairman with dictatorial powers and being only pro forma responsible to a remains of democratic control by members and leading executive bodies. Mussolini could not possibly have served as a model here, for it was just at this time that he was entering upon his bitterest conflicts with the new fascists outside Milan, and not even before the March on Rome could he be called the dictator of his party. In terms of both relative and absolute time, the leadership principle became paramount earlier in National Socialism than in Italian Fascism. At first Hitler's leadership urge was directed solely toward increasing the size and frequency of rallies and the care with which he organized them. In the very earliest days, his restless drive for publicity and proselytizing constituted a real revolution for Drexler's and Harrer's publicity-shy group. It began with a few dozen listeners in smoke-filled back rooms in obscure taverns. The program rally already took place in the Hofbrauhaus, and in February, 1921, Hitler could risk hiring the huge hall of the Krone Circus. Yet although he managed to attract bigger and bigger crowds and to bring them under his spell, it was hardly the novelty or perceptiveness of his Weltanschauung which were responsible for these triumphs. More than any of the other similar personalities of his kind in Munich, he had the gift of communicating an emotion. But this communication had to be protected from disruptive influences. Hence the important thing was, from the very beginning, to turn his listeners from an audience into a community. The system of guarding the hall and maintaining an Ordnertruppe is attributable to this basic requirement no less than to the alleged terrorist fighting methods of the Marxist foes. For the ordinary citizen was at that time still accustomed to heckle and argue during political meetings. And the Marxists were only more brutal inasmuch as they had developed habit into a method and sometimes tried to blow up hostile meetings by noise and catcalls. But hecklers were thrown out of Hitler rallies long before the gymnastic and athletic division of the Enstab was officially founded in August, 1921. A paragraph from one of those naive reports the Reichswehr Group Command had drawn up illustrates this. It was dated August 14, 1920, then Herr Hitler spoke about this subject, but he became enraged and shouted so loud that at the back it was impossible to understand much. When Herr Hitler spoke, a fellow always shouted Tiefweh. 464. While the others always backed him up with quite right. But this fellow was soon taken care of. He was thrown right across the hall. On the steps he was immediately protected by a policeman, otherwise perhaps he would not have got home in one piece. For in Hitler's table talk Hitler himself described the remarkably rough methods he used to silence women who attempted to embark on arguments and whom he could not very well have thrown out by the hall guards. 5. There is little reason to take for granted those sections of his report on the early days which were anxious to give the impression that Munich was a city ruled by the Red Mob. A more likely reason for the loving care Hitler expended on the organization of the Ordnertruppe was his endeavor to safeguard the communicating of emotion from any kind of interference. This is not to imply that organized attempts at interference did not take place. It was here that the typical difference in fighting methods became apparent. Wilhelm Hoegner reported that Social Democratic workers tried to disrupt the meeting of February 24, 1920, but that armed National Socialists made mincemeat of them with life preservers, rubber truncheons, and riding whips. 6. If even in Italy the difference between Red and White Terror could hardly be ignored, in the Munich of the years following the Soviet putsch this difference reached proportions of complete incommensurability. 7. It was also present in the famous brawl in the Hofbrauhaus of November, 1921, which Hitler described in such glowing terms and which was the immediate cause of the Ordnertruppe being given the honorable title of Sturmabteilung. For it is clear from his description that the Marxist majority which had infiltrated into the hall intended to break up the meeting merely by making a lot of noise or at most hurling beer mugs around, according to local custom. Even superhuman bravery would not have enabled the weak Ordnertruppe to stand up to a crowd 20 times as strong if only some of the other side had had real weapons and the intention to attack. However, that was so patently not the case that the speaker was able to remain calmly in his place. From then on, according to Hitler, there were no more organized attempts at disturbance, although even before that they were few and far between, and so the unrestricted monopoly which the National Socialists had always claimed for their assemblies was maintained, and the dissemination of the new ideology never failed to find an audience in the proper frame of mind. 465. Thus Hitler had learned from his enemies and to a certain extent outdone them by creating a qualitatively new style of assembly. This also applied to the propagandist preparation of the rallies. Who had ever heard of a bourgeois party having its posters printed in bright red, of having a red flag carried at the head of its parades? Who else but the proletariat had till then ridden on red-draped trucks through the streets? But these posters were covered with short, inflammatory words which were much more intelligible to the man in the street than Marxist expressions. The men who waved from these trucks were no longer the shabby proletarian figures of past days, but young soldiers whose shouts met with a warm response on the part of the people in the streets. Although the flag was blood red, that alarming expanse of a single color was now embellished by a symbol of salvation and hope in the middle. Moreover, this group worked harder than any other party. Armies of men pasting up posters were at work at all hours, either armed themselves or guarded by escorts with rubber truncheons, steel rods, and pistols. Great swastikas appeared on house walls and bridges everywhere. It was not long before as many as 6 or even 12 assemblies were arranged for one evening, and at each one of them Der Führer held forth. This growth in the direction of the gigantic was bound to alter the functions of the SA. The propaganda troops were no longer limited to staging and protecting speeches, they acquired an importance of their own as a demonstration of will and energy. The protection of the Führer became the special duty of the Staatstruppe Hitler, from which later grew the SS. The SA as a whole soon split up into units of 100 men and assumed more and more the character of a private army. 9. But Hitler wanted it to remain a party army and a body of propaganda troops whose job it was to rule the streets and with giant parades wage the war of annihilation against Marxism. What we needed and still need, he said in Mein Kampf, was not and is not 100 or 200 bold conspirators, but hundreds and hundreds of thousands of fanatical fighters for our ideology. 10. The concealed polemic of these words was aimed at a third characteristic that the SA was increasingly assuming under Rome's influence and which could not fail to remove it from the area of the ideological battlefield, the character of a volunteer unit Wehrverband. Although as a volunteer unit it received arms and support from the Reichswehr, it was also 466 National Socialism removed from the absolute control of the party leader, it became absorbed by secret military training and took its place among other volunteer units. In this matter, however, Hitler had to yield in 1922-23, and thus his own most personal creation, the SA, acquired for him something of the aspect of the moon, which always only turns one side toward the earth. There are many instances in Mein Kampf of this first serious party bone of contention. At the heart of its practice, therefore, early National Socialism was quite distinct from early Italian Fascism. Fascism at first had nothing to do with the preaching of an ideology. It did not fight its battles in meetings, its fighting troops were not a body beside the party, and no one tried to detach them from it. Common to both were basic intention and basic character. Both fought a war of annihilation against Marxism by adopting and typically transforming Marxist methods. The fascist minimum certainly did not exclude deeply rooted differences. In those points where the organization was determined directly by the stronger leadership urge and the requirements of ideological propagation, the differences are obvious. They unfold in two main directions. From the leadership principle proceeds the postulate that the entire effort first be concentrated in one single place and that Ortsgruppen be formed only when the authority of the headquarters in Munich could be considered unquestioningly acknowledged. 11 Hence National Socialism never had anything like Fascism's RAS. 12 On the other hand, until the November Putsch it remained a local phenomenon limited to Bavaria and in fact to Munich. Its revelatory character gave rise to an extremely sharp distinction between members and followers, between activist nucleus and merely listening, sympathizing crowds. The extent to which Hitler regarded his people as an object, while the masters and potential occupants of the nerve centers of the state were to remain a small number of members, is to be seen with matchless clarity from some pages of his book printed in bold type. 13 If the SA was separated more strictly from the Enstab than the militia from the fascist party, this applied even more to the associated organizations of which some communications corps, youth league, motorized detachment, for instance had been founded in the early days. 14 The most obvious points in which the two parties agree were probably those of style. It is easy to see why, both parties could be regarded as the expression of those military did. Plus practice as fulfillment 467. Visions which had never been spiritually demobilized. Hence their appearance in public was always determined by a paramilitary style parades, bands, flags, escorts although the style, taken by itself, was not enough to typify fascism as such, since it is also common to nonpartisan veterans associations and other volunteer groups. Fascism was distinguished by the ability to transform this style typically and to make it the hallmark of the whole party and, ultimately, of the population. At first both these elements were present in both parties in rudimentary form only. Gabriele D'Annunzio's theatrical genius set an example which for the time being both Italian fascism and National Socialism could only approach. The National Socialist storm troops of 1923 were essentially mere groups of civilians shouldering rifles, with only a hint of uniform in their armbands and windbreakers. In the great parades of patriotic associations they were hardly distinguishable from the other formations. However, at the mammoth demonstration in August, 1922, against the law for the defense of the Republic, the SA was the only group to carry banners and for this reason was applauded at the Königsplatz with special warmth. But Hitler spoke as one among many, and at no time during this period did the Enstab control a joint rally with the monopoly and preeminence of the fascist party at the rallies of Trieste and Bologna. At German Day in Nuremberg Hitler, wearing a raincoat, stood among a fairly large group and took the salute at ground level. Whenever the SA adopted a decidedly military note and drove up on motorcycles with the swastika on their steel helmets, it did so in its capacity of volunteer unit. Nowhere was the fascist salute 15 yet in evidence, nor was the brown shirt. What was genuinely new and typically transformed was the party flag. The swastika did not, like the lictor's bundle, recall a remote but nevertheless still tangible historical era. As an ancient and prehistoric symbol of salvation it was supposed to proclaim the future victory of Aryan man. Just as Mussolini's oratorical style, even in its worst outbursts, seemed controlled and moderate when compared to Hitler's, so the recalling by the fascists of the Roman imperial tradition seemed, despite its dubious aspect from a national standpoint, concrete and historically valid when compared with this appeal to the prehistoric and the archaic. Not only in ideas, in sight and sound, too, the extreme nature of the young movement, although its fighting methods were much less bloody, is easily recognizable in comparison with fascism. 468. 1925 to 1932. After Hitler's return from Landsberg, there was a far-reaching change in certain elements of National Socialist practice, particularly in their mutual relationship. For a considerable time Hitler was banned from public speaking, and this affected the very heart of past practice. Dissemination of the ideology was transferred to the newspaper and, more specifically, to the propaganda activities of the principal men under Hitler. His book did not attract much attention to begin with. The successes in North Germany of Strasser and later Goebbels made it clear that Hitler and National Socialism were by no means identical, and that a pan-nationalist movement had a considerable future quite apart from his personality. Although the question of whether a non-fascist National Socialism could have developed under Strasser's leadership is not an idle one, it cannot be discussed in this context. Similarly, what went on during the political struggle between the Strasser and Hitler wings is of no interest here. The only fact to be emphasized at this point is that Hitler succeeded in establishing his position of power in the newly founded party on a statutory basis and in further developing the organization to a highly remarkable degree. While all the other elements in the practice evolved normally, although quantitatively rather than qualitatively, Hitler gave the party an organization which was no longer even remotely comparable to the rudimentary beginnings of the early Munich days. The refounding of the party in February 1925 was sufficient testimony to Hitler's unbroken authority, and after the satisfactory termination of the Leaders' Conference in Bamberg, new statutes were laid down at a General Assembly on May 22, 1926. They declared the cornerstone of the party to be the National Socialist German Workers' Union in Munich, the leaders of which were eo ipso identical with the leaders of the party as a whole. This body consisted of a collective organ made up of the executive, the chairman of the committees, and the chief administrator, but the first chairman was not subject to majority decisions, and this gave him dictatorial powers, especially as it was he who appointed the chairman of the subcommittees, that is, for propaganda, organization, athletics and gymnastics, and investigation and arbitration, and the two other members of the executive were in any case appoint. W practice as fulfillment. 469 Ments of no political influence. The sole safeguard against arbitrary action was the provision of a right of control on the part of the members of the General Assembly over the first chairman, since, however, these consisted by statute entirely of members of the Munich Ortsgruppe, the whole of the rest of the Reich Party found itself in the position of a completely dependent province. Thus it was quite consistent with the spirit of these statutes that the Gauleiter were also to be appointed by Munich. 16. It is here that the difference is to be found as against the comparable fascist party statute. 17. There the regional deputies, who were not appointed from above, corresponded to the Munich committee chairman. In Germany there had never been room for more than a minute degree of local spontaneity, the election of the Ortsgruppen leaders by the members. But by 1929 even this had been abolished. 18. From the committees there very soon developed the central offices of the Reich administration, and by 1928 their most remarkable characteristic was already established, for in fact there were two organizational divisions, the Attack Department under Gregor Strasser, and the Development Department under Konstantin Hierl. The first had subsections for foreign countries, press and organization, the second for agriculture, race and culture, internal affairs, and so forth. The first took care of the day-to-day tasks of the organization and hence wielded more practical influence, while the second in the midst of the Weimar period planned the National Socialist state and for this reason was by far the more interesting. It had no counterpart in the fascist party before the March on Rome, whereas Strasser's department can very well be compared with the fascist General Secretariat, and the SA under Pfeffer von Salomon with the militia under Balba. The men of the development departments, like Hitler himself, were already living in the Third Reich. It was here, for instance, after his appointment in 1930, that Walter Dar, 19, who was in charge of agrarian political affairs, planned those laws which were to give a large section of the German farmers the unique position which could be described as serf aristocracy. These offices were continually being augmented by new bureaus and sub-departments, so that by 1932 a bureaucracy of considerable dimensions had been created which stood ready to occupy the nerve centers of the state, to use Hitler's expression in Mein Kampf. It will be enough to name some of the bureaus of the 5 chief sections: Internal Affairs, Ju. 470. 1. Radical Affairs, National Health and Race, National Education, Military and Foreign Affairs, Civil Servants, NSBO, Press, Federations of Doctors, Lawyers, Teachers, and Students, Areas of Currency, Finance and Production, Horticulture, Stock Market, the Eastern Territories, Settlement, Poultry Farming. Even if in 1933 the immediate occupation of all the corresponding government offices by this para-state party administration was not feasible, the Gestapo had nevertheless prepared itself for its seizure of power much more thoroughly than was within the power or intention of any other totalitarian party. Moreover, it was essential that it should do so, seeing that the terms and conditions for its struggle had radically altered. After 1925 it was no longer the sheltered, cherished ally of the governments. What else could Hitler do but adopt a tactic of legality? In other words, avoid getting into an altogether hostile relationship with the state. Yet had he really ever pursued a tactic of illegality and revolt? In 1923 the whole of Bavaria had wanted to march on Berlin, and all Hitler had wanted was to take the lead. In the early Munich days he had had to fight more against his anonymity first, and later his own partisans, than against actual political adversaries. It is significant that before November 9, 1923, the movement did not have a single death to its name. After 1925 all this changed. The attitude of the ruling party in Bavaria toward the traitor released from prison was surprisingly generous, although by no means cordial. Throughout Prussia and in Berlin a hard fight had to be fought. The Reichswehr had dissociated itself from the National Socialists. Until the plebiscite against the Young Plan, the party received almost no support. It managed to keep going essentially on the strength of its own efforts, thereby refuting the argument that a fascist party can only thrive on the support of powerful financial and political circles. The fact that after 1930 it could become the largest mass party in German history was something it had chiefly itself to thank for, that is, Hitler's power as an orator and his will to leadership, an organization already geared to an assault, the untiring energies of some tens of thousands of activist supporters, the susceptibility of the German people to its style, and not least the absence of a program in the social field which allowed it to be all things to all people. The world economic crisis was merely the wave which lifted up the superbly prepared swimmer. Nevertheless, it was important to meet with plenty of sympathy from leading social circles without n. 471. Countering any determined antagonism on the part of the state. The connection between these two phenomena is revealed in a number of utterances made by the Reichswehr command, which was not nearly as favorably inclined as the Italian army in 1921-22 or the Bavarian Reichswehr of 1921-23. 20. The manifest result was that Goebbels, for example, could afford to behave in his speeches with an insolence toward the Weimar system in Red Berlin which today seems incredible and yet which became one of the hallmarks of reconstituted National Socialism. 21. On the whole the style developed consistently and with continuity, enriched by the essential element of honoring the dead and the blood banner. At the Weimar Party conference in the summer of 1926, the SA columns marching past Hitler already wore their brown shirts and held their right arms outstretched, while Hitler took the salute standing in a large open car, his arm extended unwearyingly in salute. During the years that followed, the marching brown detachments became an ever more familiar picture in Germany, with new additions to their uniforms and insignia showing elaborate gradations of rank, occasionally involved in street fighting, but usually parading in a peacefully threatening manner, never resorting to open battle, like the Italian fascists, against the institutions of the enemy. Even in 1931-32 there was certainly no civil war in Germany, and yet under altered circumstances and on a larger scale there was a repetition of the picture of 1918 and 1919, the columns of communists, in which thousands of ill-dressed civilians, shouting hunger and raising their fists, marched behind a vanguard in shabby uniforms and at most a primitive brass band, were matched by the parades of the National Socialists, and here behind banners and flags, to the accompaniment of shouted commands and military music, company after company of jack-footed men marched in strict discipline and perfect step. 15 years earlier, the crowds of poorly armed Spartacists had likewise faced the detachments of the uniformed Freikorps as deadly enemies. The configuration was now radically altered. The state had long ceased to fear the communists in their isolation, but the victors of those days had multiplied their ranks much more swiftly and showed a more determined face. Hitler evidently judged the German people of his era more correctly than Rosa Luxemburg had done when he said in 1927, "We have a third value, the sense of battle. It is there, merely buried under a jumble of foreign theories and doctrines. A powerful great party tries to prove the opposite." 472. Until suddenly a quite ordinary military band comes along and plays, then sometimes the hanger-on wakes up from his dreamlike state, all of a sudden he begins to feel himself one with the marching people, and he falls in step. That is how it is today. Our people have only to be shown this better thing. And you see, we are already on the march. 22. It seemed as if the people of Mars had merely rediscovered and renewed their old style when, under Bryaning's government, the SA military columns, stretching away as far as the eye could see, marched past the party leader Hitler in front of the Brunswick Palace just as the guards and fusiliers had once marched past their Kaiser. But how great the difference actually was could be seen from every rally at which this Führer spoke. As early as 1927, when the speaking ban was lifted even in Prussia, this was where the heart of National Socialist practice lay. By 1932 the dimensions had expanded enormously. Hitler spoke to tens and hundreds of thousands. He was the first German politician to make frequent use of the airplane. He knew how to maintain tactical silence on many subjects, and he had long since cast off his previous awkward manner with people. But the essential element remained quite unchanged. He still, to use the words of the reporter of those early days, flew into a rage. He still communicated an unbridled emotionalism to the expectant crowds and received in return wave upon wave of delirious rapture. Indeed, if the appeal to soldierly traditions and the magic of the military style decided this political battle, they were implemented by a man who could not have been further removed from the traditional nature and ethos of the soldier. This paradoxical synthesis, however, was vital to victory. 1933 to 1939. It must not be imagined that with the seizure of power the practice of National Socialism immediately and uniformly became the practice of state and society, but in every direction the process of integration or totalization began without delay. In the field of propaganda, a new National Socialist creation replaced the institutions of the old state which had been but barely developed, whereas the Catholic Church could maintain and even legally reinforce its independent position, although at the cost of severe sacrifices and considerable loss of prestige. The party's agricultural section provided the existing ministry with its head and principal function. 473. Aries, while the Foreign Affairs Bureau did not manage to make the leap into the Foreign Office, and it remained comparatively without influence. The SA tried in vain to obtain control over the Wehrmacht. The SS, on the other hand, after a few attempts took over the police. According to their differing personalities, the Gauleiter gained varying degrees of influence over the administration of their regions, while a number of National Socialist ministers were captured, as it were, by the large established apparatuses of the central sections with the aid of some concessions. In some spheres of life, the introduction of the leadership principle met with what was often a felt need, in others it led to absurd results. Some measures, the book burning, for example, produced cries of horror all over the world. Others, such as the vigorous steps taken against the communists, met with considerable approval overt or tacit in many foreign circles. The task of presenting the whole process in its stratified unity and its specific efforts toward totality is one which, despite some significant initial attempts, cannot be considered complete. 23. In this context, it cannot even be a matter of outlining certain points of view or observation methods. The first limitation derives from the comparison with fascist Italy. A second consists in the fact that events which in a narrower sense may be called political must be excluded here. But even then the task would be much too extensive. For instance, it would be highly interesting to examine the relationship between the corporative state structure in Italy and the regulation of national labor laid down in Germany by the law of January 20, 1934, and especially how the institution of the German labor front, which, of course, comprised employees and employers, is to be evaluated when compared with Italy. But a precise answer requires a relatively too extensive examination, while no research is necessary to grasp that it was a system of party-state definition of the relationship between capital and labor which in the practical field greatly favored the employers but which was not without danger to them. Of no less interest would be a comparison of the educational system of both parties, in which the German system with its Adolf Hitler schools and Ordensbergen was undeniably ahead. It would also be valuable to examine the various degrees of undermining and impoverishment in the various sciences and their institutions. The only possible method is by selection. It may seem arbitrary because in each case one must neglect or overlook some essential item. In making this selection it would not be right. 474. To try and counterbalance the 12 years of extravagantly staged lighting effects by illuminating only the cellar regions of the building where the spotlights never fell, or by letting so-called justice attempt to balance the positive and the negative fairly and symmetrically. It is much more important to realize that, in the specific practice of National Socialism as well as in its history and ideology, the so-called positive and the so-called negative constitute a closely knit whole deriving from uniform roots. Since historical description must to a large extent depend on documents which did not come to light until later, the only examples selected will be those manifestations which were generally known during their own time. In each of these the elements of National Socialist practice must be so recognizably combined that a detailed analysis is superfluous. Each must be comparable, although to a varying degree, with an Italian counterpart. The following will therefore be briefly discussed: a Reich Party conference, legislation on race and hereditary health, and evolution and self-evaluation of the SS. As the 1937 Party Congress, occurring as it does immediately before the start of the big changes in foreign policy, seems to be the most suitable for this study, points 1 and 2 will be reversed. The National Socialist race policy was developed during the peace years in 3 principal legislative thrusts, with considerable intervals between them, in order evidently to stabilize what had been achieved and accustom the population to the new laws. The turbulent beginnings in 1933 were followed by a year and a half of comparative quiet, until the Nuremberg laws pitched developments another substantial step forward. Then for 2.5 years nothing much happened, but early in 1938 one new measure followed rapidly on the heels of another, and only for their climax in November 1938, was the crime of Herschel Greenspan taken as a pretext. At the same time the geographical expansion of the race legislation began. This expansion had always been aimed at Jewish property and even before the outbreak of war it constituted a wartime measure. The beginnings of the anti-Semitic policy were disguised as a reaction to the atrocity stories of the Jewish emigrants. A committee headed by Julius Streicher appealed to the public for a boycott of Jewish shops and business, and on April 1, 1933, members of the SA spent the day on sentry duty in every town and village in Germany, holding placards and 475. Challenging the citizens, with more or less threatening looks, not to patronize the businesses of this particular group of their fellow citizens. It was a pseudo-revolutionary action. A feast for the cameras of all the foreign journalists and offensive also to the order-loving German people who, with all their enthusiasm for the national revolution, must at that moment have experienced their first inkling of things to come. The action was hurriedly called off, and Julius Streicher never again took the spotlight in such a significant and obvious capacity. But the thinking of the new men was disclosed by the most recently appointed Reich Minister, Dr. Goebbels, more effectively than whole weeks of boycott could ever have done, for in his broadcast speech of April 1 he had the following to say about the German Jews: if they maintain today that they cannot help it if their racial brothers in England and America drag Germany's national regime down into the mire, then we cannot help it if the German people take it out on them. And he threatened that the boycott would be resumed in such a way that German Jewry will be annihilated. This was the kind of sophistry that till then the Germans had delighted in dubbing Jewish, and anyone who, on the strength of the reports of some emigrants, used this argument to declare as hostages hundreds of thousands of human beings because of their blood, could not be surprised if he was held capable of the most dire deeds and intentions. From now on the elimination of Jews from the body of the German nation was undertaken not by way of mass demonstrations and revelatory speeches, but by legal measures. The Gesetz zur Wiederherstellung der Berufsbeamtentums of April 7, 1933, laid the foundation. This was the first law to contain the Aryan paragraph and thus to pension off all civil servants of non-Aryan descent, with the exception of veterans and their dependents. This paragraph was very soon extended to include first lawyers and doctors under the municipal health schemes, and soon afterward writers and artists, university and high school students. It was not long before proof of Aryan descent became a matter of vital concern for most Germans. On June 28, 1933, Reich Minister for the Interior Frick made a speech before the newly appointed Advisory Council of Experts for Population and Race Policy. In it the concepts of the National Socialist policy of racial health for 476. The nation were officially presented, and distributed in pamphlet form. The minister began by pointing out the impending racial death of the nation as a result of the decline in the birth figures, and calculated that the reproductive output of German women was some 30% below what was required merely to ensure maintenance of the population figure. But increase must be the objective. To achieve this, particularly strenuous efforts were needed, since by no means every German child was welcome. In cautious and yet scarcely mistakable phraseology, the minister mentioned that, according to some authors, 20% of the German population must be considered biologically impaired from a hereditary standpoint, and that propagation on the part of these people was therefore not desirable. Liberalism and industrialization had, he said, brought about a sharp deterioration of the family, and that was all the more dangerous since the neighbors to the east and the inferior layers among Germany's own population showed a very high birth rate. Miscegenation was contributing toward further debasement of the race. Above all, it was necessary, apart from the elimination of the Jews, drastically to reduce expenditure on asocial and mentally unfit members of the community. The state must use its resources for the healthy and valuable members. The continuance and racial improvement of the people were its objectives. Tax adjustments would favor large families, economic measures would return working wives to their families, instruction in race hygiene must be assured of a place in schools. One must once again have the courage to classify the body of the nation according to its hereditary values. The first legal measure to be forecast by the speech was implemented on July 14, 1933, the Gesetz zur Verhütung Erbkranken Nachwuchses. The hereditary diseases named varied greatly in character and diagnosticability, but its crucial and novel feature was that, instead of the wishes of the patient or his legal representative being the yardstick, the official doctor or director of the institution could apply for sterilization of the patient, and such applications were decided on by a tribunal for hereditary health. 27 The same day saw the announcement of the Gesetz über den Widerruf von Einbürgerungen und die Aberkennung der deutschen Staatsangehörigkeit 28. This made it possible for undesirable naturalizations between 1918 and 1933 to be revoked, thus fulfilling an old postulate of the party, but in principle it also abolished the continuity of the state. A state which deprives a section of its citizens of citizenship, through no fault of their own, in fact abrogates all other contracts and commitments from the past. Practically speaking, the depriving of emigrants of their citizenship identified state and regime, yet it is much less novel than the first part of the law. It punished the deed, and that links it to the ancient traditions of European justice. Here was where the Nuremberg laws differed. 29. They punished a state of existence, thereby constituting a fundamental break in the course of German justice. From the narrow juristical standpoint, they could, it is true, be regarded as a codification and hence improvement of an arbitrary practice, and it can be taken for fact that the experts involved saw to it that the draft most favorable to the Jews was adopted. 30. But as long as principles differ qualitatively from mere customs and circumstances, September 15, 1935, will remain a date of cardinal importance. It can be objected, of course, that it was after all only a discrimination, not a punishment, and that many analogies can be cited. The United States race legislation has been repeatedly put forward as an example. In actual fact, however, this argument merely proves a lack of understanding of historical fact and the distinction between implementation and cancellation. It might also be said that the Soviet Union deprived whole strata of the population of their political rights and, as a logical conclusion of certain measures, condemned them to death. But there is a great difference between social and biological existence, between a law and a wholesale procedure. It is impossible to avoid the conclusion that the Nuremberg laws represented an entirely new departure in history. The Reichsbürgergesetz distinguished between the ordinary citizen and the Reich citizen, the sole beneficiary of full political rights, and thus implemented the fourth point of the party program. The Gesetz zum Schutze der Deutschen Bluts und der Deutschen Ehre rendered sexual intercourse between adults of mixed blood a criminal offense. It even prohibited a mere presumed proximo, occasio. Incidentally, the restriction of the threat of punishment to the man alone was an indication of the new-old evaluation of the sexes. Of the utmost practical importance were the regulations. 478. Governing the execution of these laws. These regulations facilitated the tightening of laws in some cases and the removal of certain restrictions in others. The tendency to equate Jewish veterans with the rest of the Jews followed logically from the intention of these laws. On the whole, however, this thrust forward was followed by a long period of quiet, and it was a proof, not, indeed, of a humane attitude, but of the shrewdness of National Socialist policy, that Jews could participate in the economy, although impeded in many ways, for another 2 years or more. However, even during 1936 and 1937 these matters were not lost sight of, as events in Upper Silesia showed. There the Jews had invoked the regulations for the protection of minorities contained in the Agreement on Upper Silesia inaugurated by the League of Nations, and the Reich government had been forced to recognize this interpretation. But when the regulations expired in 1937 the race laws were immediately introduced. 1938 saw the vigorous resumption of the policy of the recovery of racial health. New regulations governing the implementation of the Reichsbürgergesetz revoked the licenses of Jewish doctors and removed the exceptions still existing for lawyers and patent attorneys. This was followed by a purging of the country's entire medical system. In 1938 even the laws governing taxes underwent a racial extension. For instance, tax exemptions for the children of Jews were discontinued. A decree of Göring's concerning the reporting of Jewish property gave a hint of the future course of events. In July the practice of certain trades was prohibited. In October the passports of all Jews were ordered to be stamped with a J. The law of January 5, 1938, dealing with the changing of family and first names had already had the same end in view. Like naturalization, the assimilation of names was now also revoked. In August a regulation made the addition of one Jewish first name mandatory. 32 Following the assassination of the German legation secretary von Rath in Paris, the line of direct action which had been so hurriedly abandoned in 1933 was resumed. Organized giant pogroms and special taxes amounting to 1 billion marks can only be comprehended if they are regarded as the acts of primitive tribal warfare. Likewise all the legal measures which, instead of being merely the revocation of political emancipation, now forced the Jews back into the pariah existence they had led during the Middle Ages. The only 479 difference, and a far from negligible one, being that now even their financial resources had been taken from them. The Jews' affection for Germany must have been immense if such measures were necessary to compel them to emigrate. In actual fact, the explanation was much more commonplace. It is impossible to exert strenuous efforts to rearm and at the same time finance an extensive emigration with foreign currency. 33. With idle talk about emigrating to Madagascar, people tried to hide the fundamental fact that through its own policy Germany had been turned into a prison for the larger, less prosperous section of the German Jews and those among them with few connections abroad. It is fair to ask, however, whether the intelligence of the leaders must not be assessed somewhat higher. Rosenberg, at least, stated on February 7, 1939, that Jewish emigration was an international problem of the most far-reaching significance, thus complicating still further what was already an extremely difficult situation. And could Hitler in his notorious threat to the Jewish warmongers really not fail to see that his war had begun long ago and had dispossessed the enemy to an extent far beyond anything that any war in the history of Europe had ever so much as contemplated? In the summer of 1939 Jews were no longer permitted to take part in German cultural events, or to show themselves at certain hours and in certain places, or to drive any motorized vehicle. With the swiftly mounting danger of war, virtually only two possibilities remained open. The first was for Germany to acquire living space for them by force of arms. 34. The second was death. Even before the war broke out, only a thin wall stood between them and death. A system such as National Socialism made the most extraordinary things possible, but it was incapable of what appeared to be the simplest of all, to come to a halt and go no further. Once again, it is very helpful to look at Mussolini's Italy to discover the particular features of the National Socialist population and race policy. Frick's speech offers a good starting point. There is no doubt that it cited a number of measures which were acknowledged in every country as more or less correct and desirable. What gave the speech its fascist flavor was that he overemphasized the intentions in question, made them the elements of a secular process of salvation, and linked them undeniably and preeminently with the military potential. All this comes through just as clearly in Mussolini's speeches and decrees on the population policy. Indeed, some of his ordinances are even sharper than their German coun. 480. Terp arts. For example, in Italy in 1938 marriage was made compulsory for the obtaining of high administrative posts. 35. What was entirely absent in Mussolini, however, was the tendency to classify the body of the nation according to its hereditary biological values, and to declare the progeny of considerable sections of the population to be undesirable. Actually, this tendency never materialized to any great extent in Germany, but its potential existence is in itself sufficient to warrant its being regarded as the radical fascist element in the German population policy. In regard to the race laws, as has been shown, a comparison is also not entirely out of the question. 36. But on the whole it is not particularly helpful, the National Socialist race policy being too much sui generis for it not to be subjected to an isolated scrutiny. The insights which it forces on the observer are bitter in either direction, bitter for the Jews, more bitter still for the Germans even if, and especially if, moral judgments on individuals are avoided and its further expansion during the war is not considered. For to suppose that Hitler could have provided the Germans with victims in the form of Jehovah's Witnesses or alcoholics instead of Jews as a substitute for the forbidden class warfare is incorrect. It is true that Germany with its Jewish population of 1% knew no such sociological Jewish problem as Romania or Poland, but the fact remained that in some professions and occupations a proportion of Jews had been reached which could not be maintained indefinitely. Antisemitism is by no means a relic of the Middle Ages or the expression of petit bourgeois social envy. In an age of the growing awareness of national and social differences, it is under certain conditions an element of national consciousness itself. Even liberals, far from being philo-Semitic, were hostile to the idea of Jewish national self-segregation, although, of course, they were also against segregation counter to the will of those concerned as carried out by the proponents of racial antisemitism. However, the consciousness that the Jews were not merely a religious community but a people had been roused just as much by Zionism 37 as by antisemitism. It may sound hard, but it remains a fact that German Jewry, as a group which, though not without its own differentiations, was on the whole readily distinguishable, faced an inexorable decline after the deceptive upsurge of the first years of its complete emancipation. It could not escape being crushed between the two extremes which it had itself. 481. Generated complete assimilation and Zionism. Even with the most terrible of his deeds, Hitler did not simply fly in the face of history. Here, too, he rode its trends which he then manipulated so that they could operate in reverse. In this way he transformed the inevitable restoration of Germany into a war of aggression, the expansion of German influence in the world into the conquest of living space, the spiritual self-dissolution of German Jewry into physical annihilation. However, this last transformation, even in its early phase before the war, was no less fatal to Germany than to the Jews, however little public evidence of this catastrophe there was. In its most universal sense, the legislation dealing with the Jews meant the revoking of emancipation. It follows that Germany thereby denied the advantages which it had itself derived from emancipation. When in the name of Germany, Hitler even excluded Jewish veterans from the German national body, he clearly denied nationhood itself, which above all else means common destiny, and in this way rendered Germany's legal claim to nationality problematical. Because Hitler did not even grant the Jews the rights of a national minority, he virtually rendered the German minorities in Eastern Europe defenseless also, and threw away one of the trump cards which Germany had obtained from the Versailles Treaty. 38. By making hundreds of thousands of Jews answerable for the deed of one man, the leaders of the state were preparing the soil for the day when millions of Germans were to be made responsible for the deeds of one man. There was nothing clandestine about any of the laws, measures, and speeches which have been cited. That they grew out of one central impulse toward leadership was explicitly announced by Hitler in his proclamation at the Reich Party Congress of 1937. Germany has experienced the greatest revolution, however, in the national and racial hygiene which was undertaken for the first time on an organized basis in this country. The consequences of this German race policy will be more decisive for the future of our people than the effects of any other law. For they are creating the new man. 39. Nevertheless, they did not appear in the full illumination of open publicity. Inasmuch as this is part of the National Socialist style, it would seem appropriate to give a brief description of this Reich Party Congress in 1937. In doing so, we shall try not to minimize the spell which, according to 482 many witnesses, was cast by these events, and the description will therefore closely follow official reports. The Ninth Party Congress of the NSDAP, designated by the Reich Party Congress of Labor, lasted from Monday, September 6, to Monday, September 13, and took place in Nuremberg as it had done ever since 1927. Adolf Hitler arrived in Nuremberg late on the Monday afternoon and began by inspecting his personal bodyguard, which received him in perfect formation, with fixed bayonets and wearing full dress uniforms. To the ringing of church bells he drove through the sea of flags in the gaily decorated city to the town hall. There, standing in the enormous open car, his arm raised constantly in salute, he greeted the cheering populace which lined the streets and waved from every window. With a fanfare of trumpets he entered the great hall, on the facade of which the swastika banners framed the shrine of the Reich insignia, and there, ready to receive him, stood the entire leadership corps of party, state, and Wehrmacht, all in uniform. He was welcomed by the mayor, who praised the great progress made in laying out the Reich Party Congress grounds. In his reply Hitler also spoke of the realization of his gigantic plans for the grounds. On his way back he was again greeted by the cheers of the multitude. The official report states, like a storm it breaks over everyone. The Führer is here, now the city is truly alive. 40. On Tuesday morning the Reich Party Congress was ceremonially opened in the Congress Hall. Wave upon wave of marching columns and hurrying people filled the city from early morning. The vast hall was crowded with delegates from every party organization and many guests of honor, among them a delegation from the Fascist Party of Italy. Once again, to a fanfare of trumpets, Hitler entered the hall with the opening notes of the Badenweiler March. The blood banner was borne into the hall, reverently saluted by all present, and placed immediately behind the speaker's rostrum. Behind it, the standards of every corner of Germany formed serried ranks. The overture to Tannhauser began, followed by the Old Netherlands hymn of thanksgiving. Rudolf Hess proceeded to pay homage to the dead, and in his speech he sounded the keynote of the Congress, the contrast between National Socialism and its will to rebuild and its joy in work, and communism with its decay, forced labor. Carried practice as fulfillment 483. And hopelessness. The Führer's proclamation, read by a Gauleiter, dealt with the same theme. It contrasted Bolshevik chaos and will to destroy with National Socialism's staggering achievements in reconstruction, as a result of which unemployment had been completely eliminated. Under the impact of this message, the tens of thousands of listeners broke into prolonged and rapturous cheering. That evening the cultural session took place at the Opera House, where for the first time the newly created National Prize for Art and Science was awarded. The session signified the proclamation of German sovereignty in cultural achievements and art, and in a highly meaningful sense, for Hitler had banned the acceptance of the Nobel Prize by Germans for all time. 41. The first prize winner was Alfred Rosenberg. The Führer himself gave a long address attacking modern art as well as the literary clique which had resulted from this disgraceful retrogressive trend. By contrast, National Socialism made the cultural achievements of the past accessible to the broad masses and was itself creating buildings which were among the greatest and noblest architectural achievements in German history. Wednesday morning saw the parade of the Reich labor force on the Zeppelin field, and its morning service at which the massed voices of tens of thousands uttered songs, speeches, and vows, a service in the cathedral of the German countryside. 42. In the evening the Congress was continued. The most outstanding speaker was Alfred Rosenberg, who gave an interpretation of the times and history from the standpoint of the eternal struggle between creation and destruction, a struggle which aligned National Socialism against Bolshevism in the same way that Rome had once confronted the Syrian plague spot of Carthage. Reports on the achievements of the Winterhilfe program and health policy brought the evening to a close. On Thursday, in a solemn act of thrilling beauty, 43, the Führer laid the cornerstone of the giant German stadium, at the same time opening the National Socialist athletic contest, at which the main emphasis was on team and military sports. In the evening Goebbels violently attacked Spanish Bolshevism. It was destroying the churches, he said, and yet being defended by Western intellectuals and churchmen, who were devoid of sound instincts. Hans Frank gave a report on law and justice in the National Socialist Reich. He stressed the fact that during the previous year the last stipula 484 tions of the Versailles Treaty to restrict the sovereignty of the Reich had been removed, so that the restoration of Reich sovereignty was now a fait accompli. Otto Dietrich, head of the Reich Press, unmasked the innate falsity of the liberal freedom of the press. Friday morning was given over to the police and the demonstration of its unity with the SS. The Führer dedicated its new flags by touching them with the blood banner, and interpreted this act as the integration of the police with that great unified marching column of the German Volksgemeinschaft. 44. Impressive figures were contributed to the Congress in the reports of Dar, Amen, and Todt. No one could accuse Dr. Todt of lying when he said that a few years previously the progress made in building the Autobahnen would have been beyond the dreams of the boldest civil engineer, and that these achievements had only been possible as a whole through the impulse of a powerful will unhampered by parliamentary institutions. In the afternoon the women in long columns. 45. They listened to a report given by the Reich leader of women on the many ways of safeguarding the German family. The Führer himself explained to them the ultimate goal of all National Socialist efforts, the German child. Brought up as a hardy race, in future the men would provide the women with a true and genuine protection and shield. 46 Seemingly endless applause followed his address. Perhaps the most impressive event of the Congress was the roll call of the 110,000 political leaders Friday evening on the Zeppelin field. With military precision, the 32 Gau columns marched toward the field from all sides and met exactly on time for their entry. Shortly before 10 o'clock the Führer arrived. Standing stiffly at attention, Dr. Ley reported all present. At that moment the surrounding darkness is suddenly flooded with white light. The beams of the 150 giant searchlights shoot up like meteors into the obscurity of the black night sky. High up the columns of light join on the cloud ceiling to form a flaming square wreath. It is an overpowering sight. Moved by the gentle breeze, the flags on the stands all around the field wave slowly back and forth in the shining light. The northern side is closed off by the main reviewing stand. The huge structure is bathed in brilliance, crowned by the golden rays of the swastika in the wreath of oak leaves. On the end pillars to the left and right, flames leap up from grate. 485 bowls. The crowd stands waiting in awestruck silence. 47 With a fanfare of trumpets the Führer strode to the main rostrum. Then came the banners, 32,000 of them. The banner song of the men of the Vogelsang Ordensburg rang out through the air. What took 1,000 years to come, the Führer forced into existence. With flags and banners flying, it rolls on roaring to eternity. Then the Führer spoke of the sufferings of the time of struggle and of the happiness of the present, now that a people imbued with faith had found its place in the united battlefront of the nation, which would never let go of and never abandon its people from the Jungvolk via the Hitlerjugend, Arbeitsdienst, and Wehrmacht through to the party and its organizations. The old guard of the National Socialist Revolution had brought this miracle to pass, and to the accompaniment of protracted demonstrations of enthusiasm and emotion he formulated the innermost secret of this miracle as follows: that you have found me and that you have believed in me, this is what has given your life a new meaning, a new task. That I have found you, this is what has made my life and my struggle possible. 48 He closed with a Heil for Germany, and from 100,000 throats the song of the Germans surged forth like organ music. Then the Führer left the rostrum, passing through the lane formed by his bodyguard, accompanied by shouts of Heil. But for a long time the shining searchlight wreath remained in the night sky like a cathedral. On Saturday morning there was the solemn ceremony of 115,000 18-year-olds swearing their oath of allegiance to the Führer. Confronted by his young people, the prophetic spirit came over Adolf Hitler once more: just as you stand before me today, so year after year for centuries the young generation will stand before future Führers and will continue to bear witness to their devotion to the Germany that we have fought for and won today. 49 This was followed shortly afterward by the annual conference of the German Labor Front. Robert Ley deployed his principles for the solution of the social problem: same step, same pack, same march. Then there is nothing to tell me outwardly whether the man is an employer or a worker. 50 The concept of soldier of labor, he went on, will finally overcome class distinction. In the evening a long report stressed the achievements of the Deutsche Arbeitsfront, with special 486 reference to the social services of the National Socialist community, strength through joy and the organization's leisure time and beauty of work. Sunday morning was devoted to the parade of the political fighting units of the party for the great roll call in the presence of the Führer. To the more than 100,000 men in their brown and black uniforms, Adolf Hitler spoke of the discords of the past and the people's new sense of ethnic unity achieved by such fanatical struggles, which now followed one command, one order, as a single block. Massed around their symbol of triumph, tree symbol of their blood, he said, the people, certain of victory, turned their eyes toward the banner of the old foe, who confounds the nations. After the dedication of the new flags and banners, Dietrich Eckart's song, Germany Awake, brought the parade to an end, and shortly afterward the army of 120,000 marched for 5 hours past their Führer. A particularly powerful impression was left by the parade of the black cotters of the Schutzkorps of the movement, among whom the units of the Special Duty Detachment and the Bodyguard were the most striking. Monday was Wehrmacht Day. There were military maneuvers of extreme precision on the field, while many hundreds of planes of the fighting squadrons roared across the sky. The unique method of presentation was so perfect that the onlookers obtained a coordinated and thrilling picture of the course of a modern infantry battle. 51 The unity and power of the parade which followed whipped the audience to one storm of applause after another. In the evening the great final address of the Führer brought the Ninth Reich Party Congress to a close, after the standards of the movement, to the strains of Wagner's March of the Nibelungs, had been carried into the hall. Adolf Hitler spoke of the ineradicable impression made by a new generation's confession of faith founded on a national ideology. R2 He explained his historical philosophy from the creative race nuclei to his description of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a dictatorship of Jewish intellectualism. 53 And he declared in impassioned language that the National Socialist state would tolerate no shift in the balance of power in favor of Bolshevism in Europe, beginning with Spain, and that, in the case of a threat, it would stand up and fight for its existence with a fanaticism different from that of the bourgeois Reich of old. 54 Many hundreds of thousands, he said, had marched in Nuremberg, in uniform ranks like the Gran. 487. 80 of the best regiments, borne up by an inward harmony of soul and yet still merely the vanguard of the great People's Army of Germany, just as the soldiers, whose maneuvers had been admired, were after all only the point of a sword which protected their native land. 55 He closed with the words, "The German nation has indeed obtained its Germanic Reich." Thunderous applause surged toward the creator of this Reich, and the songs of the nation, accompanied on the organ, mounted solemnly to the sky. At midnight the Congress came to its traditional close with the tattoo and taps of the Wehrmacht. Indeed, after all this, what could strike one more forcibly than the thought that no boyhood dream ever attained a more complete, more brilliant fulfillment? Had it not become a reality, the Reich of which Hitler had so often spoken to Kubizek? Had it not been created, this united body of the nation of which he used to preach, impervious to Jewish intellectualism, fixed in its own purposes, proceeding along the paths of nature? Had not the abyss of the past actually swallowed up all that had once posed as political reality? Conservatism, liberalism, and socialism, center and social democrats alike. A dispassionate opponent would presumably have answered by saying that all Hitler had done was transform the old Prussian German barracks state into one single state barracks, and that this was the basis of all his successes. But it was precisely in this transformation that the problem lay. For it was not a matter of backward but of forward, of modernization. Hitler had succeeded in imparting mass effectiveness and mass accessibility to those things which had formerly been the preserve of small sections of the population. To this end he had made use of the most modern means offered by technology. 56 And his actions were based on certain premises, the truth of which was not acceptable to many of his opponents. Even if 100,000 people in Nuremberg stayed home or clenched their fists in their pockets, a rejoicing of this kind is quite impossible among a people which was and is really imbued with an irreducible class enmity. National Socialism was as good a proof as social democratic revisionism of Lenin's thesis concerning the workers' aristocracy. All the elements of this style were already present in the style of Fascist Italy, however. The difference in quantity and relative timing is of qualitative significance here. Nevertheless, the objection has an obvious merit, although perhaps it should be formulated less tritely and less polemic. 488. Kali, the old god had blessed his people again when, after straying briefly from the path, it found its way back to him. But was everyone aware of the sacrifice necessary to make this blessing a lasting one? Hitler knew it. 2 months after his Reich Party Congress he summoned the chiefs of staff to the Hossbach Conference. For today's observer, the picture of all that rejoicing and marching, all those uniforms, raises one paramount question: how could it happen that such an overwhelming display of total mobilization inside and outside Germany, a display that could have only one implication, was not universally taken for what it plainly was, a declaration of war? And if this picture of a people which in peacetime had turned itself into a single shining well-equipped army was not enough, How could the meaning of Germanic Reich and safeguarding existence as interpreted by Mein Kampf have been overlooked? How could the people themselves, once known as the nation of thinkers, seriously suppose that their Führer was a wizard who, alone among all earth-dwellers, knew how to create employment and economic recovery out of nothing while producing quantities of unproductive weapons? 57. There are probably three main factors capable of offering some explanation of the inexplicable. 1. Paralysis in the face of the unheard of and the unprecedented. When the German Imperial Army slightly increased its peacetime strength, France introduced 3-year conscription. When Hitler increased Germany's military potential 10-fold, 100-fold, France was as petrified as the proverbial rabbit confronted by a snake. 2. The hope of a lightning conductor, that is, the expectation that, in view of the anti-Bolshevik attitude of the regime, the Soviet Union would have to foot the bill. 3. The unique position of the German people in process of secularization. This people had never become reconciled on its intellectual levels with the process underlying its rise to the position of foremost economic power in continental Europe. It still hankered after metaphysics, unity and profundity, and National Socialism meant the translation of these things into politics. However much and with good reason it would sooner or later repel the best representatives of this nostalgia. Under the dome of light on the Zeppelin field, in the thunder of mass cheering, a German was justified in believing that this unity was for its own sake alone. However, the study of this party congress or of any other. 489. Similar rally can also convey valuable insights into the nature of totalitarianism. Under the immediate impact of war there has been an excessive tendency to identify totalitarianism with terror and horror. But totality is in the nature of all great achievements which challenge and embrace individuals and groups. In them enthusiasm precedes terror, which is merely the obverse of enthusiasm, directed at hostility and resistance. The question is, what generates such enthusiasm and when, what are its characteristics and those of the terror that may result from it? Experience and reflection seem to show equally well that keeping up with industrial developments under unfavorable conditions is the only great social task which must today be tackled with enthusiasm and hence in a totalitarian manner. In other words, under certain circumstances that often concealed and yet all-dominating technological and economic revolution must assume political shape and force everything into total subjection. It was the Bolshevik Revolution of 1917 which marked this crucial point in world history. It founded a system which carries out that development in a completely different, that is, totalitarian, form, and which has proved itself equal to the task with terrible concomitant manifestations and in the face of enormous resistance. Those who regarded a lead in development as an eternal birthright were bound to feel threatened. What complicated matters still further was that the revolutionary power rested on a theory of revolution based on entirely different premises, namely a non-totalitarian revolution to emancipate the individual in the most advanced countries. The disparity between ideology and reality could not but enhance the sense of being threatened, especially in the neighboring countries. Yet, it was anti-Bolshevik propaganda, with its polemic against the starvation and misery in the Soviet Union, the Bolshevik chaos, that proved how it could not possibly be a manifestation of military aggressiveness. The Soviet Union was not imperialistic before the Hitler-Stalin Pact, and, even after it, only in the sense of desiring a glassy fortification in the face of threatened attack, not for reasons of virtue, but because it had to catch up, laboriously and under the most adverse conditions, with the development of several decades. It had to be totalitarian, and thus did not need to look to war as its final stage. An industrial power, on the other hand, which had its place in the front ranks of development, could not in 490 Hitler's era want anything but war if it embarked on a totalitarian effort. Seen thus, fascism appears to lack inherent necessity, a totalitarianism with no raison d'etre. But that does not mean there was no motive for it. According to motive and character, it shows various levels. Italian fascism, born of bourgeois resistance to the attempted communist revolution, did not deny the Soviet Union its right to exist and its own kind of historical necessity. With this as an example, it would be possible to discuss the important question of whether a fascism can, legitimately and permanently, be a development dictatorship. German National Socialism, the offspring of defeat in war and a temporary economic depression, saw itself as the implacable enemy of a world danger. However, for National Socialism the Soviet Union represented a world danger not merely in its capacity of imaginary plague spot and center of the Jewish conspiracy, but also in a more real sense, because an industrialized Eastern Europe meant eo ipso the negation of total, that is, primarily military and geographical, German sovereignty. Hence the specific totalitarian nature of the German form of fascism had to be military, with the whole colossal striking power aimed principally at its great neighbor to the east and its necessary totalitarianism. The similarity between certain manifestations ought not to allow one to forget the fundamental differences. It would, of course, have been possible for theoretical hindsight, at least to combat Bolshevism solely on account of its bloody excesses and world revolutionary ideology, in order then to provide the peoples of Eastern Europe with another and no less effective form of confrontation with their basic problem. In this way it might have been possible to demonstrate that Bolshevism was not necessary totalitarianism but that, even without it, Russia could have kept up with the headlong development in Europe and the USA. But in that case would totalitarianism with the premises of the race doctrine have been worth the effort? That would have meant an affirmation in principle of this course, the acknowledgement of it as a universal necessity, whereas it was not even possible to affirm it with a clear conscience as a racial privilege. Hitler was always fully aware of these relationships, and Rosenberg wanted to ensure that the peoples of Eastern Europe were as agrarian peoples protected from the assault of centralizing Bolshevism. 58 A fascist Germany was incapable of doing otherwise than carrying on its war in Eastern Europe in order to achieve unqualified sovereignty, and it could only hope to 491. Safeguard itself finally against what it felt was the threatened development of the peoples of Eastern Europe if it could discover and eliminate the agent of these processes. The law of existence for National Socialism can be deduced from a study of the Reich Party Congress no less clearly than from an analysis of Hitler's ideas. But for the totality of his political intentions, all the cheering and enthusiasm, all the military precision and discipline of the Reich Party Congress, are not enough. The Wehrmacht stood ready to ward off the assault of an enemy. There was no problem in winning over the masses who were members of the National Socialist armed units for an attack on Bolshevism, but for the true ends of the totalitarian war of National Socialist Germany, neither of these two factors sufficed. Hitler needed a body of men who stood unconditionally at his disposal for all his political intentions, because they knew what was at stake and because they desired it. All the signposts of the 1937 demonstration of power pointed toward the SS. The place occupied by the SS in the system can therefore be deduced. At this point it is enough to trace the historical development in outline 59 and then to allow the group to present its own image of itself, as formulated with the greatest authority by Heinrich Himmler. Hitler had always striven for a politically oriented body of men which would be at his exclusive disposal. When in 1923 Röhm and Kriebel turned the SA more and more into a military unit, the Staatstruppe Hitler was organized, the principal function of which was the personal protection of the Führer. The setting up of a personal Stabswache under Julius Schreck in March, 1925, had a similar objective. It was a countermove to Röhm's front band plans. During the late summer of 1925, the Stabswache became the Schutzstaffel, which was extended beyond Munich and at the Party Congress in Weimar was accorded a significant privilege. Hitler handed over the blood banner to it for safekeeping. With the reorganization of the SA it lost in importance, yet in its small number was contained the potential of its elite character and, in its specific bodyguard function, the direct link with the Führer. The man who perceived its innate possibilities and vigorously followed them up was Heinrich Himmler, son of a B.A. 492. Varian schoolteacher, he had gone through the period of the Bavarian Soviet Republic as a very young officer candidate and had later been Gregor Strasser's secretary for many years. When he took over the SS in January 1929, it had less than 300 members. He insisted on having photographs of new recruits submitted to him and inspecting them for racial traits, and he only accepted men over 5 feet 7 inches in height. The reasons for this were at first as pragmatic as they were typical. He indicated them in a later speech as follows: 60 The soldiers Soviets types of 1918 and *1919 had all had something funny about their appearance, and that must be attributable to an admixture of foreign blood. 61 To have good blood meant for Himmler, to be soldierly and unconditionally counter-revolutionary. Before long he was bound to hit on the idea that a body of men of good blood contained that racial nucleus of which Hitler had so often spoken. However, this racial nucleus could only be permanently dominant if it had a clear awareness of race and the determination to preserve it. Himmler therefore singled out the SS from all other formations by the betrothal and marriage order of the Reich SS Führer of December 31, 1931. This made marriage for SS men dependent on the Reich SS Führer's consent, that is, stipulated a racial inspection of the fiancée and her genealogy by a race department established expressly for this purpose. The SS was to be more than a mere association of men, it was to be a community of genealogically high-grade families. Since Himmler was an Ardomain SS2 and an agriculturist by profession, it is not surprising that the Office of Inspection soon turned into a department for race and settlement under the direction of the Minister of Agriculture and Chief of the Reich Peasants, SS Obergruppenführer Walter Dahr. The SS distinguished itself in 1931 by helping to suppress the SA uprising of Captain Stennis. On that occasion Hitler gave it the motto, SS man, your honor is called loyalty. And finally, also in 1931, there began the organization of its own intelligence service under the one-time naval lieutenant Reinhard Heydrich. When Hitler seized power, the SS was still, with its 50,000 members, a small organization and under the authority of the Chief of Staff of the SA, but the seeds of its future significance were already present. In March 1933, Hitler created from its ranks a new Stabswache under Joseph Dietrich. This later became the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, while armed special units of the SS in other cities became the 493 matrix of the subsequent Special Duty SS. This secured for Hitler an armed force of his own stamp permanently at his disposal. It was part of neither the Wehrmacht nor the police, 63, and bound to him by a more personal and less specific oath than that which attached the soldiers to the Wehrmacht. The full implication of the SS oath became apparent for the first time on June 30, 1934. No firing squad of the Wehrmacht would have been permitted to kill the SA leaders without process of law. For the SS there already existed only the will of the Führer as sole law above and beyond all regulations and principles. There was little reason to believe that this formation would ever refuse to carry out any order of their Führer. In March 1933, with the appointment of Himmler as provisional chief of police in Munich, the SS began its penetration of the police. Within a year Himmler was given control of every regional police force in Germany, and in June 1936, he was appointed chief of the German police. Since the Rome crisis he had been head of an independent branch of the party. Now both offices were combined in a single institution. The Reichsführer of the SS and chief of the German police was accorded a position unique in the constitution, one which a formal subordination to the Reich Minister for the Interior did not weaken but reinforced. For through this steady coalescing of SS and police, a sphere was created which, while protected by the state, was at the same time removed from the control of the state, a field which was becoming less and less subject to the control of regular state administration, and this was what made it so useful for the carrying out of the Führer's own revolutionary decisions. The unity of state and non-state elements was henceforward to be the, at times, opaque characteristic of the principal institutions of the SS. 64 Special obligations entail special rights. Thus every member of the SS was given a privilege which singled him out from his fellow citizens, the right to defend his honor with arms. In his speech of January, 1937, 65 on the nature and functions of the SS and the police, Himmler named 5 pillars of the SS. The Allgemeine SS consisted, apart from its top leaders, of men earning their living in civilian life. Its regional organization corresponded to that of the Wehrmacht. It passed on its young candidates to the army and received them back again, to maintain their health and hardihood through sports and athletic contests, in the 494 process of which it also formed a counterbalance to the dangers of urban living and misuse of alcohol. The Verfügungstruppe was to fight in the field but was also, by way of constant exchange, involved in the activities of the police, for in the coming war the police were by hook or by crook to keep the home front healthy, since Bolshevism as a subhuman organization would try to stir up the dregs of this home front and incite it to a new stab in the back. The third pillar was the Totenkopfbande, formed from the guards of the concentration camps. Their function was also the immediate safeguarding of the internal security of the Reich. They had custody of the dregs of the criminal world, a mass of racially inferior trash, including many professional criminals kept in preventive and usually permanent confinement. In fourth place Himmler named the Sicherheitsdienst, the great ideological intelligence service of the party and ultimately of the state. The fifth pillar was the Rasse-und-Siedlungsamt, whose functions were of a positive nature, processing of marriage applications and genealogical histories submitted, problems of settlement and ideological instruction, as well as the furthering of science insofar as it was of political value. Thus each of the 5 pillars in its own way served a single objective, the Gesundung and safeguarding of blood, threatened as it was in such multifarious ways. The SS was therefore simply the most complete organizational concretization of Hitler's doctrine. The concluding words of Himmler's address show that an analogy to Hitler's fear was not unknown to the SS leader. Coming decades would represent the war of destruction of all the subhuman enemies in the world against Germany as the leading nation of white humanity, a war which, so Himmler apparently believed, could only be survived because a fortunate circumstance had allowed it to occur in a time in which once in 2000 years an Adolf Hitler is born. Himmler gave this address to officers of the Wehrmacht, and it was printed for official purposes only. But 2 years earlier, in 1935, the Reich SS Führer had already conveyed his ideas about the SS to the public at large on the occasion of the Reichsbauerntag in Goslar. SW practice as fulfillment 495 and under the title of the SS as an anti-Bolshevik combat organization 66 these ideas had been widely disseminated. The most typical feature of this speech is that it starts off by depicting the eternal and universal nature of the Jewish Bolshevik mortal enemy with a forcefulness and naivete that remind one instantly of Dietrich Eckart's Zweisprach. The Bolshevik spirit had at one time led the Jews to exterminate the best Aryans from among the Persian people. In Verdun the eternal enemy had brandished the executioner's sword of Charles the Frank over thousands of Saxon chieftains. By means of the Inquisition 67 it had dealt Spain a mortal blow. In the French Revolution it had slaughtered the fair-haired and the blue-eyed, and finally in Russia, with the aid of the Jew Kerensky, it had opened up the way for the Jewish GPU to its work of destruction. For centuries the Jew had been hurling poison and murderous weapons at the Aryan peoples. He had allowed whole tribes which were not desirable to the Jews to starve to death. In this secular strife there were only victors or vanquished, and in this case to be vanquished meant the death of a people. It is in this perspective that Himmler deliberately placed the character of the SS. Through a process of constant selection it filtered a stream of the best German blood. The positive side of its will permitted the SS to understand the value and sacredness of the soil, to perceive its goal in settlement, and to stand beside the German farmer as his most faithful friend. It was no mere accident, Himmler pointed out, that as the Reich SS Führer he himself was a farmer. But the negative side of its will enabled the SS to be a ruthless executioner's sword toward all forces of the Jewish Bolshevik subhuman revolution at the slightest attempt at revolt. The concluding sentences of the speech were frequently quoted in National Socialist literature. So we have assembled, and according to immutable laws we march as a National Socialist, soldierly order of Nordic men and as a sworn community of their clans on the road to a distant future, and we desire and believe that we may be not only the grandsons, who fought it out better, but beyond that the ancestors of later generations necessary for the eternal life of the Germanic people. If one bears in mind what, according to Hitler and Himmler, was to be fought out, what an eternal life of the German people presupposed in the eyes of these men, one sees that it was possible even in 1935 to describe the SS with accuracy, an unconditionally obedient tool in the hands of 496. The Führer for the implementation of the true aims of his policy, the safeguarding of an eternal sovereign life of the German Reich by settlement conquest on the one hand, by annihilation of the mortal enemy on the other, but at the same time also the highest goal of this policy, as that racial nucleus of the best, that is, soldier-peasant blood destined to be the ruling class of the Reich. One might say that in Italy the development of the party army followed a more fortunate course. The Moschettieri di Mussolini never amounted to anything more than an insignificant prestige unit, because they were not required to shoot the commanders of the militia. Moreover, before the war this militia had been a larger and more renowned army than the Waffen-SS, having victoriously fought a full-scale war in Spain. There had, of course, been problems with the national army, but these had been overcome. Could not the SA with a little more luck have evolved in this direction? Yet this comparison shows how vitally necessary the SS was to the National Socialist regime. For, in keeping with its origin and structure, the SA was primarily the mass auxiliary formation of the Wehrmacht for purposes of national restitution. The doctrine which had now become the state itself, that of the creative race nucleus, its laws of existence and the deadly threats to it, needed just such an incomparable elite formation for the attainment of its real objectives. In spite of the many random happenings and incongruities in the historical development, there is no doubt either of the indispensability of the SS to the regime or of its inner solidarity. 68. 1939 to 1945 National Socialist practice, as distinct from fascist practice, underwent considerable changes during the war. When, for instance, the wavering German front was stabilized during the winter of 1941-42, Hitler displayed a hitherto unsuspected leadership drive. It was undoubtedly an innovation in style when, after the victory over France, Field Marshal generals were appointed en masse at the Reichstag session of July 19, 1940. 69 The war organization as such, in its penetration of the spheres of state, party, Wehrmacht, and SS, is a subject meriting thorough exploration. But even in such a remarkable phenomenon as the Einsatzstab Rosenberg, typical traits came to light which had to remain hidden in peacetime. Our practice as fulfillment 497. However, among all the institutions of the National Socialist state, the SS was the most powerful in its evolution and its consequences. It is true that there was nothing exactly new in this evolution, but its extraordinary logicality makes it a fascinating object of study. Here, too, however, it is not really possible to obtain a detailed view of the whole. For example, the increase of the Waffen-SS from barely 30,000 men to a gigantic army of nearly 1 million did not begin until after the outbreak of war. Only then were the legal foundations actually laid and the authoritative statements made. 70 It was at this juncture that the elite corps saw itself exposed to all manner of influences, and it became a heavily stratified and not readily definable structure. Once again the selection of 3 manifestations, taken this time from a single area, 71 will serve to throw light on some of the most typical aspects of National Socialist practice. This area is the activity of the SS in 3 fields of primary importance. These fields cannot be completely separated, although essentially they can be allocated to certain subdivisions of the organization: the consolidation of the German people, the ferreting out and disarming of all adversaries, and the destruction of the chief enemy. The first task was allotted to the Reich SS Führer as the Reich Commissar for the consolidating of the German people, by a secret decree of Hitler dated October 7, I 93972. It was broken down into 3 separate measures: return of Reich ethnic Germans Volksdeutsche, from foreign countries, elimination of the harmful influence of foreign ELE. Ments among the population, and establishment of new settlement areas by resettlement. This was a program made to order for the SS, here negative and positive measures were to balance each other with pristine clarity. But in addition an energy and loyalty to principles were demanded which could not be expected of ministerial departments and which could only be displayed by a political organization, that is to say, one which was not bound by traditional standards. 73 Hence Himmler as RKF made use of these government authorities but demoted them to the position of mere tools, without right of veto or control. After certain initial difficulties, especially with its own Department for Race and Settlement, the Bureau of the RKF achieved considerable power and was given a place in the circle of 12 chief SS departments. The legal basis for the negative aspect of Himmler's activity as RKF was the decree concerning Polish property of September 17, 1940, which in the incorporated Eastern Euro 498 PN territories the vast area of West Poland with over 8 million Poles officially abolished Polish private property, although in practice its existence had already been completely ignored. Himmler defined the implementation of this decree as follows: the prerequisite for potential confiscation according to Section 2, Paragraph 2a, is present objectively when, for example, it is a case of land belonging to a Pole. For all Polish landed property is required without exception for the consolidation of the German people. 73 Thus by very simple means the department in charge of land distribution created the Lebensraum for those German groups brought back from all over Eastern Europe which had played such an invaluable role in German ethnic influence but which were now being taken back by the RKF's Resettlement Commission to reinforce German state power. But in July, 1942, Himmler as RKF was also responsible within the general government for a brutal action of expulsion and resettlement designed to make the city of Lublin and its surrounding territory the first German settlement bulwark in the Polish heartland. 75 Yet all this was a mere trifle compared to what was planned for the post-war period. At the conference of group leaders in Poznan, Himmler disclosed some of these measures: if the SS together with the farmers, and we together with our friend Bach, then pursue the settlement in the East, without restraint, without ever concerning ourselves with what is traditional, with élan and revolutionary zeal, then in 20 years we shall have thrust back the ethnic boundaries 500 kilometers further to the east. 76 The identity of the negative and positive intentions is obvious here. In 1939 and 1940 a number of portentous measures were already aimed at serving this identity. A valuable insight into Himmler's positive ideas is provided by the instructions for the agricultural development of the new Eastern European territories which he promulgated in his capacity of RKF on November 26, 1940. 77 It is particularly revealing that, although the creation of medium-sized hereditary farms was regarded as the basis of German ethnic policy, social gradations were carefully specified. The lowest level of the hierarchy was to be occupied by German farm laborers, but on the higher levels the farms were to encourage the stabilization and creation of a new class of indigenous leaders. Layout and architectural style of the villages and farmhouses were prescribed in detail. Dwellings of Polish farm laborers had to be located at a distance from the German settlement. Special attention was to be given to 499. Planting of trees and shrubs, since this would set the stamp on the German settlement of Eastern Europe. The inherited love of Germans for trees, shrubs, and flowers had to be preserved, hence the village oak and the village linden tree were to be present everywhere. Each village had to contain a party building, each town a hall for functions. The individual farmhouses were to be the visible expression of a new German peasant culture. Old architectural styles and harmonious integration with the landscape were to be combined with the demands of modern hygiene and technology. A third function of the RKF was likewise positive, but here he had to watch his step. It concerned the retrieving of dispersed Germanic blood. A regulation dating from 1940 reveals the principles by which Himmler was guided and the objectives he pursued. Necessary though it is for a lasting purification of the German Eastern territories that the foreign elements living there should not be permanent or allowed to become permanent, it is equally essential that the German blood present in those areas be retrieved for the German nation in cases where the person of this blood has become Polish in his religion and language. It was these very people of German blood who provided the former Polish state with those leaders who, whether from blindness or in conscious or unconscious failure to recognize their blood relationship, adopted the most intensely hostile attitude toward their own German ethnic origin. 78 Soon the prevention of any further increase in the Polish intellectual class and the increase of the racially desirable population growth for the German people were announced as immediate objectives. Accordingly, many Poles were scrutinized by experts as to their Germanness and where necessary transferred to a German environment for renationalization, in the process of which there was in principle nothing to prevent children being taken from their homes and being taught, against the will of their parents, to hearken to the true voice of blood. So the old theoretical destruction of the concept of nation by the non-historical race doctrine was implemented 1,000-fold in practice. But one can hardly fail to recognize the underlying fear in Himmler's words with their false ring of truculence. Either we obtain the good blood which we can make use of, and integrate it with our nation, or, gentlemen, you may call it cruel, but nature is cruel, we destroy that blood. 79 Never again, he said, was the enemy to obtain capable leaders and commanders, any false pity at the present. 500. Time would imperil the existence of the German people in the future. For the German people was surrounded by enemies, indeed they were to be found everywhere in its very midst. Himmler cited as enemies, all communists, all Freemasons, all Democrats, all convinced Christians, all nationalists even. 80 If one adds Himmler's not entirely unfounded doubts as to the political reliability of the Wehrmacht officers' corps, it could be supposed that the SS alone was the true German people and that its enemies were as legion as the sands on the sea. Sure. How was it to defend itself against these enemies now, as well as to safeguard its preeminence for all time? The institution established by the SS specifically for investigating and combating all enemies was the Reichssicherheitsamt, a veritable model of the blending of state and party authorities and interests. It came into being in September, 1939, by combining various police and SS bureaus and was placed under the command of Reinhard Heydrich as Chief of Security Police and the SD. A glance at the organization chart shows its functions. 81 of the 7 bureaus, the most interesting in this context is Bureau 4, the Office for the Investigating and Combating of Enemies. It was identical with the former Gestapo and was headed by the Gestapo chief, SS Group leader Müller. 82 In common with all the other bureaus, it was divided into groups and subsections. Group 4A concerned itself with enemies, sabotage, and security. The various subsections dealt among other things with communists, Marxists, and affiliated organizations, reactionaries, the opposition, legitimists, liberals, also with the products of ideological opposition such as sabotage, illegal propaganda, or political counterfeiting. Group 4B dealt with political Protestantism, sects, other churches, and Freemasons. In charge of Jewish affairs, among other things, was subsection 4B4, Political Church, Sects, and Jews, headed by SS Obersturmbannführer Eichmann. The chief function of Group 4C concerned protective custody. Group 4D dealt with foreign workers, enemy aliens, and emigrants. The remaining groups were concerned with the regular duties of the political police such as security and passports. Bureau 7, Ideological Investigation and Evaluation, was directly concerned with the specific enemies of national. 501. Socialism. This was the scientific counterpart to Bureau 4, with its own subsections for Freemasons, Jews, political churches, Marxists, liberals, political emigration, separatists, pacifists, and reactionaries. Other bureaus too, in particular the Foreign Intelligence Service under SS Oberführer Schellenberg, were concerned in many different ways with the enemies not only of the German state but also of the National Socialist ideology. Positive work was also undertaken in the Reich Security Department, especially in Bureau 3, spheres of German life under SS Brigade Führer Allendorf, which included groups for ethnic affairs and culture with subsections for racial and national health, science, and education and religious life. 83 Thus Hitler's doctrine of the enemies had grown into a gigantic organization whose significance increased from year to year. It is noteworthy that the concentration camps to the outside world, the best known consequence of National Socialism's systematic combating of enemies, developed from relatively small beginnings. In 1937, after the initial phase of uncontrolled terror, conducted mainly by the SA in improvised camps against its enemies, there were only 3 camps left, under the leader of the Death's Head units and concentration camps. These camps contained a few thousand inmates, not all of whom were political prisoners. It was no mere chance that National Socialism had achieved victory by riding the wave of its alliance with the nationalist revolution, and if it did not immediately deal severely with all its enemies, this was partly because it had not yet revealed to all the scope and intrinsic nature of its opposition. But 1938 already saw a marked increase in the number of inmates, especially in the wake of the pogrom of November, 1938. From then on, protective custody, which the Gestapo was empowered to decree, took the place, both in extent and severity, more and more of the regular punishments of the law, and during the war the German concentration camps soon became in size and importance the institutions the world later came to know. Nevertheless, this was not due solely to a striving for power on the part of the Reich Security Department, any more than was the increasing takeover of the functions of the courts, which found notorious expression, for example, in one agreement between Himmler and THIRD. 84 Rather, one must take into consideration the fact that as the years went by, the enormous and implacable opposition which National Socialism had created for itself emerged with growing clarity. 502. And self-confidence, and that the center of the attack on this opposition, the SS and the Reich Security Department, had to increase the severity of its measures to match the increasing resistance which this severity called forth. And so the transition is made to the final and most terrible chapter of all. This is not to imply that the will to destruction emerged only during one stage of the ever-intensifying battle. On the contrary, it is highly typical that this will was palpable in the very first days of the war, that it exerted its influence in many areas, that it pursued its course with the participation of the most varied departments, in other words, it formed part of the original severity. However, this does not preclude the fact that it became more intense as time went on, till it finally could give the impression of being impelled. September 1, 1939, is the date of a decree of Hitler's which became the basis for the Third Reich's program of euthanasia. Soon after the defeat of Poland, Hitler ordered Frank to eliminate the Polish intelligentsia. The decree relating to the commissars ordered the wholesale elimination of the political commissars of the Red Army. Nevertheless, for Hitler and Himmler as well as for posterity, the emphasis was entirely on the annihilation of the Jews. This process differed essentially from all other extermination actions, both as to scope and to intention. It is impossible here to go deeply into its organization, just as its history could not be depicted earlier in this study. A few indications should be enough to show what these events meant in the light of practice. A secret decree of Hitler's in the summer of 1941 apparently gave the signal to begin this gigantic task. 85 It was directed by a small subsection of the Reich Security Department headed by a man with the rank of Oberregierungsrat. There is reason to believe the statement of one of the participants that scarcely more than 100 persons were directly involved in this undertaking. The extermination camps themselves were planned and administered by a section of the Economic and Administration Department of the SS, the existence of which was probably hardly known to most of the members of this enormous apparatus. The selections and the extermination process itself were handled by only an infinitesimal number of SS men, since the actual burden was shifted onto Jewish prisoners. Even those men who were principally concerned with the 503 execution of the plan were not criminals by nature and had no criminal tendencies in the legal sense. The commandant of Auschwitz, Rudolf Haas, had had a strict Catholic upbringing and had volunteered during World War I as an enthusiastic 16-year-old. Admittedly, he had been found guilty of political assassination and sent to the penitentiary, but while there his aversion to common criminals increased, and as an Artemain he dreamed of sunlight and new settlements until he finally ended up in the Death's Head unit and under the strict discipline of Theodor Eicke, who taught him that an SS man must be able to destroy even the members of his immediate family circle if they transgressed against the state or Adolf Hitler's ideas. 86 On the whole, he was probably less of a criminal in the conventional sense than a sentimentalist. Himmler's ideas are well illustrated by a letter he wrote to the commandant of a concentration camp he visited. 87 He was indignant that a young girl of racially good appearance should be employed in the camp bordello. Only old, completely degenerate prostitutes were to be used for such purposes. He never wanted to have to reproach himself for forsaking a young member of the Volksgemeinschaft without cause, and abandoning her once and for all to crime. The SS must not place itself on a level with the law, in whose prisons young people were corrupted for the rest of their lives. There is a third noteworthy aspect. The transportation of Jews robbed the Wehrmacht of precious freight space. The number of armament workers was reduced in defiance of all economic reason. The closer the Russian armies approached, the more fanatically did Eichmann endeavor to see that the Hungarian Jews were also carried off to their fate. All this leads to the following conclusions. This procedure, kept secret though it was, nevertheless corresponded to the central intention of National Socialism. In his Poznan speech Himmler said, "We had the moral right, we had the obligation toward our people, to kill this people which wanted to kill us." 88 A bacillus had been exterminated, now the important thing was to survive the operation without suffering injury to the soul, to the character. National Socialism had been talking for 25 years about this bacillus and the world sickness it caused. Alfred Rosenberg may have all his life considered the talk of extermination and elimination to be metaphorical. 89 But Hitler and Himmler at any rate were more logically consistent. Not only were they more consistent, in terms of their own 504 thinking, they were also right. One cannot make implacable enemies of communists and Democrats, reactionaries and Christians, Russians and Anglo-Saxons, and still believe in a lasting victory without assuming that all this opposition, aroused by one's own demands, is attributable to an identifiable instigator. In Hitler's extermination of the Jews it was not a case of criminals committing criminal deeds, but of a uniquely monstrous action in which principles ran riot in a frenzy of self-destruction. The fact that National Socialism had to execute the very essence of its doctrine as a clandestine process, but that it also was unable and unwilling to keep it sufficiently secret for it not to be suspected gradually by the uninitiated, had a curious and very characteristic result. When Hitler's retinue of leaders were on trial at Nuremberg, there was not one who had not been inspired by moderate and sensible views. Sabotage of Hitler's extreme commands had it now became a parent begun with the next man in line in the government 90 and was effectively carried out down to the lowest levels in the chain of command. Even the chief of the security police and security service, SS Obergruppenführer Kaltenbrunner had, according to his testimony, endeavored to apply the brakes and improve the situation wherever he could, and in the end whatever he did was done out of regard for the future of his native land Austria. 91 After the Führer's death the core of leadership of the National Socialist state snapped back, like a steel spring wound up too long, to its original position and became a body of well-meaning and cultured Central Europeans. The astonishment of many prosecutors, who had naively imagined a fascist dictatorship to be a conspiracy of bandits, was no doubt considerable. Not a single one of the accused made any attempt whatever to justify the extermination measures. Not one testified defiantly to the necessity of the war for the conquest of living space and its unprecedented methods. These men had been better people than most of the world has assumed. 92 But they had been weaker in spirit than one might have supposed. They wanted German sovereignty, but they did not, like Hitler, take into account what sovereignty means today. They wanted a war-efficient state, but they did not, like Hitler, consider what a modern and autonomously waged war implies. They vigorously defended the social order in the traditional German sense, but they did not realize the sole means by which it could be finally secured. 505. They combated the Jews, but they failed to recognize that even a complete emigration, according to the intrinsic meaning of the National Socialist doctrine, could not accomplish any genuinely essential changes. No wonder they became the prey of the more logically consistent mind. But what is the meaning of a consistency which no one is prepared to profess anymore? Even after a total defeat of the Western democracies, countless people would have clung to the conviction which is the very cornerstone of liberal and democratic belief that personal inviolability and dignity must be the boundary and objective of all politics. Even after a destruction of the Soviet Union, countless people the world over would have defended the doctrine which is the heart of communism, that only socialization of the means of production can open up the path to a better world. The core of National Socialism, the doctrine of world salvation through the elimination of the disease-spreading Jews, was forsaken after the defeat even by the innermost circles among the leaders. All that remained was a few trivialities and shallow claims. It was not the documents of the prosecution but the documents of the defense that set the final seal on Adolf Hitler's death. And this death meant, if not the end of fascism, certainly the end of its era. Chapter 5. The Doctrine in Context. Fear and its Intentions. The statement that fear was Hitler's basic emotion may come as a surprise. Did he not frequently brag about his toughness? Did he not glorify health and struggle? And yet all this will not assume proper perspective if the dominant underlying factor is overlooked. True though it is that there is even less of a theoretically elaborated thought system with Hitler than with Maurras, it is equally true that a similar foundation gave rise to a similar thought context. 1. Hitler's fear is not for the fragility of all that is beautiful. It is the Austrian pan-German's naked fear for existence which George von Schoonerer passed on to his pupil as a continuing heritage. In the eyes of the young Hitler, the Habsburgs are about to exterminate and extinguish the German race. 2. Their policy means the slow destruction and the end of the German people in Austria. 3. The rising tide of a medley of peoples is corroding the old cultural center of Vienna. 4. In 1914 the entire German people lacked the proper awareness of threatening non-existence. 5. Not even after the revolution did the German people sufficiently realize the state of threatening extermination. 6. In spite of being surrounded by a pack of rapacious enemies whose final triumph must mean the death of the German people. 7. The revolution within, the implacable enemy, France, without, represent frightful dangers which threaten to destroy Germany. 8. Except by the acquisition of land there is no way for the constantly expanding population to exist, it is threatened with extinction. 9. In another 100 years Germany will be flanked by giant states, some of which will have grown. 507. 508. Up out of its own blood. 10. Heedless optimists should learn from history that many peoples and states have become extinct. 11. Although other people are not free of grave symptoms, the process of destruction is advancing more swiftly in Germany. 12. It need not necessarily be a physical destruction. The German people as a whole might become a rootless metropolitan element. 13. The fate of insecurity and dependence this entails is proved to the Hitler of 1928 by the fact that American automobiles are swamping the German market to an alarming degree. 14. To the Hitler of the Eastern Campaign the Russian birth rate 15 seems alarming, or the vast Asiatic human reservoir. 16. The German location is territorially wretched and, from a military geographical standpoint, terrible. 17. The much vaunted German economy is an unsettling factor in the world and will not cease to call down 1,000 perils on Germany's head. 18. The vision of physical extinction is always close at hand. If the Jew triumphs, the planet will travel its course void of human life as it did millions of years ago. 19. This powerful man's fear extended to the banal and the physical. No one was ever permitted to smoke in Hitler's presence, for smoke and warmth provide a favorable climate for the cold virus. The microbes pounce on me. 20. The subject of Hitler's fear can be easily determined, and yet it is not easy to define. It is Germany, the nation, the fatherland, the dearest thing given to us in this world, 21 And apparently the only thing with a claim to unconditional love, we National Socialists want to love our fatherland and learn to love it and it alone, and to tolerate no other idols beside it. We know only one interest, and that is the interest of our people. 22 Exactly as in the case of Moras, nation and humanity are explicitly dissociated, the young Hitler is prepared to laugh at the curses of the whole world if these curses can bring about the freedom of the German race. 23 Mora's well-known formula is reflected almost word for word in the basic postulate, the fatherland alone, first and last. 24 What this Germany was, is much less clear. For Hitler there was no distinct period of history, as there was for Moras, to provide him with an orientation and a constant object of fresh eulogy. In his early days he frequently extolled the Bismarck Reich and its wonderful energy and strength, 25 But what he praised was usually individual institutions, such as the army and civil service. The era as a whole was the object of his sharp criticism, which did not spare the 509 person of the monarch and still less the monarch's servile entourage. And the older he became, the more he looked toward non-German manifestations, the more Germany became his Third Reich, a Reich which was yet to be created. The object of Hitler's fear, and hence of his hate, emerges far more often and more clearly than its subject. It is typical of Hitler that his fear was instantly transformed into hate. Otherwise he could not have hoped or believed, for, how can a condition be altered for which there is no immediate culprit? 26 The universal culprit was known to be the Jew. But first those manifestations must be enumerated which Hitler regarded as signs of decay and which therefore filled him with fear. The innate strength of the seemingly powerful pre-war Germany was weakened according to the analysis in Mein Kampf 27 mainly by an industrialization which was as unbridled as it was harmful, and which entailed a dangerous regression of the farming class. The aristocracy of the sword gave way to the aristocracy of finance, but equally disastrous was the diminution of personal property rights in the economy and the handing over of property to anonymous limited companies. This signified an alienation of property as against the employee, and the internationalism of the economy. This mammonization led at the same time to the Hebraization of spiritual life and to the decline of the mating urge. This latter furthered the incidence of syphilis and hence of the greatest sin of all, that which was contrary to blood and race. On the spiritual level there was the similar threat of the plague of art Bolshevism which substituted Cubist distortions for beauty, thereby tending to destroy the foundations of culture. Alongside this, the liberal press, with its championing of tolerance and democracy and its mendacious attack on militarism, was digging the German people's grave. Jewish influence in thought led to contempt for manual labor, thus wrenching open that cleavage among the people which had been responsible for the lost war and the successful revolution. Many different utterances in speeches and conversations augment this picture. The idea that the depersonalization of the economy was tantamount to the triumph of Jewish influence remained fixed. Now and again his accusations were aimed directly at the middle classes as such. It was a great historical offense that the bourgeoisie had shown no concern whatever for the newly emerging Fourth Estate. 28 But it was even worse that with the middle classes the wrong section of 510. The people had assumed leadership, a section which lacked the heroic and epic qualities. 29 One section of the middle classes which in Hitler's eyes was particularly close to the Jew was that of the intellectuals. They had a gift for complicating everything and for bringing confusion into the simplest things. Science, which they had produced, caused the greatest harm, 30 since it renders incompetent and encourages weakness. If the world were given over to German professors, they would change mankind into cretins with huge heads. Jewish intellectualism invented the emancipation of women, which sought to mix those spheres which God had separated. It even undertook something as insane as the emancipation of Negroes, the education of semi-apes. The carping criticism of the intellectuals had no useful social function, its object and intention was to demoralize. The art Bolsheviks had even worse in mind, the way they painted fields blue, the sky green, clouds sulphurous yellow, 31 and allowed free rein to their dirty imagination. They wanted to kill the people's soul. 32 They were in no wise different from those Jews who organized nightlife and turned all normal morals upside down. 33 But there were also more remote phenomena which he identified as symptoms of decadence. With their robbers' motto of free trade, the Jews destroyed the centuries-old stability of the price of bread in Venice. 34 And it was merely the logical extension of this principle that land had become the object of speculation. 35 Only on rare occasions did he allude to cultural conditions in a more general way, without direct political reference and accusation. For instance, Germany was slowly becoming an object of views and prospects. 36 Or, nothing is anchored anymore, nothing is rooted in our spiritual life anymore. Everything is superficial, flees past us. Restlessness and haste mark the thinking of our people. The whole of life is being torn completely apart, and today the ordinary man no longer understands the intelligentsia of the German nation. 37 It is obvious that Hitler aimed his criticism, like Maurras, at the emancipatory process as a whole. Needless to say, this all contained many familiar clichés of conservative cultural criticism in its anti-Semitic form, and one cannot even look for literary originality in them. But it is legitimate to ask whether any practical politician of stature has ever expressed convictions of this kind as frequently and as emphatically. Hitler is certainly original in the utterly monomaniacal obstinacy with which he seeks the instigator of all these 511 alarming processes and finds him every time and without exception in the Jew. The attributing of highly complicated and essential processes to one single and visible instigator or agent always means an obvious simplification and usually an immense overestimation of the instigator. Apropos of the Jew in the economy, for example, he says, he is, of course, destroying with increasing thoroughness the foundations of an economy of genuine benefit to the nation. By the devious method of share issues, he injects himself into the mainstream of national production, turns this into a commercial, or rather, marketable bargaining object, and thus deprives manufacturing concerns of the basis of personal ownership. This is where employer and employee enter upon that spiritual estrangement which later leads to political class cleavage. 38 Or, Hitler asks in an early speech, who is the real champion of birth control and the idea of emigration? International Jewry. 39 Hence the monstrous thesis that the Jew was the wire puller of the destinies of mankind 40 can no longer astonish, although it does disclose what was meant by the Jew, namely, the historical process itself. And those early conversations with Dietrich Eckart had always moved within the horizon of this identity. 41 Hitler's theories therefore have nothing of the subtlety and differentiation to be found in Maurras' doctrine of the enemy. After all, he had discovered long ago that the Jews were the leaders of social democracy. Only the Jew could praise Parliament, an institution which is as dirty and untruthful as he is himself. 42 Whatever of catastrophic elements in the world is conducive to harming Germany is always traced back to the same roots, because both are Jewish. It is possible for Marxism to be the spearhead of international finance. 43 Although Maurras awarded the Jew a certain priority among the host of enemies, it was Hitler who perfected the image. 44 While at the same time placing him on the lowest possible level. Hitler's excursions on Jewish sexuality in Mein Kampf are reminiscent of Land's Liebenfels and give a hint of what was to come in Streicher's infamous Der Stürmer. Hitler always succumbed to an ungovernable passion on the subject of Bolshevism. 45 He regarded it as the most radical form of Jewish genocide ever known. All his meager, pallid historical constructs culminate in this. Important though the Vienna period certainly was for Hitler, it nevertheless remains doubtful whether, without the experience of the Ball 512 Bolshevik Revolution and without Dietrich Eckart, he would have become the man as whom he has imprinted himself on history. The conclusion of those constructs in Mein Kampf probably expresses more directly than anything else the initial thesis of his political activity. Now begins the last great revolution. By wresting political power for himself, the Jew casts off the few remaining shreds of disguise he still wears. The democratic plebeian Jew turns into the blood Jew and the tyrant of peoples. In a few years he will try to exterminate the national pillars of intelligence and *. By robbing the peoples of their natural spiritual leadership, will make them ripe for the slavish lot of a permanent subjugation. The most terrible example of this is Russia. But the end is not merely the end of the liberty of the people suppressed by the Jew, it is also the end of this parasite of the peoples himself. After the death of the victim, sooner or later the vampire dies too. 46 However, according to Eckhart's book, Hitler had specified another Bolshevism ahead of Lenin's as an origin, that of Moses. History was placed between these two Bolshevisms and interpreted as a struggle between two principles, in such a way that the individual historical phenomena were each arranged and evaluated according to their relationship to these principles. This pursuit of the enemy throughout history, which occupies such a large place in Mora's writings, is not much in evidence in those works of Hitler's which were for public consumption. And indeed, how could he have displayed, in Protestant Germany, that conception of the Reformation which Eckhart ascribes to him? Moreover, until 1945 Germany remained too Christian for even the most powerful man in all Germany's history to have dared publicly to call the Apostle Paul a Bolshevik. He had merely been able to indicate more than once that he considered Bolshevism as the revolt of inferior strata against their masters to be a timeless phenomenon, and that many parallels could be drawn between the present day and the era of declining Rome. But the fact that for him the Apostle Paul really did remain, as in Eckhart's book, a central figure of Jewish Bolshevism was finally proved with the publication of Hitler's Table Talk. Paul, so he stated here, had taken the idea of the Aryan Christ as a crystallization point for slaves of all kinds against their masters and authority. The religion of Paul of Tarsus, later known as Christianity, was simply the communism of 513. Today. 47 This Christianity was the severest blow mankind had ever suffered. It had destroyed the Roman Empire, and the result had been centuries of darkness. 48 Christianity was an early form of Bolshevism, Bolshevism an offspring of Christianity, and both were inventions of the Jew for the purpose of disrupting society. Christianity had destroyed the serene, limpid world of antiquity. Bolshevism was getting ready to destroy the preeminence of the white race in the world. 49 Yesterday's agitator was called Shaul, today's was called Mordecai. 50 Of course these ideas, American Samoa theories, are anything but original, and they remain within the framework of the whole anti-Semitic literature which Hitler had always boasted of knowing. 51 But it is precisely from this aspect that they reveal a striking and characteristic feature. His hatred for Christianity was in direct proportion to his high opinion of the Roman Catholic Church as a form of dominion. 52 Hitler therefore presented a doctrine of the historical manifestations of the terrifying and odious enemy which exactly corresponds to Mora's doctrine, although it is much more naive. Unconditional sovereignty. If the Jewish objective was indisputably the expansion of an invisible Jewish state as a supreme tyranny over the whole world, 53 then the attack was aimed primarily at the sovereignty of states and peoples. Hence the defense and preservation of sovereignty was the noblest duty of a race-conscious body of national leaders. For Hitler, however, sovereignty was not a legal concept but actual independence, predicated on two essentials. First, a sovereign people must be capable of living entirely off the yield of its own soil. Second, its territory must offer military geographical protection. If either of these conditions was absent, independence was already forfeited, however solemnly the possession of sovereignty might be pledged, for it was obvious that, in an age when the fate of the world depends on huge countries, on states of 11 to 17 million square kilometers, an age in which countries with 100 million inhabitants determine the fate of the world, it is no longer possible to talk in terms of the sovereignty of small states. 54 The German nation was in a situation in which both requirements were rapidly disappearing and was thus threatened with a decline to the level of a small state. It had long 514 ceased to be able to feed its population and had therefore been obliged to turn to an industrialization which was harmful above all from the point of view of sovereignty. Moreover, as a result of technical developments its territory was no longer a power factor, for with the airplane our German territory is crossed in barely 4 hours. It is no longer an area of innate protection, such as Russia, whose geographical expanse is a power in itself, a safety coefficient. 55 The only escape from this dilemma is shown by nature. For throughout the ages it was the living who multiplied, that which nourished, however, space, never changed. 56 From T.M. Malthusian premise Hitler proceeded to consequences which might be called a particular and biological form of Marxism. Life, which is seen primarily as the quantity of the flesh and blood substance, is continually growing beyond the area at its disposal, just as Marxists always regard production power as being stronger than the conditions of production. Hitler's counterpart to the Marxist revolution which breaks a trail for the new is war, which adjusts living space to the population figure. War can, of course, only be waged when the spiritual value of the people guarantees the successful embarking on its struggle for life. This premise explains much of Hitler's fear and of his race theory. For he more than once regarded the German people with severity and lack of affection. 57 And his faith was only restored by the belief that a people which over the centuries has offered countless examples of the highest spiritual value cannot overnight have suddenly lost this innate traditional value. 58 Hence it must have been a very real alternative for him when he said, "We shall perish if we no longer possess the strength to acquire for ourselves the land and soil we need." 59 To perish means in this case, to lose complete autonomy and total independence. This is what he meant when he wrote in Mein Kampf, "The only thing which will ensure a people its freedom of existence is sufficient space on this earth." 60 Hitler's doctrine of Lebensraum must not be regarded simply as a theory which he picked up from Ratzel, Haushofer, or even Mackinder. If one takes the categories of the peasants and the soldiers' way of thinking, combines them with the German distrust of the non-German world, and places them in an age of actually diminishing state sovereignty, one cannot fail to arrive at the concept of Lebensraum and territorial acquisition as an elementary necessity of life itself. It is true, of course, that Hitler was neither a peasant nor a soldier, but that does not mean he did not think in peasant soul. Der categories. First and foremost he was a German, and all he knew and all he cared to know was Germany, and in some of its most significant traditions this Germany closely approached Hitler's thinking. For example, in the most advanced industrial nation in Europe it was possible for ideas to be revived which appeared to stem from the time of the migration of peoples. Geopolitical nations have always been peasant and soldier peoples. The sword protects the plow, and the plow feeds the sword. 61 When less than 20 years after writing Mein Kampf Hitler seemed to have implemented his program and conquered half of Russia, he could at last look with confidence into the future. Germany was going to become the most autarkic state in the world, in every respect, there would even be a surplus of cotton. And he sang the praises of the peasant who, just as he should, plowed back all his confidence into the soil. 62 But the problem of autarky in foodstuffs is only one aspect of the National Socialist Lebensraum policy. The other, and perhaps more important, is the safeguarding of military self-sufficiency and defensibility. It is this aspect which accounts for some of the apparent paradoxes of this policy during the war, for it very soon became obvious that more territory had been conquered than it was possible to settle. Now suddenly the population figure had to be adjusted to the area, in other words, increased as much as possible, as rapidly as possible. The old measures formerly used to bolster the population policy were now woefully inadequate. Attempts were made to settle people from Holland and Scandinavia in Eastern Europe. Himmler turned his attention to the conquest of good blood and robbed the vanquished not only of their land but their children. Serious thought was given to turning Germany into a great breeding stable with the most efficient exploitation of the sexual powers of each man and woman. 63 All this seems grotesque and unbelievable if looked at merely as an attempt to implement strange theories. It becomes coherent and logical if regarded as stages in the desperate race toward the goal of total, completely secure sovereignty. Eternal war. The relationship of war to sovereignty is not simply that of a means to an end. It is sovereignty's supreme act and true fulfillment, for it always bursts the confines of space which 516 threatened to spell doom to sovereignty. Wars were for Hitler the revolutions of healthy peoples. That is why he called war the most powerful and classic expression of life. 64 And he regarded it as especially characteristic of the era that the horoscope of the age not peace but war. 65 Hitler had always taken the endorsement of war for granted, it was not something he had had to learn, like Mussolini. Even as a boy, so he tells in Mein Kampf, he had cursed the fate which had allowed him to be born in an era of peace with its casual mutual cheating, and the Boer War carrot had seemed like a flickering light on the horizon. 66 There asterisk may be more than a hint of self-dramatization in these reminiscences. 67 But certainly Hitler was only peripherally affected, if at all, by the pacifist mood of the pre-war period. However, he was not the type, as Rome was, to glorify war romantically. If one did not take his remarks about territorial acquisition seriously, his theses in Mein Kampf on war and peace were no different from the convictions of many of his contemporaries. That mankind must perish in eternal peace had been Corradini's and Mora's belief too, and the postulate that the sole preparation for a coming passage of arms must be undertaken by other than parliamentary forces 68 is to be found sub rosa among historical analyses. Hitler's cause was not so much to talk about war as to prepare the nation practically for it. Hitler's table talk exposes in the most startling manner the determination with which he always wanted war and the lack of scruples with which he financed war in full anticipation of the booty it would yield. 69 Although his statements may have been inaccurate in detail, 70 they reveal with the utmost clarity the spirit dominating even the peace years of 1933 to 1939. Every thorough analysis of Hitler's thinking must confirm that he was not merely diverted from an original idea of being social leader of the people. On the contrary, his statements on war display the remarkable and essentially unchanging coherence of his nature. Thus in the midst of war he was capable of uttering the axiom that a peace lasting longer than 25 years was harmful to a nation. 71 The prospect of a constant state of war on the eastern border filled him with satisfaction. It would, he said, help build a strong race and prevent Germany from sinking back into European decadence. 72 Himmler filled in the picture down to the last detail. 73 Hence Hitler's idea of world domination is not to be understood as a permanent state of peace, but as a constant state of war with the assurance of German preeminence, with a number of small ar. 517. Mies it would be possible to dominate a large number of peoples permanently. 74 How far Hitler was from envisaging any real alteration in the relationship between nations is to be seen from his remark that, if the Duce's reforestation program was carried out, it might be necessary in 100 years to wage war on Italy. 75 Hitler's war is quite inadequately described if it is called a war of aggression. It was a war of pillage and annihilation, and this made it, in Hitler's opinion, the highest form of life which transformed the youth into a man and the people into a race. Hitler was right when he said war had rediscovered its pristine form. 76 Indeed, it was not a religion setting off to disseminate its faith. 77 It was not a nation rising to achieve unity, a totemistic tribe headed by its all-powerful war chief was on the march to wrest and verify its own life through the death of others. Yet it is part of the mysterious totality of the phenomenon that this struggle was also, in an even more precise sense, a war of defense. Absolute supremacy. The question remains, who wages this war for absolute sovereignty, that is, what is the social structure of this people on the march? At first sight there seems much to be said for the theory that National Socialism was a popular mass movement with its leader, Hitler, acclaimed by plebiscite. All mass movements of this kind are permeated with sharp resentment toward prevailing social distinctions, and as a rule their leaders come to power against the will of the leading classes. Comradeship, unity, national solidarity, appeared to be the chief catchwords of young National Socialism, and millions joined the movement under this impression. Hitler voiced a distillation of a plebeian mass emotion when he fulminated against Papen's government in 1932, these high and mighty gentlemen who form part of an entirely different humanity by reason of their birth. 78 And right after his victory he confirmed the ubiquitous sense of unity by saying, for example, that this movement meant the recognition by millions of people that they were brothers and sisters. 79 This was obviously also the implication of the much-used term Volksordnung, and it pointed in the same direction when Hitler at a very early stage repudiated class distinction, saying that all Germans were of the same blood and their common race must be stronger than any economic. 518. Differences. 80 Hitler was always rhyming phrases for an almost mystical communion with the masses, and this rapport showed up his contrast with German nationalists. The struggle which alone can make Germany free will be fought with the forces welling up from the broad masses. Without the German worker they will never achieve a German Reich. It is not in our political salons that the strength of the nation lies, but in the fists, the brow, and the will of the broad masses. As always, liberation will not come from the top down but will leap out from below. 81 Later on conservative critics often took such pronouncements to support their theory that Hitler had been a plebeian mass leader who had actually carried on the French Revolution's work of melting down the aristocracy and who was therefore to be placed among Rousseau's successors. 82 As against such an interpretation, however, there are side by side with the polemic against the racial mishmash of the uniform people 83 those numerous statements in Mein Kampf which display a frank and lordly contempt for the masses and depict their inertia and feminine nature with a cynical eye. Even more significant are his remarks concerning the nature and emergence of states, remarks which reveal themselves and not in Mein Kampf only as a focal point of Hitler's political ideas. 84 The doctrine of the creative race nuclei and of the state as a racial order of authority. These are merely a paraphrase of Gobineau's theory, although Hitler developed it in one particular point, that is, related it to a phenomenon of his own time. As bringers of light and soul conveyors of a culturally creative primeval force, 85 Aryan racial nuclei have from time immemorial penetrated the masses of inferior men and women and, supported by the labors of subjugated peoples, deployed all their creative qualities. They perish when they succumb to original sin and mingle their blood with that of their slaves. 86 This pre-national doctrine was a natural basis for the self-image of the French aristocracy. The reason Hitler adopted it was obviously not only because, since Drumont, it had become a highly esteemed basis of attack on the parasitic Jew in anti-Semitic literature, but also because it gave him the chance of a deeper insight into communism. For it enables one to attribute the inferiority of the opponent's ideology, as well as the superiority of one's own, to an alleged fact of nature. Communism is merely the attempted revolt of the racially inferior population strata which had once been subjugated. 519. Gated, strata which are related all over Europe and hence susceptible to an international appeal. Only a superficial understanding of Hitler's race theory can advance the opinion that he regarded the nation as a community of common origin. In actual fact he saw it as a structure of authority made up of races of differing values. Moreover, this doctrine, which destroys the unity of the nation and really establishes the Marxist class theory in what amounts to a counter-world of Platonic stability, was not merely expounded by Hitler before small groups. It is to be found as clear as day in that famous address to West German industrialists which, with remarkable contempt for his fellow men, was disseminated in tens of thousands of copies. However, if this ideology encroaches upon us too, we must not forget that our people is also composed of the most varied elements, that we must therefore see much more in the slogan "Proletarians of the world, unite," than a mere political battle cry. In reality it is the expression of the will of men who by nature actually possess a certain affinity with analogous peoples of a lower cultural level. Our people and our state were also at one time built up simply through the exercise of the absolute authority and ruling spirit of so-called Nordic men, of the Aryan race components which to this day we still possess in our people. 87. If one considers that the genocidal appeal to the racially inferior layer, that is, the appeal which destroys the structure of authority by breaking down racial barriers, is that of the Jewish intellect, and that the peoples of Eastern Europe represent the most powerful massing of inferior human beings, then it becomes obvious that Hitler's social mythology 88 forms the focal point of his political thoughts and emotions, and, moreover, that it can determine what seems at first to be the much more potent national motive. This leader of the masses succumbs in effect to the most radical form of the conservative anti-masses defense ideology, and this is precisely the outstanding feature of radical fascism. There is, of course, an important modification that must not be overlooked. Hitler rightly called the recognition of the inequality of persons the final logical conclusion of the race doctrine. The fact that he himself was the person of the highest value and hence destined to be the Führer, that is, the 520 ruler, was something Hitler at first tacitly assumed but later explicitly stressed. But the primary and most outstanding of his leadership qualities was that like a magnet he extracted the valuable elements from the people and collected them around him. 89 It followed that the Enstab was simply that reincarnated Aryan race nucleus in the German people which was ordained by nature to rule. Between the Enstab and the Führer there existed a relationship of mysterious identity which nevertheless did not preclude the strict order of authority. In 1938 Hitler told 150,000 assembled functionaries in Nuremberg that they were the German people. 90 In this way he disarmed the aristocracy of their principle and even turned it against them by enabling the humblest street cleaner to regard himself as a member of what was racially the best section of the population and to look down on the degenerate aristocrats, some of whom even had Jewish blood, as long as he listened only to the Führer's race-revealing challenge. It is true, of course, that in this Hitler merely adopted the most despicable trait of a certain kind of bourgeois literature which, while admiring the principles of aristocracy with fawning servility, provided plebeian resentment with a convenient safety valve by making sly digs at the allegedly inadequate reality of the aristocracy. 91 Seen politically, however, the whims and fancies of plebeian aristocratism proved an excellent modus operandi. One did not make an irrevocable enemy of either side. In bad times one could feel secretly superior to both, while in good times one could actually gain the upper hand. The emphasis on the aristocratic principle of nature 92 pleased the aristocrats, the defense of the principle of leading personalities attracted the industrialists, and the doctrine of the inevitable triumph of the stronger represented a blank check in favor of the most rabid elements of the masses. However, it was not simply a case of a shrewdly conceived method. The point was that Hitler, in his person and his thinking, was the embodiment of that third force between the ruling class and the populace which, during a certain period of bourgeois history and under certain conditions, can represent the most successful, that is, fascist synthesis. In its most radical form it created the race state right in the 20th century, above the broad layer of racially inferior and politically disfranchised average citizens, whose former leaders had been either wiped out, banished, or imprisoned, but which was disciplined and kept contented by 521. A firm hand, the ruling elite of the Nordic race nucleus rose up in varying degrees, while this elite was in turn ruled absolutely by the Führer, whose will is the constitution. 93. At this point a paradox makes its appearance, namely, that heredity, in defiance of the most primitive assumptions of the race doctrine, is to play no part, and the solid middle-class principle of achievement is to be the sole governing factor, and also that up to the very end the Führer made a number of statements placing German citizens above foreign nations of like racial origin. However, all ambiguity vanishes the moment the race state directs its authority outward. For by comparison with the subjugated inhabitants of Eastern Europe, the Germans as a whole appear as the racially superior masters. It is here that the principle of race rule is displayed with the greatest clarity. In Hitler's table talk Hitler drew a picture of the future of the Eastern European territories which was not without significance, although it never became a reality. Today it numbers among the most incredible and yet best authenticated of his life's visions and is so typical of his ideas that it must not be passed over. Underlying everything is the total disfranchisement of the subjugated. They have no claims of any kind, except an early death. They are forbidden to learn to read and write, to concern themselves with history or politics is a crime worthy of death. Any communication whatever going beyond the confines of the village is strictly prohibited. They are regarded by their masters as redskins and do not even merit warning signs on the Autobahnen. Why should they not be run over since there are too many of them anyway? In order to sell them contraceptive devices, Hitler jokes, one ought perhaps even to employ the Jews. They are to live in their filthy hovels without hygiene or inoculation, while the German settlers, strictly segregated, own splendid villages and spacious fortress farms. From time to time a troop of Kirgizes will be conducted through Germany's capital, Germania, so that, full of awed astonishment, they can report in their distant homeland on the monumental cultural achievements of the Germans and spread belief in the godlike nature of the master race. 94 Infantile imaginings. Of course. But in Poland they had become a reality in many vital initial points. And structures of authority of this kind really have existed in the past. Hitler might have said with as much justification as he did apropos 522 of his war that here social order and structure of authority had reverted to their pristine form. But, in contrast to his prophecy of eternal war, there is in his constructs on absolute authority an unmistakable note of anxiety. If we ever give one of the conquered provinces the right to build up its own army or air force, it will mean the end of our authority, or the path to self-administration leads to independence. 95. Distant models. The models which Hitler emulated underwent a certain change. Moreover, they are to be found on different levels. On the whole it can be said less of him than of Morris that he was seduced by history, for he was far less inclined to be guided by specific periods of Germany's history. Inasmuch as he was at all, it was mostly in Mein Kampf and during his early period. There he extolled not only the army and civil service of Bismarck's Germany, he wanted to restore Germany to what it had once been. 96 To pick up the old cockade out of the dirt. 97 It was clear that his criticism of democracy and the parliamentary system was the result of looking back on this better Germany, but even during his period of struggle it was a long way from being that which the age of Louis XIV had meant for Morris. After the seizure of power he stressed the unique nature of his own enterprise, and in Hitler's table talk he expressed his thanks to the Social Democrats for having got rid of the monarchs. 98 The only period in German history which now found favor in his eyes was the medieval imperial age, the greatest epoch since the downfall of the Roman Empire. 99 But even that he regarded less from the aspect of what it was than from the vision of what it might have been. What never changed was his devotion to the Roman Empire. It is highly probable that in his mind he never compared himself with the old Germanic hero Arminius, but that he did place himself on a level with the great Roman emperors. His great respect for the Catholic Church, which was so often repugnant to his North German Protestant followers, can probably be regarded simply as a variant of this devotion. Even more revealing is his lifelong admiration of Sparta. In a speech given in 1929 he called it the purest race state in history. 10 degrees The fact that 6,000 masters managed to lord it over 345,000 slaves appears in Hitler's table talk as a direct model for future German hegemony in Eastern Europe. 101. 523. He felt closer to the example of the British, and frequently reiterated that Eastern Europe must become for Germany what India was for England. A new human type must be created there, viceroys. 102 Only wide open spaces could produce self-confidence and the overcoming of petit bourgeois narrow-mindedness. The Germans would at last be on an equal footing with the British. British arrogance and insolence were to be admired and copied. England's national unity was an impressive example to follow. To the American people before the disappointment caused by Roosevelt he ascribed a far higher value than to any of the European peoples. He declared the immigration policy of the United States to be a paradigm of clear-cut race consciousness. The present-day reality which Hitler took as his departure point was the domination of the world by the white race. His numerous offers to guarantee the British Empire are well known. The regret he expressed during the war, that he could not wage war on Bolshevism with the British Air Force and Navy as his partners, was absolutely sincere. 103 His actual partners were the Japanese, and there were many occasions when he had to defend himself in his own eyes too against the reproach of betraying his own race principles. But the pragmatic reasons he gave from time to time did not tell the essential truth. He really did sincerely admire the land in the Far East. Untouched as it was by Christianity, inaccessible to Jews, internally united and dedicated to hero worship, Japan was for him a land of natural fascism, pointing the way for his own endeavors. 104 Finally, among Hitler's models the Jews must not be forgotten. Their racial unity had always aroused his envy and fear. To what extent his bitterest struggle was based on an apparently highly overestimated evaluation of the enemy, but also to what extent all the Madagascar plans seemed to him to be mere palliatives, is revealed by a casual remark in Hitler's table talk: if 5,000 Jews were to be transferred to Sweden, within a short time they would have acquired all the leading positions. 105 What is common to all these modes is that they are quite remote from concrete German reality and history. It is an extraordinary fact that Germany's bitterest struggle to maintain itself was bound up with a spiritual capitulation which spared nothing. What did he mean by Germany anyway, now that? 524. His most burning desire was to become like the Anglo-Americans, the Japanese, and the Spartans. But here too a universal attribute of fascism emerges, its hostility to history despite its traditionalist beginnings. 106 At the same time one must not overlook that already mentioned personal detachment of Hitler as a reinforcing element. Global struggle for recovery. The objectives which the National Socialist movement sought in referring to these models were the acquisition and maintenance of total sovereignty for the Germanic race state for an eternal war. Yet this does not sufficiently describe the nature of this struggle as it appeared to Hitler. Its most general characteristic is that of the struggle for recovery. As was always the case with Hitler, the negative emerges more strongly than the positive, disease more strongly than good health. Hitler never tired of emphasizing that the many manifestations of decay all pointed to one great process of disease. That this disease must have an agent was a premise underlying all his thinking and convictions. This was a case of tuberculosis, of poisoning, a plague. All the nostrums in the world were of no avail as long as the tubercles continued their work of destruction. 107 World War I was lost because the parasites were not attacked on the home front, because Germany hesitated to expose 12 or 15,000 of these Hebrew corruptors of the people to poison gas, which was what hundreds of thousands had to endure at the front. 108 But how could people have combated the poison who carried it around in themselves, 109 infected as they were with humanitarian and democratic ideas? Were they not bound to recoil from the idea of exterminating the international poisoners of the masses? 110 On a par with Hitler's all-permeating fear of the extermination, extinction, and annihilation of the German people was his tireless appeal for the extermination, removal, and elimination of that agent of the deadly disease. At the end of February, 1942. That is, after the Wannsee Conference, which organized the final solution, he said to the guests around his table, "The discovery of the Jewish virus is one of the greatest revolutions that has ever taken place. The fight we are carrying on is of the same nature as that waged by Pasteur and Koch during the last century. How many diseases have their origin in the Jewish virus? We shall only regain our health when we eliminate the Jew." IAIN in his final monologues. 525. He laid tatten to the gratitude of the world for having lanced the Jewish abscess. 112 The fact that Hitler resorted to biological and medical categories to interpret his struggle placed his war on that third level, the level of annihilation. Hitler was certainly not the only one to talk in this way, but he alone had the courage to take the consequences. 113 However, the destruction of the Jewish bacillus was not the sole function of the negative policy of recovery. An essential requirement was the elimination of those who did not fight the poison with determination because they carried it within themselves, that is, the bourgeois and conservative parties. but equally essential was the removal of the biologically weak and inferior. Long before the laws pertaining to hereditary health and the measures for killing off of the incurably ill, it was possible to hear the following calculation in an early speech of Hitler's: if 1 million children were born annually in Germany and 700,000 to 800,000 of the weak eliminated, the end result would perhaps even be an increased strength. 114 measures relating to the positive policy of recovery formed part of the practice of the regime and are not relevant here. What was of paramount importance for Hitler in this field was shown by the way he extolled the racially beneficial activities of the SS divisions in the Berchtesgaden area and elsewhere, or the remark that he would have no peace of mind until he had succeeded in providing a future generation of Nordic blood wherever the population required a regeneration. 115. For Hitler, the struggle for the regaining of Germany's health had never been a provincial concern only. Since this struggle was to ward off the attack of a worldwide sickness and its cause, it was universal in scope and could not cease until the force of the disease was broken on all sides. Hence, it was a matter of world salvation. Even early in his political career, Hitler had shown no reluctance to compare himself with Christ and his fight against the Jewish poison. In September 1923, he said, "What is now getting underway will be greater than the war. It will be fought out on German soil for the whole world. There are only two possibilities: we shall be either the sacrificial lamb or the victor." 116. The spirit of such a struggle cannot be provided only by the political shrewdness involved in mere protection of interests. If the nation is to come out of it victoriously, it must be saturated with the conviction that this is a life and death struggle. 117. Hence the statement that it is not the economy or 526. Science that can move mountains, but faith always and only faith. 118. The faith of followers in the Führer, of the Führer in the movement, must be blind and fanatical. The new ideology demanded complete and utter recognition. 119. Only thus could it produce the required ruthlessness in battle. Humane considerations were thus absolutely eliminated. 120. As already laid down in Mein Kampf. In Hitler's table talk, Hitler envisaged the following measures for the hypothetical possibility that a mutiny might break out somewhere in the Reich: all leaders of opposing trends, even of political Catholicism, were to be executed, all inmates of concentration camps were to be shot, all criminal elements were to be eliminated, a total of some hundreds of thousands of people the potential leaders and followers of a revolution. 121. It might well be asked what would be beyond the powers of a man who thought along lines of such absolutely unparalleled brutality. The answer is, the eating of meat, for instance, and hunting. This is also an indication of the extraordinary nature of a Weltanschauung which arose from the postulate that the ideology of the enemy is to be opposed by an ideology of a different kind. What was the objective of this global struggle, which was unleashed by a man who wished to make the exclusive recognition of the rights of own nation 122 the supreme educational principle? Insofar as the objective coincides with the goal, it has already been named. But it is typical of this objective that it cannot be separated from that which one is instinctively inclined to call the means. The new Reich, so Hitler says in Hitler's table talk, will be the strongest ethnic community in the world. Nothing will be able to impair its crystalline hardness. The affection of every member of this natural community will be restricted to the other members. 123 This Reich will absorb all good blood from everywhere and thus become impregnable. No longer will the far too mobile intellect of the former upper class take the lead. The elite, trained in strict discipline to unquestioning bravery, will guarantee the inviolate inner stability of the Reich. No longer will a decadent nation of poets and thinkers be extolled by the rest of the world with interested indulgence. Its very own delegate, its party, will bare its teeth to the world as the most voracious beast of prey the world has ever seen. 124 Courage is more important than the wisdom of understanding, and it alone can restore order to a disintegrated people. That living, enduring, essential thing, the content of the state than the armed state will arise, which I see in my 527 dreams. Ari armed state not only because every man will bear arms from youth to old age, but because he is also armed spiritually and prepared, when necessary, to use his weapon. 125 There will be no more cracks, no more gulfs, dividing the flesh and blood substance, and the people as a whole will become strong and healthy at last, comparable to that individual who is outwardly and inwardly completely in harmony, who is rooted in his soil, the peasant. 126 Indeed, nothing could be further from the truth than to regard National Socialism as a doctrine of world salvation, in the sense that all men were to be freed from want, danger, or debt for their own sake. The world was to be cured of the Jewish Christian Marxist doctrine of world redemption and converted to that absolute sovereignty which was to bind the slaves forever to their slave fate. National Socialism can only be understood as the expression of a particularity which sees itself threatened as such, and hence, by casting off its historical individuality, emphasizes the natural primitive traits of its existence and endeavors to preserve them forever. Nature and anti-nature. Once again, before proceeding to the final definition, it is as well to pause for a moment. Attention should first be turned to those instances in which Hitler's thinking attains a level of marked generality, such as where he speaks of nature. The main features of his doctrine are well known. Life is a struggle in which the stronger prevails and thus does nature's bidding, for nature has given life to her creatures for the purpose of eternal struggle to ensure a rising evolution rather than a general putrefaction. These are banalities, the point is to discover what meaningful conceptions might be hidden in them. It must therefore be asked, who is struggling, what kind of a struggle is it, why must it be emphasized? First of all, what Hitler quite obviously always has in mind is a struggle of human beings against other human beings. Every example he cites from nature has but one purpose, to illustrate the essence of this struggle. The exemplification, however, is highly revealing. Every animal mates with one of its own kind, he says at the beginning of the chapter on People and Race in Mein Kampf. Titmouse pairs off with titmouse, finch with finch, stork with stork, the species are strictly separated, and there is no such thing as a fox with humane impulses toward geese, or a cat with friendly feelings toward mice. 127 Hitler's intention is obvious, he equates 528 race with species, thus attempting on the one hand to create unbridgeable gulfs between people, and on the other to force the individual human being inextricably into his race, which thereby becomes the supreme and sole motivation for his actions. Hitler is very fond of comparing human beings with animals or objects. A German is under no compulsion to let himself be devoured by Jews, just as a tiger cannot help eating people. 128 Apes trample individualists in their herds to death for being antisocial. The same rule should apply to human beings. 129 Tough as leather, swift as a greyhound, hard as Krupp steel, that is what the man TF the coming Reich will be like. 130 This leads to apparently quite serious theses of sectarian fanaticism. Comparison with the life phases of dogs shows that man eats the wrong kind of food. His normal lifespan should be 140 to 180 years. 131 Or, apes are vegetarians and point to the right way for mankind. 132 Hence the subjects of the struggle are closely knit races or racial power structures. This is what Hitler meant when he said, God created peoples but not classes. 133 The distinguishing mark of this struggle is war. Hitler obviously meant this when he said, one creature drinks the blood of another. The death of one nourishes the other. One should not drivel about humane feelings. The struggle goes on. 134 Its result will decide who shall be master and who shall be slave. For Hitler, no other sociological categories existed. That is why for him there are only conquerors and serfs. 135 That is why a people of 15 million cannot hope to be anything but the slaves of others. 136 Hitler usually defined his purpose as the preservation of the species, frequently also as the selective breeding and improvement of mankind. Emphasis is entirely on the first definition, where it is not a case of a pseudo-liberal residue. The second must be understood as proceeding from the first. 137. This is Hitler's world of eternal struggle in which all who live must fight, war to decide hegemony or slavery between the races as the ultimate and supreme eternal fact of life. And this is the heart of his religious message, to which he wanted to devote all his time after the victory. 138. Unconditional submission to the divine law of existence. 139. Devout regard for the fundamental necessity of the rule of nature. 140. But why preach what is self-evident? Does nature perhaps have an enemy, that one must go to her defense? Indeed. There is for Hitler also something which detaches. 529. From the instinct of nature. 141. Sometimes he calls it semi-education, sometimes materialist science, cause and agent in his eyes is always the Jew. Man might think that he can correct nature, that he is something more than a bacillus on the planet. 142. Pathological ideas of cowardly know-alls and critics of nature. 143. Can cause man to regard himself as the Lord of creation, that is, exempt from its fundamental laws. 144. Then a people can lose its sound instinct that it must acquire land by force of arms. 145. Then the Jew can open the breach within the people itself and invent a social problem to disrupt the people's unity. Then the intellectuals come to the fore with their uncertain instincts and their vacillation. Then the Jewish-Christian work of anti-nature is complete. Then the nation stands on the brink of annihilation. For it seems there is an innate peril in man himself, a root of disease, a sort of anti-nature. Man alone, of all living creatures, attempts to transgress the laws of nature. 146. The Führer and the movement snatch the race back from the brink, and force it once more onto nature's path. As the vanguard of the cruel queen of all wisdom. 147. At the 11th hour they take up the battle against anti-nature, whose tool is the Jewish people, for the German people is the typical land-rooted people, the Jewish is the typical landless people. 148. Primordial principles themselves confront each other here, the only alternative is victory or extinction, and this decides the fate of the world. No further quotations are needed to make it clear what is meant by saying that the power of anti-nature fills Hitler with dread. It is this going beyond in human nature which is capable of transforming the essence of human order and relations transcendence. What Hitler, and not only Hitler, feels to be threatened are certain basic structures of social existence. He too, like Morris, is afraid of man for man. But he did not only think, he acted. And in his actions he carried his principle to its final and utmost logical conclusion, and at the same time to its irrevocable end. Hence it is possible to define Hitler's radical fascism, which called itself National Socialism, as follows. National Socialism was the death throes of the sovereign, martial, inwardly antagonistic group. It was the practical and violent resistance to transcendence. The parallelism of Hitler's and Morris' thinking is remarkable, even and especially in those points where Hitler crudely simplifies Morris' subtlety or clearly exposes his. 530. Contradictions. The light each throws on the other substantiates whatever appears to be speculative in this definition. That Morris' whole thought represents a resistance to transcendence and unconditional defense of the autarchic sovereign, martial, aristocratic state of the Ancien regime as a paradigm for France for all time, can hardly be doubted. It has been shown that Morris was not really a man of the Ancien regime, and that it was perhaps only from his perspective that he could so clearly emphasize those traits. Nevertheless, he was infinitely closer to his paradigmatic epoch than Hitler was to his, and had a far more concrete conception of it. Hitler thought in peasant-soldier categories, yet between him and the peasant-soldier nature 150 there yawned an unbridgeable gulf. He mythicized the fear of Bolshevism of the ruling classes, yet he felt nothing but hatred and contempt for those classes. He correctly perceived the relationship between science and anti-nature, yet again and again he displayed the crassest features of a scientific and enlightened age. 151 He was so far removed spiritually from all the phenomena he championed that it has frequently and justifiably been suspected that he was driven by nothing but the pure will to power. 152 One has only to look at the changeless basic traits of his thoughts and emotions to see the error of this view, but this much of it remains correct, that it was precisely his curious and uncanny detachment that enabled Hitler to uncover the naked basic structures of each phenomenon. Sovereign is any group which in practice lives independently of others. Through the ages, lack of communication alone has permitted innumerable groups to exist in a state of only nominally restricted sovereignty and quite a few in a state of actually unrestricted sovereignty. Martial is what every such group must be that is subject to threat from outside. The variety of circumstances produces numerous levels in history ranging from an out-and-out warrior state to a peaceful insular existence. But the second possibility is an imperfect manifestation of the first and unfailingly attributable to especially favorable conditions. Inwardly antagonistic is any group which in circumstances of essential shortages is stratified according to occupation or class, with the result that certain members of society are excluded from full participation in the material and spiritual benefits of the community, either in principle or in fact. Apart from the hypothetical communist primordial society, this was more or less the case with all hitherto existing. 531. Groups, while here too the more radical manifestation of a strictly hierarchically organized society has claimed to priority. The first two characteristics proceed logically from the concept of the particular society. The third can be derived from the concept of differentiation and can in any case be demonstrated everywhere in the field of historical experience. Sovereignty, endorsement of active war, and internal antagonism may therefore be considered basic characteristics of all hitherto existing human societies. However, it is an insight of the most crucial importance that people never derived their self-image exclusively or even principally from this reality of their existence, at least since the emergence of the great redemptive religions. No matter how independent a Christian state may have been, it always ascribed ultimate sovereignty to God alone. No matter how belligerent a Muslim warrior may have been, he always related his deeds to a transcendental realm of peace. Although in Buddhist states social differences may have been crasser than elsewhere, the servants of the prevailing religion relegated them by example and doctrine to a transitory level. In all great societies throughout history, a universal doctrine and a particular reality have always lived in a precarious symbiosis. From a certain level of consciousness on, nothing could be more convincing than to call this symbiosis a lie, and to declare the doctrine to be an ideological transfiguration of the imperfect and odious reality. With the growth of bourgeois society and the emergence of the liberal philosophies, a conception arose in Europe which regarded the elimination of the particular reality as well as of the ideological superstructure as possible. It sought to replace them with a universal society which would dispense certainly with war and if possible with internal antagonism. It is now all important to recognize that National Socialism is not an ideology for the very reason that it aims ruthlessly at opposing the liberal and Marxist doctrine of the realization of the universal nature of man. Hence its Weltanschauung consists essentially in accusing all ideologies in the traditional sense of demoralizing tendencies because they introduce a germ of disintegration into the blood-rooted unity of the race and infect the original healthy state with a virus. In its positive sense, therefore, the National Socialist doctrine is not at all that possibly mendacious invocation of a superior good, a universal purpose. It is in a very primitive way a mere legend which seeks, by alluding to better blood, not 532. So much to legitimize as to establish the rule of the rulers in the eyes of the subjugated. Consequently, Fascism is the first phenomenon after the long epoch of ideological history in which the particular reality seeks itself and only itself. Now for the first time its fundamental structures attain a definite self-awareness. But they only become aware of that which is no longer self-evident. Where the real desires itself for its own sake, it is about to elude itself and thus plunges into its death throes. Moreover, it is not only a deduction of this kind but the reality of history since 1945 which justifies the term death throes. Hitler's death did not in any sense mean that the world had seen the last of sovereignty and the claim to it, but even the two great powers of our day do not seek it as such and for all time. The thesis that the war of aggression of one of the powers would entail its own destruction is equivalent to the realization that unconditional particular sovereignty is today neither possible nor desirable. This is certainly not to imply that war has ceased to be an ever-present threat. But now no one dares extol it for its own sake, not because man is better, but because war has become more potent, too potent for man. There are still soldiers, and they are indispensable, but for the first time in history it is not permissible for them to desire the active execution of their occupation. Nor does it mean that societies have ceased to be differentiated and stratified. But nowhere does a ruling class derive its self-image from its opposition to the ruled, nowhere, except in insignificant pockets, is hegemony still a manifest matter of principle. Life has become too complex, the distribution of labor too universal, for the simple pattern of master and slave to lay any claim to validity. It is not the proofs of philosophers or the speeches of moralists that have brought about this world change. The power of the hitherto sovereign groups is too great, the violence of war too powerful, social distinctions too comprehensive, for sovereignty, war, and hegemony to continue to exist, although it may be assumed that it will be less a matter of simple elimination than of a change in the forms of these principles. There is no world power left today that could offer fundamental resistance to these changes. This fundamental resistance was the very essence of fascist. 533. Doctrines and powers. And this explains the sense in which one can speak of Hitler's epical significance. He seized upon the war, which in 1914 broke almost accidentally over a virtually pacifist world, with a passion and affirmation which were to have momentous consequences. It was no mere chance that he was the one to demarcate and thus to a certain extent create the era of world wars, for without him World War II would not have broken out, or at least not at that particular moment. Without him the Soviet Union and the United States would in all likelihood have remained outside European history for decades to come. In this context, the era of world wars implies that period in which the means of warfare and communications were powerful enough to involve the whole earth in the struggle, but still weak enough to be accepted by a large number, particularly of leading men, and to be applied as a means of politics. Hitler can rightly be regarded as the central figure of this and only this era, while Lenin and Wilson transcend it in their significance. 153. At the same time it becomes apparent to what degree he has to share this prestige with others. He would have been a nationalist only, had the supranational social motive, the struggle against Marxism, not been a powerful and even decisive element in his actions. But this element had been developed by Mussolini in a manner far more significant because it was more authentic and less mythicizing. And Mussolini in turn certainly did not lack an analogous and perhaps even more interesting relationship to war. If fascism is regarded as a phenomenon belonging only to the era of the world wars, it is merely the accident of inferior means of power and a consequent lesser effectiveness that puts Mussolini in second place behind Hitler. However, only of Hitler can it be said that he ended a far greater era because he brought its real fundamentals one by one to light and totally rejected its ideological nature. In this sense Hitler was a radical fascist and left Mussolini far behind. Nevertheless, the earliest fascistoid thought trends emanated not from anxiety over war or the class structure of society, but from fear for the existing culture. And obviously everything that had been called culture was produced by sovereign, martial, and self-antagonistic societies. It was a highly symptomatic event when one of the fathers of European socialism, Pierre-Joseph Proudhon, acknowledged the cardinal and positive significance of war throughout history without 534. Insisting on its necessity for the future. 154. Nietzsche's entire thinking is to be explained by this premise. His fundamental insight and anxiety was that culture as it had been created through the ages by privileged leisured classes, would no longer be able to exist in the basic change in the structure of society planned by liberals and socialists. He did not know yet that it can also have no abode in a fascist society, because its second and more vital root has been removed. Mora's thinking is determined primarily by this anxiety for culture, and this is why one can apply the term early fascism to his party. This anxiety is present as an element in Hitler as well. He was no doubt sincere when he said that he was waging the war for the sake of a higher purpose culture. 155 But in comparison with Mora's, one realizes how little weight and intrinsic value this element contains in Hitler's case, and the parallel with Mussolini has in turn shown that the development of the social motive was much less genuine with Hitler than with the Italian. It needs the combination of Mora's, Mussolini, and Hitler to show the complete, layered structure of the phenomenon. Although the structure as a whole is present in each of them individually, it is not complete. If this interpretation is correct, it should wipe out the impression that Hitler was a rather incomprehensible accident in the history of Germany and Europe. It becomes clear that he was possessed by something, and that this something was in no sense casual or trivial. He no longer appears as an epical figure but as the termination of an age. The last thing this is meant to imply is that Hitler was a hero. Instead, it accords to the millions of his victims the highest of all honors. It implies that those who were exterminated as bacilli did not die as the unfortunate objects of a repulsive crime but as deputies in the most desperate assault ever made upon the human being and the transcendence within him. Part 5. Fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon. The concept of transcendence. Fascism has been defined on three levels. On the first level, it was examined as an internal political phenomenon and described as anti-Marxism seeking to destroy the enemy by the development of a radically opposed yet related ideology and the application of nearly identical, although typically transformed methods, always, however, within the unyielding framework of national self-assertion and autonomy. This definition is valid for all forms of fascism. 1. The second definition, which describes fascism as the life and death struggle of the sovereign, martial, inwardly antagonistic group, no longer looks at it as a manifestation within politics, but sees in it the natural foundation of politics itself brought to light and to self-consciousness. This definition could only be unequivocally demonstrated by the radical fascist form and could be adequately illustrated within the context of this derivation. On the third level, the least accessible and the most fundamental fascism was termed resistance to transcendence. This definition could be derived from fascism's oldest as well as its most recent forms. It describes fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon. It can be neither illustrated by historical details nor demonstrated by simple considerations. It requires a new departure in thought if it is not to remain a mere suggestion in the semi-obscurity of approximate insight. The historical section of this analysis was completed with the definition of fascism on internal and external political levels. The third level has hardly been touched, let alone demarcated. To grasp the phenomenon in its entirety, a final step. 537. 538. Must be taken and the nature of fascism explored in purely philosophical terms, even if only in outline, and despite the danger that the object may seem to disappear for a time and that the striving for abstraction may mean sacrificing the support of demonstrable evidence. Nevertheless, this abstraction is no airy speculation. It is the means of probing to the hidden foundations of the structure. For in these foundations are situated all the complexity, all the tensions, of the edifice. It is not a featureless, uniform basis. On the contrary, it has its own characteristic measurements and proportions, and it is these which this method of abstraction seeks to uncover. It becomes clear that this third approach is not simply an appendage which could just as well be left out when it is realized that the three definitions are something more than unconnected links in a random pile of associations. From certain aspects, the first definition already contains the second, and a concept as central as that of ideology in turn requires the context of the second definition in order to achieve final clarification. The second definition for its part is irresistibly propelled toward the third, since politics itself is not a political fact and can only be manifested as such when set off against a foil whose nature differs from its own. However, we are not setting foot on this third level for the first time. It was disclosed long ago as an element of the noumenon itself. The most central of More's ideas have been seen to penetrate to this level. By monotheism and anti-nature he did not imply a political process, he related these terms to the tradition of Western philosophy and religion, and left no doubt that for him they were adjuncts not only of Rousseau's notion of liberty but also of the Christian Gospels and Parmenides' concept of being. 2. It is equally obvious that he regarded the unity of world economics, technology, science, and emancipation merely as another and more recent form of this anti-nature. It was not difficult to find a place for Hitler's ideas as a cruder and more recent expression of this schema. More's and Hitler's real enemy was seen to be freedom toward the infinite which, intrinsic in the individual and a reality in evolution, threatens to destroy the familiar and the beloved. From all this it begins to be apparent what is meant by transcendence. Finally, there is little reason to doubt the legitimacy, indeed the inevitability, of the question. All historical probing must ultimately encounter something elemental and primordial, sometimes this is called man, sometimes history, occasionally God, even at a time when man is exploring him. 539. Self in greater perplexity than ever before. Since Hegel's death, philosophy and history have been going separate ways. But since this separation has left behind an unstanchable wound, the so-called peripheral questions are often discussed in works which, instead of being oriented by either strict philosophical exposition or thorough historical research, deal freely with man and the image of man, with nihilism and the decay of culture. The term transcendence has been chosen here to demonstrate the scientific intention behind the relating of philosophical and historical thematic material. Moreover, it seems more appropriate than any other to denote that uniform and yet intrinsically differing fundamental process of which such terms as faith or emancipation merely reveal certain aspects. It is true, of course, that no philosophical agreement exists as to the interpretation of this term. Transcendence is sometimes used to denote God or ultimate reality, and is thus placed in opposition to man even when it embraces him along with everything else and is to that extent not merely an object. The opposite of this transcendence is immanence, the sphere of the within-worldly and the non-divine, a sphere to which man is in thrall as long as he is unable to raise himself to transcendence by thought, prayer, or faith. But it is from this theological interpretation of transcendence that we can derive that neutral structural concept which is to be the foundation of what follows. For if in the welter of questions and answers a common element exists on which all thinkers from Parmenides to Hegel agree, it is the distinction between those things which are partial and dependent on time and place and the one, which contains none of the negative characteristics of finite being and which therefore alone completely fulfills the absolute meaning of existence, in other words, the distinction between a finite and an eternal existence. It is on this distinction that the whole emphasis rests. But there is an analogous distinction in man who with his highest capacity, that of thought, can reach out to eternal existence, although as a being among beings he is shackled to his finite environment. For thought alone can form the concept of the whole as distinct from all that exists and all that is individual. 3. It can be debated whether this whole is matter or spirit, cosmos or chaos, God or devil. It is not inconceivable that, on its course toward the whole, thought must needs go astray. These are all metaphysical problems, and the contrasting 540 of transcendence with immanence constitutes a metaphysical concept. But indisputable and basic to all truth is the fact of differentiation itself, and this structure of existence may more properly be called transcendence. For regardless of the results achieved by the philosophical process, its very existence proves the truth of its thesis, that man belongs as much to an unspecified whole as to his familiar environment, and that he is therefore not a complete unit but, from one aspect, more than himself. For by what yardstick is the disengagement which the philosophical process entails to be measured and possibly proved non-existent? A line of thought which takes transcendence as follows: transcendence, looking back on what has been and forward to, clearly characterized by transcendence. Its central idea can be formulated as follows: transcendence, looking back on what has been and forward to what is coming, reaches out toward the whole. 5. It might be called human nature if the adjective human did not give the misleading impression that transcendence was the property of man. It would be more accurate to call man a transcendental creature and the property of transcendence. But what has this most general of definitions to do with political thinking, let alone with the practical politics of the most recent past? How can man exert resistance to transcendence if he himself is a transcendental creature? Is there such a thing as man's resistance to himself? The question is easily answered if we realize what the philosophical process implies and what are the elements in it which account for its unmistakable form. Philosophy implies a unique and immense alienation, or disengagement, from the world, although it is obviously not the originator of this process but merely its most radical manifestation. For even mythology, romanticized today as the well-being of inviolable intimacy with the world, was presumably, during the earlier magical and fetishistic age, a stage of that alienation process. However, this process must not necessarily and always be regarded as release and distinguishing mark. From a particular moment onward it can also be felt as burden, torture, and curse. Only a creature that with the aid of the philosophical process manages to reach out beyond that which exists can perceive something better and hence exert a critique on that which is. The common historical origin of philosophy and criticism is well known. But it is equally true that the only 541 creature which can love existing things is one which can encounter them as such. Criticism and love meet head-on, and both are rooted in transcendence. They are not elements of equal validity, and criticism is more powerful than love. However, their contest knows no end and is the primordial pain. This contest finds its most particular expression in the rivalry between revolution and conservation. Only a transcendental creature can be revolutionary, but only for such a creature is conservation essential to existence. Revolutionary in this sense does not imply an arbitrary uprising. We must also discard the widest interpretation, in which the philosophical process per se may be called a revolution. Revolution can only be termed a political and at the same time transcendental phenomenon when it emanates from the experience of a process which is not solely political and yet not exclusively intellectual, and when it sets itself goals going beyond a mere change in the political firmament. In this sense a revolution is only conceivable when in the sphere of practical politics transcendence becomes perceptible. This is the case as soon as philosophy and religion are no longer taken for granted as offering the sole possibilities of relating to the whole. Essential to this concept of revolution is practical transcendence. The concept of practical transcendence is not justifiable in terms of the metaphysical contrast between transcendence and immanence. For even if man extends the scope of his power over the entire globe and reaches deep into outer space, even if the fate of every individual is determined more and more by the sum total of social conditions instead of by natural conditions, man still remains rooted in immanence and becomes ever more desperately enmeshed in it. Here we may hark back to Kant. The outcome of his critique of reason is this, that not even the mind can manage to grasp the whole and find peace in it, but that this whole, the world, must be understood only as a directional point coordinating and animating the movement of scientific research. For Kant it is not the subreptions of theoretical reason in which the transcendence of man is truly realized, but rather the moral actions through which, as seen from the most general law of reason, self-determination evinces a practical ability transcending all nature. If we bear in mind that for Kant even moral action in pathologically affected man can never be an indisputable possession, but rather a mere direction of the will, and further that it is a matter not merely of personal and private morality but of demands being made. 542. Which rebel against existing immoral reality. 6. Then it becomes evident that for Kant theoretical and practical transcendence are homologous basic processes constituting not a departure from the sphere of immanence but the penetration and shaping of this sphere. However, the point of orientation of these processes lies beyond any immanence. Morris knew what he was about when he countered Kant's single duty with duties. And it is no accident that the phenomenon of bourgeois society achieves philosophical dignity for the first time with Kant. True, he makes bourgeois society's concept of law the premise for the concept of eternal peace, and it cannot be said that his thinking establishes the link between philosophy and economics which was so totally foreign to antiquity 7 and which is the hallmark of a universal theory of bourgeois society. This link makes its first appearance with Marx. But the fact that bourgeois society is that form of society in which practical transcendence first becomes perceptible is already demonstrated by Kant, and it is even possible to find the claim of its most radical protagonists anticipated, namely, that on its higher levels practical transcendence will take the place of theoretical transcendence. In any case, Kant laid the foundations for that line of thought which binds theoretical and practical transcendence together as one uniform occurrence, dialectic as doctrine of realization, of the self-dissipating yet self-enriching inflow of transcendence into reality. 8. In summing up, the following definitions may be given. Theoretical transcendence may be taken to mean the reaching out of the mind beyond what exists and what can exist toward an absolute whole. In a broader sense, this may be applied to all that goes beyond, that releases man from the confines of the everyday world and which, as an awareness of the horizon, makes it possible for him to experience the world as a whole. Practical transcendence can be taken to mean the social process, even its early stages, which continually widens human relationships, thereby rendering them in general more subtle and more abstract, the process which disengages the individual from traditional ties and increases the power of the group until it finally assails even the primordial forces of nature and history. However, since it is only possible to experience it as transcendence when it reaches its universal stage, the concept is usually limited to this stage. As a synonym, the term abstraction of life can be used, as against abstraction of thought, for theoretical transcendence. 543. A phenomenon will be called transcendental in which transcendence achieves dominant form, or which adopts a specific relationship to it. But a method of observation will also be called transcendental when it seeks to uncover the transcendental nature of an object, which in the case of a political phenomenon may be called metapolitical. The discussion seems to have moved a long way from fascism into the undemonstrable realm of philosophical terminology. But the point of furthest removal also represents the turning toward evidence of a connection. For the attempt at a transcendental definition of fascism will not rest on solid ground until its relationship to an existing thought process has been established. Fascism per se has never been subjected to a continuous transcendental approach. Hence the concepts evolved in the foregoing serve also to illuminate the work of three great thinkers and to crystallize their mutual relationships by offering the proposition that their work constitutes a transcendental definition of bourgeois society. Since there can be no doubt as to a connection between fascism and bourgeois society, we may expect to find a vital portion of the way at least opened up. These three writers are Marx, Nietzsche, and Max Weber. Marx, Philosophical Discovery and Critique of Bourgeois Society. If ever there was a junction in the history of ideas, it was the point at which Marx stood. After the new philosophical departures of Kant, Fichte, and Hegel, and the evolution of the classic concept of political economy by Smith, Malthus, and Ricardo, which was relevant at best to popular philosophy, the time was ripe for the discovery of the total process of practical transcendence taking place in bourgeois society. In one single vast schema, Marx discovers the revolution of bourgeois society, criticizes it from the standpoint of the individual human being and his universal nature, and postulates a second revolution which will eliminate the destructive schism. 1. Never has any work of political economy extolled bourgeois society and its leading class to such an extent as the Communist Manifesto. It sweeps away all the scruples and inhibitions which prevented Kant and Hegel from proclaiming bourgeois society as the dominant reality of the age. 544. The bourgeoisie was the first to prove what human activity is capable of. Its achievements outshine the pyramids of Egypt and the Gothic cathedrals. It constantly revolutionizes tools of production and thus all social conditions. It agglomerates the population, centralizes means of production, and concentrates property. It thereby draws all nations, even the most barbaric, into civilization. The old local and national self-sufficiency and seclusion is being replaced by communication in every direction, by an all-round interdependence of nations. 9. Thus a world market is established and a world literature made possible. At the same time, all that is indigenous is being increasingly dissolved. If the workers have no fatherland, 10. This means that, like the upper bourgeoisie, they will be dependent no longer on the next to last form of historical development, but solely on the most recent and all-embracing form of this development. By dissolving all indigenous and narrow-minded relationships and achieving a genuine unification of mankind, bourgeois society is merely acting in accordance with the law of human nature. For in his early works Marx never tires of stressing that man is a universally producing and hence free creature that relates to himself and simultaneously annexes all of nature as an inorganic part of his body. Nature as a whole becomes his creation in that he recreates himself not only intellectually and consciously but also actually and actively, and hence sees himself in a world which he has created. 11. And this is just what the bourgeoisie does, it creates a world after its own image. 12. The way has now become open for the discovery and definition of that of which philosophy has never so much as been aware. We see now the history of industry, and what has become the objective existence of industry is the open book of natural human forces, the physically present human psychology, which until now was never regarded in its relation to the nature of man but always only in an external utilitarian relationship, because we could only grasp operating within the state of alienation. The general existence of man, religion, or history in their abstract and universal aspect, in the form of politics, art, literature, and so forth, as the reality of human natural forces and as human generic acts. 13. First of all, then, Marx's work signifies the philosophical discovery of the economic and industrial universality of bourgeois society and hence the development of a more general concept of practical transcendence in its homology with theoretical transcendence, the only hitherto known form. 545. 2. In M.Jx's earliest period the premise of his critique of bourgeois society is that bourgeois society is incapable of providing the individual with a congruent universality. He adopts Hegel's concept that the state is the sphere of universal reason whereas bourgeois society is the realm of bellum omnium contra omnes, in which man behaves as a private individual, regards others as means, debases himself to being a means, and is at the mercy of foreign forces. 14. But while Hegel perceives in this difference the reasonably and organically articulated concept, for Marx it is always the mark of untruth and unreason. For man is a universal creature, he is only truly a man when participation in the whole is the stamp of his individuality. As long as he can only fulfill this nature of his within the state, his existence is abstract. He lives as a common creature in the heaven of the political world, while in the earthly existence of society he is a self-seeking, narrow-minded atom. The materialism of bourgeois society stands in sharp contrast to the non-materialism of the state. Marx's problem during this early period may be summarized as follows: how can the now divided individual return, on the new level of practical universality created by bourgeois society, to that harmony with his world which existed in ancient and medieval times? For the Marx of that time the key is the realization of philosophy. He takes a momentous step by discovering in the proletariat a class of human beings which is the special product of bourgeois society while yet no longer part of that society because, due to its universal suffering, it possesses a universal character also in the subjective sense. Philosophy cannot be realized without the elimination of the proletariat cannot be eliminated without the realization of philosophy. 15. But Marx only hit on the proletariat because he was looking for it. Marxism does not spring from the contemplation of reality or a sense of outrage, it is a philosophical construct seeking to fuse the newly discovered sphere of the universal but unaware bourgeois society with the reality of the individual and the philosophical concept of man as a universal being. What bourgeois society does to the individual emerges in a new light during Marx's second period, exemplified by his first sojourn in Paris, his study of political economy, and the composing of Die Ökonomische Philosophische manuscript. Now the concept of alienation moves into the spotlight. Not only does bourgeois society fail to elevate the individual to genuine universality, it also deprives and denatures him. This is the situation of the worker in such a society, The 546. More the worker exhausts himself, the more powerful becomes the alien objective world which he creates, the poorer he and his inner world become, the less belongs to him. Hence the greater the activity, the more objectless the worker. 16. True, he receives the subsistence he requires to maintain physical existence, but this is just where the worst of all perversions lies, for he is a man, that is to say, a living being, capable of producing universally. If all his efforts are directed toward maintaining bodily existence, he turns his essence into a mere means of existence, hence he must do to himself with his own hands what Kant had forbidden man to do to his fellow man. However, what Marx sees is not the injuries men do to each other but the inhumanity of a system in which the devaluation of the human world increases in direct proportion to the exploitation of the material world. 17. Bourgeois society is the living contradiction. It creates a world of commodities, but only because the creators in this world have become commodities themselves. It makes leisure possible, but only because all leisure is withheld from its lower stratum. It is universal, but only because the majority of its members have been deprived of human universality. The more the concept of division of labor becomes central for Marx. The German ideology marks the stage in his progress, the more strongly does a third indictment of bourgeois society emerge: it disfranchises the individual. This accusation, of course, reaches back far beyond bourgeois society. Division of labor has been a primary factor throughout history, and indeed he puts all history on trial. For prior to all known history there existed the condition in which man's relationship to things was in order. In that state the only thing which belonged to an individual was what he had produced himself. Here the product of labor remained unmistakably something which had its appointed subordinate place in man's life process. This relationship could be called the closed production cycle. In it the subject dominated the object, the producer the product, in keeping with his true nature. But this production cycle is isolated and hence narrow. Not until man alienates himself from his product and hands it over to someone else does he emerge from his isolation. But the forfeiting of barriers means the forfeiting of possessions. It means that the conditions in which man lives become opaque. It means a limitation to activity, and human dependence on material relationships. What had been the subject is now the object. The production cycle of a collective has no subject which is its equal or its superior. The rulers. 547. Consume, the ruled produce, both are dehumanized, made subservient to the product and its laws. As the universal production cycle, bourgeois society is the clearest manifestation of this cleavage. All individuals stand powerless and helpless in the face of the uncontrolled and senseless movement of the world of commodities. But this disfranchisement began in the earliest historical times. Consequently, he says in the German ideology, for as soon as work begins to be divided, each person has one particular circle of activity imposed upon him from which he cannot escape. This immobilizing of social activity, this consolidation of our own product into an impartial force over us, which grows away from our control, cuts across our expectations, nullifies our calculations, is one of the chief elements in all historical development to date. 18. There is no denying the radical reactionary trait in Marx's critique of bourgeois society. 19. It emerges very soon in Marx's high estimation of ancient and medieval times. It appears again in Engels' latter-day predilection for the prehistoric tribal constitution. 20. But it is the philosophical concept of subjectivity which seems to substantiate this feeling, and it is the Hegelian concept of dialectic which reconciles this feeling with history. It is a mistake to believe that with Das Kapital Marx's critique of bourgeois society changed its character and became scientific rather than philosophical. True, terms such as generic nature and true reality give way to highly specialized analyses of profit rates and land rents, accumulation and crisis. It is also true that many critical descriptions go no further than what had already been observed by other socialist writers and some time later was to become the commonplace of every critique of culture. that the manufacturing system imposes a crippling abnormality on the worker by a hothouse forcing of specialized skills and by turning him into the automatic mechanism for producing a single part. 21. But despite its scientific garb, the underlying philosophical conception keeps cropping up. For what is capital but the alienated reality of human universality which has become master of its own origin? Capital would not exist if surplus value were not continually draining into it, surplus labor, contributed by the worker, in excess of his own value as a commodity and without pay. His ability to create in excess of the mere value of his productive power is what stamps him as a human being. Surplus. 548. Value is not primarily an economic category, it is the worker's objectivized surplus existence, that is, human existence. Only because generations of workers have had to renounce the realization, within and for their own lives, of their creative power that exceeds mere physical existence, are their grandsons faced with the alien and opaque world of means of production, a world to which they are admitted only on certain conditions and for limited periods. Only because the unlived lives of countless human beings are absorbed by capital has it now become the real life on which all existing things depend. It only appears to bring profit and pleasure to its owners, the capitalists, who can in fact only survive in a pitiless struggle against each other if they become mere exponents of the productive forces. What counts now everywhere is not the human being but an inhuman being which, although dead, comes to life like a vampire by sucking in living labor, 22, and which is actually an object although it is the dominant subject of the age. When this perversion becomes the absurd mumbo-jumbo of the paper world of the credit system, it has its origin in the fetishism of the simplest commodity which causes human beings to view the social characteristics of their own labor as the objective characteristics of the products of labor themselves. 23. Hence for human beings today their own social action takes the form of the action of objects, which rule the producers instead of being ruled by them. 24. It is doubtlessly true that today man is living for the first time in one world, but this world is perverted in its roots because man is divided and alienated from himself and the world has become something of which he is deprived rather than, as it should be, something of which he is possessed. How can we doubt that the powerful breath of this critique is philosophical and not scientific? It is of incalculable significance. That the philosophical discoverer of bourgeois society was at the same time its most passionate critic. But the sole telos of this critique is the individual, whom Marx regards, in contrast to Hegel, as a reality, in contrast to Adam Smith, as universal, and in contrast to Kant, as self-alienated in history. 3. What, then, would a society have to be like in which the real human being per se was universal and at the same time had regained the primordial obviousness of his relationship with his products? He would have to live in a universal society and no longer be subjected to division of labor. He would have to feel the sum total of social production to be his own work in which 549. He joyfully participated in various capacities and which in any case he could see in its entirety. He should not require either the compulsions, consolations, or illusions of the old society. In fact, Marx's critique of bourgeois society suddenly becomes the blueprint of the no longer bourgeois, the classless, society, a blueprint which had implicitly always underlain his critique. In the various periods of his life he gave it various formulations in which the inherent unity of the idea keeps reappearing, not always with equal clarity but always recognizable. In his earliest period he deals with human emancipation and describes it thus: only when the real individual human being takes back the abstract citizen in himself and as an individual human being has become a generic creature in his empirical life, his personal work, and his personal relationships, when man recognizes his forces propres as social forces and has organized them and hence ceases to separate social force from himself in the form of political force, only then has human emancipation been achieved. 25. In Die Ökonomische Philosophischen Manuscript he speaks of communism as the reintegration of man and defines it as follows: this communism is as perfect natural ism equals humanism, as perfect humanism equals naturalism, it is the genuine resolving of the struggle between existence and being, between objectivization and confirmation of self, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. It is the answer to the riddle of history, and is aware of itself as this answer. 2g. In its sweeping claim, this definition proves the following: if Kant saw the priority of practical transcendence in the interminable striving of a non-social social creature of irreducible finiteness, if for Hegel the schema of the dialectic of fulfillment could only be carried to completion in theoretical transcendence, then Marx brings the poles together and comes up with the proposition of an achievable practical transcendence. This is defined in such a way that those extremes which are the universal prerequisites for the very existence of history are conceived of as one. Scholasticism defined the nature of the angel as the union of individual and species. Marx uses theological methods to construct the communist man of the near future. There is no comparable boldness in Das Kapital. There are only sporadic instances of dealing with future education, for example, or absolute availability for changing labor. 550 demands 27 which the future worker will have to possess only once does Marx deal with the concrete problem of future society, and that is the controlling of investments, which in capitalist society is mechanically conducted by market automatism based on the profit principle. The problem is reduced, according to Marx, simply to the fact that society must calculate in advance how much labor and means of production it can apply to long-range projects without suffering impairment. 2 * This would be a superficial answer even if J offered by someone who merely suggested that the economy should be controlled by a wise bureaucracy instead of the unconscious market, but coming from a thinker who desires to abolish division of labor, it is positively irresponsible. Who, after all, constitutes the society which calculates? How is the calculation carried out? How does the individual participate in it? Is not the projected absence of domination already in its theoretical roots turning into a new domination of man over man? A discussion of the concept of the classless society would be incomplete without considering its underlying principles and its ultimate significance. According to the schema of the dialectic, the underlying principle is that the existence of the proletariat is alienation which hastens toward completion and hence its own elimination. 29 It is the compulsion of his speculative basis that leads Marx to his theory of progressive pauperization, to that part of his doctrine which was the first to be visibly exploded with the most far-reaching consequences. 30 The ultimate significance of the classless society lies in the fact that it is called upon to replace theoretical transcendence. For Marx is far from declaring, as was often done during the Enlightenment, that religion and philosophy are a delusion and a fraud perpetrated by priests. The much-quoted words about religion being the opiate of the masses do not in any way stress the poisonous nature of opium. True, religion is merely the realization in fantasy of human nature, but it is nevertheless man's sole legitimate existence as long as this existence possesses no genuine, that is, earthly, reality. Poverty in religion is simultaneously the expression of real poverty and the protest against real poverty. Religion is the sigh of the oppressed creature, it is feeling in a heartless world, just as it is the spirit of non-spiritual conditions. 31 It is not of utilitarian world reformers and clever technicians that Marx inquires as to the nature of man, but of theologians and philosophers. And it is precisely for this reason that 551. The classless * society can be essentially atheistic, because, instead of combating and supplanting religion, it makes religion's legitimate intention a reality, thereby rendering it superfluous. With the aid of these concepts, the philosophical content of Marxism can be summarized as follows: from bourgeois society's abstraction of life, the individual, who after the proletarian revolution has attained genuine universality, regains his original sovereignty and home in a self-sufficient production cycle, with the result that the various types of theoretical transcendence in which the individual had hitherto to confirm his existence are doomed to extinction. 32 This philosophical content represents the core of Marxism. Here for the first time the secular problem of the age, man's relationship to this new world, to industry, is profoundly and passionately explored. That it did not proceed by observation and empiricism goes without saying. Of course, this is not the whole of Marxism. As is usually the case, the significant concept met with more response even in daily life than the pallid understanding of the workaday world. Its transcending nature formed the historic link with the most recent social phenomenon, the still oppressed but already emerging proletariat, thus enabling it to become Europe's most recent faith. At the same time Marx managed to weld into his doctrine scientific theories which had existed long before him. 33 It was this apparently monolithic unity which engendered that widespread fear and hatred without which fascism could never have arisen, for in its negation fascism took this unity with desperate seriousness, although it was the obvious flaws in this unity that contributed to the triumph of fascism. Nietzsche, the pre-bourgeois soil of culture. However, it was not so much the structure of this unity as the philosophical core which, long before Maurras and Hitler, made of Nietzsche the most significant and radical adversary of Marxism. This proposition may come as a surprise, for the younger man never knew the older one other than indirectly. 34 Neither does the thematic material of their work seem to display much similarity. From first to last, Nietzsche was concerned with culture, and for him this was no less than man's communion with himself in philosophy, art, and religion in 552. Short, theoretical transcendence. The discovery of the Dionysian background of tragedy, the defense of genius against the masses, the insistence on the necessity of slavery, serve no other purpose than to explicate the elements of genuine culture, its background, reality, and basis. They are developed along with the indictment of the enemies of culture, science and its logical optimism, mass emancipation and its shallow utilitarian outlook, revolution and its pernicious effects. But although almost all his ideas foreshadow the future, on the whole the young Nietzsche discovers the incompatibility of culture with industry, of theoretical with practical transcendence, so naively and undialectically that he cannot be regarded as a true opponent of Marx. After all, Marx was anything but a complacent extoller of modern achievements like David Friedrich Strauss, who was torn to shreds by the young Nietzsche in a brilliant and high-spirited attack. There is little that anticipates the outline of future developments as markedly as the fact that Nietzsche could only arrive at Marx's level after allowing his oldest enemy to reign in his own heart for a time, leaving traces which never quite disappeared. During his so-called period of enlightenment, the son of the pastor and royal tutor 35 caught up with a whole century's history of ideas in one swift and violent development. With a determined gesture he sacrifices religion and art to science, genius to the competent average, antiquity's state of freemen and slaves to modern democracy. The despiser of the modern became the spokesman of a scientifically emancipatory mass culture, which he evidently interpreted as practical transcendence. But as a steady accompaniment to all this, a note of dissension becomes audible, attesting to the continuing influence of his early days. Nietzsche's late philosophy was born the moment this influence finally gained the upper hand, and the short period of enlightenment together with the new perspectives of ecumenical breadth and modern austerity became the basis for the triumphant resurrection of his youthful problems and attempts at solution. However, what had then been rudimentary and sketchy had now become a coherent system of thought which rejected or transformed most of what the young Nietzsche had esteemed and loved. And it is this which places him and even the most subtle concepts of his philosophy in such diametric opposition to Marx that probably no two thinkers have ever stood in such close 553. Yet opposite proximity, like mask and face, negative and print. Nietzsche had now grasped that the abstraction of life dominating European existence and manifesting itself as science, industry, mass democracy, socialism, constitutes a single phenomenon and as such is inimical to culture. In its trend toward a closed cycle of production and knowledge, it cuts the ground from under the feet of creative genius, the ground of reality in which all life is rooted. That which for Hegel was progress in the consciousness of freedom, for Marx alienation but at the same time realization, becomes for Nietzsche an attentat, a crime, the origin of which goes back to earliest times. He now develops more firmly the idea that abstraction of life ultimately springs from abstraction of thought, the earliest schema of Western metaphysics, which contrasted being with becoming and believed it had thereby achieved a standpoint outside reality and hence had arrived at an attitude of judgment toward life. This metaphysical approach has been carried on in Christianity, socialism, which believes itself capable of altering the very essence of reality, is merely its most radical consequence. The nature of European horizon consciousness leads to the autonomy of the universal cycle of knowledge and production which levels all men, absorbs them as parts of itself, and hence destroys culture. This life-negating synthesis of theoretical and practical transcendence Nietzsche calls morality. In so doing he regains a context which Hegel took for granted but which Marx had in his turn pushed back into the darkness. At the same time, however, he sets himself the task of developing an entirely new form of horizon consciousness. For if everything which has hitherto been known as truth is recognized as the most harmful and insidious form of lie, as the ruse for sucking out life itself and making it anemic, if morality appears as vampirism, 36 then a new truth and a new philosophy are required. Its content is the doctrine of the eternal recurrence, its reality is the Superman, its soil is created by the lords of the earth. 37 But it also requires the unrelenting struggle against destruction and the attentat. And since Nietzsche seeks to interpret life inimical morality more and more as a deficient and inferior form of life itself, his concept of life becomes, contrary to its original meaning, more and more biological. Thus he is forced to offset decadence with the completely sound end. 554. Healthy life. The concept of the blonde beast is not a freak, it is the logical result of Nietzsche's thought. It might be said that Nietzsche continually aims his big guns, from every side and every distance, at one single target, Marx's theses on Feuerbach that the important thing was to change the world. For this does not merely envisage a political revolution or even a superficial dynamism, it postulates a change of reality, of the essential structure of the world. The possibility of denying and refuting such a change, of detesting and unmasking its champions, is the passionate and compelling need controlling all Nietzsche thought. Such a change would destroy culture, while to the very end culture remains for him the most important thing. 38 The glorification of this reality, with all its terrors, wars, exploitation, and affirmation of the here and now, is the meaning of his doctrine of the eternal recurrence. Only when all things, and within them man, eternally recur exactly as they are now, will it cease to be possible to transcend them toward a goal, toward a beyond. At last a new metaphysic encounters this life with powerful emphasis. In the great noontide of life, every apparent, that is, criticizable, world fades away with the true world. And that is what will deprive those who are unable to endure this present, real life. The underprivileged and the pariahs of their worlds of consolation and their supports, of their yearning gaze into an ultimate realm either here or beyond. The beloved name of the god Dionysus rises to Nietzsche's lips once more when he describes the condition in which man feels himself in every way to be a deified form and justification of nature. 39 But the price Nietzsche has to pay for his metaphysics of the glorification of life is a high one. It implies the immortalization of the contradiction in the world and thus of the possibility of culture. However, since it excludes the contradiction with the world, all transcendence in man becomes petrified in the total affirmation of the world as it is, and this doctrine becomes nolens volens, the exact counterpart of the concept of the perfect classless society, and culture in Nietzsche's original sense is as impossible in one as in the other. Properly interpreted, the Superman is not a biological species but the creator in the new culture. To create means for Nietzsche primarily to give meaning and define values. The Superman not only provides peoples and times with their tables and values, he creates meaning for the earth as a whole and for all eons to come. He who defines values and 555. Controls the will of millennia by controlling the most superior natures, is the supreme man. 40 The most superior natures are the lords of the earth, the tools of the Superman. Hence his rule is superior to any rule hitherto, it is neither common and direct, like that of statesmen in the past, nor indirect and disguised, like that of philosophers in the past. Consequently he can set the supreme goal for his creation, he no longer works in matter or pure spirit, he is able to shape man himself as an artist. Such shaping is fulfillment, and yet again merely a precondition of his creating. For the ruthlessness with which he destroys failures permits, after thousands of years of mediocritization, the recreation of that ancient and terrible soil out of which supreme creation alone can find fulfillment. For Nietzsche this is the meaning of tragedy, that new party of life which undertakes the greatest of all tasks, the improvement of mankind, including the ruthless destruction of all that is degenerate and parasitical, will make possible again that excess of life on earth from which the Dionysian condition must once pray grow. I promise a tragic age, the supreme art in the affirmation of life, tragedy, will be born again. 41 That is Nietzsche's testament as presented in Ecce Homo, a few months before his collapse, a gloomy and clairvoyant prophecy which errs only where it loves. Here it becomes quite plain what he means by the Superman. He is the man who can even create the soil of life, that soil hitherto provided by nature only, the terrors of existence as the underlying basis of culture. It is already clear to what extent the concept of destruction 42 must inevitably become the center of Nietzsche's late philosophy. For if history amounts to nothing more than the petty and sterile calculation of the last squinting men, who neither obey nor rule and desire to be neither poor nor rich, then the most mighty effort is required to force them back into the state of slavery which is their rightful place. The unmasking of their origin is the first essential. Consequently, all Nietzsche's late work is dominated by a shrill, frenzied voice, the voice of one seeking to pass judgment on and negate, not life as it is imagined but history as it really is. Everything in the European tradition which is not classical Greek or Roman antiquity is interpreted as morality's revolt of the slaves, beginning with the Jews, the sacerdotal people of Ressentiment par excellence 43 and continuing Viaduct Chris. 556. Tianite, the wholesale revolt of all the downtrodden, the poverty-stricken, the failures, the underprivileged, 44 to their daughter and continuer, the French Revolution. Today, however, the democratic movement has become the legacy of the Christian movement, everything is imbued with the pessimism of indignation, with the instinct against caste, against the well-bred, against the last remaining privileges, 45 and together with the democratic movement the emancipation of women, anarchy and socialism are part and parcel of the phenomenon of the total decadence of mankind. 46 Nietzsche's real enemy is obviously the concept of realization, it is at this that he aims such terms as ressentiment, decadence, and total decadence. From a philosophical standpoint there is clearly only one unassailable counter-concept, that of the wholly non-decadent man, the beast of prey, the magnificent roaming blonde beast lusting for booty and victory, 47 The magnificent animality of the pack of blonde beasts of prey. 48 In practice, however, Nietzsche allies himself with certain phenomena of his day, and these bear little resemblance to the bourgeois society of Smith or Kant. The maintenance of the military state is the ultimate means of resuming or preserving the great tradition of the supreme human type, the strong type. And as a result all concepts which prolong the state of hostility and distinction of rank between states appear to be sanctioned. 49 The fantastic alliance of philosophy and proletariat under the banner of the reintegrating changing of the world is confronted by the desperate comradeship in arms of the martial society and the culture proceeding from it with its battle cry of salvation and annihilation. Not the decayed ruling classes, 50 but the future lords of the earth as the spiritual and physical aristocracy, 51 as the ruling caste with the most spacious souls, 52 know how they have to change the world that it may remain as it is. The biblical commandment, "Thou shalt not kill," is naive compared to the seriousness of the life commandment to the decadence, "Thou shalt not reproduce." 53 The weak and the failures shall be destroyed, first lesson of our love for our fellow man. And we must help them on their way. 54 If his strength ranks still higher in the hierarchy, it is not sufficient for him to be capable of cruelty merely at the sight of much suffering, perishing, and destruction, such a man must be capable of himself creating. 557. Pain and suffering and experiencing pleasure in so doing, he must be cruel in hand and deed. 55. In fact, Nietzsche's whole thought represents the very antithesis of the Marxist conception, and the idea of destruction is the negative aspect of its core. For if history is not realization but an attentat thousands of years old, then only the destruction of the perpetrator of this crime can restore things to their true balance. Nietzsche is not in any obvious sense the spiritual father of fascism, 56, but he was the first to give voice to that spiritual focal point toward which all fascism must gravitate, the assault on practical and theoretical transcendence, for the sake of a more beautiful form of life. Nietzsche was not concerned with magnificent animality for its own sake, 57, nor was destruction per se Hitler's goal. Their ultimate aim was a supreme culture of the future. Yet it was inevitable that the positive concept of both men, in its fantastic abstractness, was completely outweighed by the concrete aspect of their negative will. Many decades in advance, Nietzsche provided the political, radical anti-Marxism of fascism with its original spiritual image, an image of which even Hitler never quite showed himself the equal. 58. However, although this most radical of all antitheses takes place on the soil of bourgeois society, it is not the appropriate expression of opposites immanent in it. Marxism is not the spontaneous self-consciousness of the proletariat, it is above all a doctrine, by means of which a powerful mind grounded in classical German philosophy desired to utilize bourgeois society's most recent product for his boundless hopes for a reintegration of mankind. Nietzsche's thought is not an ideology of the bourgeoisie. On the one hand it is a deeply disturbed protest of the artistic temperament against the general world trend, on the other it is the violent reaction of the feudal element in bourgeois society at being threatened. So although both doctrines could establish a close relation with basic social phenomena and the movements arising out of them, and to some extent accurately voice these trends, essentially they extended far beyond them and were both revealed as the products of that unrestrained intellectual stratum which, in the interplay of its unauthoritative and hence particularly daring schemata, represents the self-consciousness of bourgeois society. What distinguished these two doctrines from all others was their ability to push the society which was their soil to the outermost limits of its existence, to the 558. Eschatologically envisaged reality of the universal community of labor and exchange toward which it was heading, to the non-transcendental self-assertion of the sovereign, martial, and inwardly antagonistic group of which it was the offspring. Max Weber, the theoretician of bourgeois society before fascism. What stronger evidence in favor of this thesis could there be than the fact that Max Weber, in defiance of every probability of a hypothetical development, is much less close than Nietzsche to fascism? Yet this son of an upper-class family was very much part of the imperialist Germany of the turn of the century, and he was certainly no stranger to all the trends and characteristics of the age pointing back to Nietzsche and on to Hitler. Indeed, his inaugural speech at Freiburg University in 1895 abounds in phrases which, in meaning and sometimes even formulation, could have appeared in Mein Kampf. Nevertheless, this same speech contains the starting point of a distinction which, when further developed, makes it possible to see him as representing the basic anti-Hitler potential of German politics. 59. For our purposes only one element need be singled out, his attitude toward Marx and Marxism, and thus indirectly his relationship to Nietzsche and the spiritual core of fascism. It happens to be a highly important element, moreover, it throws light on his position toward and within bourgeois society. Max Weber knew nothing of the fear of the socialist movement which is the wellspring of fascism. He had only contempt for the cowardice of the bourgeoisie when confronted by social democracy, but he also despised the potential obverse of this cowardice, rank brutality. He sees socialism as a manifestation of bourgeois society which has to find a place within this society. He formed the concept of the workers' aristocracy long before Lenin. 60. Hence in 1907 it was natural for him to ask why the Social Democrats should not rule the communes. As for himself, he says, he is convinced that the attempt would be more dangerous for the ideologists among them than for bourgeois society. 61. It is the discovery of the reality of the proletariat which gave him this confidence, the discovery which was then being made in many places and which opened the first cracks in Marx's speculative thesis of the homogeneity of the world proletariat. 62. 559. Max Weber does not stop at a substantiated assumption. He seeks to prove empirically what Marx had established by philosophical premises. As a result of technical innovations, will qualified workers be replaced by people of lesser or higher qualifications? Is the working class moving toward qualitative and economic differentiation or toward uniformity? What is the relationship between the upper working class and the petite bourgeoisie? Not only does this provide him with evidence for his view that, broadly speaking, the West European working class is a section of the bourgeoisie. €3 He also makes it possible for himself to divide the scientific elements in Marx's work from the non-scientific. In this way he contributes to the dissolution of the synthesis of mass appeal, science, and philosophical concept which had constituted the real effectiveness of Marxism and yet had been an all too vulnerable element of it. More important, however, is Max Weber's attitude to the core of Marx's thought. For Weber's real subject is identical with Marx's, practical transcendence. He seeks to trace the unfolding of an efficient economy from its beginnings as an instinctive reactive search for food, *54 that process of rationalization and socialization whose progressive reaching out into all communal activity must be pursued in every field as the essential motivating force of evolution. SS5 If the disintegration of original family communism and the increasing trend toward calculativeness are merely two aspects of the same thing, then today, in universal market integration, the production process has largely detached itself from its dependence on the individual and the terms of organic existence, and has created social conditions of extreme impersonality, complexity, and differentiation. Hence the West is characterized merely by one particular most advanced stage of a universal process of which the rudiments are to be found everywhere, and which Max Weber paraphrases by such terms as systematization, sublimation, rationalization, intellectualization. Thus Max Weber is concerned with bourgeois society within the framework of the world historical process, exactly like Kant, Hegel, and Marx. But he discards some dogmatic premises which are typically Marxist. He does not accept the later thesis of Marx that at no time have religious forces played an important role in this process. On the contrary, his most significant analyses serve to clarify the connections between theoretical and practical transcend. 560. So that actually he restores a link which Kant, Hegel, and Nietzsche took for granted and which figured also in the work of the young Marx, and even in later intimations, 66 although these were not elaborated. He does not adopt the unclarified Marxist concept of productive force. The term development of the productive force merely poses a problem without offering any solution to it. Max Weber's answer is to be found in the concept of charisma which, although the most polyvalent word in all his writings, in essence means the underivable power of invention. He does not share Marx's belief that only total alienation would produce a sudden total restoration of human nature. He was not without sympathy for Marx's concept of the history of alienation, but because he augments its separation of the producer from the means of production took place also in armies and was now taking place in universities, he sees it as an irreversible process which can never achieve a higher unity with the individual. It is not based on the private ownership of the means of production. A socialist economy would not reverse the expropriation of the workers, it would only augment it by the dispossession of the owners. Because in a socialist economy a struggle for positions of advantage 67 would inevitably begin and real power of disposal would only rest with a few, that iron shell 68 which modern times have built around the individual is bound to become even more solid and unbreakable. The trend toward minimization 69 of rule, displayed by some forms of democracy and particularly by socialism, was something Weber never quite believed in. Essential to his own struggle for the parliamentary system and internal political freedom was the conviction that the power of bureaucracy would become ever more firmly rooted and impossible to dislodge, and that one could merely strive to ensure a minimum of control and individual freedom of movement. History, he says, inexorably gives birth to new aristocracies. Neither the fear nor the hope existed that there would ever be too much freedom in the world. Weber shares with Marx his evaluation of the present trend and also his fear of the parceling of man, but where Marx had seen a recovery, Weber sees a deterioration, because he recognizes that socialization is bureaucratization and regards the notion of universal, reintegrated man who is no longer subjected to division of labor as nonsensical wishful thinking. Thus Max Weber corrects that irresponsibility with 561. Which Marx allows the society of the future to carry out its plans, and with the concept of the dialectic of perfection tears the very heart out of Marxist faith. We can only shake our heads sadly over the question of whether he or Marx gauged bureaucracy more accurately. Max Weber had not been dead 10 years when Trotsky, the most important surviving leader of the Russian Revolution, began to indict the bureaucratic degeneration of the state, and Weber's posthumous star witness was no other than Stalin when the latter evolved his theory of a revolution from above, for which there is absolutely no foundation in Marx's thought. The only possible objection is that the concept of bureaucracy is an equivocal one, and that Weber based his ideas too much on the Prussian-German form. But the interesting question here is not whether, where, and to what extent Max Weber was right as opposed to Marx. The heart of the matter is something quite different. The very fact that Max Weber turns a penetrating and rational gaze on the inconsistencies of Marx's theories is what divides him by an abyss from the radicalness of Nietzsche's antithesis and even more so from Hitler's mythicizing search for agents. He has no intention of destroying Marx intellectually, or even of replacing the materialistic view of history with a non-materialistic doctrine of the priority of religious attitudes in history. To interpret his works on religious sociology in this way is to misinterpret them. They are far more of an augmentation than a refutation. For Max Weber, Marx always remains the great fellow thinker, and there exists a broad range of insights and evaluations common to both. For Weber, too, class struggle is a fundamental reality of the age. Capitalism means the dispossession of the producer, and the cleavage of society into bourgeoisie and proletariat is the chief hallmark of modern times. His description of industrial conditions often recalls those of Marx. However, this congruity, far from being imitative, brings to light the simple fact, yet one which is often overlooked, that only a small part of Marxism stems genuinely from Marx. The theory of class struggle, the economic view of history, the analysis of capitalism, all these had been developed before and side by side with Marx by bourgeois theoreticians, and Weber simply took back what belonged to the theory of bourgeois society. Hence he does not show even a trace of that sweeping doctrine of the enemy and its cogency, which is as central. 562. For Maurras and Hitler as for Nietzsche. He acknowledged having political enemies, of course, and he fought them with intensity and determination. But when he discloses their historical origin they become more understandable instead of more alarming. They never appear in a line of descent more or less identical with European history. Max Weber is thus not tempted to repudiate his own assumptions and to conceive a history of decay. He leaves no doubt that he regards himself as the heir to those Puritans whose ethical rigorism and world-conquering faith gave birth to modern capitalism. No human type provided him with as much guidance and support as the Jewish prophets, with whom that anti-magical and rationalistic reshaping of the world began, which is the fundamental trait of the history of the West. As a result, he expresses himself quite favorably concerning the great Western revolutions, including the French. It is equally true, of course, that Max Weber repeatedly shows a strange vacillation toward just those principal phenomena to which he gave his closest attention. In his eyes, rationalization is not merely typical of the West, it is also the root of his torturing anxiety as to whether man has even the strength to withstand the fearful rupturing effects of the irrevocable perversion of all natural conditions within the apparatus of the modern world. The concept of progress entirely loses its traditional positive accent. Its use is frankly stated to be inopportune. Most revealing of all, perhaps, is the use of the term disenchantment, which in the total context of his work has a quite positive meaning, and yet in one of Weber's best-known utterances is imbued with the melancholy sound of Stephan George's laments. 70. This vacillation of such a man as Weber is possibly more indicative of the profound change in the intellectual climate favoring fascism than all the books written by Bergson or Clausius. But at the same time it makes it clear that there is more to this change than a purely sociological escape into irrationalism. And finally, a simplified interpretation does not exhaust what the Weber doctrine contains of the fateful and inconclusive battle of the various gods, that is, scales of value, and thus in the last resort of the various manifestations of theoretical transcendence. For the thesis that fate, rather than science, holds sway over these gods and their battles 71 sounds very curious coming from a man whose life work culminated in the insight that there is no more fateful power today than 563. Science and the rationalization associated with it. This proposition can only be understood against the background of that uncertainty vis-a-vis his own central concept, an uncertainty which, although it notes the reality of progress, has begun to doubt the desirability of progress. However, can it really be taken for granted that other scales of value gods present themselves as alternatives, which the specific social movement has not created but which are left behind and endowed with an extremely intensive self-awareness? Is this perhaps the strangest characteristic of bourgeois society in its relation to the forms of theoretical transcendence? Outline of a transcendental sociology of this period. A transcendental definition of bourgeois society is now no longer a strange-sounding postulate, it has been contained, although sometimes only by implication, in the thinking of Marx, Nietzsche, and Max Weber. All that remains is to summarize, with the aid of the concepts previously developed, avoiding the specific definitions of each thought system, and then to apply this to the new phenomena of Bolshevism and Fascism, which at this point can only be seen in unity although not as a unity. Fascism, although it is still the theme, requires but a few sentences, for if in the main historical section the era was only to be interpreted by examining fascism, in the same way the metapolitical method of observing fascism only becomes definable within a context far transcending fascism. Typical of the transcendental nature of bourgeois society is that within it practical transcendence has developed to an undreamed of efficacy, without supplanting the traditional forms of theoretical transcendence. The politico-sociological aspect may be formulated as follows: bourgeois society is that form of society in which the leading class performs its task of establishing the technical and economic unity of the world, and emancipating all men for participation in this undertaking, in ever new political and intellectual compromises with the hitherto ruling powers. It is the society of synthesis. Hence in bourgeois society the historically new and specific, that unprecedented expansion of the practical scope of mankind and the revolutionary change in the status of the individual and all groups within society as a whole, which is summarily known as industrialization, is proceeding almost clandestinely and without the consent of 564. Fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon. Considerable sections of its own intellectual stratum, whose spiritual home is after all theoretical transcendence, however arbitrarily and undogmatically they may interpret it. The thesis that when threatened this stratum ultimately aligns itself with bourgeois society and its class, and that its thinking is therefore dependent on its environment, is, although generally speaking correct, nevertheless remarkably naive. For its relative disengagement is precisely what is so astonishing, so singular, and so much in need of explanation. Bourgeois society gave birth to practical transcendence, at the same time endowing it with a guilty conscience. Its self-consciousness is only precariously derived from the contest of a plethora of modes of thought, of which the most extreme are a utopian reaching into the future, or a glorifying emphasis on certain typical features of the past. This character of bourgeois society is without doubt associated with the fact that within the state private entrepreneurs have initiated the movement of this society and kept it going, but presumably it could also be socialistically organized, without sacrificing its transcendental nature, provided the starting point was abundance and not want, and that power did not fall into the hands of dogmatists. For bourgeois society did not remain unchanged in its structure, within its own framework it produced that new class, the technical intelligentsia, which Marx had completely ignored and which combined on various levels with the older classes, turning out to be the most productive and expansive group within this structure. It is advisable, therefore, to abandon the narrow term bourgeois society and to speak instead of liberal society. Liberal society is a society of abundance. All forms of theoretical transcendence can develop independently, although not without being affected externally. A self-critical society, the attainment of practical transcendence remains subject to criticism. An uncertain society, it is continually subject to self-doubts. Kant's and Hegel's ideas show how unquestionably the early self-image of this society is rooted in philosophy. Marx and Nietzsche mark the extremes of this self-doubting, which is, of course, a product of their philosophical detachment. For the obvious possibility of a non-transcendental yet advantageous subordination of individuals in the social process, the basic supposition of classical political economy is rejected by both with equal fervor. Their antithetical solutions were adopted by social structures which are transcendent. 565. Dentally distinct from liberal society. But Max Weber's work demonstrates that this society need not necessarily be driven in directions where it will retain mere fragments of its uncurtailed self. Bolshevism achieved power in Russia in defiance of the acknowledged premises of the Marxist doctrine, and it modeled itself on the master's more esoteric expectations for a short time only. Nevertheless, it is to some extent entitled to invoke Marx as its authority. Lenin found it difficult to forsake the orthodox assumption that what was really on the agenda was the revolution of the Western European proletariat, and that his own enterprise was historically premature. At first he was still convinced that the functions of power-wielding were by that time so simplified that they were open to every non-illiterate, 72, and that the age of non-rule was hence rapidly approaching. Under socialism all will rule in turn and quickly get used to the fact that no one rules. 73. But it was not long before the Marxist postulates were replaced, both in practical measures and a number of theoretical utterances, by a complete mobilization, directed by a single will, of the cluster of races that is Russia in a grim struggle for existence. He realized it was not a matter of setting mankind an example of a higher and better way of life. The crossroad at which the country now stood was more commonplace, more ruthless: go under, or forge full steam ahead. That is the question put by history. 74. It was a matter of catching up, of struggling up out of backwardness, lack of culture, want, and poverty in the midst of a hostile world. In their overwhelming simplicity and conviction, a great number of utterances from his latest period leave no doubt whatever that this more modest interpretation represents Lenin's final insight rather than this or that bombastic pronouncement about the victory of socialism over capitalism. 75. Thus the day-to-day problems of the economy became the most important affairs of state. 76. It is easier to grasp the nature of Bolshevism from any front page of any Soviet daily newspaper than from the most shocking reports of famine and barbarism. Famine and barbarism have always existed, but never since the existence of a bourgeois society and of newspapers had the headlines dealt with production records, reports on working methods, and appeals for increased productivity. Bolshevism signifies the dominating emergence of the element that had remained half hidden in bourgeois society. It is the most unequivocal affirmation of material pro. 566. Duction and at the same time of practical transcendence. Society 70 thereby loses its spiritual wealth and the spur of self-criticism, and acquires an unshakable complacency and a hitherto unknown enthusiasm in its sense of historical necessity. But in this case all that remains, if anything, of Marx's own special and personal concepts, which in his eyes alone justify the unique quality of practical transcendence, is a propagandist carrot semblance. As a result, Bolshevism's battle with the orthodox Marxists in its own ranks is among the most tragic and moving chapters of the history of our time. And yet the Soviet Union has conformed to Marxist thought insofar as it has always regarded the emancipation of its own peoples in terms of a higher world process. True, the concept of world revolution has led more than any other to the defeats of Bolshevism in its confrontation with developed bourgeois society. At the same time, It constitutes a hallmark of world historical distinction, since it is evidence of a relationship not only to a selfishly interpreted industrial production but also to the total process of practical transcendence. For this very reason the term development dictatorship is inadequate as applied to the Soviet Union and, despite all structural similarities, the difference as against fascism is fundamental. The fact that, alone among non-Western powers, the Soviet Union could complete its industrialization 7 on the strength of its own initiative and to a large extent under its own steam, that, in spite of the known harshness of its methods of government, it enjoys what often seems a mysterious prestige among the underdeveloped nations, that it was the first state to succeed in penetrating outer space. These are all closely related facts which become intelligible when seen against a background of transcendental definition. It has now become evident what fascism actually is. It is not that resistance to practical transcendence which is more or less common to all conservative movements. It was only when theoretical transcendence, from which that resistance originally emanated, was likewise denied that fascism made its appearance. Thus fascism is at the same time resistance to practical transcendence and struggle against theoretical transcendence. But this struggle must needs be concealed, since the original motivations can never be entirely dispensed with. And insofar as practical transcendence from its most superficial aspect is nothing but the possibility of concentration of power, fascism pursues its resistance to transcendence from 567. Within that transcendence and at times in the clear consciousness of a struggle for world hegemony. That is the transcendental expression of the sociological fact that fascism has at its command forces which are born of the emancipation process and then turn against their own origin. If it may be called the despair of the 79 feudal section of bourgeois society for its traditions, and the bourgeois element's betrayal of its revolution, now it is clear what this tradition and this revolution actually are. Fascism represents the second and gravest crisis of liberal society, since it achieves power on its own soil, and in its radical form is the most complete and effective denial of that society. It is precisely in this broadest of all perspectives that the observer cannot withhold from fascism that sympathy of which we have spoken. This sympathy is directed not toward persons or deeds, but toward the perplexity underlying the colossal attempt to overcome that perplexity, which is the most universal characteristic of an era whose end cannot be foreseen. For transcendence, when properly understood, is infinitely remote from the harmlessness of safe cultural progress. It is not the couch of the finite human being, but in some mysterious unity his throne and his cross. Nevertheless, fascism as a metapolitical phenomenon still serves as a means of understanding the world today, only when liberal society, after steadfast and serious reflection, accepts practical transcendence as its own although no longer exclusive product, when theoretical transcendence escapes from its ancient political entanglements into genuine freedom, when communist society looks at itself and its past with realistic but not cynical eyes and ceases to evade either one, when the love of individuality and barriers no longer assumes political form, and thought has become a friend of man, only then can man be said to have finally crossed the border into a post-fascist era. Appendix A. At this point it is relevant to reply to some preliminary questions. The legitimacy of the term fascism has been questioned from time to time on account of the remarkable diversity of the movements under review. But when we look more closely we see that there are equally striking differences among the various parliamentary systems or species of liberalism. That the transition from radical conservatism to fascism is smoother than that from leftist liberalism to socialism is a characteristic of fascism, but it does not disprove its existence. In the case of a great many manifestations, it may be doubtful whether they should be counted as belonging to fascism, yet it is absurd to deny the unity of a phenomenon so deeply rooted in the basic elements of the era as a unit and, as a unit, so passionately disputed. In actual fact the proposal to limit the term fascism to Mussolini's party never succeeded. There is evidently an imperative need for a term for those political systems which differ as much from the democratic parliamentary type as from the communist, and yet which are not merely military dictatorships or conservative regimes. Not even the communist tendency to apply the term as a weapon against all opponents has prevented it from being used by a very large number of Western authors, although they usually do so by implication rather than overtly. However, the fascist movements themselves had above all a strong sense of kinship covering various aspects of mutual support, influence, and dependence. Hitler's admiration for Mussolini is well known, nor was it on a purely personal level. He revered the Italian as the first destroyer of Marxism, and if Hitler had died in 1930, a historian would hardly hesitate to call the man, whose study contained a bust of the 569 Duce, a disciple and imitator of Mussolini. Close ties also bound him to Oswald Mosley, and during the war he looked back regretfully on Codoranu as having been the man predestined to lead Romania. The primary reason for Mussolini's rapprochement with Germany after 1935 was not political but ideological, admiration for the successes of the Third Reich's population policy. During the early years after World War I, Julius Gombosch was closely associated with Rome's circles in Munich. In 1922 Codoranu rejoiced in Berlin over Mussolini's triumph as if it were a victory of my own country. Oswald Mosley experienced his long-awaited Damascus in Rome. Hitler and Mussolini helped Franco to power, and at the fronts of Falangist Spain fell not only Italian militiamen and German volunteers but Codoranu's friends and collaborators, Ion Moza and Vasile Marin. Very often a sense of fellow feeling helped surmount the barriers of material differences. Without it, Hitler would not have found convinced and fanatical collaborators all over Europe, from Quisling to Mussert, from Selassie to Doriot. And side by side with the somewhat nebulous common interests in the negative sense, there were in fact a whole series of positive areas of agreement which could not be overlooked: the principle of leadership and the desire for a new world, the love of power and the dramatic appeal of youth, elite consciousness and mass influence, revolutionary ardor and veneration of tradition. It was no mere chance that the paradoxical efforts toward a fascist international began in the very early days. For it is true that they did not get very far, yet this trend speaks as strongly for the kinship among the systems as does the prevailing opinion of observers. This consensus auctorum et rerum confirms the existence in fact of an object whose reality historical analysis has suggested is possible in essence and whose effect on the world is placed beyond doubt by looking at its opponents. Admittedly, this does not answer the question of whether an attitude of scientific objectivity toward this phenomenon is as yet feasible. The possible tangential reasons for this are well known, there is no need to list the obvious here. But if fascism is only to be presented in its era, this limitation requires that fascism should have set its stamp on only one era and that today it be dead, if not in all manifestations, certainly as a phenomenon of world significance. And scholarship must be allowed to have its say about the dead, however great the individual difficulties may be. But perhaps there is no more. Appendix A 571. Favorable moment for historical objectivity than that at which something regarded as being alive ceases to be alive, and, once this premise is acknowledged, the metamorphosis into another merely spiritual, albeit shadowy, life, becomes possible. This objectivity, however, represents neither an Olympian impartiality nor a timid cataloguing of good and bad traits. It is an attempt at understanding, hence the emergence of common traits as differences are uncovered. It must be based on the will and the ability to let the thing itself and all its leading opponents have their say in broad terms, and refrain from indiscriminately adopting the point of view of one side. Thus the inadequacies of the individual attempt stem merely from the personal weaknesses of its author but are no argument against an objectivity which, besides being scientific, must of necessity remain a human and finite one. Finally, totalitarianism as such is not the main object of this study. If totalitarianism is taken to mean the opposite of a non-totalitarian, that is, liberal form of constitution, then it existed in the remote past and continues to exist today as a widespread political manifestation. It should not be restricted to a particular era. Moreover, this manifestation has many modifications. The modification is not understood if it is subsumed in the general concept. The principles of modification are, among others, differences in situation, in definition of purpose, and in the respective substrata. It is these differences which go to make up the content of the single manifestation, rather than the general manifestation at any given place or time. Indeed, discussion of the issue of totalitarianism would not have acquired the overwhelming significance it has had for the past 10 years were it not based on the conviction that there is a specifically modern form of totalitarianism, and that within this form National Socialism and Bolshevism are essentially identical. But when two manifestations show considerable similarities which neither derive from the same situation nor dispose over a comparable substratum, nor profess similar goals, then either the similarity is merely one of form, or one manifestation has come to approximate the other. Possibly Bolshevism at a certain stage should be called fascist, and fascism in its entirety Bolshevik. The only way to decide this is first to examine the conceptual meaning of fascism and Bolshevism from the point of view of the particular nature of each, rather than to start off by subsuming them under the formal concept of totalitarianism. The question can, of course, be placed on a more subtle level, and it then merges with the most difficult and obscure aspect of the problem of objectivity. For if the declared aim of totalitarianism is totalitarianism itself, the concept is no longer one of form. The attack on the freedom and dignity of the individual then turns out to be a material component, and all definitions of purpose stand revealed as mere pretexts. Totalitarianism interpreted in this way has no claim on that sympathy which, according to the teachings of the classic historians, is an unalterable prerequisite to objectivity because it enables the observer to acknowledge the endless variety and homogeneity of the human scene. For the enemy is in fact not the will of a few people but the inexorable compulsion of an inhuman system. But if we are not to dispute the sincerity and effectiveness of fascism's definition of purpose, one of the principal elements of its distinctive nature, is not that sympathy then bound to return? Yet fascism as fascism in its most extreme form has committed that crime which is beyond comparison with anything the world has ever seen, even including Stalin's reign of terror against his own people and his own party, because it was at one and the same time rational to the point of perfection and irrational to the point of excess, and regarded its victims no longer as human beings but either as creatures of the devil or tools without rights. For even if only one man bears the legal responsibility for this crime, the foundations for it had been laid long ago in a powerful and undeniably international trend of thought and feeling. It was not an inhuman system from which human beings could dissociate themselves that paved the way for this crime, but, on the contrary, all too human troubles and fears. No limitation of the theme, no desire for scientific objectivity, can absolve us from trying to answer the most urgent question of our time, but only if we have sufficient patience to hold fast to it throughout a long and painstaking study will we have a chance of bringing forth something other than angry accusation or whitewashing apologia. Appendix B. If there can be a history of European communism, it should perhaps be possible to write a history of fascism. Historiography, it is true, is always in danger of trying in vain to cover up, by resorting to great preoccupation with detail, one consuming deficiency, the adoption of a certain concept without sufficient substantiation. But this need not be so, and all significant historiography transcends a mere narration of events which reviews sources but not itself. The difficulties precluding this method for fascism are of another kind. The unity of fascism is not to be compared to that of communism. It was formed neither by a central authority nor by an acknowledged doctrine, rather it was founded on the analogy of circumstances, common emotions, and the comparable nature of a trend. It might be possible to write a history of the fascist movements, but such a book would have either to take for granted the concept of fascism or develop it by some other method. Moreover, it would have to go so deeply into the circumstances of the various countries in which fascism, as a form of nationalism, remains much more firmly embedded than communism, that it would end up by being a history of Europe in the era of fascism. But the time for such a history seems far from ripe. Of the essential components only one has so far been submitted, La Storia di Italia nel periodo fascista, by Salvatorelli and Myra. One more promising and appropriate is the evolvement of a typology. This is, of course, primarily a thought construct, but it offers empirical material unlimited scope for verification. Between two opposite poles seen from one point of view, certain distinctive, that is, typical, positions are occupied by particular forms of fascism. 573. 574 Appendix B. The first pole is represented by a manifestation which obviously does not yet meet the requirements of the concept and so can supply the starting point and dividing line, while the second represents a point of orientation which is only reached in an extreme form, or which only exists ideally. In other words, there would be four typological positions: the not yet fascist of the lower pole, which might be called the pre-fascist, the first point of the inner area, which should be called early fascist if chronological circumstances so permit, the normal fascist central position, and the radical fascist upper pole. The assumption that a reality exists not only the side of fascism but also beyond it, and that fascism reaches out toward it, would probably only be valid in a specific and very limited sense. 2. Within this scale, in any case, all types of fascism could find their proper place. Typology lays the foundations for a topology. Since there are a considerable number of important points of view, the order can hardly remain constant, hence the various concepts can receive their due without eclecticism. We might think of it as a circle of mirrors formed by a variety of sequences in which each link can throw light on all the others. Only an overall view will decide whether it is legitimate to use terms such as early fascism, normal fascism, and radical fascism, and whether a precise allocation of these terms can be made. For the invention of an ideal type in the sense of an imaginary radical fascism composed of the most extreme traits of all types of fascism does not seem a very fruitful endeavor. On the other hand, this thought process enables the concept which starts out as a vague hypothesis to advance progressively toward clarity and precision. The poles of authoritarianism and totalitarianism bracket a span ranging from Pilsudski's regime, via the political totalitarianism of Falangist Spain, to the all-encompassing totalitarianism of Mussolini and Hitler. The most marked characteristic of any fascism, and fascism always remained national fascism in its era 3, is the combination of a nationalistic and a socialistic motif. The socialistic motif always recedes further into the background, not only typologically but at each progressive stage of development. Hence early Italian fascism would have to be placed on the lower pole, just like the early Phalange, both of which were driven over the years to a more central position, while German National Socialism started out from this central position and before long allowed the socialistic motif to give way entirely to the nationalistic. Officially speaking, anti-Semitism did not exist in Italian fascism until well into the 30s. But there is evidence of its potential existence much earlier, even with Mussolini, and it is present in every brand of fascism. The normal position is occupied by countries in which, as in Romania, a Jewish question really constituted a social problem. No one went further than Hitler. It was left to him to attribute to the Jews all the class struggles and all the anti-natural disputes the world has ever known. A remarkable intertwining of particular and universal tendencies is to be found in every fascist movement. Furthermore, in the movement toward extreme fascism, it is not the progressive overcoming of one or the other tendency which we note, but rather the increasing paradox inherent in the relationship. Thus Codorano's eyes are generally fixed only on Romania, but for the combating of international Jewry he maintains the necessity of an international plan. Universal tendencies were inherent in Mussolini's fascism from the very beginning, and this undoubtedly attests to the continuing latent influence of the internationalistic convictions of his youth. But when he was finally able, during the war, to bring his friend Ante Pavlik to power in Agram, there was little sign of international fascist solidarity in the settling of frontier disputes. In the case of National Socialism, the paradox was already apparent in the race doctrine. For what is race but a people which has achieved a non-historical pseudo-universality by means of the most radical particularization? Hitler could never escape the pincer grasp of the paradox that on the one hand he set National Socialism the task of solving the world's problems, and on the other regarded it as a kind of private German magic which must be carefully withheld from other peoples. The test of fascist universalism is in its relationship to other forms of fascism. For its fellow feeling toward those of like conviction in other countries could never do away with the fact that these friends, being representatives of an antagonistic nationalism, were at the same time bitter enemies. Hence Mussolini's first comments on Hitler's seizure of power revealed a curious mixture of ideological pride and realpolitik anxiety, and during the war, as can be seen from Chano's diaries, he felt just as often united with his people against the barbarians as united with the Nordic Herrenfolk against his own people. And Hitler, even at the very moment when 576 Appendix B he came to believe that one of the chief causes of Germany's defeat lay in the alliance with Italy, could hardly overlook the fact that the main reason behind this alliance had been his Adolf Hitler's National Socialist admiration for the Duce of Fascism, the first man in Europe to crush Marxism. However, the extreme of either pole is represented neither by Hitler nor Mussolini, but on the one hand by the Quisling governments, which pledged themselves to their ideological allies against their national interests, and on the other by Austro-Fascism, whose raison d'etre since 1933 had been resistance to National Socialist aggression. Yet it is not only toward their friends but toward their enemies that fascist movements show a deeply ambivalent relationship. A man like Kotaranu is the furthest from exhibiting the features of the enemy in his own face, while Hitler's Weltanschauung is in certain aspects nothing but a mirror image of the Jewish conception as he imagined it to be. Before World War I, Mussolini had been one of the outstanding figures of European socialism. The after-effects of 15 years of Marxism can be demonstrated every step of the way, and his quarrel with Lenin, which was one of jealousy rather than bitterness, runs through his whole fascist life. Extensive statistical studies would be required for a scale by which the substratum of each form of fascism, that is, a division into classes, would be the criterion. It is generally known that all fascist movements, apart from the awkward problem of Peronism, were movements of the middle classes. Useful though detailed examinations and demarcations would doubtless be, they are liable to ignore the fact that the fascist character does not derive primarily from an aggregate of supporters, who vary considerably according to time and place, but from the relatively classless phenomenon of the leading stratum and its self-image, which is nourished everywhere by similar political and historical sources. The most important scale of all is that in which the aim becomes the determining point of view. This is precisely the one, however, which presupposes conceptual discussions and distinctions which cannot be entered into here. In referring briefly to these four, it can be said at this point that the scale ranges from Kemalism at the outer pole as a national defense and development dictatorship, via Italian fascism, which was a development dictatorship and finally a despotism of territorial conquest, to National Socialism, which stands simultaneously for the dictatorship of national restitution and the despotism of territorial conquest and world salvation. Thus the typological method enables us to correlate vast quantities of material and a number of important points of view, so that reality is always permeated by the idea, and the idea substantiated by reality. However, its shortcomings and weaknesses must not be overlooked. Typology does not render the object sufficiently alive, nor does it go far enough into distinguishing detail. It speaks of Marxism, but as if it were a stamp of universally recognized value. It characterizes Hitler, but out of tens of thousands of utterances it cites at best a dozen. On the other hand, it draws directly on a limitless fund of items which no one can sufficiently master. In order to do complete justice to Ferenc Selassie and his Arrow Cross units, for example, it would be necessary to be familiar with his copious diary. But even among the few people who understand Hungarian there will be very few researchers with access to the manuscript. Hence typology cannot rely primarily on the study of sources. Even if it is a synthesis of empiricism and construction, it is again far too much at the mercy of each of the two elements. There is another factor. Because typology looks at many things, it compares chiefly those things which frequently stand out. Now the relationship to war is without doubt basic to fascism as such, and it is certain that Szalasi's Hungarianist program, for example, could never have been implemented without war. But how could a philosophy of war become of paramount importance in a country like Hungary, which could never have started a war on its own? How could a certain kind of subtle culture critique have become a vital political factor in Romania, at the edge of Europe? It is not fascism itself, but the clear development of certain essential characteristics, which is dependent on the size of a country and the significance of its spiritual traditions.